In this era, when only women can become mecha pilots, we men have been relegated to various supporting roles, but combat is never part of them. Men throughout the city were assigned to various departments to provide logistical support for the battles on the front lines. There are very few men who are qualified to become mecha repairmen, so they naturally belong to the maintenance department, unless someone strongly requests to be transferred to other departments. Men who are not qualified to become maintenance technicians will be assigned to various logistical positions such as the breeding department, feeding department, production department, collection department, and construction department. Today, as a male student who just turned 18, I finally arrived at the day of my destiny. And fate seemed to be particularly kind to me. I successfully awakened the talent of an SSS-level mythical repairman and was qualified to enter the maintenance department. This also makes me a hot commodity in the eyes of many female mecha masters. While they were arguing over my exclusive service rights, I also awakened 3 exclusive skills. You have mastered the unique skills Hand of Kato, Ice Splitting, and God-level Enchanting. Your future potential is to become a mythical maintenance technician. The instructor almost shouted out loud. This is the highest rating of the mechanical heart in the past 312 years of the new calendar. Congratulations, Zhou Shiyun. You have been accepted by the Operations Command and are qualified to go to the Sky City. The awakening instructor said to me in surprise. The awakening mentor was surprised, but then she adjusted her mood a little and bowed deeply to me, not caring at all that my eyes were on her collar, which was slightly open due to excitement. A strange emotion came over me, but I soon realized it wasn't coming from nowhere, but from one of my newly acquired skills. Observe the smallest details. My eyes can penetrate the surface and see directly to the essence of things. No flaws in any mecha can escape my eyes. However, this skill has a side effect. The mecha pilot I'm staring at will have a strange sensation. Just as I was secretly lamenting that my fate would be determined by this peculiar talent, Dilly's voice rang in my ears. Zhou Shiyun, I take back what I said before. Now you no longer have the right to choose your department. You must join the combat command. Even she had to face up to the test results. After all, the potential of a mythical level repairman was definitely a rare existence in the Sky City. Dean, I understand. Although I was unwilling, I had to accept this fate. Dilly's didn't give me time to say goodbye. Her metal wings spread out instantly, and she carried me away from the Mecha Academy. In the blink of an eye, we were far away from that familiar place. At this moment, the square of the college was suddenly noisy. A classmate said, "Mythical repairman? This is the most promising repairman since the advent of the wasteland." Another classmate said, "Yes, I heard that his Hand of Kato can upgrade and evolve mechas. This is our treasure." Some students also said, "It's hard to say who will get the treasure." Voices rose and fell in the crowd. On the other side of my partner, Nellia was not only the best graduate of this year, but also qualified to join the combat command. And she has her own series of mechas codenamed by Haiyu, an existence that surpasses all mechas in the Garrison Regiment. The codename Mecha is not only a combination of strength and defense, but also requires the Mecha Master to have a very high degree of compatibility with Dragon Crystal, just like the compatibility between our maintenance technicians and the heart of the machine. And Nellia is the only Mecha Master of this session who has achieved such a high evaluation. Plus, she had a special connection with my adopted dad, which convinced her that I would be her personal mechanic. After a drive, I arrived at the Combat Command Center. The Combat Command Center stands in the center of the city, 300 meters high. Standing on the top floor, you can overlook the entire city. Zhou Shiyun, maybe my request is a little sudden, but I still want to ask you one thing. Dillasai stood beside me and asked softly, "Are you willing to be my exclusive maintenance engineer?" I was speechless for a moment. I never expected that one day I would hear her make such a request in person. Logically speaking, becoming her personal maintenance technician was a rare opportunity. Any other man would have readily agreed to be so close to this top mecha master of the Golden Wing armor. However, I was a little hesitant. Dillasai's criminal record made me hesitate. After all, I had just graduated and had not yet enjoyed my free time. Seeing that I didn't respond, Dilly smiled self-deprecatingly. "It seems that your adoptive father's departure has made you resentful of me." She paused, her eyes slightly cold. "But there are some things I can't tell you for now. But if you are willing to stay and improve your strength, you may know the truth in the future." The implication in her words left me speechless for a moment. I was relieved that Dilly's did not force me to sign a contract. If I didn't decide now, who knew what would happen in the future? I vaguely know that my adoptive father's strength has reached at least level 50 in terms of mechanical source core. Otherwise, he would not have been able to become her exclusive maintenance engineer. However, even though he was so outstanding, he still fell on the battlefield. For the sake of that unsolved mystery, I wanted to hide myself a little during the graduation evaluation, but finally I decided to show my full strength, and as a result, I successfully entered the combat command center. Your room is on the 97th floor. Dillies looked at me. From today on, you will be provided with dragon crystals every day to help you upgrade the level of your mechanical source core. If necessary, the command center will not assign you to perform maintenance tasks. Your only task is to improve your strength as quickly as possible. I simply thanked her, and I could see Dillies' patience and tolerance. The entire combat command center has 100 floors. Her residence is on the 99th floor, and I was arranged on the 97th floor. This treatment shows that she values me. Just as I was about to return to the room, suddenly, a rapid alarm sounded over the city. The concentration of miasma around the city has increased, and a dragon has appeared inside. The alarm sounded continuously. I quickly returned to the edge of the top floor, picked up the telescope, and looked at the danger surging in the miasma in the distance. Dillies calmly turned on the sensor on her mecha mask and calmly issued an order. The 1st and 2nd Garrison Regiments will leave the city immediately to meet the enemy. The 3rd Garrison Regiment will be responsible for evacuating residents on the outskirts and transporting important supplies. Notify the Scavenger Corps and the Collection Corps to prepare for work. The 2 Garrison Regiments quickly assembled. The mechas were neatly dressed, and more than 1,000 mecha divisions were ready to go at the edge of the city. The Garrison Regiment is mostly composed of light mechas, with a few heavy and blade armor mechas. I noticed that the 3rd generation mechas only performed evacuation missions, not direct combat. Confused, I asked Dillies in a low voice, and she explained calmly. 3rd generation mechas are powerful, but they are expensive and consume a lot of dragon crystals. They will only be used when necessary. As soon as Dillies finished speaking, a new alarm sounded again. Warning! Dragon invasion detected. Number 30. Invasion level increased. Oh no, the invasion level has reached A. Dillies' face suddenly became solemn, and my heart sank as well. A-level invasion, which means that at least one dragon has reached A-level, and this level of monster is enough to rival the codenamed mecha piloted by the top mecha master of the 50-level source core level. The 1st and 2nd Garrison Regiments alone are simply unable to resist monsters of this level. Dean, can you help? I asked anxiously. If she didn't take action personally, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, Dillies just shook her head, staring at the wasteland filled with miasma in the distance, and said in a low voice, "No, it's staring at me." Who is staring at you? I was puzzled. You will understand later. Dillies did not explain further, but continued to look ahead. Perhaps her existence is more like a deterrent, and has irreplaceable significance to some unknown existence deep in the miasma. Although I don't understand the reason, I know she must have her reasons for choosing to stand idly by. With no other choice, I could only turn to the battlefield again, secretly praying that the mecha divisions of the Garrison Regiment could hold on. However, the reality is more serious than expected. The number and size of the monster-like dragons that appeared in the wasteland are shocking. 3 of the A-level ones are called dragons, and the remaining 27 are B-level. This is almost the strongest invasion in the past year. The light mechas were almost defeated instantly, and even the heavy mechas could not resist the fierce attack of the A-level dragon. Seeing the situation taking a turn for the worse, only more than 200 blade armor mecha masters managed to hold on and stood in front of the dragons to delay their attack. At this time, a woman's voice came from Dillies' sensor. Her tone was anxious. "Dean, are you going to send the 3rd generation mecha to participate in the battle?" Dillies hesitated for a moment, and just as she was about to agree, a cold voice suddenly rang out. "Codename Mecha by Haiyu apply to go into battle." A blue figure streaked across the sky, 3 pairs of metal wings like a soaring angel, with a faint purple light in its eyes. It was Nellia. I could hardly believe my eyes. "Nellia, are you sure?" Dillies asked. Without even looking back, Nellia flew straight to the battlefield, leaving me with a confusing answer. No. I couldn't help but smile bitterly. Why was she so passionate and impulsive when she knew she had no chance? Only then did I remember that I hadn't seen her for 4 or 5 years, but I never imagined that she had grown into a top mecha master capable of piloting a codenamed mecha and even wields the powerful by Haiyu. Dillies seemed to see through my shock and said calmly, Nellia's grades have always been among the best. She has worked harder than anyone else over the years. She changed the subject and said with a hint of sarcasm, unlike some people who only want to get by. I had to awkwardly change the subject. Do you think she can handle these A-level dragons? Dilly shook her head slightly and said in a serious tone, if it was just a single A-level dragon, she could handle it. But 3. Then why did you let her go? I suddenly became anxious. Even though I am usually careless, I will never stand idly by when faced with a real crisis, especially when my family is in danger. Dilly said, there is a new nuclear-powered locomotive downstairs. The activation code is 0127. Dilly smiled slightly, her eyes cunning. If you really want to make a move, you must work hard in the future. Prove that men are the real overlords of this continent. I smiled bitterly and shook my head, knowing the meaning of her words. My adoptive father was a contracted maintenance technician for Dilly's before he died. The results of the mechanical heart test he left behind qualified me to drive a first-generation mecha. The mecha sat quietly in my maintenance space, almost completely damaged and unable to be put into use immediately. I will settle this account sooner or later. With this thought in mind, I rushed into the elevator and hastily entered the password 0127, and a nuclear-powered locomotive came into view. Nellia, wait for me. The mythical repairman is on his way. On the front battlefield, 200 blade armor mecha masters were besieging 2 A-level dragons, but they were unable to cause fatal damage to them, and their mechas were destroyed one after another. At the same time, the light mecha divisions responsible for besieging the B-class dragon were also struggling. Although their attacks could leave some wounds on the monster, these scars could not weaken the attack power of the dragon at all, and our losses were increasing. This is not a solution, as the captain, Nellia, decisively ordered. The first generation of light mechas will temporarily retreat and release the lure device to distract the B-level dragons. The second generation of light mechas will be responsible for luring away the A-level dragons, and we will defeat them one by one. The heavy mechas are ready to defend at any time, and the blade armors follow me, and we must injure the dragons. Nina controlled the second-generation blade armor and rushed to the front, holding the battle blade high in her hand, and the source core in her body burned to the limit. Her mecha system has displayed propulsion system, fully loaded, power enhancement, activated, braking effect, reach the standard. Warning, the source core energy is insufficient. Continuing to extract will be life-threatening. It is recommended to release the status. Don't stop, Nina shouted, and seeing that she was only one step away from becoming an A-level dragon, she issued the authorization order without hesitation. Confirmed to extract vitality. Authorization approved. A steady stream of vitality was injected into the mecha system. Nina could feel her physical strength gradually being exhausted, but at this moment, there was only a determined will to fight on her face. Calling dragon, she roared, and the giant sword in her hand accurately pierced into the top of the head of the calling dragon. Green blood gushed out, and the calling dragon's howl pierced the air. However, the next second, the dragon's tail swept suddenly, knocking her and her mecha flying. Warning, exosuit armor damaged, core system failure, vital signs dropping rapidly, about to lose consciousness. Although she was unwilling, she had done everything she could. In a blur, Nina saw a figure appear in her sight, and the affectionate eyes made her smile at the moment of death. What beautiful eyes, Nina murmured. Are you a god from heaven? I grinned. Gods? How can they be worthy? If there were gods, they would not have allowed the dragons to wreak havoc on the world, right? But I can save her. Kato's hand, repair the core system. I whispered and began to repair Nina's blade armor. The core system of her mecha was damaged, causing its self-healing function to fail. As long as this is repaired, she can stay alive temporarily, and the next task will be left to the medical team. I activated the awakening skill. Hand of Kato is activated. Core system repair progress is 5%. Warning, insufficient source core energy. Please replenish dragon crystals. I felt a little helpless. The energy of my source core, which had been awakened for less than a day, had been drained. Looking at Nina, who was blushing in front of me, I asked awkwardly, "Did you bring the dragon crystal?" Nina pointed at herself in a weak voice. "Dragon crystal is under your hands." My man? I was stunned for a moment. Then I looked down and found that my hand was on her chest, obviously because her mecha armor was damaged. This position makes me feel even more awkward. After all, the skill of Hand of Kato is special. Hand of Kato greatly increases the success rate of repair, has a high probability of triggering mecha evolution, and improves the mecha master's favorability. Side effect: may cause some trouble to the mecha master. As we all know, repairing mechas requires precise techniques, which inevitably involves repeated touching, rotating, rubbing, and other operations. The skill side effects also intensify the sensation of these contacts, increasing the mecha pilot sensitivity. Nina had held on for so long without showing any signs of abnormality, which showed that she had very little vitality left. Without time to think, I quickly took out 2 A-grade dragon crystals from her waist, swallowed them directly, absorbed them, converted the source core energy, and continued to repair her system. At this time, the system displays: repair progress 90%. Repair successful. Triggering ability evolution. Core system evolution. Source core maximum reserve increased by 10%. Power increased by 10%. Conversion speed increased by 10%. After everything was done, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Is he gone? Thanks to the completion of the core system repair, Nina, who had recovered, opened her eyes slightly and was surrounded by the faces of her team members. She felt a little confused, and her memory only stayed on those affectionate eyes. "Captain, you're finally awake." The team members excitedly helped her up and hurriedly prepared to send her back to the city. "Is the battle over?" she asked weakly. "The third-generation mechas have taken over the battlefield and are doing their best to suppress the A-level dragon. The battle should be over soon." The faces of the team members were still a little gloomy. Nina looked around and noticed the corpse of the A-level dragon on the ground. She couldn't help but feel a little relieved. "Although we are not the strongest, our existence still has meaning, right?" Her words rekindled the light in the team members' eyes. After all, they killed the A-rank called Dragon, a feat that the third-generation mechas had never accomplished. By the way, what about those 2 A-level dragons? Nina couldn't help but worry. After all, the threat posed by 2 A-level dragons was not trivial. Lord Baihaiwe has taken action personally. He is at the peak of his power. Victory should only be a matter of time. Hearing that Baihaiwe was going to fight, Nina was shocked. She had longed for this code-named mecha, and if it weren't for the incompatibility of attributes, perhaps she would be the one to drive it. At the same time, 20 kilometers away from the city, the driver of the Baihaiwe, Nellia, was fighting fiercely with 2 A-level dragons. Following her command, 2 hexagram magic arrays lit up below the dragon, and the brief control allowed her to seize the opportunity. Summoning water, torrent, the cold voice echoed, and the torrent surged out from the magic circle, hitting the dragon's body fiercely. The surrounding light mechas took the opportunity to throw their weapons and hit the target, but strangely, the 2 dragons seemed to have suffered damage but showed no signs of weakening. At this moment, Nellia felt a powerful counterattack force coming. She vomited blood and was shocked and took several steps back. "Foolish human, don't you know that there are strong and weak ones in A-level?" One of the dragons suddenly spoke in human language, which was a sign of reaching S-level. Nellia was suddenly frightened, but she still confronted the other party calmly. "Impossible, you haven't reached S-level yet. You just have some special powers." Her words calmed the surrounding mecha masters and rekindled their fighting spirit. "Foolish human, do you think you can overcome everything as long as you persist?" The dragon sneered, then grabbed another dragon beside him and swallowed it into his mouth. His breath suddenly increased, the color of his scales turned into deep indigo, and his tail emitted a faint electric sound. "Welcome to death." Secret technique. Breath of the divine dragon. Wheel dance of flame. A vortex of scorching flames gushed out from the dragon's mouth. The powerful sense of oppression almost made it impossible for Nellia to breathe, and the surrounding light mechas collapsed and lost their combat effectiveness. The burning flames seemed to have imprisoned Baihaiwe, and she knew she could not escape this time. Summoning water. Absolute barrier. She took a deep breath, crossed her arms, and issued the strongest defense she could withstand. In the battle between fire and water, she knew that Baihaiwe was not enough to fully realize her potential, but she was powerless to change it. At this moment, she felt a fear and unwillingness that she had never felt before. "I'm sorry, Baihaiwe. I'm a burden to you. Go ahead and fight. Use your strength. I will be here." Just when she was in despair, a man's voice sounded in her ears. Nellia turned her head suddenly. What a pair of eyes she saw, gentle and affectionate, as if the world had stopped. She was stunned for a moment, her heart beating faster, and the man actually came riding on a nuclear-powered motorcycle. His figure was extremely dazzling in the flames. She had never seen anyone drive a motorcycle so stunningly. Activate the god-level enchantment to bless the blue sea moon. I whispered the order, and the system responded quickly. Successful blessing. Core power increased by 10%, element conversion accelerated by 10%, and collaboration efficiency increased by 10%. Turn on the keen observation and detect attack weaknesses. The system continued to operate. Target: Dragon Breath Rondo of Flame. Weak point located successfully. Recommended to attack the 9 o'clock direction. At 9 o'clock, attack with all your strength. I instructed. However, Nellia fell into a strange state, as if my repair power had penetrated her consciousness, and her whole body began to become weak and stiff. She gritted her teeth, as if struggling to concentrate. I can't concentrate, she managed to squeeze out a sentence. Hearing her whisper, I jumped off the motorcycle in a hurry, sat firmly on by Hyua's shoulder, and yelled at her. Big sister, cheer up. You don't want your adoptive father to have no descendants. Nellia glared at him and said, Don't mention him. Summon water. Tornado rain attack. She gritted her teeth and released a powerful water elemental attack. A violent water tornado rose into the sky, with thunderclouds all over the sky, and crashed directly into the scorching wheel of fire. In an instant, the powerful skills of the S-level dragon were completely shattered. The water tornado continued to move forward, piercing into the dragon's body and tearing at the monster's scales. This is impossible. My clan is the ruler of this continent. The dragon let out a shrill roar, his breath gradually weakening as he struggled. Seeing this, I shouted, Why are you still standing there? Finish off. Nellia suddenly woke up and controlled by Hyua to prepare for the final blow. However, at this moment, her hands suddenly trembled and she lost all her strength. She groaned, and the mecha swayed and fell to the ground. I grabbed the golden tentacles on by Hyua's head and shouted in despair, Dad, our family may really be extinct. As if she heard my shout, Nellia opened her eyes with difficulty and whispered breathlessly, I forbid you to mention him. Call of water, torrent. She used up the last bit of source core energy, controlling the blue sea moon to deliver the final blow, directly tearing the dragon into pieces. She lost consciousness after completing this attack, but instinctively protected me with her arms, thus avoiding the embarrassment of a legendary maintenance engineer like me having to fight the first and last battle. After the battle, the miasma surrounding the city gradually dissipated, revealing huge dragon crystal veins. The mecha divisions were busy with the finishing work, and the morale of the whole city was greatly boosted. Have you heard? Our newly promoted legendary maintenance technician has made a great contribution this time, a mecha master said excitedly. Yes, I saw with my own eyes that Zhou Shiyun dragged the corpse of an A-level dragon and dragged Lady Nellia's by Haiyu back to the city. It was really shocking. At the same time, in the maintenance department, I was sitting in the reception hall, looking at the half-cold glass of water in front of me and listening to the complaints of my old friend Charlotte. Brother, do you know how busy the maintenance department is right now? The first and second generation mechas suffered heavy losses, and everyone is going crazy. Only you have the leisure to come to me. I didn't comment and handed him a list. Brother, this time it's serious business. Please keep an eye on these parts for me. Charlotte glanced at the list and frowned. What do you want these old parts for? They're all obsolete ones from the early days. Don't worry about it. Just keep an eye on it for me, I said with a smile. Okay, I'm going to get busy. He put away the list, drank the glass of water in front of me, and left in a hurry. Looking at his busy back, I felt a little relieved and couldn't help but give up the idea of helping him change departments. Suddenly, Dillasai's voice came to my ears. Zhou Shiyun, come up. I was slightly stunned and said, I'll be right there. Then I remembered that I had been required to wear earlobe sensors since returning to the city. When we arrived at the 100th floor of the Combat Command Center, Dillies was rarely flying the Gold Wing. She stood in front of me in her training uniform with a solemn expression. She said, You have completed this mission well. Your ability has exceeded my expectations. Your shortcomings are also obvious. The source core level is too low, and it is difficult to support long-term battlefield repairs. Dilly sighed lightly, and then handed over a glittering blood-red crystal with a deep look. I leave this thing to you, and concentrate on improving the source core level. I was stunned when I looked at the crystal in my hand. It turned out to be an A-level one called Dragon Core. Crystals of this level were not something I could access before. The energy contained in the Dragon Core is completely different from the Dragon Crystal. It is the pure energy condensed after the dragon absorbs the miasma. 3 days later, I was in the meditation room of the Combat Command Center, and the source core level was finally upgraded to level 10. Only 2/3 of the fist-sized dragon core is left. Although the feeling of swallowing the dragon crystal raw is terrible, the effect is indeed significant. Just as he was about to continue practicing, a reminder sounded from the sensor beside his ear. "Someone outside wants to see you. Captain Nina?" I opened the door in surprise. She nodded slightly, her tone a little nervous. "Mr. Zhou, I'm here to thank you for saving my life." Looking at her empty hands, I couldn't help but laugh. "Ha, this is your thank you gift? Are you planning to give yourself to me as a gift?" Her face turned even redder, and she quickly stammered to explain, "I just got out of the hospital, and I haven't prepared a gift yet, but I'll make it up to you." "It's okay. It's really not necessary." I smiled and said seriously, "I'm a maintenance technician. It's my duty to help the mecha masters. It's you who have done your best on the battlefield and brought peace to the city. I should be the one thanking you." My words seemed to reassure her, but she was still a little hesitant. "Actually, I'd like to ask you for a favor." Before she could finish her words, Nina had already bowed deeply, her long fiery red hair hanging to the ground like a burning waterfall. I was a little dazed, and my eyes couldn't help but pass through her hair and catch a glimpse of her slightly bent figure, and I couldn't help but cough lightly. "Nina, since you're asking me for help, shouldn't you stand up straight first?" I said half-jokingly. She hesitated slightly, but still stood up straight and looked at me nervously. "Are you really willing to help me?" "Of course. But you have to tell me what it is," I asked with a smile, and couldn't help but sigh in my heart that this girl rushed here just after being discharged from the hospital. What urgent matter had she encountered? "I would like to ask you to help me repair the red flame dance." Her voice trembled slightly, and she even used honorifics. Red flame dance. I was stunned. This was one of the codenamed mechas that was damaged in the battle with the A-Class dragon 4 years ago. It was extremely difficult to repair. Although I am a mythical maintenance technician, my source core level is only level 10, so I am not sure. "Yes, please. I never want to experience that feeling of powerlessness again." Her eyes were red, and her voice trembled slightly. "I've had enough of the helplessness of having to rely on draining vitality to fight against dragons on the battlefield." Her tears slid down like flames in a campfire, causing slight pain in people's hearts. I gently raised my hand, wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, and whispered to comfort her, "Okay, don't cry, or you won't be beautiful anymore." Seeing the hope in her eyes, I smiled gently. "Let's go check on Qi Yinwu first." Seeing my smile, Nina showed a hint of gratitude on her face and deep attachment in her eyes. At this moment, she seemed willing to give everything, including her own life. Afterwards, we visited the Combat Command headquarters together. The entire Combat Command Center has a total of 100 floors. The first 30 floors are the base of the first-generation Mecha Division. The middle 30 floors are the second-generation Mecha Division, and the last 30 floors belong to the third-generation Mecha Division. There is an exclusive maintenance room on every 30 floors, which provides a place for outstanding maintenance technicians to rest. The top 9 floors are where high-ranking officials live, and the 100th floor is where the Combat Command Center is located. Although this kind of stratification is glorious, it also reveals a certain helplessness. Any woman who has awakened to source nuclear energy, regardless of her talent, can join the Combat Command Center. Men must have made great contributions or demonstrated extraordinary talent to qualify. I am probably the only man like me who owns an entire floor right after awakening in hundreds of years. The 100-story Combat Command Center was empty and silent. I looked at the mecha in front of me, the Qianwu, which had once been so majestic on the battlefield. The damaged aircraft is now placed in the exhibition area. The former king has now become a decoration, and I feel a bit unspeakable in my heart. Qi Yinwu's outer armor seemed to have been almost repaired, but it was just a surface project for exhibition, and the internal structure was in tatters. Seeing all this, I frowned and said to Nina beside me, "This situation is a mess. If you want to repair it, you might as well build a new one." Hearing this, Nina's expression instantly dimmed, and her original hope seemed to be extinguished. But I pondered for a moment, placed my palm on the Red Flame Dancer's mecha, and suddenly had a feeling the core fire element of the Red Flame Dancer seems to be still active. Maybe it can awaken the Red Flame Spirit. The so-called codename Mecha is not an ordinary mecha, but the first generation of mecha bred by the mechanical heart. Each codename Mecha has a unique mechanical spirit. Only by perfectly matching the spirit of the machine can the driver be qualified to control it. Although Qi Yinwu has been severely damaged, there seems to be a chance of waking up. I subconsciously looked at Nina. Her efforts were not in vain. I can feel that the fire energy originating from her body is flowing in the red flame dance. She channeled her energy alone, day after day, to bring the fire spirit within Qi Yinwu back to life. It seems that your persistence has paid off, I said softly, with a bit of appreciation in my eyes. Nina looked at me in disbelief, and hope rekindled in her eyes. Why don't you call me Ion from now on? I said. At this moment, I couldn't help but respect this girl's courage, and even felt that she would be the right person to control the red flame dance in the future. How can I do that? Nina was a little shy, but under my slightly threatening gaze, she quickly changed her words. Okay, Ion, nice to meet you. I smiled with satisfaction, stretched out my hand, and clicked a few times casually, and the huge Qi Yinwu gradually shrank and finally turned into a metal box. Gently turning on the sensor beside my ear, I said to Dillies, I'll take Qi Yinwu back first, and I'll report to you when I need parts. After a moment, Dillies' response came from the other end of the sensor. Got it, Ion. I was stunned. When did Dillisai start calling me Ion? However, considering her identity, I could only sigh helplessly. Seeing my complicated expression, Nina asked worriedly, Ion, does Lady Dillies disagree? I looked at her with a smile and deliberately lowered my voice. It's not that I disagree. She said that you have to take care of my food and daily life during the recovery period. And she also said, What? Nina asked hurriedly. I smiled evilly and said, She also said that even if I have some special requests, you have to meet them and even take the initiative. Nina's face flushed instantly. She was too embarrassed to know what to do, and she muttered in a low voice, Lady Dillies, how could you do this? At this moment, the censor came with a sneering voice from Dillies. Little guy, it seems that you are itching for trouble, right? Seeing that Dillies seemed really angry, I quickly explained, Nina, don't take it seriously. I was just joking. But when I looked at her, Nina's nervous look made me feel soft-hearted. I felt a little regretful and secretly blamed myself for being frivolous. She calmed herself down, raised her head, and her face was full of seriousness. Ion, you don't have to make excuses for me. I actually want to do it. What do you want? I was stunned. She took a deep breath, suppressed her shyness, and said firmly, I am willing to stay and take care of you. Even if it is a bit excessive, as long as it is you, I am willing to accept it. Her eyes were sincere, revealing an unshakable determination. Looking at her expression, I realized that it would be futile to explain further, as she had no intention of listening to my explanation at all. Before I could continue, Nina reached out and put her hand on my mouth, saying gently but firmly, Ion, you don't have to explain anymore. I will complete Lady Dillies' mission seriously and take good care of you. At this moment, I am really speechless. She probably really misunderstood, so much so that she resigned from her position as captain and came to live with me. That evening, Nina appeared in front of my room, dragging 2 oversized suitcases. Ion, from today on, I will only be responsible for taking care of your daily life. Don't worry, I will do my best, she said confidently, even with a hint of pride in her eyes. Seeing her give up everything to come here, I felt mixed emotions. I had thought there was still room for maneuver, but now it's completely gone. Just as I was still wondering what Dillies was doing, her calm voice came from the sensor. After the Qianwu is repaired, Nina will be the new codename mecha pilot. The captain's responsibilities will only drag her down. Her words gave me an epiphany, but also a hint of helplessness. What is this? In one game of chess, she had already chosen everything for me, even deciding what responsibilities I should bear. I couldn't help but question, aren't you afraid that I won't be able to fix it? Dillies on the other end of the sensor chuckled. That doesn't matter. If she can't be repaired, she will be your maid. It's up to you to make her a maid for life, or let her become the new king on the battlefield. This really set a trap for me. If I were to say that I, Zhou Shiyun, was an ordinary person with no ambitions, and who just wanted to lie low, it might be true. But if repairing the red flame dance can improve the safety factor of the entire city, it would not be a bad thing. After all, only when the city is stable can I lie down with peace of mind. Otherwise, if a dragon breaks through the city wall, I will not be able to escape the fate of being affected. Nina, you can live in the room opposite, which is also close to the maintenance room. I pointed to the other side and decided to keep some distance as much as possible. However, Nina shook her head in disapproval. How can I live so far away? I'm here to take care of you. so of course I have to live in the same room. I was about to open my mouth to refute, but she said first, "Don't worry, I won't take the initiative to provide special services without permission." After all, she lowered her head slightly, her face slightly red. "I have no experience in this area before." I was almost in tears and laughter. She could say these words so naturally. Doesn't Nina understand what she's saying? For women in the wasteland, perhaps once they have identified someone, they will indeed let go of all their reserve and devote themselves wholeheartedly. Which will come first, tomorrow, or an accident? In the wasteland, it is no longer a hypothesis, but a reality that can happen at any time. I sighed and reluctantly helped her pick up the suitcase. "Okay, let's clean up the room together." Just as she was about to put down her luggage, Nina suddenly shouted in panic, "Ayun, wait. I can do it myself?" But she didn't have time to stop and bumped into me. I couldn't help but groan. "Ugh, so heavy." I couldn't help but blurt out. Her pretty face turned red, and she slapped my shoulder in frustration. "Don't say that. My room is extremely spacious. As the master bedroom on the 97th floor, it is more than enough for not only 2 people, but also more than a dozen beds." Nina took the luggage and went back to her room to pack it up, and I took advantage of the early hours and went into the maintenance room to start repairing Chi Yinwu. He took out the metal box carrying Chi Yinwu from the maintenance space, placed it in the center of the maintenance table, and opened it, his eyes falling on the mecha, which still had a gorgeous appearance. Chi Yinwu suffered severe battle damage. Although his outer armor was repaired beautifully, his internal structure was already in ruins, especially his core power system, which had been completely paralyzed. Even with the hand of Kato's skill, I'm still not sure I can fix it. It's a huge project, and I have to rebuild it almost from scratch. If it can really be repaired, maybe I can reach the 99th floor, right? I laughed at myself softly and began to use my insight skill to conduct an in-depth analysis of Chi Yinwu. After some inspection, I found that the metal plating on the outer layer of Chi Yinwu had indeed been simply repaired, and a large amount of vibranium would be needed to completely restore it. Next is the internal structure. The red flame spirit is still there, and there are even faint signs of awakening. Perhaps it is Nina's persistence that allows the red flame spirit to remain alive. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but have a little more respect for her. I had only started working for a few hours, but dismantling Chi Yinwu's hand armor had already consumed a lot of my energy. The intricate parts and systems inside made me dare not be careless. Just as I was concentrating, the door of the maintenance room was gently pushed open and Nina walked in lightly with a tray of food. "Ayun, eat something first. Your health is important," she said gently. Although she was concerned about Chi Yinwu's recovery, she also knew that it could not be accomplished in a short time. "Okay, put it there, I'll eat in a while," I answered while busy with the work at hand. The complexity of Chi Yinwu far exceeded my expectations. Just one palm contained hundreds of parts and several important functional modules. "Food will get cold if left out for too long, which is bad for your stomach," Nina said with a firm tone. She put down the plate and stood between me and Chi Yinwu, determined not to let me continue working. It was then that I noticed that she had changed into her pajamas, a dark red silk robe that made her skin look even whiter and smoother. Her hair was tied into a ponytail, and she looked fresh and charming. I hastily looked away, grabbed the hot milk and drank it in big gulps, then quickly finished the food on the plate. I have to say that Nina's craftsmanship is very good, at least much better than my adoptive father's. Seeing that I had finished eating, Nina smiled with satisfaction. "Ayun, don't be busy too late. I will go back to the room and wait for you." Her words "wait for you" gave me a chill, and I couldn't help but think of some inappropriate images. I quickly waved my hand and said, "Don't wait for me. I may still be busy for a while. Go to bed early." Nina refused to compromise and said with a smile, "If it's too late, I'll call you again." After saying that, she turned and left with a smile on her pretty face and a charming figure. I was busy until 2 in the morning to finish recording the disassembly process of the hand armor. Just when I was about to continue deconstructing Chi Yinwu's forearm, I suddenly heard Dillisai's voice in my ear. "Little guy, I order you to rest now." I was startled and looked around for any surveillance equipment, but I couldn't see any cameras no matter how hard I looked. "Don't look for it. The entire combat command center is under my surveillance." Dillies continued with a faint smile. "As long as I want, I can check any corner of the building at any time." I was so angry that I was speechless. I protested in a dissatisfied tone. "Lady Dillies, you are invading my privacy. This is really inappropriate." Dillies was silent for a moment, then slowly said, Some dragons that have reached S level have the ability to transform into humans. In order to ensure everyone's safety, I have the responsibility to monitor the combat command center. After hearing this, I actually agreed with her approach a little bit. It was indeed a reasonable reason. But when she recalled that the scene of herself taking a hot spring bath might have been seen clearly within her responsibility, she suddenly felt uncomfortable. As if seeing through my thoughts, Dillies continued, "Little guy, although I will not deny my thoughts about you, as Nina said, without your consent, no one can force you, including me." I breathed a sigh of relief and was about to respond when she changed the subject. "However, if you are willing, then there is no restriction. By the way, the door to the 99th floor is always open to you." After turning off the sensor, I scratched my head speechlessly inside. What a voyeuristic Tom. I no longer had the mood to continue dismantling Chi Yenwu. I closed the maintenance room, rinsed it casually, and decided to bite the bullet and go into the bedroom. The only light in the room was on, a small lamp in the corner, reflecting a large, soft bed. Nina was lying on the bed, holding a cookbook and studying it intently, seeming to have forgotten even the time. When she heard me come in, she happily put down the recipe and hurried over to me. "Oh, and you're done. I thought it was getting late." There was a hint of shyness on her face, and her cheeks were slightly red, which made her look even more charming. "Yeah, I just finished my work." I nodded and turned to look at the bed. Sure enough, the pillows and bedding were neatly laid out, waiting for my exhausted body. I took a deep breath and crawled into bed, feeling tired like a tide. "Then you should rest quickly," Nina said softly, sitting next to me, very close, reaching out and gently lifting my head and placing it on her thighs, her fingers gently pressing my temples. She said softly, "Don't make yourself so tired in the future, okay? I will feel bad." Her technique was not very skillful, but it was tender and clumsy. The strength of the massage was just right, slowly dispelling my tired mind and letting me fall into a deep sleep. When I woke up the next morning, I stretched my body and felt refreshed after last night's deep sleep. However, Nina was no longer by my side. Just as I was wondering, she pushed the door open with breakfast in her hand and looked at me with a smile. "Ayun, get up and have breakfast." In this relaxing day, I suddenly understood the meaning of happiness. Looking at her warm smile, I became more determined to repair Chi Yenwu. In the next few days, I focused on the dismantling and repairing of the red flame dance, while Nina was busy tidying up the room and cleaning the entire floor, while also persisting in her own practice. Every late night, she would urge me to rest and maintain a normal schedule. The results of several days' work slowly filled up the maintenance room, and Chi Yenwu's arm parts were gradually disassembled. Just then, Delis came over specially and brought a batch of vibranium and a new level called Dragon Core. I couldn't help but be a little surprised. "Lord Dillies, this core is so precious, Dragon Crystal is enough," Dillies said in a serious tone. "You are a mythical maintenance technician, the hope of the entire city, and you cannot make any mistakes. Dragon Crystal is good, but using A-level Dragon Core to improve your source core will not only improve the level of your source core, but will also be of great benefit to your ability growth." The Dragon Core she handed over glowed like gold in her palm, steady and full of power. This core would undoubtedly help me reach level 20. Looking at Dillies' determined eyes, I remained silent. My gratitude in my heart was beyond words. How can I repay this kindness? Suddenly, a bold idea popped up in my mind. Maybe I can move to the 99th floor? Chapter 14, Nellia, my stupid brother. More than half a month has passed since the last dragon invasion. The dragon crystal and vibranium veins outside the city have been almost completely collected and are currently in the final stages of collection. The miasma that had originally faded away began to vaguely cover the direction of the city. It seems that we have to continue moving the city. Dillies at the top floor of the combat command center frowned, and suddenly an ominous premonition arose in her heart. In the past, after each dragon invasion, the miasma in the wasteland would take at least 2 to 3 months to recondense before gradually threatening the safety of the city. But this time it was only half a month at most. What exactly is the cause? As the miasma gathers faster and faster, the city had to choose to start early and move towards the unknown future. On the same day, an uninvited guest appeared outside the 97th floor and knocked on Zhou Shiyun's door. "Someone outside the door wants to see you." This time, Zhou Shiyun did not look through the peephole to see who was outside the door, but opened the door directly. After all, no matter who is outside the door, the peeping Tom Dillies will never allow the other person to hurt her. As the door of the room was pushed open by Zhou Shiyun from the inside, Nellia, pulling an oversized suitcase in each hand, appeared outside the door. She had short, delicate azure blue hair, clear, bright purple eyes, and perfect facial features as if she were a fairy walking out of a painting. She was wearing a corset similar to the one worn in combat. Under the cover of the corset, Nellia's graceful body is displayed to the fullest. "Leah, why are you here?" Zhou Shiyun stared at Nellia and the two oversized suitcases in amazement, and an ominous premonition flashed through his mind. On the other hand, Nellia glanced at Zhou Shiyun indifferently and said in a rather unhappy tone, "You are disrespectful. Did you call me Nellia?" "My stupid brother." Nellia walked around Zhou Shiyun's body and entered the room, as if she was the owner of the place, and looked at everything inside casually. Made a murderous eye contact with Nina, who was cleaning in a maid outfit. "Ah, she is," and was interrupted by Nellia just as he was about to explain. "No need to explain, I know everything." Then Nellia sat down on the main seat on the sofa in the hall without any hesitation, looked at Zhou Shiyun, who was still standing stupidly at the door, and said, "From today on, I will also live here. Which one is my room?" Zhou Shiyun subconsciously wanted to reject Nellia's request when he heard that, but suddenly he thought of Nellia, who had lost her father. It seemed that he was the only one left in this world. He couldn't be considered a relative of a relative, right? Although Nellia's attitude towards him has always been not very good, the main reason for this situation is actually because of his adoptive father. After sending Nellia to the Mecha Academy, her adoptive father basically ignored her. At the time when Nellia needed fatherly love and family companionship the most, her adoptive father chose to train herself. He also threatened to train me to be a top maintenance technician so that I could fulfill his unfulfilled dream on his behalf. I have to say that in some ways my adoptive father is actually a very selfish person. So, if the roles were reversed, Zhou Shiyun might not be as good as Nellia. Of course, even so, Zhou Shiyun still asked, "Does she know about that Lady Dillies?" Nellia did not choose to answer Zhou Shiyun's question directly. Instead, she looked at Zhou Shiyun with an indifferent expression and asked, "Why do you think that without the order of Lady Dillies, I would take the initiative to live in a place where you are?" Zhou Shiyun was so confused that he quickly smiled and said, No, that's not possible." "That? Well, Nina, could you please help my sister arrange a room?" Nina nodded, took Nellia's suitcase very proactively, and walked in front to lead the way. At this moment, no matter what the personal relationship between Nina and Nellia is, as long as she is in front of Zhou Shiyun, Nina must always treat Nellia as an elder, right? After settling everything, Nellia sat by the window of her room, looking out at the busy city with a lot of thoughts in her mind. 4 years ago, that is, the year when Qi Yinwu was damaged, the city was invaded by a level 1 dragon, and it was the king of level 1 dragons, only half a step away from reaching the strategic level 1 dragon. It was an extremely brutal battle. Even if all the mecha divisions in the city participated in the battle, they were still no match for the dragon. Lady Dillies was very angry. She couldn't bear to watch her city being destroyed, so she finally took action. The price was the existence in the miasma was alarmed. It was an existence that had already surpassed the strategic level and reached the destructive level. The level is called Dragon. In order to prevent the city from being implicated, Lady Dillies took the initiative to rush into the miasma and started a fierce battle with the destructive level dragon. As for the outcome of the battle, no one knows, but ever since the battle, Lady Dillies has been in a bad mood. The top-level enemy that the city was facing at that time was called Long, but it was finally brought to an end at the cost of Qi Yinwu's sacrifice. That year, Nellia's father sent her to the combat department of the Mecha Academy and told her. Her adopted brother, Zhou Shiyun. He is a very talented young man and will definitely become the best top maintenance technician under his training. I hope she doesn't blame herself. Unfortunately, he is indeed very good now, and he is the most outstanding mythical maintenance engineer since the year 312 of the new calendar. Unfortunately, but you can't see it. In fact, Nellia's feelings towards Zhou Shiyun are far from hatred, but more of jealousy and envy. Jealousy took away the fatherly love that should have belonged to him at an age when he needed family affection the most. But what is the same is that as the only relative left in this world for Nellia, Zhou Shiyun still occupies a very important place in her heart. Lady Dillies asked me to inform you that a master from the Sky City might come in a while, so you must be prepared in advance. After the three of them had lunch, Nellia came straight to the point and said that she actually came with the orders of Lady Dillies. Someone from Sky City? Isn't it coming for me? Unlike Zhou Shiryun's face full of surprise, Nellia nodded very seriously. What else? My stupid brother. Chapter 15. Dilly's Worries. Why don't you come to the 99th floor? How is this possible? Doesn't the Sky City always look down on us people on the ground? How could he come down just for me? Nina at the dinner table was speechless when she heard this, and then spoke in an extremely resentful tone. To be specific, the Sky City just looks down on people like us, which naturally does not include you. My respected mythical maintenance technician, Master Zhou Shiryun. Regarding this point, Nellia on the side deeply agreed. That's right, my stupid brother. The recognition from the two women did not make Zhou Shiryun feel proud. He just felt that he seemed to have gradually begun to develop into a tool man since he had no idea when. What is the Sky City? It is an amazing city. It is a city that is above the 7 main cities and is suspended tens of thousands of meters in the sky. Rumor has it that those who are qualified to live there are geniuses from birth, possessing extremely high talents, great strength, and transcendent status. Moreover, people living in the Sky City don't have to worry about being invaded by dragons. It is a city without smoke and war, and is full of happiness and endless peace. This is the place that the people living on the ground dream of going to. Although Zhou Shiryun obtained a ticket to the Sky City on the day of the assessment, he was not qualified to log into the Sky City until he received approval from the higher-ups. What Nellia said, it was 100% certain that the people sent down this time were here because of him. Could it be that the castle in the sky is planning to accept me? But now he seems to have no intention of going to the Sky City because the city needs him, Nina needs him, and even Nellia and Dilly's may need him to stay here. Do I need to make any preparations in advance? However, whether he went or not, since someone from above had been sent to contact him, Zhou Shiryun thought it was still very necessary to meet with the other party. Nellia nodded, then shook her head and said, Actually, you don't need to prepare anything, you just need to remember. You were born to be a city dweller. Although you are adopted by your father, you cannot deny that he has started taking care of you since you were a baby. Your name was also given by him. Your roots are here, so one should never forget one's roots. Hearing this, Zhou Shiryun suddenly understood, as if he suddenly understood why Dilly's arranged for Nellia to live on the 97th floor. Although she had no intention of leaving the city, Dilly still sent Nellia over to comfort her with both emotional and logical appeals. But came down from the city in the sky, would use force on me? Didn't Lord Dilly say before that as long as he was in the city, no one could go against his will or force him to do something he didn't like? As if they were in sync with each other, Dilly's voice came through the sensor the next second. As long as you are in the city, no one can force you to do something you don't like. But if it is your own will, then even I have no reason to stop you. Zhou Shiryun chuckled when he heard that, but what he was thinking about was what Nellia had said before. In fact, just as Nellia said, the city is his roots and the place where he grew up. How could he leave so easily? What's more, this happened at this critical moment when the miasma became abnormal. Don't worry, Lady Dillies. Unless the other party uses a honey trap, I will never compromise. This sentence was just a joke from Zhou Shiryun, but it sounded particularly harsh to Dillisai. To have Nina and Delia? Must I do it myself? Little guy, if the honey trap really works on you, why don't you try to take the elevator to the 99th floor? Would you like me to have a deeper conversation with you? Zhou Shiryun was so frightened that his legs trembled when he heard this, and he kept saying no need. I can't afford to offend him. I really can't afford to offend him. I didn't expect that Lady Dillies is not only a peeping Tom, but also the gangster leader of the city. Another 3 days passed. During these 3 days, the movement speed of the miasma increased visibly. Fortunately, the city had already started moving. It is estimated that the next contact with the miasma will be in about half a month. During these 3 days, Zhou Shiryun was surprised to find that Nina and Nellia seemed to get along quite well. At least there were no major disagreements, except for the day Nellia moved in. After discovering that Nina was living in the same room with Zhou Shiryun, she unceremoniously moved her suitcase into Zhou Shiryun's bedroom. He even said under the pretext of asking his adoptive father to take good care of Zhou Shiryun and train him into a well-rounded young man with all-round development in moral, intellectual, physical, aesthetic, and labor aspects. Otherwise, he would be letting down his father's spirit in heaven. Well, it was a very lame excuse, but one that Zhou Shiryun had no way to refute. Fortunately, Nellia slept in the same small bed as Nina, which made Zhou Shiryun feel relieved but also a little regretful. As for what he regrets, I guess only God knows. As for Nina, she generously welcomed Nellia's stay, and as if declaring her sovereignty, she took the initiative to ask to massage Zhou Shiyun's head and whole body. In order to avoid the escalation of the war, Zhou Shiyun naturally rejected Nina's request with righteous words. Therefore, I was very surprised to receive praise from Dilly's damn peeping Tom. At the same time, a small incident happened during this period. Whenever Zhou Shiyun encountered a problem that could not be solved on the technical level when repairing Qi Yanwu, he would always appear in the reception hall of the maintenance department to discuss solutions with his good brother Charlotte. Then, when Charlotte frowned and finally spread her hands to show that she had no solution, Zhou Shiyun would proudly tell her that his Kato hand could solve everything. Therefore, Zhou Shiyun had no idea how many times he had been abused by Charlotte during this period, and she even expressed her intention to sever all ties with him and never have any contact with him again. Of course, Zhou Shiyun would definitely not take it seriously. The general meaning was, you can curse as you like, and I will show off mine. Moreover, he would occasionally write down his own notes while repairing the red flame dance and show them to Charlotte, clearly marking some key issues on them, which were the repair solutions that Charlotte could not think of no matter how hard she tried. In fact, Charlotte was very grateful to Zhou Shiyun in her heart. After all, being able to get in touch with the core content of repairing the codenamed mecha like Qi Yanwu was probably an opportunity he would never encounter in his lifetime, but he had never said a word like thank you. Of course, Zhou Shiyun didn't want to listen at all. As his good brother, the good brother who will dominate the entire city's maintenance industry in the future, although Charlotte does not have the opportunity to work in the same maintenance room with him, they are still in their respective positions, doing what they are best at and what they like most. What else is there to be dissatisfied about? Castle in the Sky, patron saint of the 12 zodiac animals, codenamed Dog. Chapter 16. Make a contract to survive. About 10 days later, Zhou Shiyun finally completed the disassembly of the Qianwu. After selectively repairing some of its parts, he sat down on the floor of the maintenance room with a look of despair on his face. Looking at the thousands of spare parts that almost filled the entire maintenance room, as well as the notes piled up in the corners, he decided that he would never take the initiative to take on the trouble of repairing codenamed mechas like this again. It will really kill people. However, just as he was about to use Kato's hand to awaken the red flame spirit, sounded throughout the sky arrived as expected. Warning! Warning! The concentration of miasma around the city has been detected to be rising, and the current concentration level is level 1. A dragon has been detected inside the miasma. Warning! Warning! The concentration of miasma around the city has been detected to be rising, and the current concentration level is level 1. A dragon has been detected inside the miasma. Warning! Warning! Dragon invasion detected. Invasion level. Invasion quantity 20. Warning! Warning! Dragon invasion detected. Invasion level. Invasion quantity 20. Level 1 invasion? How so? Normally, level 5 invasions only occur once every few years, so why are they so frequent recently? Or is there really something wrong inside the miasma? Before they had time to think, Dilly's voice rang in everyone's ears at the same time. Notify the first, second, and third generation mechas to all leave the city to fight. Notify the scavenging corps. All members of the collection corps should transfer to the reserve corps' training mechas and be ready to support the battlefield at any time. Notify the Baihayu to be the main battle mecha and fight against the dragon. This battle concerns the survival of the city. Please prepare for the worst and fight to the death. Zhou Shiyun could fully understand Dilly's mood, which was just like his own mood at the moment, gloomy and dark, as if there was no light at all. Hey, my stupid brother, if I accidentally die on the battlefield this time, please be sure to bury my body next to my father. Although he didn't take care of me when he was alive, he was very kind to me after his death. As children, we must always stay by our parents' side and show filial piety. The opponent this time is a level 4 dragon, and it's not even the kind that has just been promoted to level 4. The Blue Sea Moon driven by Nellia is the main attacker this time, which is basically a death sentence. Zhou Shiyun was a little flustered when he heard this. He couldn't tell what he was feeling, but his body subconsciously blocked Nellia's way. No, you are no match for level Jiao. You'll only die if you go over there like this. Nellia sneered. Not a match? So what? Can't we just not go if we're not opponents? Nellia pointed out the window and said, My foolish brother, open your eyes and look outside. There are 300,000 people living in the city outside. Among them are your classmates, your brothers, and ordinary people who work hard all day long. Never slander everything in the present, and cherish the sunlight that shines into their eyes every morning. Now all of them have placed their hopes on me, on by Highway. Do you want me to be a deserter at this time? I can't do it. I really can't do it. Nellia cried, crying very sadly. Even though she knew she was going to die, she couldn't escape. Even though she herself was just a recent graduate who had just turned 18 and lost her father not long ago. She still has a great time and a bright future. She has not been in love, married, or had children. But the responsibility on her shoulders told her that even if she died, she wanted to die gloriously on the battlefield like her father. Zhou Shiyun felt a little helpless when he heard this, but a smile of relief still appeared at the corners of his mouth. In that case, let me accompany you. Let's go fight together. Upon hearing this, Nellia was stunned at first, and then an extremely exaggerated expression appeared on her face. You mean to say that you want to sign an exclusive contract with me? But with your talent, aren't you going to think about it? The so-called signing of an exclusive contract is a contract signed between a maintenance technician with innate skills and a mecha pilot who controls the mecha. After the contract takes effect, the maintenance technician will be able to successfully appear in the mecha as a co-pilot and share the source nuclear energy in his body with the mecha pilot in the main driving position. Not only that, when a mecha on the battlefield is attacked and damaged, the maintenance technician in the co-pilot position can not only repair the inside of the mecha immediately, but the repair effect is several times that before the contract. Zhou Shiyun is very talented and has extraordinary skills. There has never been a maintenance engineer in history who could be compared with Zhou Shiyun. Therefore, even if someone like him finally chose to sign a contract with the General of Sky City, Nellia would not be surprised. So even though Nellia knew what she was about to face, she still did not expect Zhou Shiyun to become her exclusive maintenance engineer. Of course, it wasn't just Nellia who was equally surprised, but also Nina, who was in the same room, and the peeping Tom Dillies. Ayun, little guy you. After seeing the three most powerful women in the city expressing shock at what he said, Zhou Shiyun just grinned. Actually, since I awakened the mechanical heart, I discovered I seem to be able to sign contracts with several mecha pilots at the same time, and even transfer my body on the battlefield, instantly appearing as the co-pilot of any mecha within a distance of no more than 300 meters. So, my dear sister Nellia, facts aside, are you willing to become one of my exclusive mecha masters? When she saw Zhou Shiyun's outstretched hands, Nellia burst into laughter. Of course, my stupid brother. Nellia also stretched out her hands, crossed them with Zhou Shiyun's hands, and held them tightly together. But let me be frank. This is my first time with Bai Haiyu. I've never had a co-pilot before, so when you go in later, you must be gentle and not let Bai Haiyu feel any resistance. Do you understand? Zhou Shiyun was speechless. As a legendary repairman, he was far ahead of Nellia in terms of his understanding of mechas. Not to mention that he was just a co-pilot. He even knew exactly where the core point of Bai Haiyu was. However, in order to reassure Nellia, he still expressed his cooperation very tactfully. Don't worry, I'll be gentle. Castle in the Sky, patron saint of the 12 zodiac signs, codenamed Pig. Chapter 17, Despair? A burning blow. Ayun Nellia, you must come back alive. Nina stared blankly at the two people's departing backs, feeling an indescribable feeling in her heart. If that is the case, then when Qi Yinwu is repaired, will I also have the opportunity to sign a contract with Ayun? But soon, her thoughts were interrupted by the battle outside the city. Foolish human, if you give up resistance and submit to me, you may still have a chance of survival. The dragon spoke in human language and did not seem to be in a hurry to take action. Instead, he watched with interest his men carrying out a large-scale massacre of human mecha divisions. This time it brought a total of 19 dragons, including 3 level 4 dragons and 16 level 5 dragons. The lineup is luxurious and the strength is extremely powerful. Especially when Dillies is unable to take action, it is confident that it can occupy the entire city. That's right, it's about occupation, not destruction. Damn it, dragon, we won't admit defeat. The Control Series, the captain of the mecha division of the 3rd generation of mechas, is named Tinas. After Nina took the initiative to resign as the captain of the 1st and 2nd generation mecha teams, this batch of mechas were all handed over to Tinas for management. Under the command of Tinas, the 1st and 2nd generation mechas all fought against the level 1 dragons, and the remaining 3 level 1 dragons were left to the mecha pilots driving the 3rd generation mechas to deal with. Fortunately, for some reason, the dragon did not attack with his men, which gave Tinas a chance to catch her breath. Tinas turned on the sensors and connected with all the mecha warriors on the battlefield. All light mechas changed their strategies. No longer focus on harassment. Actively activate the double wings loss to close the distance between you and the Super Dragon. All heavy mechas, activate the Titan Arm. I need you to control all the Super Dragons within a range. We only have one chance. Blade, armor black, poison blade ready. After arranging the tactics, Tina's tone changed. Sisters, let me emphasize again, we only have one chance, really only one. Tina's tone was a little heavy. Facing such a powerful dragon invasion, she experienced the helplessness of the weak firsthand. Let's go. Following Tina's order, all the light mechas immediately gave up their immediate targets, spread their wings behind them, and flew at high speed, and began to purposefully gather all the dragons together. The heavy mechas do not have the ability to fly at high altitudes. Flying at medium and low altitudes is enough for them. The effect of the Titan Arm is super defense plus extreme strength, which is enough for them to block all the super dragons that want to break through. The next second after the encirclement was formed, all the blade armors appeared above the entire encirclement like ghosts, and the black poisonous blades in their hands stabbed fiercely at the head of the super-level dragon. This was the first cooperation between the 3 generations of mechas, but it seemed unusually harmonious under Tina's command. Did it work? Blade in her hand accurately inserted into the forehead of the dragon. Tina was about to breathe a sigh of relief, but suddenly she felt a chill on her back. She turned her head and saw a scene that she would never forget. Secret technique, Dragon's Breath, Ice Dragon Dance. Secret, Dragon's Breath, Wheel Dance of Flame. Secret, Dragon's Breath, Wild Dance of the Wind. The 3-level, 1 dragons, at the cost of sacrificing all the level 1 dragons, surrounded all the mecha divisions on the battlefield. At this moment, their attack is enough to destroy everything. I am sorry. Before making this decision, Tina's thought a lot. She thought that her actions would fail, that Super Dragon would not die, and that Super Dragon might stop her actions. But she never expected that the 16 Super Dragons, which seemed extremely powerful to her, were actually just baits for the Super Dragons and could be sacrificed at any time. As expected apart from humans, is there no other race that values life so much? I'm sorry, it's all my fault. After taking a last look at her sisters, comrades, and teammates around her, Tina's closed her eyes in despair. Captain, it's not your fault, we will. At least our sacrifice wasn't in vain, right? Although the team members around her were equally desperate, they didn't want Tina's to feel guilty before she died. It turns out that it's not the world that has abandoned us, but humans should not exist on this land. Faced with death, the Mecha Masters were completely relieved at this moment. However, even if there is no way for us to be recognized by this land, as human beings we still have to leave our own traces on this land. It is better to burn with passion than to die in despair. At this moment, all the Mecha Masters gathered together. They closed their eyes, held hands, snuggled up to each other, and even opened their visors on their own initiative. Tina's rekindled her fighting spirit, looked up at the super-sized dragon above everyone, and used all her strength to roar like she had never roared before. Level called Dragon. Come to hell with us. Advancement system reaches value. Power core conversion value. Source nuclear energy extraction completed. Current extraction progress is 100. Self-destruction system is ready. Boom! The explosion was deafening. Flames and thick smoke rose into the sky, and the air was filled with a suffocating pungent smell. Along with intermittent explosions, clouds of thick black smoke billowed out, and debris and fragments flew everywhere like sharp arrows. The continuous muffled sound was mixed with a piercing scream that broke through the air. The earth seemed to be shaking. The blazing flames were running everywhere. The tongues of fire close to the ground licked the nearest objects, and thick smoke filled the face. However, in this tragic explosion, a woman's voice seemed particularly harsh, yet it sounded like the sound of nature. Primary element liberation. Water summons. Absolute barrier. At this moment, manhwa finally arrived. In the dense black smoke, figures covering their noses and wiping their tears jumped by. Coughing sounds came one after another. The charred figures wrapped in flames, with clusters of collapsing flames under their feet, and tongues of fire chasing them from behind. The ubiquitous flames burned their hair and eyebrows to a crisp. Logically speaking, this should have been a sad picture, but now it seems quite funny, because at least they all survived. I'm sorry. I came too late to save your mecha. As a mecha master, Nellia knows better than anyone what it means to lose a mecha. Chapter 18. How about we get used to each other? It's okay, at least. We're all still alive, aren't we? Tina's figure slowly walked out of the flames, followed by her team members, more than 1,000 people in total. Hand in hand, they stumbled out of the center of the explosion. Their combat uniforms were riddled with holes, but the gentle water element was protecting their bodies all the time. Of course, some waist-length hair that originally draped behind the back and beautiful eyelashes may not be so lucky. The battle is not over yet. You should go back to the city first. Nellia stretched out her hand and used the water element to separate Tinas and others from the battlefield, her eyes fixed on the center of the explosion. She could feel that an extremely powerful aura was awakening. I have to admit that the power of these toys after they exploded is enough to threaten my life. It's really surprising. Unfortunately, you failed. The super dragon gradually rose into the air, and only after it flew out of the explosion range did everyone see its current appearance. Horns on its head had long been broken, and its bloody jaw had been completely blown off. Its originally majestic body was riddled with holes, and even the wings behind it had been blown off. But even so, the aura emanating from the super dragon's body is still enough to pose a threat to Nellia. Lord Nellia, please be careful. Seeing the super dragon appear, Tennessee did not hesitate at all and immediately began to organize everyone to retreat. Leave the battlefield to Nellia and Super Dragon. However, in her opinion, even if the Super Dragon still has the ability to resist, it will definitely not be a match for Lady Nellia. Nellia ignored Tinas' instructions, not because she was arrogant or looked down on Tinas. In fact, Tinas was able to become the captain of 3 mecha division teams. Whether in terms of talent or strength, she is far superior to the current Nellia. The only pity is that Tinas in the city, so Tinas will never be able to become the driver of the code mecha. The reason why Nellia didn't speak was simply because she was still enduring. She was enduring the pair of big hands that kept wandering over her body, touching everything about her. Don't want to receive your enchantment blessing anymore unless it is necessary. Although Zhou Shiyun's enchantment brought great bonuses to Nellia after signing the contract, it even doubled her overall strength. But after the improvement of strength, she got double the touch of those big hands. Being able to stand still was already Nellia's current limit. How about you try to get used to it? Look, I'm getting used to it, aren't I? Although Zhou Shiyun's god-level enchantment brought great trouble to Nellia, when becoming Nellia's exclusive contract repairman, Zhou Shiyun said that he was also very troubled, okay? Especially when he was standing on the co-pilot seat of Bai Haiyu, looking at Nellia, who was crouching less than 20 centimeters away from him, wearing only a translucent combat uniform, and driving Bai Haiyu meticulously. Zhou Shiyun said he was a little overwhelmed, and because the distance was so close, he had to force himself to stay calm at all times. And he had almost recited the mantra, keep your heart as clear as ice and don't be startled by the collapse of the world to pieces. Oh my God! Who is torturing whom? Shut up! The dragon's injuries are recovering. We must get rid of it before it attacks us. Nellia forced herself not to care about the feelings of her body and focused 200% of her energy on controlling Bai Haiyu. Bai Haiyu stretched out his hands, made a gesture similar to aiming, and immediately locked the position of the dragon. On the other hand, Zhou Shiyun was also extremely serious. He stretched out his hands and made the same gesture as Bai Haiyu. Bai Haiyu, I authorize you to actively extract the source core energy in my body and launch the strongest attack. The source core level in Zhou Shiyun's body is only level 20. The source core energy in his body is completely composed of level 20 dragon cores. The intensity of the attack he launches will naturally exceed Nellia's current highest level. Of course, this kind of energy is hard to come by, so Zhou Shiyun would not use it easily on a daily basis. But who can blame them for the fact that their opponent is a super powerful dragon? Intermediate element liberation, water summons, tornado rain strike. The next second, the sky and the earth changed color. Thunderclouds gathered above everyone's heads, and a strong wind blew. A long dragon composed entirely of water elements emerged from between Nellia's hands, aimed at the location of the dragon, and slammed into it fiercely. Water element? Humans are indeed a race blessed by nature, but it's a pity. How can a race without the guidance of the gods understand the mysteries of elemental power? This time, let me teach you what the water element is. The dragon roared to the sky, not taking the attacks of the two people seriously at all. Instead, it stretched out a dragon claw and lightly tapped the direction where the tornado was rushing. I swear by the water, in your name, and with my body as a drop of water condensed on Xiaolong's fingertips, neither too big nor too small, just the right amount. But just this one drop of water actually penetrated through Nellia's tornado, and the water element dragon shattered. Moreover, this drop of water continued to move forward. After penetrating the tornado and rain, it rushed towards Bai Haiyue's location at an extremely fast speed. Run through? It runs through and through, so this is what it is like. At this moment, Zhou Shiyun finally understood how the penetrating wound on Qi Yinwu appeared. Hide! You must hide! We can't take this blow! Nellia, hide! Naturally, Nellia also felt the threat from the drop of water and immediately wanted to move away. However, no matter how hard she tried, she found that her legs seemed to be pressed firmly in place, and she could not move at all. No, I can't move. Nellia's voice trembled a little. She seemed to have seen the scene of herself and Zhou Shiyun being pierced by water droplets. Whoa, I'm sorry. Ayun, I'm sorry. Nellia cried loudly and was on the verge of collapse. Zhou Shiyun frowned when he saw this, but the next moment he suddenly lifted up Nellia's legs from behind, leaving Nellia's entire back half hanging in the air. Ayun, what are you going to do? Considering his current posture, could it be that Ayun was planning to do something before he died? For now, we can only fight hard. Zhou Shiyun's expression was somewhat ferocious, and he poured all the source nuclear energy in his body into it. Kato's hand. Evolve for me. Chapter 19. Victory, but at a terrible price. Ding. Use Kato's hand to repair and trigger the mecha's evolution ability. Leg mecha evolved successfully. Propulsion system upgraded. Movement speed increased by 20. Leg strength increased by 20. Source core energy conversion frequency increased by 20. Element attribute conversion frequency increased by 20. Understand water attribute elemental moves. Intermediate element liberation. Water moves. Fog hidden. Hurry now. Nellia suddenly realized and said in a tender voice, I swear by the water, in your name, and in my body, I will hide in the mist. When the water element transformed into mist and enveloped Bai Haiyue's entire body, the figures of Nellia and Zhou Shiyun completely disappeared from the battlefield, and they both avoided the fatal blow without exception. Level Jiaolong was horrified, and just as he was about to make a move, an attack made entirely of water elemental dragon appeared right behind his body. Intermediate element liberation, water summons, tornado rain strike. Call on. I'll take your life. Of Kirigakure is not just to simply turn itself into mist to avoid all attacks, but also has the ability to teleport instantly. However, this ability is limited. For the current Nellia, the range of instant teleportation is not large. But for the current situation, it is completely sufficient. This is what is meant by giving someone a taste of their own medicine. Previously, the level 1 dragon had mocked humans for not having the guidance of God and being unable to master the means to truly control elemental abilities. The next second, he was slapped in the face by Zhou Shiyun's evolved abilities, and he paid with his life for it. However, what was not noticed was that although the dragon was unwilling to die, its eyes were full of relief when it looked towards the city. To be more specific, the direction it was looking at should be where Tinus and the others were. Then, in a voice that only it could hear, it whispered, My little master, you must live well. This old slave can only be sent here. Ayun, did we win? The Bai Haiyu, Nellia stared blankly at the breathless super dragon, lying weakly in the driving seat. Although Zhou Shiyun behind him seemed to be in good condition, the hint of fear in his eyes was enough to prove that his mood did not seem to be as calm as it seemed on the surface. Yeah, we won. Finally won. But the price the city paid for this battle was too high. Except for the Bai Haiyu piloted by Nellia and the training mecha of the garrison regiment, all the combat mechas were destroyed. The city's current situation has hit rock bottom. Welcome back, hero. Lady Nellia, Lord Zhou Shiyun. Thank you for your hard work. Long live Lady Nellia, long live Lady Zhou Shiyun. The joy of victory can always dilute the sadness in people's hearts. The scavenger corps and collectors work at the same time to send large amounts of vibranium and dragon crystal to the strategic resources department. No matter what the outcome is, at least they survived, and since they're still alive, life must go on. Dillies did not greet Zhou Shiyun and others immediately. Instead, she drove the golden wing directly into the miasma that was about to dissipate. Is Lady Dillies okay? On the 100th floor of the Combat Command Center, Zhou Shiyan asked worriedly as he looked at the figure disappearing into the depths of the miasma on the screen. It's okay, Lady Dillies needs to vent. Selena, Minister of Strategic Resources and the second most powerful person in the entire city, could naturally understand Dillies' current mood. Zhou Shiyan, in this special era we live in, as long as there is a battle, there will naturally be sacrifices. This is inevitable. You have done a good job, at least. Our warcasters are all still alive, aren't they? Reaching out and touching Zhou Shiyan's head, Selena, still charming, continued to comfort him. Go back and rest first. Your mission has just begun. Zhou Shiyan nodded, took one last look in the direction where the miasma dissipated, and then left the Combat Command Center without saying a word. He knew very well what the mission Selena was talking about was. If nothing unexpected happens, Zhou Shiyan will personally participate in the design and manufacture of the latest generation of combat mechas. But before that, he decided to repair the Scarlet Flame Dancer first. At least before the next dragon invasion, Nellia and her, by high you won't have to fight alone. Meanwhile, deep in the miasma, destruction, you promised yourself that if I left him to you, you would prevent the dragons from other tribes from escaping the miasma through this passage. Until now, you have broken your promises to me again and again. If you can't give me an explanation, then don't blame me for being rude. A strong wind suddenly blew up above the wasteland centered on Dillies, and endless thunder was everywhere, clinging to the surface of the Gold Wing's outer armor like armor. As soon as the dragon named Destruction finished speaking, an earth-shattering battle immediately began in the depths of the miasma. Dear Sir Dillies, I think, has there been some misunderstanding between us? If Zhou Shiyan was present at this moment, he would definitely be extremely surprised because this voice from Destruction, it's exactly the same voice as his adoptive father's. Misunderstand? There are 20 dead dragons lying outside my city, and you're telling me it's a misunderstanding? Destruction, you don't really think I can do nothing to you? The dragon called Destruction sighed, then slowly moved its body, which was as heavy as a mountain, to make way for the passage it was guarding behind it. At the end of the passage, there were more than 30 dragon corpses. Among them, there are 3 corpses of level 1 dragons, and there is even a strategic level dragon. Black blood almost flowed along the entire passage. It is conceivable that in order to leave these corpses, Destruction came at a huge price. That guy showed up. He's been a little unstable lately, and people from other tribes are fleeing. At this point, the tone of Destruction even seemed a little tired. During this period, I have stopped many people from my tribe, but there are some things I cannot stop. Just like you humans do not want to be eliminated by this land, dragons also need to leave seeds. I hope Lady Dillies can understand me. Dillisai suddenly realized, it turns out that since when the invasion of dragons has changed its flavor. In that case, then I want to take these dragon corpses back with me. Chapter 20. Unreasonable Dillisai. Why? I killed them all, so they should belong to me. The body of the dragon is full of treasures, and these treasures are not only of great use to humans, but also extremely superior food for the destruction of the dragon clan. Not only can it strengthen the armor attached to its body, it can even improve its own level. Although Destruction is already a top boss, there is still a certain gap between him and the ceiling of the demon god level. Otherwise, why would it go to such great lengths to stop so many people? Rather than a transaction between it and Dillies, it is more like a win-win cooperation. The heavy losses in our city, isn't that enough? There isn't even a single combat mecha left in the entire city. If you allow dragons from other tribes to invade the city again, how should I respond? Dillisai said confidently that it was absolutely impossible to let her go back empty-handed. You are unreasonable. At this moment, Destruction was so angry. You can't stop them, so what does it have to do with it? Besides, if it wasn't blocking in front, if a strategic level dragon was released at random, wouldn't the whole city be razed to the ground? We women have never been reasonable creatures. Anyway, this is the thing. If you don't agree to my request, then we'll have a fight, and then lure that guy over here, and we'll all die together. Destruction wanted to become stronger, and Dillies wanted to protect her city, so a seemingly outrageous operation was born. Dillies agreed to destroy the transmission channel behind the location of the city, and destroy helped her stop all the dragons that wanted to invade the city. As for the consequence of doing so, Dillies' city gained peace, and the destruction that constantly devoured her own people was improved. As for how far it would be improved in the future, that was none of Dillies' business. Anyway, the worst result would be the birth of a world-destroying being in the Dragon Clan. Although it does seem like raising a tiger to harm you. At least it will happen a long time in the future, right? Lord Dillies, I hope you won't regret your decision today. Destruction looked at Dillies deeply, then rolled its tail and threw all the 30 or so dragon corpses behind it to Dillies' feet. There is a strategic level dragon in here. Destruction feels that his heart is trembling. And it is not just because of the heartache, but mostly because of anger. Because Dillies dared to gamble, to use her own life and the 300,000 humans behind her as a bet, but she didn't dare. It has been trapped for thousands of years and finally has the power of destruction level, just to be able to evolve into a demon god level one day. Now it is only one step away from leaving this hellish place, leaving this cage with endless miasma and no end in sight. It will not allow any accidents to occur. Maybe Dillies didn't dare to gamble and was just bluffing, but even so, it can only choose to give in. Very good. I hope our cooperation can continue. After taking a last look at the unwilling destruction, Dillies waved her hand and directly put the corpse of the dragon into the storage space in Jeannie's body, then flew in the direction she came from without looking back. After Dillies returned to the city, the first order she issued was to summon all the mecha divisions who had participated in the previous battle to gather at the central square of the Mecha Academy. Selena, go inform Zhou Shiyun and Nellia and ask them to come with you. Selena was a little confused and didn't know what Dillies was up to, but she nodded and agreed, and then began to try to lock Zhou Shiyun's position through sensors. 1 minute later, strangeness. Why can't the location be locked? Did he go there? If there is a place in the city that can block the monitoring of the combat command center, it is only there. No wonder Lady Dillies sent me to find it instead of notifying me directly through the sensor. After figuring out something, Selena's face flashed with helplessness. Time goes back half an hour. After leaving the combat command center, Zhou Shiyun did not return to his 97th floor, but returned to his favorite place during school. The Mecha Academy is more like an abandoned warehouse that has been abandoned for many years than a combat simulation room. But in this warehouse, there are 2 models of the first generation of nuclear-powered locomotives. During school, whenever Zhou Shiyun was in a bad mood, he would ask his good brother Charlotte to come here and perform an exciting game of speed and passion. Coincidentally, when Zhou Shiyun arrived at the abandoned warehouse, his good brother Charlotte appeared in front of the warehouse door as if they had telepathic connection. Want a round? Facing Charlotte's invitation, Zhou Shiyun was very curious. Shouldn't your maintenance department be busy at this time? How come you have time to come here? Charlotte laughed dryly and said in an indescribable tone, It's gone, all gone. More than 1,000 mechas exploded. Not even a screw was left. How can I repair a hammer? Our maintenance department is about to close down. By the way, Ayun, when I lose my job, remember to help me. As she spoke, the smile on Charlotte's face grew more intense, but the tears in her eyes were rolling wildly, as if she was looking for a breakthrough to vent. For Charlotte, who was devoted to maintenance work, repairing mechas is everything to him and his life mission. 3 entire generations of mechas was more painful than taking his own life. But in front of Zhou Shiyun, a good brother who had been to the battlefield and could save the lives of all mecha pilots, he could not save the mecha. Charlotte's heart seemed to be tightly grasped by a fist, and the pain made it difficult for her to breathe. Charlotte, as Charlotte's brother, how could Zhou Shiyun not know what the other party was thinking? Want a round? Let's go. Zhou Shiyun and Charlotte walked into the abandoned warehouse side by side, and then sat on their own exclusive nuclear-powered locomotives. As usual, after catching a shrimp, whoever is in front wins. The two looked at each other. The fire in their eyes gradually burned, full of fighting spirit, and pressed the start button at the same time. Catching shrimp. Iwo blew up the taxi of the Special Forces Battalion. Ba Bifo hires Death Chase. Love makes way die and buys greedy dogs. Relying on Mio's love for Sanchi's dead mistress. Take your mom to fly. Harry kicked the wrong, but Montauk. Chapter 21. Charlotte's Troubles. Finishing a song of catching shrimps, Charlotte laughed at Zhou Shiyun, who was 1 step behind her. Ayun, it seems like you have never defeated me in all these years. Zhou Shiyun smiled bitterly. How about another round? I will definitely win this round. Charlotte waved her hand. Forget it. The result will be the same if we play another round, right? Eyes very seriously, and the smile on her lips gradually disappeared. You really don't have to give in to me all the time. I'm not as fragile as you think. From childhood to adulthood, whether playing games, taking exams, or even repairing mechas, Zhou Shiyun would always deliberately lag behind himself. In the past, Charlotte did not understand Zhou Shiyun's behavior. It was not until the moment Zhou Shiyun was taken away by Dilisai that he realized. It turns out that his good brother has always been better than him, and he is much better. But the better he was, the less he dared to show it. All he was worried about was losing his only brother, himself. But in fact, Zhou Shiyun had been wrong all along. He had misjudged himself. Although Charlotte is not a big shot, he will never choose to escape because of jealousy, nor will he destroy the brotherhood between the two of them, just because Zhou Shiyun is better than him. Ayun, do you think the maintenance department will still be necessary after the mechas are gone? Charlotte had basically spent the first half of his life preparing to repair mechas. Now, he had finally entered a stage where he could show his talents, but he found that the stage under his feet was so fragile that it collapsed and was destroyed in an instant. It was as if my life had suddenly lost its purpose, and I didn't know where to go. Zhou Shiyun didn't say anything, but just patted Charlotte's shoulder heavily. Then I sat back in the original nuclear-powered locomotive alone and pressed the start button. The piercing roar brought the confused Charlotte back to reality. He stared blankly at his good brother who was driving the motorcycle seriously and was a little dazed for a moment. Charlotte, difficulties are only temporary. You are excellent and have always been excellent. I believe you can find a solution to the problem. Find your own way and move forward courageously. For example, these two nuclear-powered locomotives, weren't they repaired by you? Nuclear-powered locomotive. Nuclear-powered locomotive. Charlotte felt a flash of inspiration in her mind, as if she had grasped some key point, but she also had an indescribable feeling. Even when Zhou Shiyun was later taken away by the most beautiful woman in the city, Lady Selena, grabbing his ears, Charlotte still stayed there thinking. The operation mode of the source nuclear power locomotive is the same as that of the mecha. The only difference between the two is the existence of the Mecha Master. This year, the production department has developed a batch of the latest generation of nuclear-powered locomotives with a total of 2,000 units. If we increase the torque on the basis of the nuclear-powered locomotive, add a core power system, a cockpit, a weapon system, and a transformation system. As if she had thought of some possibility, Charlotte's eyes lit up and she ran towards the maintenance department. I figured it out. I figured it out. Ha ha. Ha ha. At the same time, Zhou Shiyun, who was grabbed by Selena's ear, appeared in the central square of the Mecha Academy. Lady Selena, be gentle. Be gentle, it hurts. You still feel pain? Didn't I tell you to go back to your room and rest? Why are you running around? Selena was a little angry. This time Zhou Shiyun didn't take her orders seriously at all. She had to go there herself. I'm just in a bad mood, so I came out to relax. I won't dare to do that next time. Zhou Shiyun knew he was in the wrong and took the initiative to admit his mistake. Selena then let go of the hand that was holding Zhou Shiyun's ear and said seriously, "Don't do this again." Ah! After rubbing his red ears, Zhou Shiyun took the time to look at Selena, who was wearing a training uniform beside him. A breeze blew by, and her waist-length dark brown hair danced in the wind. A few strands of bangs swayed playfully on her delicate facial features. Her big eyes were clear and bright, serious yet gentle, and her fair skin was as flawless as jade. At just one glance, Zhou Shiyun had an urge to move over and take a bite. The close-fitting training uniform outlined the perfect curves, and the fullness of her chest seemed to break through the restraints, so that this day could no longer cover her eyes. She is worthy of being hailed as the most beautiful woman in the entire city. If I could marry her, it would be a great deal even if I had to live 10 years less. Note, this is woman, not madam, don't get it wrong. Where are you looking, little one? As the Minister of Strategic Resources, Selena has a kind of majesty that seems to be born with her, which is a temperament that can only be cultivated by those who have been in a superior position for a long time. But there is no way around it. As the most important department in the entire city, the Strategic Resources Department has too many things to deal with every day, and anyone who wants to gain benefits from Selena will try every means to please her. If Selena hadn't deliberately put on a face that said no strangers allowed, the Strategic Resources Department would have been emptied out long ago. Ahem, what didn't I see? Zhou Shiyun quickly averted his eyes, then pretended to look around and asked, "Why are we here? Is there something to announce?" "Humph, you're a filthy brat who has the desire, but no guts." Selena snorted coldly, then pointed her finger towards the central square not far ahead. "Lady Dillies is waiting for you there. Go over there by yourself." After saying this, Selena no longer paid attention to Zhou Shiyun. She wanted to leave, but she walked towards the central square for some unknown reason. She seemed very curious as well. Faced with the current situation where all the mechas were destroyed in battle, what would Lady Dillies do? Zhou Shiyan followed closely behind, but only followed behind Selena for a while before he took the initiative to speed up and ran in front of Selena. Fairy, this is simply a fairy. Following Selena is simply a torment for a young man like Zhou Shiyan who is full of vigor and vitality. My stupid brother, come here. As soon as Zhou Shiyan stepped into the central square, Nellia's voice came from not far away. Zhou Shiyan looked up, and for some reason he suddenly compared Nellia and Selena in his mind. Well, as expected, Lady Selena's looks better. What looks delicious, Selena? Huh? It's nothing. It's really nothing. Well, how could I forget about this peeping Tom, Dillies? She's really haunting me. Chapter 22. If you do this, I will run away. Dillies suddenly appeared in front of Zhou Shiyan like a ghost, then turned to look at Selena behind her and asked, "What did you give Ayin to eat just now? Why did he say yours tasted better?" Selena was stunned at that moment. I didn't give him anything to eat? Zhou Shiyan, who was standing aside, was completely socially devastated and even had an urge to reincarnate as a human being. Dillies' eyes swept across a certain part of Selena's body. Then she looked at Zhou Shiyan thoughtfully and said, "Little guy, you are not honest. But if you really can't help it, it's not impossible. But I have to remind you that Selena is not as easy to talk to as you think. Of course, she also longs for a perfect love." When Dillies said this, she did not deliberately hide her voice, causing Selena behind Zhou Shiyan to look extremely ugly. "Lord Dillies, you should take care of yourself first rather than my affairs." "Old maid." The three words "old maid" were extremely powerful. Dillies' defense was instantly broken. She pointed her finger at Selena's nose and said, "You don't deserve it. You stinky lily." Selena followed suit and lost all her noble lady temperament. "You are Lily. Your whole family is Lily. Huh. You haven't found a man for so many years, and you still say you're not a lesbian? If you don't look for a man, you are a lesbian. How do you explain it?" "Wow, I'm so angry. I'm the city lord. And if I say you are you, then you are it." "Humph. What's so great about the city lord? I gave it to you in the first place." Seeing the two people arguing louder and louder, Zhou Shiyan didn't want to intervene, but the three of them were at the edge of the central square, and there were many people watching from a distance. What if they were heard? Ahem. How about I say something fair? You say. The two of them turned to look at Zhou Shiyan at the same time and said in unison, being stared at by two such beautiful women, who were so strong and powerful, Zhou Shiyan suddenly felt overwhelmed. Ahem. Actually, the next second, Zhou Shiyan pointed angrily at the sky and shouted, "Look, a plane! What a joke! What fair words can I say? If you don't find a man yourself, do you really want him to help you find one? Besides, why should I do such a thankless task? It's better not to offend either side and just run away first." However, Zhou Shiyan still underestimated the intelligence of the two, and no one looked back at all. Fortunately, due to Zhou Shiyan's interruption, the two temporarily gave up the idea of continuing to argue. Selena gathered her hair around her ears like a lady, looked at Zhou Shiyan, and said softly, "We'll settle the score later." Huh? Looking at Dillies, whose eyes were becoming increasingly dangerous, Zhou Shiyan really wanted to explain. "What a joke. There's no account between us. Don't talk nonsense." But he didn't dare. "Okay, from now on you just watch from the sidelines, don't say anything, and pay close attention to everyone's expressions." After a brief explanation, Dillies turned to the podium in the central square and looked at the more than 1,000 mecha masters below. She opened her red lips slightly and said in a very calm tone, "I don't really have anything to say about war. Losing is losing, winning is winning. If we lose, the worst that can happen is that we die together. But we are all still alive and well, so we didn't lose. The one who lost is the dragon. Their bodies are now lying in the strategic resources department. They are our spoils of war, the spoils of the victors. Perhaps in your opinion, in this battle, we lost the mecha we rely on for survival, and lost the means to check and balance the dragon. But in my opinion, this is just a brand new beginning, a starting point to break the old world and rebuild a new one. I promise you, and I promise all the people in this city, that it won't be long before a new generation of mechas will be launched, and their power will far exceed that of the previous 3 generations. What you need to do is to seize the time to train, improve your level, constantly enrich yourself, hone your teamwork, and strive to obtain the qualification to drive the latest generation of mecha as soon as possible. Do Do you have confidence in this? Deli's speech was very simple, without even using any fancy words, as if she was stating a plain fact. But it was precisely this ordinary speech of hers that ignited the fire in the hearts of the mecha masters present. Thousands of mecha masters, led by Tinas, seemed to use all their strength at this moment and made the loudest sound in their lives. Half! Dilisai struck while the iron was hot and turned to look at Zhou Shiyun beside her. Do you have confidence? Zhou Shiyun was at a loss, but he still shouted loudly, yes. However, the next second Dilisai changed the subject. Very good. Then the task of developing the latest generation of mechas will be left to you. Walter? What am I doing? Zhou Shiyun was completely dumbfounded at that time. What the hell was just handed over to him? You're giving a speech here, painting a big picture, and then when you are done you turn around and tell him that the picture is finished, and whether it can be realized depends on you. You said you could develop the latest mecha that far surpasses the previous 3 generations of mecha. Why don't you just die? What's the difference between this and holding it around your neck? Selena on the side rolled her eyes, speechlessly. At this moment, she finally understood why Dillies insisted on having Zhou Shiyun present. The mecha masters present were also deeply moved by Zhou Shiyun's courage, and they wanted to rush up immediately and rub the other party into their bodies and love him well. Well, 1000 plus 1, the only legendary maintenance technician since the year 312 of the new calendar. As long as he is willing to take action personally, wouldn't it be easy for him to get the latest model of mecha? Who knows, maybe one day when he's in a good mood, he'll directly produce 1,000 codenamed mechas. Of course, if Zhou Shiyun knew that he possessed such ability in the hearts of these mecha masters, I wonder if he should feel gratified, or should he immediately find a piece of tofu to hit himself to death. Another 1,000 codenamed mechas? Do you want 1,000 coin hairs? Okay, everyone be quiet for a moment. I have another announcement to make today. Dilisai's voice interrupted the discussion of everyone present, especially Zhou Shiyun, who was almost unable to stand. No way, big sister, you are still coming? If you come again, I will run away. Not to mention that there are wastelands and miasma outside the city. Even if there is a destructive level dragon, he will run away. Anyway, it's either death. One is death from exhaustion. The other is death from pain. In short, death from pleasure. Everyone knows which one to choose. Chapter 23. You are a disgrace to the maintenance industry. Zhou Shiyun was still thinking about which route to take when escaping, when everyone saw Dilisai on the podium waving her hand. Of a dragon appeared like a small hill in the central square in front of the rostrum, immediately causing a commotion. Could these all be corpses of dragons? Oh my god. Look up there. There are 3 super dragon corpses, and the one on the top has a terrible aura, even scarier than a super dragon. Could it be strategic level? Even though it was just a corpse, the pressure emanating from the strategic level dragon still shocked the surrounding mecha masters. If it were alive, I'm afraid this one alone is enough to destroy the entire city. The mecha masters in the square had never had the experience of coming into contact with a strategic level dragon at such a close distance. And even the captain, Tinas, was no exception. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the legendary strategic level dragon corpse. As soon as Tinas said this, everyone in the square gasped and looked at Lord Dillies on the rostrum with admiring eyes. The Golden Wing alone into the miasma after the war had just ended. It turns out that Lady Dillies went to avenge them. Long live Lord Dillies. Lord Dillies is invincible. Long live Lord Dillies. Lord Dillies is invincible. From the mecha masters were one climax after another, like waves of the sea, constantly praising Dillies on the rostrum. On the other hand, Dillies on the rostrum not only did not explain the origin of these dragon corpses, but she calmly accepted the praise from the mecha masters and even put on a calm expression and said in a very pretentious tone, "In fact, this is nothing. Since these dragons dare to invade our city, they must be prepared to face death. They're already dead before I even used my full strength." At least before destruction appeared and confronted Dillies face to face, no one would think that she didn't kill these dragons, right? Except for that annoying kid who kept pointing fingers. That's not right. These wounds don't look like they were caused by a mecha attack. Instead, they look more like they were attacked by wild beasts. There are only scratches from sharp claws and bites all over the body. Could it be? The gold wing is a mecha on the surface, but it's actually a beast underneath, right? No wonder Dillies has never dared to take action in front of everyone. She is afraid that her true form will be exposed. Zhou Shiyun couldn't help but think with some evil humor. He had almost guessed the cause of death of these dragons. There was a high probability that there was an internal fight, and Dilly's took advantage of it in the end. The next second, as if they were telepathically connected, Dilly's voice appeared directly in Zhou Shiyun's ears through the sensor. "Little guy, watch your mouth. If you dare to say anything, I'll tie you up and take you to the 99th floor." Well, this has further strengthened Zhou Shiyun's determination to run away. Damn old virgin. The many mecha masters in the square. There was a woman whose originally confused eyes instantly became moist after she recognized the pile of dragon corpses on the ground, and her whole body began to tremble slightly. "Anya, what's wrong with you?" Out of concern for his companion, the mecha master at the side looked at the trembling Anya and asked softly. But Anya seemed not to hear her concern and continued to sob quietly in an inaudible voice. The mecha master at the side took into account that Anya's character was originally a bit weak, and it was very likely that she was scared to tears by the pile of dragon corpses, so he stopped talking immediately and let her vent. But this scene was seen by Dilly's without any error. "I found you." By analyzing the words spoken at that time, Dilly suspected that the tribe that invaded the city might have planted a seed in the city, a seed called hope. Of course, Dilly's did not rule out the possibility that destruction was trying to kill someone with a borrowed knife, destroying the seed through her hands, because strictly speaking, the city is not the enemy of this seed. Destruction is. It was the destruction that destroyed its tribe and everything it had. But none of this matters now. What matters is that Dilly's has already grasped the trace of the seed, but whether to kill it or keep it requires long-term consideration. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. So, as an enemy of destruction, will this seed become a friend of mankind? After all, no matter when, destruction has always been Dilly's imaginary enemy, and this has never changed, even though they are still cooperating. Dilly's ordered everyone to move Jiaolong's body to the Strategic Resources Department, and then left. At the same time, she did not forget to ask Zhou Shiyun to come up with a research plan for a new mecha as soon as possible. He didn't take into account the expression on Zhou Shiyun's face, as if the city lord had died. Fortunately, Selena, a kind-hearted older sister, stayed to comfort him. "If you need materials, come to me." Selena patted Zhou Shiyun's shoulder with a gloating look and added at the end, "Oh, by the way, unlimited supply. Just be happy secretly. No one else gets this kind of treatment from my sister." "Well, damn kind-hearted big sister. You'd better pray that you don't fall into my hands in the future." After all the mecha masters left, only Zhou Shiyun and the man were left in the huge square. In front of Dilly's and Selena, Nellia always behaved like a good girl. "My stupid brother, you don't seem very happy. Can you tell me and make me happy?" Zhou Shiyun rolled his eyes in annoyance when he heard that, and aimed at a certain part of Nellia's chest and used his acute observation skill. "Happy, right? I'll make you happy enough." Nellia let out a muffled groan. Her delicate little face turned red in an instant, and she quickly covered her chest with both hands. "My stupid brother, you are a disgrace to the maintenance community." "Same here." It must be said that with Nellia's strength, there is a high probability that she would be at the bottom among all the codename mecha pilots. But there is nothing that can be done about it, since her elemental attributes are highly compatible with the Blue Sea Moon. "Humph, I will definitely become stronger. Sooner or later, I will convince you." After saying these harsh words, Nellia could no longer resist Zhou Shiyun's gaze and fled from the square. Chapter 24. The Awakening Red Flame Spirit. Just as Zhou Shiyun was about to leave, Charlotte, who had gained enlightenment, finally appeared in the central square. Especially when he saw Zhou Shiyun, he immediately sped up and ran over, then grabbed Zhou Shiyun's shoulders tightly with both hands and shouted with extreme excitement. "Ayun, I have an idea. Ayun," responded rather weakly. "Oh, congratulations." Charlotte was in an extremely excited state and did not notice anything unusual about Zhou Shiyun. She then excitedly told Zhou Shiyun all his ideas about transforming the nuclear-powered locomotive into a mecha. Zhou Shiyun didn't think it was a big deal at first, but the more he listened, the more interested and excited he became, and from time to time he would offer some of his own opinions. Finally, he made the decision to entrust this very glorious and arduous task to Charlotte personally, and said that if there was a lack of materials, they could come to him, and that the supply was unlimited. The problem that had been bothering Zhou Shiyun was solved instantly. He patted his good brother's shoulder heavily, then left with a loud laugh. "I was just worried about not being able to find someone to take the blame, and my good brother came just in time. As for him, he doesn't have to worry about running away. It's really the best of both worlds. At present, For Zhou Shiyun, developing the first generation of war mecha has never been the main task. His main task is to repair the Qianwu in the shortest time possible, assuming that the city still has both Red Flame Dance and Blue Sea Moon, even if it encounters another large-scale dragon invasion, as long as the invasion level does not exceed level 1. There should not be too many problems. However, when he returned to the Combat Command Center and opened the door of the 97th floor, he was completely stunned. The maintenance room was open, and a fiery red light shone through the door, illuminating the entire living room. "Oh no, there's a fire. Put it out." Zhou Shiyun was horrified and immediately ran to the corner of the room to find a fire extinguisher, pulled the latch on it, and rushed into the maintenance room. But when he saw the situation in the maintenance room clearly, the fire extinguisher in his hand fell to the ground with a snap. What's going on? What came into view was a fire elf whose appearance was completely unrecognizable. At this moment, it was just like a child who had never seen the world. It was floating in the air in the maintenance room, looking around here and there, looking very happy. Nina, squatting in the corner, curled herself up carefully, like a frightened deer. When he saw Zhou Shiyun appear again, he took off directly. The distance between the two of them, which was originally 20 or 30 meters, was shortened in an instant, and he jumped directly into Zhou Shiyun's arms. What on earth is this? I'm so scared." Zhou Shiyun wanted to comfort Nina, but suddenly found that his strength seemed to have been exhausted, and he was pressed to the ground by Nina. "Ouch, it's so heavy." "Woo-woo, don't talk nonsense." In fact, it's not that Nina is really that heavy, it's mainly because Zhou Shiyun is too tired. In the previous battle, he had been blessed with enchantment, had the hand of Kato, and even took the initiative to let Bai Haiwa extract the source nuclear energy in his body. In addition, after coming back, he went to the abandoned warehouse and had a friendly match with Charlotte, and finally used his clairvoyance to shake Nellia a few times. It must be said that this round of operations was still too much for Zhou Shiyun, whose source core level had barely reached level 20. Nina helped Zhou Shiyun up with an embarrassed look on her face, then carefully checked his body. After making sure that no parts were missing, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Was not so scared when facing the fire elf in the air. "Ion, are you okay?" Zhou Shiyun nodded. "It's okay, it's just this." Zhou Shiyun pointed at the fire elf still floating in the air, and a vague guess emerged in his mind. "I don't know what happened, but when you left, I heard some noise in the maintenance room. But considering that I didn't have your permission, I stayed outside the door. As a result, not long after, I fell asleep for some reason. When I woke up, I found that the door of the maintenance room had been opened and there was fire in the room, so I ran in to take a look." As soon as Nina finished speaking, she saw the fire elf that was originally floating in the air actually began to rush towards them. Nina subconsciously opened her arms as if to block Zhou Shiyun, but Zhou Shiyun stopped her with his hand. "It has no ill intentions. Don't be afraid." Zhou Shiyun took a step forward and walked in front of the fire elf. "Are you the spirit of Red Flame?" When the fire elf heard the words "spirit of Red Flame," it looked confused at first, scratched its head with one hand in embarrassment, but soon nodded to acknowledge its identity, and stretched out its other hand and placed it on Zhou Shiyun's head, as if to express its goodwill. It was not until a trace of special cool energy flowed into Zhou Shiyun's body that his already exhausted body actually regained some strength. "Okay, stop wasting your energy. You just woke up and need to rest." Zhou Shiyun was not surprised by the kindness of the Red Flame Spirit, because the mecha spirit inside a codenamed mecha like this exists with consciousness. Zhou Shiyun has been repairing it all this time. Even though the Red Flame Spirit didn't see it with his own eyes, he could still feel Zhou Shiyun's breath on its own parts. Naturally, you would not regard him as your enemy. "Spirit of Red Flame? What do you mean?" Nina on the side was shocked. She never dreamed that the Red Flame Spirit would appear in front of her in this way. But could this Red Flame Spirit also be a female? Otherwise, why would he value love over friendship? It was obvious that she had spent many years to fill up the energy in her body. As a result, after the Red Flame Spirit revived, it not only did not get close to her, but instead got close to Ayun. This can't help but make Nina a little disappointed. But waking up is better than not waking up. Anyway, I will have plenty of time to cultivate feelings with the Red Flame Spirit in the future, right? During the entire maintenance process, the most difficult step was completed so inexplicably that Zhou Shiyun was somewhat unable to believe his eyes. But the facts were right in front of him, and he had no choice but to believe it. Now that you're awake, the next thing will be easy. I hope you can cooperate actively. The Qian spirit had just woken up, and his brain was still a little bit insufficient. He analyzed Zhou Shiyun's words for a long time, then tilted his head and nodded, and then obediently returned to Qianhua's body. Chapter 25. The Sudden Mobile City. Zhou Shiyun was full of energy and decided to move his own bed into the maintenance room that night, and threatened that he would not come out until Qi Yinwu was repaired. But soon his proposal was strongly opposed by Nellia and Nina. In the end, he could only lie obediently on Nina's long legs and let Nina do some extremely excessive things to his body. What's even more outrageous is that this time, Nellia didn't object. "Humph, since you've behaved pretty well today, I'll let you enjoy it this once, my stupid brother." Enjoy? I don't know what I'm enjoying. I can only look but not touch. This is clearly torture, right? By the way, how about thinking of a reason to send Nellia away? I think Nina won't refuse me. 7 days passed, and most of the mecha masters in the city had gotten over the grief of losing their mechas. They began to be active between the training grounds and meditation rooms all day long, with a vision for the future and expectations for the latest generation of war mechas. While exercising the body's functions, one did not forget to improve one's own source core level. Even the busy man Zhou Shiyun raised his source core level to level 25 after absorbing the third dragon core, and also comprehended a new talent skill. Became the busiest department in the entire city after Charlotte came up with a proposal to transform the latest nuclear-powered locomotive into a war mecha. Even Davis, the head of the maintenance department, personally came out to guide the work and put forward many very imaginative suggestions. The reason why his suggestions are imaginative is that some of his ideas are too far-fetched and cannot be accomplished with current technology. The matter came to an end only after Davis waved his hand and decided to wait until the day when D reached a bottleneck and personally visit Zhou Shiyun, who had Kato's hand. Therefore, Dillies took the time to visit Zhou Shiyun and asked him about the success rate of transforming a nuclear-powered locomotive into a combat mecha. Zhou Shiyun said that the repair work on Qi Yinwu was nearing completion, and he really had neither the time nor the ability to distract himself with other things. In response to this, Dillies also said that repairing the red flame dance was the top priority, and the reason why she dragged Zhou Shiyun into the water in front of many mecha masters was just to reassure the mecha masters. You mean you want to sacrifice some of the attack performance in exchange for strong defense capabilities? In the maintenance room, facing the request of the red flame spirit, Zhou Shiyun's expression was extremely complicated. Super strong offensive ability is the hallmark of Qi Yinwu. Let's not talk about whether it is possible to reflect it in defensive ability after giving up some offensive performance. Just wanting to change a single offensive system is not a simple matter. And what the city needs right now is not a defensive strategy, but a risk-taking strategy. So, recalling the scene in the previous battle when he helped Nellia understand the mist hidden, Zhou Shiyun had an urge to try it on Nina. In fact, you just lack some defensive means. I will solve these problems later. As for now, it's time for you to fully embrace your new life. Zhou Shiyun turned on the sensor on his ear and directly applied to connect to Dillies' channel. Lord Dillies, the red flame dance has been repaired. Dillies on the other end of the sensor seemed to think she was hallucinating and said in an extremely urgent tone, "Little guy, what did you just say? I order you to repeat it now, immediately, right now." Zhou Shiyun could fully understand Dillies' current mood and immediately said with a smile, "I mean, is there a bathroom on the 99th floor? My house has no water. I just finished repairing the red flame dance, and I'm sweating all over." Dillies laughed out loud. Good, that's great. Forget about the bathroom. Even if you want to come to the 99th floor to fix the sewer, I can satisfy you." After turning off the sensor, Zhou Shiyun put the repaired Qi Yinwu into the maintenance space, opened the door of the maintenance room, and walked out. I happened to see Nina sitting obediently on the sofa in the living room. She was concentrating on studying the food program on TV, while also recording something in her notebook called Ayun recipes. "Hey, Ayun, why did you come out so early today?" Nina glanced at the clock on the wall and found that Zhou Shiyun left the maintenance room much earlier than usual. She immediately realized, "Ayun, are you hungry? Then I'll go prepare lunch now. Just hold on." Reaching out to stop Nina, who was about to go to the kitchen to show off her skills, Zhou Shiyun was ready to tease this little woman whose eyes were only on him. "Lady Dillies asked me to go to the combat command center. Maybe there's something going on. Do you want to come with us?" Nina was a little confused. "Lady Dillies must have something important to discuss with you, Ayun. Isn't it inappropriate for me to go along? If I say it's suitable, it's suitable." Zhou Shiyun didn't give Nina much time to think. He just took her hand and walked out the door. Hey, Ayun, don't be so anxious. At least let me change my clothes. I haven't even taken off my apron yet. On the other side, Nellia, who heard the noise in the living room, walked out of the meditation room. She happened to see Zhou, Shiyun, and Nina leaving. She seemed to have thought of something and immediately followed them without stopping. So when the three people appeared in the combat command center one after another, Nellia's face was somewhat embarrassed. Since you are all here, come together. Dilly's did not look back. Her eyes were always fixed on the picture on the big screen. The picture showed a city that was much smaller than a city. It could be determined to be a medium-sized city, that is, a medium-sized mobile city with a maximum population of 100,000. However, the situation in this medium-sized city seems a little pessimistic. The collapsed buildings and the scarlet blood on the ground seem to indicate something. Lord Dilly's, according to calculations, if the enemy continues to move north at its current speed, it will collide with us in 3 days at most. So, do we need to change our movement route? Change the route? How is that possible? She had finally reached a consensus with destruction and successfully blocked the transmission channel behind the city. How could she change the route just because of the emergence of a medium-sized city? What if a new transmission channel appeared? Where could she find the second destruction? Without even thinking about it, Dilly's rejected the suggestion immediately. Let's send someone over to take a look. This city must have been invaded by a dragon. I'm afraid the city has been destroyed. Chapter 26. Chi Yimu volunteers to go out. The words destroy the city were uttered. Everyone in the combat command center fell silent. When a city does not move along its planned route, it is hard not to assume the worst. But soon a more difficult problem appeared before everyone. That is, who to send? Selena's eyes swept across everyone's faces. Dilly's definitely couldn't go there. Who knew if there would be any traps waiting for them on the other side? If Dilly's really took action, then everyone would be finished. Nellia is responsible for protecting the city. This is the only fighting force they can use at the moment, and they can't go. If Tanasi and other mecha pilots go there without combat mechas, they will be killed. So in Selena's opinion, the current city may really only have the option of changing its route. How about I go and take a look? Seeing that everyone in the command center fell silent, Zhou Shiyin volunteered and took the initiative to step forward. Dilly's. I have no objection. Selena. I object. The two looked at each other, and Selena spoke first. Are you so anxious that you lost your mind? How can you let a maintenance engineer leave the city? Facing Selena's accusation, Dilly's was naturally unwilling to be outdone. What's wrong with the maintenance engineer? Didn't he fix the red flame dance? Why don't we go together? Selena was stunned and wanted to express her shock, but considering that she could not be overwhelmed by Dilly's momentum, she quickly found a reason to refute. That won't work either. Zhou Shiyin has already signed an exclusive contract with Nellia. How can he go with Chi Yinwu? Riding a motorcycle? Dilly's laughed. My Ayun can sign contracts with several mecha masters at the same time. A contract is a contract, but whether it is exclusive or not is not certain. Selena was silent and subconsciously glanced at Zhou Shiyin's location, thinking, is this the ability of a legendary repairman? It is indeed extraordinary. But, what do you mean it's yours? Since Ayun can sign contracts with so many people, it should belong to everyone. Of course, the most shocked person was never Selena, but Tinas and Nina and others beside her. Ayun? Is this true? Nina was very excited and wanted to throw herself into Zhou Shiyun's arms and cry, but considering that this was the combat command center, she forced herself to suppress her excitement. Certainly. Half an hour later, under Nina's control, the reborn Chi Yinwu soared into the sky and disappeared over the city like a meteor. Our city now has 2 complete codenamed mechas, and we can finally get some good sleep. Selena felt a little emotional, as if she was really leaning on Dillasai, like an older sister next door, and at this moment she took off her strong disguise. That's not necessarily true. Maybe soon our city will have a 3rd codenamed mecha, and it will be a series of war god mechas. Dilly's glanced at Selena, who was holding her arm, and said meaningfully, What do you mean? Are you hiding something from me? Selena was confused and was about to continue asking, but she found that Dilly's was looking at her with disgust and pulled her arm back. Stay away from me, you stinky lily. If Ion sees you, he'll misunderstand me. Selena's face froze, and she lost all her ladylike temperament. You old cabbage stalk, Ayun must be blind to like you. Dillasai was not moved at all. She reached out and lifted the long golden hair beside her ear. I'm so beautiful. There's no reason for the little guy not to be moved. At worst, I can just take the initiative. As you know, my gold wing is still in need of a maintenance technician. A mythical one. Bah! I can hear your calculations, even if I cover my ears. Ah! The so-called collision after 3 days means that in the absence of external interference, the two cities will travel at an average speed. But the so-called average speed is not actually very fast. Chi Yinwu's flying speed is not the fastest among the many codenamed mechas, but it almost reaches 1,000 kilometers per hour, which is very close to the speed of sound. Hey Nina, are you a little too excited? At this speed, I'm afraid that by the time you get there, all the energy in your body will be drained out, right? What if we encounter an enemy? Nina was not moved at all by what she heard, and even wanted to speed up. It's okay. My source core has already reached level 50. This consumption is nothing. Class? Well, as expected of the former captain of the mecha team, he has a solid foundation. But, can you move forward a bit? It's too high, and it's pinching me a bit. Nina's face turned red, and she glanced at Zhou Shiyun behind her with some displeasure. I thought to myself that I didn't think you pushed too deep, but instead I started blaming myself. It's not that I don't want to move, but the cab is so small, if I move any further my head will hit the display screen. Although Zhou Shiyun was helpless, he also knew that what Nina said was true. If he had known earlier, he would have made the cab a little bigger when he was repairing Chi Yinwu. I didn't expect Nina to have such a good figure. Even when she lies down, but can be raised to the sky. We're here, brake, quickly brake. Huh? Where are the brakes? Fuck, you tricked me, pull the handbrake, pull the handbrake. Where are you pulling? You're pulling in the wrong place. Boom. There was a loud noise like thunder in the sky, accompanied by dazzling fire. Then a perfect arc fell from the sky like a hot meteorite, creating a pit more than 10 meters deep. Nina, nah. I regret it. I want to cancel the contract with you. Zhou Shiyun limped out of the cab, his originally handsome face covered in dust. Nina followed closely behind, her blushing face looking as if water could drip out. I didn't do it on purpose. It's just that your thing is almost like a handbrake. You're still quibbling. Do you dare to say that you didn't do it on purpose? Zhou Shiyun was extremely sad and angry. What do you mean it's almost the same? There's a big difference, okay? Can you just pull that thing casually? What if it breaks? It's my first time piloting a codenamed mecha, so it's understandable that I made some mistakes. Zhou Shiyun gave Nina a fierce look and then climbed back into the cab. Get out now. I have a bad feeling. Chi Yinwu made such a big noise, but there was no sound around. I'm afraid the worst has happened. Oh, hold on tight. I'm about to take off. Don't grab there. Didn't you ask for him to be arrested? But it's so itchy. Ha ha ha. Chapter 27. Top 2 God of War series. Unparalleled Strelitzia. Everything around had long been reduced to ruins. The tall buildings that were supposed to stand in the city were now in a mess. Large patches of blood and corpses were scattered on the ground. Among them were human corpses and dragon corpses, but the vast majority were corpses of level 1 and 2 dragons. This scene fell into Zhou Shiyun's eyes, and for some reason he felt a little strange. If the dragon was the winner of this war, then these corpses would theoretically not be left there. They would basically either be taken away or eaten by their companions on the spot. But if it was humanity that won the final victory, why couldn't we see a single living person? Most importantly, can such a low-level dragon invasion really destroy a medium-sized city? Ayun, has this city really been destroyed? Nina looked at the scene around her and couldn't help feeling a little bit reluctant. This should be a city where humans live. They're their compatriots. But now it has become a dead city after the invasion of dragons. It's hard to say. Let's go to the combat command center first. No matter who the final winner is, the combat command will definitely give an answer. Nina looked up and saw that the high-rise building in the center of the city was still there, which gave her a glimmer of hope. However, before she could take any action, a powerful sense of oppression instantly enveloped her, and even Chi Yinwu couldn't help but take a step back. It was a suppression from the soul level. A figure fell from the sky, his whole body filled with violent red light, like a god descending from heaven. God of War series, unparalleled. The city's Chi Yinwu? Isn't it already broken? Could it be that someone has repaired it? Nina was somewhat annoyed by the way the visitor asked and answered his own questions. What does it mean to be scrapped? This is really too harsh to hear. Hey, who are you and what's going on here? In response to Nina's question, the visitor chuckled and responded bluntly. Before asking someone's name, shouldn't you introduce yourself first? Nina was speechless and hesitantly explained. I am Nina from the city. I was ordered by the command center to come here to investigate the situation. As for how the Scarlet Flame dance was repaired, This is a secret of our city. Strelitzia, the mecha, is from the God of War series, codenamed Wushuang. Strelitzia gave a brief self-introduction, and her attitude was quite friendly. As for how the Scarlet Flame Dancer was repaired, I can guess it even if you don't tell me. Am I right? The legendary maintenance technician, Zhou Shiyun. Zhou Shiyun originally planned to just sit there and do nothing, because he recognized Strelitzia's identity the first time he saw her. It's more of a guess than a recognition. After all, there are only two types of people who are qualified to drive the Ares series of mechas. One is the guardian of large cities under the main city, and the other is the big man who came down from the Sky City. The city they are in now is just a medium-sized city, so the other party's identity naturally cannot be the guardian of the city. In addition, Dilly's mentioned before that someone from the Sky City will come down soon, so Strelitzia's identity is clear at a glance. Respected Lord Strelitzia, may I ask what exactly happened in this city? Zhou Shiyun did not deny his contribution, but now was obviously not the time to show off his abilities. What's more, if possible, he never wanted to repair the codenamed mecha in his life. I don't know the specific situation. Strelitzia shook her head with a helpless expression on her face. I originally planned to go directly to the city, but during the descent, I found that this place was being invaded by dragons. So, I rushed over to support them as soon as possible, but I found that there were only a few super dragons running around in the city, and there was no trace of a human. Before you came here, I stayed in the command center of the Combat Command, trying to investigate what happened here through the surveillance system, but I haven't found any useful information yet. The surveillance system can't find it? This is impossible. Zhou Shiyun felt a little confused, and without Nina's consent, he directly commanded the Red Flame Spirit to control the Red Flame Dance to fly towards the command center. In response, Nina said that she was a little angry. She pouted her little mouth and turned to look at Zhou Shiyun for comfort, and decided to have a cold war with the Red Flame Spirit for 30 seconds. As a result, Zhou Shiyun could only say that he could do nothing to help. It was because your driving skills were really bad. After entering the command center, Zhou Shiyun first took a general look at the current condition of the city. The result was predictable. It was simply tragic. The city's defense barrier is 100% damaged. The recycling system has completely collapsed. The resource reserve is 0. All the mecha warehouses have been damaged by external forces. 100,000 people are missing. The surveillance system is out of service, and the breeding department for raising dragons has obvious signs of being destroyed. The only system that can be used is the power system, which has been helping the city move. This is basically an empty city, but I always feel like something is not right. It's not like there's nothing to gain, at least. It's still there. Strelitzia, who followed closely behind, took out a large metal box from her mecha storage space and threw it directly at Zhou Shiyun's feet. Looking at this extremely familiar metal box, Zhou Shiyun's eyes suddenly lit up. Is this a codenamed mecha? And judging from the style, it is a codenamed mecha of the series. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be the vehicle of the guardian of this city. Of course, and it's for you. As if thinking of something, Strelitzia added at the end, it's also for the city. Just consider it as my gift for coming here this time. If there's nothing wrong, it's time for us to leave. Zhou Shiyun nodded. It was an empty city, and there was really nothing to be nostalgic about. He simply modified the city's movement system, allowing it to stay where it is and fend for itself. Since it is already an empty city, there is no need to stay. Rather than letting it run around, it is better to be swallowed by the miasma behind. Wait, why do I feel like something is wrong? Nina, who had remained silent, seemed to have discovered a blind spot and pointed to the abandoned city outside the window. What's wrong? Strelitzia turned her head and looked at Nina and asked, if I remember correctly, this medium-sized city has a permanent population of about 100,000, but there are so many bodies outside. It seems that there are not even 1,000 left. Where did the remaining 90,000 people go? Could it be that they were all swallowed by the dragon? Chapter 28. 100 Slashes of the Prairie vs. Unparalleled Slash. Zhou Shiyun's face darkened. In fact, he had thought about this problem a long time ago. The reason why he didn't bring it up was because this kind of thing was not something he, a maintenance engineer, could get involved in. Since Nina put the problem directly on the table, Zhou Shiyun no longer concealed it. If I'm not mistaken, this city is not in its current state because of the invasion of the dragon. Someone did it on purpose. The signs of human destruction in the breeding facilities for the dragons and the large number of low-level dragon corpses scattered around the city were enough to prove this. The city barrier is damaged to 100%. The recycling system has completely collapsed. The resource reserve is 0. All the mecha warehouses have been damaged by external forces, the monitoring system has failed, etc. The signs of human manipulation are so obvious that it is hard not to let people imagine. So, the most urgent thing we need to do is to go back quickly and report everything here truthfully. When saying this, Zhou Shiyun's attention was mainly focused on Strelitzia, because compared to reporting to Dillies, it would be far more direct to contact Sky City through Strelitzia. Well, I will report it truthfully. Strelitzia nodded, and then the few of them prepared to leave. However, before leaving, Zhou Shiyun's eyes always inadvertently swept across a room in the combat command center. Of insight told him that there was something wrong, and the problem was huge, but he didn't make it public. Because no matter who the opponent is with Nina and Strelitzia's strength, it would be difficult to deal with it, and there is even a possibility of failure. After all, to be able to destroy a medium-sized city so silently, the opponent's strength must be extraordinary. The codenamed Mecha placed in his maintenance space, Zhou Shiyun hurriedly urged Nina to return. I made a lot of money on a codenamed Mecha, but I don't know what its attributes are. But there are so many Mecha masters in our city, so we should be able to find a suitable one, right? Nina was somewhat non-committal about Zhou Shiyun's idea. In fact, every Mecha master who has awakened an elemental attribute is 1 in a million. Currently, besides Lady Selena, who has awakened the lightning element, the only other Mecha master who has awakened the wood element is Captain Tinas. Although she didn't really want to attack Zhou Shiyun, as a codenamed mecha pilot, Nina could tell at a glance that the mecha that Strelitzia gave Zhou Shiyun was a wind-attributed mecha. In the current city, there is no mecha master who can drive this mecha. Lady Selena is also a lightning elemental mecha master. Compared to the problem of no one manipulating the newly acquired mecha, Zhou Shiyun is more concerned about Selena's elemental attributes. Doesn't that mean that Lady Selena and Lady Dillies have the same attributes? Nina nodded. Yes, in other words, Lady Selena is the successor of Lady Dillies. If one day Lady Dillies dies on the battlefield, Lady Selena will become the master of the Golden Wing and continue to protect the city. A good torch is passed on. In order to protect the remaining humans, they seem to have silently shouldered a lot. Just after the figures of the 3 people and 2 mechas disappeared from the air, the door that Zhou Shiyun had been staring at was opened from the inside. A man with a very strange appearance walked out. The reason why it is weird is that he has a male human's head, but his body is covered with scales and he has a bunch of wings behind him and 3 long tails. Triangular eyes, rabbit mouth, blood-red eyes. What a sharp intuition. I almost got exposed. But even if I'm exposed, so what? I'm really too powerful now. Ha ha ha. With dragons as bodies, mechas as internal organs, and humans as blood, a brand new era is coming. Men should be the masters of this world. It was before, it is now, and it will be in the future. Fear, tremble, and perish. When I come, this world will restart. With a loud bang, a metal spear made entirely of vibranium fell from the sky. The front end of the gun is cylindrical, and the rear end gradually becomes a slender rectangular column. The front end is flat, and the rear end has a sharp protrusion, like a sharp dagger. The entire gun has edges and corners, and the tip of the gun is chilling, pointing directly at the target man. High-level elements released. Fire awakened. 100 cuts across the prairie. Qianwu. At this moment, Qi Yanwu, holding a spear, descended from the sky like a fire dragon. The tip of the spear automatically locked onto the target and stabbed it fiercely. Seeing that there was nowhere to hide, the man stopped hiding and a cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. There is a road to heaven, but you don't take it. There is no door to hell, but you come to it. I was planning to let you go, but since you're determined to die, I'll grant your wish. Secret. Quicksand whirlpool. Give it to me. Just before the man was about to take action, a figure suddenly jumped out from the shadow behind him. Looking closely, who else could this person be but Strelitzia, who was driving the Wushuang? I saw that she was holding 2 daggers in each hand, one black and one white, one light and one dark, clearly distinguishing between yin and yang. God of War, unparalleled slash. The 2 daggers became one. Darkness and light went together, and both daggers were inserted into the back of the man's head at the same time. Strelitzia pulled back. The next second, everyone heard a roar. The guy in front of me, who was neither human nor ghost, exploded. Did you know this a long time ago? Strelitzia looked in the direction of Qi Yanwu with a look of surprise and asked. I guess so. I was planning to let Lady Dillies handle it when we get back, but then Nina said, Seeing Zhou Shiryun suddenly stop talking here, Nina said proudly. Ahem, what's there to be embarrassed about? Lady Dilly should not be attacked lightly, and she is indeed the strongest fighter in the city now. Perhaps because she didn't want to lose face in front of the people from Sky City, Nina's first move was the deadly move 100 Slashes of the Land, which is simply called the ultimate move. So far, the effect is still very good. Even Strelitzia has to look up to her. You are really strong. Strelitzia first affirmed Nina's strength and then changed the subject. But, if I'm not mistaken, your powerful strength comes entirely from the level of the source core in your body, and the coordination between you and Qi Yinwu is almost zero. This attack may seem powerful, but in fact it has almost consumed all the energy in your core. If I were to pilot the Scarlet Flame Dance, I could have used all my strength to land 9 strikes just now. Nina was speechless. Times? Are you kidding me? Shouldn't it be 2 times? 2 respected codename Mecha Masters, I wonder if you have finished speaking. If you have finished, then you can go die. Chapter 29. Zhou Shiryun goes all out. The man who was supposed to have died at the center of the explosion appeared again. No, maybe it would be more appropriate to describe it as a monster. Countless long tentacles extend from its body, each of which is filled with a violent aura enough to tear apart the body of an adult. Its eyes are like mirrors, and its eyes seem to contain the fear and pain of tens of thousands of people. Its huge body is constantly growing, and its muscles are like rocks and shark teeth. It is impossible to imagine its strength. He has turned into an absolute monster, and judging from his aura alone, he seems to have reached the level of destruction. I worked so hard to condense this human body, and you destroyed it just like that. What should you give me to compensate me? The monster roared, waving thousands of tentacles, and rushed directly towards Qi Yinwu in front of it. Nina tried her best to dodge, but there were too many tentacles. With just one touch, her whole body smashed into the wall behind her like a cannonball. Not until Qi Yinwu flew out of the combat command center that Nina in the cab was hit by the powerful impact and felt dizzy. Zhou Shiryun behind her quickly spoke up to remind her. Nina, open the aircraft and keep steady. Nina came to her senses after hearing that. Just as she was about to take action, she saw that the monster actually rushed out directly from the combat command center, also flying in the air, and had condensed the tentacles from all parts of its body into a hammer of destruction, smashing down heavily from above her head. No, Island, we can't hide. It takes time to start the aircraft. Even if the process is extremely short, perhaps only a few tenths of a second is enough, but there will be a 1-second stiffness phenomenon after starting the aircraft. For the hammer of destruction that is about to fall overhead, this is tantamount to a living target. Turn on the keen observation to detect attack weaknesses. The target attack detected is Destruction Hammer. Analysis in progress. Analysis successful. The target has no weaknesses. Please break it with force. I'm going to break your sister. Do I need you to tell me that I can defeat it with force? There was no time to complain about the rubbish ability of being able to see everything clearly. Zhou Shiryun directly mobilized the source nuclear energy in his body, opened his arms, and hugged Nina tightly in front of him. Activate the God-level enchantment and bless the Scarlet Flame Dancer with full power enchantment. Nina's face looked a little strange. Ion, you hit me. Be serious. We are at war. Zhou Shiryun was furious. Blessing successful. Target Qi Yinwu. Core power increased by 30%. Element conversion speed increased by 30%. Mecha cooperation efficiency increased by 30%. Attack performance increased by 30%. Defensibility increased by 30%. The last step is up to you. Nina, cross your fingers. What? Kato's hand. Evolve for me? Ah. Ding. Use Kato's hand to repair Qi Yinwu's arms. No need to repair them at the moment. Triggering the Mecha evolution ability, the arm Mecha evolved successfully. Upgraded power storage system. Arm strength increased by 50. Source core energy conversion frequency increased by 30. Element attribute conversion frequency increased by 30. Understand fire attribute elemental moves. High-level element liberation. Fire awakening. Extreme fire armor. High-level element liberation. Fire awakening. Extreme fire armor. This time, there was no need for Zhou Shiryun to remind her. Nina directly activated the extreme fire armor. The light purple flames instantly swept across Qi Yinwu's body and collided with the oncoming hammer of destruction. The next second, Qi Yinwu turned into a flaming meteor, falling from a height of hundreds of meters, and crashed heavily into the ground dozens of meters deep. Wushuang, Yin Yang Bises. Just as Qi Yinwu landed on the ground, the Wushuang driven by Strelitzia finally arrived. The black and white daggers in its hands were in an extremely strange posture, as if they had turned into two koi fish active in the water, swimming comfortably around the monster's body. However, wherever the koi passed, countless tentacles exploded and finally turned into a black and white magic circle, completely imprisoning the monster's body. Seeing that the time had come, Strelitzia shouted loudly, "Yin Yang Pisces merge!" With a loud bang, the aftermath of the explosion caused the combat command center hundreds of meters high behind him to collapse instantly, and smoke filled half of the city. Is he dead? As the driver of the series codenamed Armor, Strelitzia's strength is unquestionable. But even so, she had no record of single-killing a strategic creature. So when facing an enemy of this level, Strelitzia would use a killing move without any hesitation. Haha! What a pleasure! What a pleasure! So, this is my true strength? The codenamed mecha that was once unattainable in his eyes could not even hurt him now. It seems that my choice was right. What is a human? What is a mecha? And what is a dragon? The only way is to integrate all of these into one. Dear Ms. Codename Mecha Master, may I ask, have you thought about how you want to die? The monster slowly walked out from the center of the explosion, its intact tentacles covered with scales, which belonged to a dragon. Looking carefully, there was no injury on the opponent's body. This is impossible. Strelitzia couldn't believe her eyes. Even if the opponent was really a destructive creature that had reached the level of strength, it was impossible for it to remain intact under her all-out attack. This is not only a questioning of her, but also a denial of the Wushuang. Let me tell you the truth. My body is made up of the flesh and blood of tens of thousands of humans. It also has the defensive capabilities of a dragon and the core power system of hundreds of mechas. In other words, not only do I have a body that can be infinitely condensed, I also have eternal and inexhaustible power and super strong defense. What do you have to fight me? The monster didn't care at all about revealing his secret to the world because he didn't care. Qi Yinwu underground or Wushuang in front of him, they were all in his pocket. Even after devouring the codenamed mecha, his overall strength can be further improved. I see. There was a hint of evasion in Strelitzia's eyes. She knew very well that at this moment she could never be a match for the monster in front of her. Therefore, she had to consider how to take the injured Qi Yinwu away with the least sacrifice. Since you have been emphasizing your own strength and that your approach is correct, do you dare to take my attack? Facing Strelitzia's provocation, the monster laughed. I see fear in your eyes. Do you want to run away? Then guess why I'm telling you so much? Strelitzia's eyes narrowed, and a sense of foreboding suddenly rose in her heart. Chapter 30. Make a contract. Strelitzia. That's because, even if my body can be reorganized infinitely, it still takes time. As soon as he finished speaking, the hammer of destruction appeared again, aimed at the position where Strelitzia was, and smashed down hard. Strelitzia wanted to avoid it, but she found that since some time ago, her body had been filled with the monster's tentacles, and there was no way to avoid it. God of War, unparalleled slash. The collision between the dagger and the hammer. The result is predictable. The next second, Wushuang, like Qi Yinwu before, fell from a height of hundreds of meters and crashed heavily into the ground dozens of meters away. Stir up a cloud of dust. Ha ha, ha ha ha. The monster laughed loudly towards the sky, seemingly very satisfied with his current strength. At first, it didn't dare to show up and could only hide in the room and peek. After being discovered, it was completely forced to take action. Who would have thought that the two codenamed mechas in front of it were like children's toys in the hands of adults and could be kneaded at will? Next, it's finally time to enjoy the food. What changes will happen to its body after swallowing the codenamed mecha? With a hint of curiosity and anticipation, the monster steadied its body and began to fly towards the ground below. Qi Yinwu and Hello Anglin, who were in the pit on the ground, had struggled to stand up, trying to fight the monster with their last bit of strength. Ayun, if we are going to die here this time, can you agree to one request of mine before you die? Nina's voice trembled a little, perhaps because of fear, but more of it was unwillingness. What do you want? At this time, Zhou Shiyin had already taken the initiative to leave Qi Yinwu's cockpit and came to Strelitzia to check the fuselage of the Wushuang. Qi Yinwu's battle damage was not serious, but the serious problem was that Nina's source core energy was consumed too much. Although she could recover by swallowing dragon crystals, it was wishful thinking to want to recover to a certain level in such a short time. The energy consumption of the source core in Strelitzia's body was not large, There was a problem with the core power system of the Wushuang, probably because it was hit from the front by the destruction hammer. Can you kiss me before you die? Nina explained quickly, as if she was worried that Zhou Shiyun would refuse. I have never had any intimate contact with a man since I can remember. I heard from experienced seniors that if you can kiss someone you like, it will be a very happy experience. Hearing such a simple request from Nina, Zhou Shiyun raised a bitter smile. The person is almost dead, and you're still thinking about kissing. Just when Nina thought she had been rejected, Zhou Shiyun changed the subject the next second. Vivonte di. If you want to kiss, wait until we get back. I'll let you kiss as much as you want. Then Zhou Shiyun turned his gaze to the cockpit of Wushuang and asked, I have a plan. It may not kill the monster, but at least it will allow us to retreat safely. But the prerequisite is that you need to sign an exclusive contract with me. Will you? Under Zhou Shiyun's affectionate eyes, Strelitzia, who originally planned to be alone and never let a man appear in her cockpit in her life, nodded inexplicably. Qi Yinwu opposite with a puzzled look. But haven't you already signed an exclusive contract with Qi Yinwu? Zhou Shiyun nodded. My physique is somewhat special. I can sign contracts with multiple mecha masters at the same time. Such an explanation was unheard of for Strelitzia, a well-informed mecha master who was born in the Sky City. But through those eyes that were gentle to the core, she was quite sure that Zhou Shiyun was not lying to her. Oh well, just think of it as a way to survive. Strelitzia walked out of the cockpit, came to Zhou Shiyun, stretched out his hands, and closed his eyes. I couldn't help but wonder if all this was arranged by God. Fate is truly beyond words. The same thought flashed through Zhou Shiyun's mind. What is an exclusive contract? It is a determination and trust to entrust both the soul and the body to the mecha master. And it is also a self-sacrifice from the maintenance master. The saying, when one prospers, all prosper. When one suffers, all suffer is not appropriate here. Because under the effect of the contract, the maintenance technician is more like an auxiliary prop, specifically used to enhance the strength of the mecha technician. It is also an auxiliary prop that can be abandoned by the mecha master at any time. But on the contrary, as a maintenance technician who has signed an exclusive contract, as long as he is alive, everything he has belongs to his mecha master, including his life. Of course, it cannot be said that there are no benefits at all after becoming a dedicated maintenance technician, because basically all mecha operators will become lovers with their own dedicated maintenance technicians, and even get married and have children. Except for special people like Dillies who have a high status and heavy responsibilities. For example, a great general in the Sky City. A man as kind as me has even given you time to leave your last words. What an enviable scene. The monster tore through the dust and finally appeared in front of the three people. Mecha pilots and a maintenance technician in front of it. A rare trace of nostalgia appeared on its ugly face. Once upon a time, I was also an excellent repairman, and her personal repairman. For her, to protect this city, I have given everything I have, but she rejected me. At this point, the monster's voice gradually became a little harsh. She actually told me that she only wanted to protect this city and the people in it, and she has never thought about getting married. Ha ha ha, ridiculous, this is really ridiculous. Who stipulated that the city's guardians cannot get married and have children? The monster changed his tone and became extremely gentle. But who made me love her? Who made me love her for 20 years? So I respect her. In order to help her better protect the city, I took the initiative to ask to terminate the contract and go to the maintenance department to serve as the head of the maintenance department. I promised her that I would create a brand new mecha that would relieve her of the burden on her shoulders. She agreed. For 3 whole years, I stayed in the maintenance department day and night just to invent a combat mecha that could rival the codenamed mecha. Finally, one day, I did it. But when I went to her with the plan for the latest combat mecha with great joy, but she told me, the monster instantly became furious, and a strong wind swept over, sending gravel and dust flying all over the ground. She's getting married. Chapter 31, Mythical Skill, Trinity, Fusion. Ha ha. And the man she married was just a young man who just graduated from the Mecha Academy. But that boy has the talent of a top maintenance technician. Is it funny? Isn't it funny? My efforts of more than 20 years are not worth a top talent. That's why I hate it. I'm beginning to hate the Mecha Masters, I hate dragons, and I hate this group of powerful humans even more. Everyone must die. I want to create a brand new race. A powerful race that doesn't need talent, doesn't need to worry all day, and doesn't need to hide from place to place. Having said that, the monster subconsciously looked at its body, followed by countless tentacles. Luckily, I succeeded. Everyone is dead. They're all dead. And you will also be witnesses of my strength. Ha ha, ha ha. It has to be said that the repairman's words did make Zhou, Shiyun, and others feel a little distressed. Some people are listening to the story, but some people are looking in the mirror. Especially Zhou Shiyun. He always felt that when he looked at the monster opposite him, it was as if he was looking in a mirror. Of course, this is not to say that the experience of this maintenance technician is very similar to that of Zhou Shiyun, but that Zhou Shiyun couldn't help but think of Dilly's attitude towards himself. Is that attitude really just simple cultivation? You know, when Dilly's faced me, she never concealed her intention of wanting me to be her exclusive maintenance engineer. Fortunately, Dilly's previous generation of maintenance technician, who was also her adoptive father, had died on the battlefield. Otherwise, there would probably be another monster like the maintenance engineer in front of him in this world. But considering his adoptive father's selfless character, who only wants to protect ordinary people, it is unlikely that he will turn against Zhou Shiyun. On the contrary, he will be proud of Zhou Shiyun. That Ayun. Nina is actually a very emotional woman. After hearing the monster's story, although she felt some sympathy for the monster, another emotion appeared more in her heart. What? Zhou Shiyun was confused. Nina seemed to have made a decision in her heart and spoke in a very firm tone. Ayun, Nina, swear as the pilot of the Red Flame Dance that no matter what happens, I will never betray you in my life. If you break this oath, let me. Before Nina could finish her words, Zhou Shiyun stepped forward and covered her mouth. Swearing on one's own codename Mecha is a very serious oath for the driver of the codename Mecha. If it is violated, Spirit of the codenamed Mecha will take the initiative to draw a line between itself and the Mecha Master, thus making the Mecha Master completely lose the qualification to drive the codenamed Mecha. Okay, I got it. No need to swear. I'm still confident in my charm. Having said that, as if they had telepathic connection, Strelitzia's eyes met Zhou Shiyun's in the air. Isn't it? Strelitzia was horrified and looked extremely panicked, as if someone had guessed her thoughts. But what can I do about this kind of thing? Who makes Zhou Shiyun a legendary maintenance technician? She is still powerful today, so what? Who doesn't want their maintenance engineer to be better? This is not a peaceful era, and an excellent maintenance technician is enough to ensure the life safety of the mecha operator. Well, it's time to say goodbye. Next, I will swallow all of you into my stomach and make you part of my power. The monster grinned, still looking disgusting. In contrast, Zhou Shiyun was not moved at all. Instead, he stretched out his hands and held Nina and Strelitzia's hands respectively. Facing the monster in front of him, he said in a very complicated tone, "Actually, after listening to your story, I sympathize with your experience. To be honest, if it were me, I would probably be even more extreme than you." But Zhou Shiyun changed the subject. Rejection is a right that everyone has, but it's wrong for you to keep clinging to it and keep living in a world that only touches yourself. As Zhou Shiyun finished speaking, the monster opposite became furious, as if it felt that its kindness was insulted. Thousands of tentacles instantly turned into hammers of destruction and smashed heavily at the three people. Moving your own world? No. It was obviously her fault. She could have just said she didn't like me, but she lied to me and said she didn't plan to get married. It's her fault. It's all her fault. However, just as the hammer of destruction was about to fall on the heads of Zhou, Shiyun, and others, ending it all, a transparent protective barrier composed of three colors, red, white, and black, directly blocked the fatal blow. Zhou Shiyun closed his eyes tightly, and the nuclear energy in his body was running wildly. Mythical technique, Trinity, fusion. The next second, the protective barrier began to shrink, and the bodies of Zhou Shiyun and the other two, as well as Qi Yinwu and Wu Shuang, disappeared at the same time. A ray of colorful light bloomed brilliantly. Under such a dazzling light, even a monster with super powerful strength had to close its eyes at this moment. After the light faded, a new and dazzling mecha appeared in front of the monster. Ayun, since this mecha appeared because of you, why don't you come up with a name for it? Then let's call him Qian Wushuang. Qian Wushuang. Then, Strelitzia's voice came from inside Qian Wushuang and fell into the monster's ears word for word. Maybe she never liked you, but she doesn't want to hurt you. Perhaps she has some unspeakable difficulties. Perhaps she really just wants to better protect this city. Because I found that there was no scent of a second man in the codenamed Mecha she was driving. The monster was horrified, and a hint of despair could be seen on his panicked face. No, this is impossible. That guy's a top maintenance technician, but how could he not have appeared in her cockpit as her fiancé? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Just when the monster was in a state of confusion, Strelitzia Regini, who was in charge of leading Qian Wushuang, finally took action. A blood-red spear appeared instantly, with the tip of the spear pointing directly at the monster's eyebrows. The effect of the Trinity is to overlap the souls of the three people, tightly condensing them together like water and milk. At this moment, there are no longer any obstacles between Zhou, Shiyun, Nina, and Strelitzia. It is a deep combination at the soul level. So after Zhou, Shiyun activated the Trinity of innate mythical skills. The insight that he had previously complained was rubbish and useless, at this moment, had become a magical skill in Strelitzia's eyes. Who said the monster in front of us has no weaknesses? Isn't the area between its eyebrows exactly where all human flesh and blood is condensed? Gun intent sweeps fire. Broken Moon has no double strike. D. Chapter 32. A tragic victory. Zhou Shiyun was hollowed out. A flash of blood appeared first, and then the gun shot out like a dragon. After integrating with Nina's soul, Strelitzia also mastered how to use the spear, and even used it better than Nina herself. The monster was unable to dodge and was pierced directly between the eyebrows by the spear in Qi Yanwushuang's hand. Pain. Heart-wrenching pain. The point of flesh and blood between its eyebrows was attacked, causing its entire body to collapse instantly. This scene fell into Strelitzia's eyes, especially with the blessing of her keen insight, all of which became fatal weaknesses. Chance. Gun intent sweeps fire. Chasing the clouds, double-click. Qi Yanwushuang directly entered the charging state, gaining a continuous acceleration effect while accumulating power, first launching a sweeping move, then performing continuous thrusts, and finally the entire mecha transformed into a gun, knocking the monster's entire body to the ground with an unparalleled, domineering aura that could move mountains and overwhelm the world. Alan, we can't go on. We have to leave now. Just as Strelitzia was about to launch a fatal attack, Zhou Shiyun spoke. His Trinity is not completely without limitations, especially for Zhou Shiyun, whose current source core level is only level 25. Being able to maintain it for 3 minutes is almost reaching his limit. Although Strelitzia felt somewhat unwilling, she also knew the importance of the matter and knew that if she didn't leave now, she might not be able to leave later. You're lucky. After leaving a slightly provocative declaration, Qi Yanwushuang soared into the sky under the control of Strelitzia Regini and disappeared above the city in the blink of an eye. Luck! The severely injured monster began to reflect on himself and wonder where the mistake was made. The opponent was clearly no match for him before, but now he almost killed him. Maybe I'm not strong enough now, but one day, I will let everyone in the world know that only integration across races is the most powerful way. At the same time, Zhou Shiyun, who had separated from the Trinity, appeared in the cockpit of Strelitzia. As for Nina, she could only put away the red flame dance and choose to sit on the shoulder of the Wushuang. Is what you just said true? At first, Strelitzia Regini was a little confused about Zhou Shiyun's question, until he asked about the cockpit of the wind attribute codenamed Mecha. Then she understood what Zhou Shiyun meant. Are you asking whether there was ever any sign of a second man in the cockpit? Zhou Shiyun nodded. Actually, I never opened the Mecha. I lied to him. The power of hatred is strong. Rather than letting him live in hatred forever, I hope he will stop because of guilt. But it seems that I have succeeded, but I have also failed. The monster did show some emotion similar to guilt, but all of it was completely dissipated by Strelitzia's shot. Zhou Shiyun stared at Strelitzia's profile seriously from behind, and couldn't help thinking in his heart. What my adoptive father said was indeed right. The more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to lie. It seems that I have to be more careful in the future. And I don't know if it's Zhou Shiyun's illusion, but he always feels that these mecha masters have one thing in common. That is, the more beautiful these women are, the higher their talent is. Because no matter whether it is Dilly's, Nina, Nellia, Selena, or Strelitzia, none of them is ugly, and each one is more beautiful than the other. Moreover, when he was in school, he heard that the strongest man on this continent, the general of the Sky City, was an unrivaled beauty who was the most beautiful woman on the continent. No one can match him. If there is a chance in the future, he really wants to see it. But it was just a thought. After all, how could a person of that status have anything to do with a small repairman like me? At around 5 o'clock in the afternoon of that day, The Wushuang piloted by Strelitzia finally successfully arrived above the city. The Combat Command Center, which had already received the news, immediately sent by Haiwe to welcome them, which is considered the highest etiquette in the city at present. Nina, you've worked hard. Nellia first took Nina from Wushuang's shoulder, then looked in the direction of Strelitzia. Dear Sky City Envoy, Lady Dillies is waiting for you at the Combat Command Center. Strelitzia didn't say anything, but just nodded silently. Just as she was about to open the cockpit and let Zhou Shiyun leave, she found that Zhou Shiyun, who had been staying behind her and pushing her a few times from time to time, had disappeared. At this time, in the cockpit inside by Haiyue's body, Nellia was not surprised by Zhou Shiyun, who suddenly appeared behind her. My stupid brother, I heard that your performance this time was pretty good, so I won't hold you accountable for acting on your own this time, but I won't let you do it again next time. Zhou Shiyun had no time to refute Nellia's behavior, which seemed to be an accusation but was actually a concern for him. He just fell forward and fell on Nellia without any hesitation. Take me back. Zhou Shiyun is too tired. Rather than saying that the main force in this battle was Qi Yin Wushuang, it would be more accurate to say that Zhou Shiyun was attacked by Qi Yinwu and Wushuang together. The feeling of being hollowed out both physically and spiritually made him want to just lie on Nellia's body and have a good sleep. Nellia turned her head slightly and looked at Zhou Shiyun, who had closed his eyes behind her. A rare trace of heartache flashed across her brows. Maybe my father's choice was right. My stupid brother, you are actually good enough. Operations Command Center. This is the first time that Strelitzia meets the city's guardian, Dillies, the driver of the Golden Wing, one of the 9 top mechas in the series. Theoretically, this is a woman with the same status as the general. I'm Strelitzia from the Sky City. I am honored to meet you, Lord Dillies. Out of respect, when Strelitzia faced Dillies, her first move was to bow and salute. No need to be polite. You are a guest. Come and sit down. Dillies pointed to the seat to her left and invited Strelitzia to sit down. Sitting on her right was the Minister of Strategic Resources, Selena. I roughly know the reason why Sky City sent you here, but you have to tell me the details yourself. Strelitzia nodded, then turned her gaze to Selena, who was to Dillies' right. I'm here on behalf of Sky City, this time, to invite Lady Selena to participate in a selection. And the purpose of this selection, it's about choosing a master for a series of Thunder Attribute mechas made by the first-generation Mechanical Heart. Chapter 33, Top 2 Series, Mecha Master Selection Competition. As for the name of this mecha, it has not been determined yet. According to the General's wishes, it will be decided by the Mecha Master who wins the final selection. Trying hard to suppress the excitement in her heart, Selena cast her gaze towards Dillies beside her. Although she hadn't spoken yet, her eager eyes had already betrayed her true thoughts. Lord Dillies' eye. Dillies smiled slightly. Her cunning eyes had already seen through everything, and she interrupted Selena directly. Didn't I tell you before that a third, codenamed Mecha, would appear in the city soon? No way, maybe it should be the fourth one. When the selection of Thunder, attribute Mecha Masters among many cities, Dillies said she was not worried at all. As a successor, Selena's strength should not be underestimated. The series of Wind Attribute Mechas that Zhou Shiyun brought back, the future city will have 4 codenamed Mechas at the same time. What kind of concept is this? It seems like I can finally have a good sleep. When does the selection start? The tentative time is half a month later. Strelitzia took out her communicator, glanced at the time on it, and said, Are the selection rules the same as in previous years? For codenamed mechas, and the selection rules are relatively fair. So it's better not to make any changes. The specific content of the selection has not changed, but the general has made some slight adjustments. So in this selection, each participating mecha operator is allowed to bring a maintenance operator with him to participate in the selection. Speaking of this, Strelitzia subconsciously thought of that man, the man who once appeared behind her. If he goes with him, the codenamed mechas in this series have basically been taken. On the other hand, Dillies and Selena's eyes lit up after hearing these words, and they couldn't help but smile. Ha, the general is wise. Yes, after all these years, this guy finally did something right. There is no doubt that the person who is qualified to call the general this guy is Dillies, who is also the driver of the 9 top mechas. Anyway, Selena definitely wouldn't dare to do that before she took over Golden Wing. In that case, you can stay in our city for a while to rest, and then return to the Sky City with Selena. After arranging Strelitzia, Dillies turned to look at Selena. Minister, how much dragon crystal reserves are left in the city? Why can't I remember? Selena was stunned at first. Then she thought of the Strategic Resources Department that was about to go bankrupt, and her expression was full of grief and anger. After 2 consecutive wars, we have almost exhausted all our strength. Dilys nodded, agreeing deeply with Selena's answer. As the Minister of Strategic Resources, I need to remind you. It is your responsibility to keep the city running smoothly. In other words, as long as the city can still move, you can use the rest as you like. Selena stood up and clasped her fists, looking very confident. Please rest assured, Lady Dilys. Even if I go to the breeding department to feed the dragons, I will ensure that there will be no problems with the operation of the city. Well, I'm at ease with you doing the job. Go ahead. Looking at the 2 people in front of him, singing in unison, Strelitzia felt overwhelmed. Where is this? Isn't this one of the 7 major cities? Moreover, this was a city that had just experienced 2 super dragon invasions and gained countless dragon crystals after winning. Why is it so miserable? And why are you acting so hard in front of me? Don't you know that I have been contracted by your Zhou Shiyin? We are our own people. Next day, the first ray of sunlight in the morning shone through the window and onto Zhou Shiyun's cheek. Although Zhou Shiyin had not opened his eyes yet, the discomfort from his body made him subconsciously want to turn over, but he found that he had 2 meat buns in his hands. I thought Nina was really sensible. She knew that I would be hungry when I woke up, so she had already prepared breakfast. His rumbling stomach left Zhou Shiyin no time to think. He just put his mouth close to it and took a big, greedy bite. Bah! A scream and the sound of a slap on the face rang out in the bedroom. Zhou Shiyin woke up instantly. Looking at Nellia, who was covering her chest with one hand, he seemed to have guessed something. Give me a chance, I can explain. Idiot! Nellia glared at Zhou Shiyin fiercely, then ran out of the bedroom without looking back. I happened to run into Nina, who came in carrying some meat buns. Sister Leah, what are you doing? As if she was worried that Nina might notice something, Nellia suppressed her resentment and forced herself to speak in a very calm tone. Nothing. I'm just going out for some fresh air. After Nellia left, Nina walked to Zhou Shiyin with a meat bun and asked with concern. Ayun, how are you feeling? Are you feeling better? I fainted after I came back yesterday. Fortunately, Sister Leah has been taking care of you. When talking about this matter, Nina felt a little guilty. It all came down to her being too weak. If she was stronger, she would not have made Ayun so tired. It's okay, I just feel a little exhausted. By the way, you just said Sister Leah had been watching over me all night? Zhou Shiyin felt a little strange. He originally thought that Nellia just happened to appear beside him, but he didn't expect that she had been there all the time. But if she was always there, then when I was kneading the meat buns, I didn't seem to hear any noise. Yeah, but I just heard Tinas and the others say. Since we left the city, Sister Leah has been staying in the cockpit of the Baihayu, always ready for battle. She has been highly focused for a long time, so I'm afraid she must be exhausted, right? Zhou Shiyin suddenly. I think so. After eating the meat buns, Zhou Shiyin appeared in his maintenance room in high spirits under Nina's careful service. Observe everything start. The target is detected to be a series of wind attribute mechas, codename Hurricane. Current status, damaged. Damage level, 20. Reparable. Estimated repair time, 7 days. Hurricane, what a great name. However, it is a pity that there is currently no mecha master who has awakened the wind element in the city. Just as Zhou Shiyin was about to put away the hurricane and decide when to repair it based on his mood, the voice of Delis came from the sensor next to his ear. Little guy, I'm sending you a wind attribute mecha master. Can you open the door and receive it? Chapter 34. Call the Dragon Princess, Anya. Mecha Team. Team 3. Team member Ania greets His Excellency. Oh no. After opening the door, a girl in a white dress appeared in Zhou Shiyun's sight. The girl had beautiful, long, straight silver-gray hair, and her long eyelashes fluttered quickly as she blinked, coupled with a pair of light purple pupils, which made people feel warm in their hearts. But for some reason, Zhou Shiyun seemed to be able to see a hint of uneasiness buried deep in the other person's heart through those beautiful big eyes. Hello, Anya. I'm Zhou Shiyun, just a maintenance technician, not an adult. At present, Zhou Shiyin is still a little confused about Dilys' arrangements. And didn't Nina say before that there were no wind attribute mecha masters in the city? So what's going on with Anya? Anya meets Master Zhou Shiyin. No matter who Zhou Shiyin is, as long as he is qualified to live on the 97th floor, Anya must use a respectful title for him. This is the rule that a human once taught her. After living as a human for a period of time, Anya has basically adapted to the human lifestyle. Although she often felt depressed and lonely Compared with the time when she was in the dragon tribe, the communication between humans was much simpler. The first words we say when we meet are basically the same. Have you eaten yet? Yeah, I ate it. Human beings are such simple creatures. She really likes this simple feeling. And as the former dragon princess, the burden on her shoulders can finally be lifted. The revival of the dragon clan and the fight for orthodoxy are no longer important. For Anya now, the most important thing is to survive. If conditions permit, I'd like to make 3 or 5 more friends, find a man I like, and live a simple life. Forget it, we'll talk about the name later, you come in first. As for the room, you can choose it yourself. Anyway, Zhou Shuryan has come to terms with it. According to Dilly's opinion, it is estimated that all mecha pilots who can drive codenamed mechas will be arranged on the 97th floor in the future. On the surface, he is the master of the 97th floor, but in reality, he is just the exclusive maintenance engineer for this group of codenamed mechas. This damn peeping Tom. Regarding the fact that Zhou Shuryan's family has a new member, Nina said that she is no longer surprised. It is nothing more than adding an extra pair of chopsticks when eating. However, some people do not think so. When Nellia came back from being out on business, she saw Anya's pitiful little face, turn around and walk directly into the maintenance room, and started an unprecedented battle with Zhou Shuryan. Tell me, where did you kidnap this little girl from? Zhou Shuryan, who was pinned to the ground by Nellia's deadly scissor kick, was inconsolable. How could he have abducted her? This was clearly Deli's idea. Sister Leah, since ancient times, every wrong has its perpetrator. You should go find Mistress Dilly's. Nellia didn't take it seriously. Do you think I don't know that you and Lady Dilly's are in the same group? She must have seen through your true nature, so she arranged beauties with different personalities around you, and you don't know how to resist at all. I am so disappointed. Disappointed, sister. It's as if you were not arranged by Dilly's. Of course, Zhou Shuryan could only think about such things in his heart and would not dare to say them out loud. Sister, my dear sister, please get off me quickly. Isn't it okay for me to admit defeat? Putting aside the facts, the physical fitness of the mecha pilots is really not to be underestimated, especially the mecha pilots like Nellia who drive codenamed mechas. Their close combat ability is indeed very strong. At least Zhou Shuryan is no match at all. Under Nellia's strong pressure, Zhou Shuryan finally had to agree to a number of unequal treaties, and Nellia left the maintenance room contentedly. However, when Zhou Shuryan saw that Nellia put on a friendly expression when facing Anya, he felt terrible. What no? This girl was clearly looking for an excuse to take revenge for having her bite her bun this morning. Humph! Don't give me the chance, or I'll bite it again next time. I won't just bite the bun skin, I'll also eat the filling. At the same time, Dilly's and Strelitzia, who lived on the 99th floor, stood facing each other. What is the current situation of Sky City? Is that guy's injury okay? Was naturally clear about the guy that Dilly's mentioned. The general's injuries have almost recovered. As for the other dimension, the situation has not been very good recently. There are often high-frequency energy fluctuations surging out from behind the portal. The battle seems to have reached a critical moment. So, Strelitzia looked up, and her eyes met with Dilly's in the air. According to the general's wishes, if we can't solve this problem, we can only sacrifice the Sky City. Sacrifice the Sky City? Dilly's frowned. She never expected that things had become so serious. No, nothing can happen to the Sky City. The city in the sky is the spiritual pillar of all human beings on the ground. In the eyes of everyone, it is a place where people yearn for peace, equality, abundance, and no pressure. Although this may not actually be the case. Therefore, if even the city in the sky is destroyed, it will undoubtedly be a fatal blow to the remaining humans. I think it's better to do this. Go to the Combat Command Center and contact that guy. Tell her the details of Zhou Shuryan's situation and ask her to prepare in advance. I will go to help her after the selection is over. Human beings cannot live without the Sky City. The current situation in the city is relatively stable. In addition, there will be 4 codenamed mechas in the near future, so Dilly's no longer needs to worry about safety. So she decided to take the initiative. I will. Strelitzia nodded, agreeing with Dilly's decision from the bottom of her heart. Zhou Shuryan's abilities are obvious to all, and she has also experienced that powerful feeling firsthand. If Lady Dilly's cooperates with the general, there will be a great chance of solving the problem of the alien dimension. But the only problem is, Dilly's and Strelitzia looked at each other, and then several dragon cores appeared in their hands. Here is a level 1 dragon core and a level 3 dragon core. Take them to Zhou Shuryan, and be responsible for supervising him to absorb them. Before the selection begins, the source core level in his body must be raised to above level 35. I see. Chapter 35, Doubts of the Pure Love God of War. Just like that, at lunchtime that day, a fourth new member appeared on Zhou Shiyun's table. Don't look at me like that. I don't have to be with you just because we signed a contract. This is all Lady Dilly's request. She asked me to supervise your practice during this period of time. Although Strelitzia's face was so red that it was about to drip water, her mouth was extremely hard. Also, although I live in your house now, it will still be a little inconvenient considering the difference between men and women. So, I want to make 3 rules with you. Before Strelitzia Regini could finish her words, Zhou Shiyun had already put down the bowl in his hand and then carefully checked the rice grains in the bowl. Yeah, very clean. Then he glanced meaningfully at Strelitzia, who was about to make a condition to him, and wiped his mouth generously. Strelitzia suddenly realized. It seemed that when he and Zhou Shiyun were in a trinity, he had been completely taken advantage of by others. That kind of harmonious resonance and deep integration at the soul level. That person is from the Sky City after all. Give him some face. Zhou Shiyun laughed loudly, and Nina beside him also covered her mouth and laughed. This scene made Nellia and Anya a little confused, and they had no idea what was so funny. My schedule is very tight lately. Davis, the head of the maintenance department, just said he has something to talk to me about. It's probably about the development of the latest mecha. The time is set for tomorrow morning. I still have to repair the hurricane in the afternoon. Having said this, Zhou Shiyun subconsciously glanced at Anya, who was quietly eating at the dining table, with a few grains of rice firmly stuck on her cute little face. Eat slowly, no one is going to snatch it from you. Well, it's not that the food that Sister Nina cooks is just too delicious. At first, after entering the city, Anya didn't dare to go to the cafeteria to eat, for fear that she would reveal her true identity and people would doubt her identity. Fortunately, Anya was just a quiet and silent person before, and the other members of the mecha team had long been accustomed to her eccentricity. So during this period of time, Anya really hasn't eaten anything proper. Really? That's great. I'll make it for you every day from now on. Hearing that her cooking skills received such high praise, Nina's cheeks were so happy that they almost turned into flowers. On the other hand, Zhou Shiyun frowned in confusion. Although Nina's food is good, it is not much better than the food in the cafeteria. Why does it become a delicacy when it comes to Anya? Could it be that in the past, Anya rarely went to the cafeteria to eat? Although he was a little confused, Zhou Shiyun did not delve into it. He then looked at Strelitzia, who was too embarrassed to pick up her chopsticks, and said, "So, I only have time at night, huh? After dinner. By the way, Nina is the #1 member of our group. If you don't like her food, be careful, or she will make things difficult for you." After leaving a sentence that stunned both Strelitzia and Nina, Zhou Shiyun closed the door of the maintenance room very casually. "That's actually not what I meant." Looking at Strelitzia, who suddenly started to devour the food, Nina's face was almost filled with embarrassment. Entering the maintenance room, Zhou Shiyun began to dismantle the damaged parts of the hurricane. The outer armor is intact, the core power system is intact, and the element conversion system is not broken. The cockpit was a mess. It can be seen that this guy really hates you. But who can tell the truth about such things? Talent is a rigid standard for judging a person's value. Just like my good brother Charlotte, is his ability weak? Maintenance theory assessment and maintenance capabilities, just these 2 abilities have already surpassed 99% of maintenance technicians. However, the level of compatibility of the mechanical heart with a level 1 rating directly brought him to the bottom. Fortunately, my good brother is never someone who gives up easily. There is also his adoptive father, an excellent maintenance engineer who has similar experience as that monster, and Zhou Shiyun always believes in him. Even if his adoptive father were still alive, he would definitely be proud of himself. Hurricane Spirit, if you can hear me, then can you please answer a question for me? After a long period of silence, a figure with human appearance, but a body made entirely of wind elements appeared in front of Zhou Shiyun. Although the Hurricane Spirit cannot speak, it has its own thoughts and can at least understand what Zhou Shiyun wants to express. I want to ask, has that person ever appeared in this cockpit? Well, as a pure love god of war, Zhou Shiyun did care a little. Although this incident did not happen to me, I still care about it. Even if the man has become a monster, he was once a man. As men, we can naturally empathize with each other on certain things. Amid Zhou Shiyun's anxious anticipation, the Hurricane Spirit finally gave an answer. As for what the answer is, Zhou Shiyun never mentioned it to anyone else. Time passed quickly, and 3 days went by. Both Anya and Strelitzia had already gotten used to living with Zhou Shiyun. Because this guy is so busy, he has to go to the maintenance department to help in the morning, and in the afternoon he goes to the maintenance room to repair the hurricane. At night, he just goes to the meditation room alone to practice. There is no need for Strelitzia to urge you. She even began to wonder if Lady Dilly's arranged for her to live on the 97th floor because I signed a contract with Zhou Shiyun, so she wanted to keep me in the city forever? If this is the case, how should I explain to the general? Huh? No. Why should she explain when she agreed to stay in the city? As for Anya, she is very satisfied with her current life. Compared with living in a large group like the mecha team, this small group is more suitable for her and can also avoid the possibility of being exposed. However, the only thing that puzzled Anya was that Zhou Shiyun always looked at her with a puzzled expression. What went wrong? Lord Dilly's. I remember Nina said before that there are currently no wind attribute mecha masters in the city. So what's going on with Ania? At the Combat Command Center, Zhou Shiyun took a break from his busy schedule to find Dilly's and asked about the doubts in his mind. It's not that there was anything abnormal about Anya. It's just that he was really curious. Is there really a woman in this world who doesn't need to sleep, doesn't need to take a shower, doesn't need to go to the toilet, and even eats 9 meals in a row and praises Nina's cooking skills for every meal? And that amazing appetite. Zhou Shiyun couldn't help but wonder if Ania had been abused in the past. Chapter 36. I asked you to fuck her, but you fuck me? Little guy, why don't you take a closer look yourself? Dilly's didn't want to deliberately hide her intentions from Zhou Shiyun, but there were some things she hoped that the other party could discover them on his own rather than with her guidance. Little did Zhou Shiyun know that he had already planned this, but he felt that it was a bit rude to suddenly treat a girl with such a keen eye. How about I try that first? Dilly's nodded. Go. Okay. Activate vision. Detection target. Dilly's. Dilly's. Race, human. Age, 35. Height, 175 centimeters. Weight, 65 cm. Talent attribute, level 1 thunder element. Source core level, 93. Appearance score, 9 points, maximum 10 points. Emotional status, still single. Weakness, 300,000 ordinary humans in the city. All mecha masters in the city. Mythical repairman Zhou Shiyun. Friendly reminder, if you want to defeat Dilly's, maybe you can try to commit suicide. Commit suicide your sister. After taking a quick look at Dilly's message, Zhou Shiyun ran out of the Combat Command Center without looking back, as if he were a thief. On the other hand, Dilly's, who had not reacted at all under the keen detection, collapsed to the ground like a deflated ball. A dizzying feeling suddenly came over me, as if the world was spinning around me. I felt as if I was in the depths of a sea of clouds, or like willow catkins floating in the wind. My body became as limp as noodles, and my mind was like a pool of stagnant water in the dark night, so stagnant that there was not even a ripple. Zhou Shiyun's eyes were like a pair of big hands, constantly wandering around Dilly's body, occasionally climbing up the mountains, crossing the canyons, and going deep into the dense forests and the sea of clouds. That feeling made Dilly, who had been single since birth, unable to stop, but she didn't want to make a fool of herself in front of Zhou Shiyun, so she had to pretend to be calm. Damn you little bastard, I told you to try Anya. I should have told him directly. Zhou Shiyun did not return to his room directly, but appeared in a medium-sized lazy bar in the city as requested by his good brother Charlotte. Why did you choose such a place? Zhou Shiyun's first impression of this bar was that it lived up to its name. The industrial-style decoration, coupled with the built-in bar made up of a large number of broken machines, made Zhou Shiyun very suspicious that this was not a bar at all. It is a ruin that has experienced a battle and has not been repaired yet. You don't understand this, do you? The Lazy Bar is a romantic place for us maintenance engineers. Charlotte said this with a smug look on her face, even with a hint of mockery in her eyes for Zhou Shiyun's inexperienced attitude. Then he pointed to the bar around him and whispered mysteriously into Zhou Shiyun's ear. See? These broken machines were all dismantled from the first generation of mechas. According to the rules here, if any customer can repair any of these parts, he or she will not only be awarded a lifetime membership in the Lazy Bar, but will also be able to drink a cocktail personally mixed by the proprietress. And this cocktail has a nice name. It's called Fake-In. Our maintenance department director Davis once had the opportunity to experience flying. According to him, before Charlotte could finish speaking, Zhou Shiyun waved his hand to interrupt her. I'm not in the mood to listen to that Davis guy sighing. Zhou Shiyun didn't know much about Davis before. Until he started to interact with him a few days ago, he finally understood. The reason why this guy became the head of the maintenance department instead of the exclusive maintenance technician of a codenamed Mecha must be because of his foul mouth that can speak 24 hours a day. Calling him a chatterbox is a bit of an insult to the word chatterbox. Matter where you are, you can always hear it firing in your ears. You just said that the parts here were all disassembled from the original first-generation Mecha, right? Charlotte nodded, then said meaningfully, "You've been asking me to keep an eye out for the first-generation Mecha parts before, but there are very few first-generation Mecha parts still stored in the maintenance department. I've basically sent you all the ones I can find so far. As for the rest, I'm afraid this is the only one." Charlotte has always kept Zhou Shiryun's affairs in mind. In addition, the maintenance department's research and development of the latest generation of mechas has recently been on track, so he has relatively more free time. "Thanks for your hard work." Zhou Shiryun took a rough look and found that there were about 30 parts in the entire bar, which was much more than what Charlotte had found before. This made Zhou Shiryun feel curious about the identity of the bar's proprietress. "Then drink first. I have something else to do in the maintenance department. I'll be leaving now." By bringing Zhou Shiryun here, Charlotte has achieved her goal. "Don't leave yet. I'll show you something." Under Charlotte's slightly puzzled gaze, Zhou Shiryun took out a complete set of research and development plans for combat mecha from his arms. "This was given to me by a friend of mine. Can you see if there is anything wrong with it?" After taking the plan, Charlotte looked at its contents very carefully. This is too fast. From the initial doubts to the subsequent surprise, shock, and continuous exclamations. It is conceivable that the content of this RD plan is enough to surprise Charlotte. It's just a pity. Zhou Shiryun did not comment on Charlotte's evaluation, and he did not want to explain. It was like letting Charlotte speak freely. The maintenance engineer who can develop this solution is definitely a genius. But if the genius is taken to the extreme, then he is a madman. The idea of replacing the mecha spirit with a living dragon is too far-fetched and totally unacceptable. Our maintenance department has considered similar issues before. The biggest difference between the so-called codename mechas and ordinary combat mechas has never been the spirit of the mechas, but the compatibility and conversion of elements. The reason why the codename mecha can be called a codename mecha is because of its unique elemental matching and conversion ability. It can link with the elemental power in the body of the same element mecha master and release a large amount of elemental power in an instant to attack, defend, move, etc. If the mecha master is strong, then the code mecha will be strong. This is a mutually dependent relationship, and the so-called mecha spirit is actually just the element storage body of the codename mecha. This can be completely replaced by other means. Although the effect cannot be compared with a real mecha spirit, it is at least feasible. So, as if she had thought of something extremely crucial, Charlotte widened her eyes, stared at Zhou Shiryun fiercely, and asked, "Wait, where did you get your friends? Aren't you my only friend? Or do you have a dog outside without telling me?" Zhou Shiryun was furious. "Get lost!" Chapter 37. City Trading Day. In the end, Charlotte took away the research and development plan that Zhou Shiryun gave him. In Charlotte's words, although this guy's ideas are a bit fanciful, and many of them are simply not feasible in practice, it's still okay to use them as a reference. If that monster knew that the plan he had worked on behind closed doors for 3 whole years could only be used as a reference in the end, he would probably rush into the city and beat Charlotte up, right? Of course, the greater possibility is that the guy will be hung up and beaten first. After all, the current city is not something that a strategic level creature can take down just by wanting to. "I want to meet your boss lady. Please introduce me to her. By the way, my name is Zhou Shiryun." Zhou Shiryun came to the bar front desk and said to the middle-aged man wearing an apron and with a big beard on his face, "It's really a lazy bar. Did he come to work right after cooking at home? He didn't even have time to shave. Boy, according to our rules, you are not qualified to see our boss lady until you have repaired the parts. Unless you can prove yourself to be an excellent repairman, of course." Zhou Shiryun was stunned at first when he heard this, then pointed to the poster on the wall of the bar. "Uncle, please take a closer look. Doesn't the person on the poster look like me?" From the Mecha Academy by Dillies, everyone in the city knew about him. Posters related to him were posted in major shopping malls and stores. Even his good brother Charlotte made a small profit because he had a few private photos of Zhou Shiryun. In Dilly's words, Zhou Shiryun's identity is not just a maintenance technician, but a hope that makes people full of longing for the future. A city with a legendary maintenance engineer can not only clear the haze above everyone's head, but also resist the miasma behind the city. The whole city became prosperous because of Zhou Shiryun's appearance. and even the vegetables in the greenhouse had a good harvest. The man first looked at the poster on the wall, then looked at Zhou Shiyun carefully. Oh, you know what? They really look a bit alike. But why is it a little bit wrong? Zhou Shiyun was puzzled. What's wrong? Upon hearing this, the man did not immediately answer Zhou Shiyun's question. Instead, he walked out of the front desk, walked around Zhou Shiyun's body several times, and then returned to the front desk. Then take out a pair of reading glasses and put them on your eyes. I was wondering what was wrong. I forgot to bring my glasses. You fucking. Before Zhou Shiyun could complain, the man put his arm around Zhou Shiyun's shoulders and walked towards the backstage of the bar, leading the way while not forgetting to instruct Zhou Shiyun. Be careful with your words when you go in. Our boss lady has recently entered menopause and has a bad temper. If she gets upset, I'll be in trouble too. By the way, you and your friend just drank 4 cans of beer, a total of 20 yuan. Remember to pay the bill when you leave. Zhou Shiyun was surprised. Don't you have poor eyesight? How do you know we drank 4 cans of beer? The man smiled confidently. You are the only table of customers in the whole bar. My eyesight is not good, but I am not blind. After turning a corridor, the door of the first room on the right was ajar. The blue light from inside the room shone through the gap onto the floor outside, making one feel a little cold. We're here, go in by yourself. After sending Zhou Shiyun to the place, the middle-aged man looked cautiously in the direction of the crack in the door, then turned around and ran away. 3 big question marks appeared above Zhou Shiyun's head. Isn't she just a boss lady? Is she that scary? As the saying goes, a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. After all, Zhou Shiyun is a person with an ID card. How could he be afraid of a boss lady like her? I'm dual. With a whoosh, before Zhou Shiyun could finish his words, an arm as white as jade stretched out from the crack of the door, grabbed Zhou Shiyun's collar, and pulled him in along the opening of the door. Then with a click, the door closed. At the same time, Dillies, who had returned to the 99th floor and was spying on Zhou Shiyun, thought to herself that something was wrong and was about to press the censor button, but for some reason, at the critical moment, she hesitated. Forget it. They will meet sooner or later anyway, so let them meet. Shaking her head, she threw away some unrealistic thoughts in her mind and began to peek. No, she should have started to observe other scenes in the combat command center. Nina's figure is getting better and better. No wonder the little guy has been trying to expand the cockpit of Qi Yanwu. It's not a good thing to keep cleaning the gun without using it. Has become more open about what to wear since being bitten once. Could it be that she has unlocked some hidden attribute? Strelitzia has to find a way to keep this guy in the city. Or after the matter in the other dimension is over, bring that guy over here as well. As for Anya, looking at the harmless little girl in the picture, a hint of murderous intent flashed in Dillies' eyes. What a lovely child. Whether you live or die, it depends on your choice. Taking in a supersized dragon, I have to say that Dillies is really brave. In order to prevent Anya from losing control, Dillies had to keep her under her own nose. Even if something really happens to the other party, she will be able to arrive and deal with it as soon as possible. As for Dillies' real purpose, it would be an extremely great ideal. Lord Dillies, one of the 7 major human cities, is approaching, and they want to trade supplies with us. The sudden sound in her ear interrupted Dillies' thoughts. She glanced at the time on the wall. Today was June 30th, which was the end of the month. According to the rules, if the distance between 2 cities is not too far and there is no recent war, supplies can be traded once a month. The goods traded are nothing more than necessary goods such as food, vegetables, and fruits, as well as some daily necessities. For example, the important resource their city is responsible for is the vegetables in the greenhouse. At the end of each month, the city will use these vegetables to exchange for other materials with other cities. If I remember correctly, the wheat in the city should be right by now, right? Tell the other party that we agree to the deal. Chapter 38. Vomiting means pregnancy. Learn more about stomach strengthening and digestion promoting tablets. It was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon when Zhou Shiyun came out of the lazy bar. At the same time, he also took away all the first-generation mecha parts in the entire lazy bar. Well, and from this day on, the lazy bar officially announced its closure. Members of the logistics department are responsible for picking the ripe vegetables, and members of the transportation department are responsible for preparing materials for building the trading channel. Get ready for the city transaction in 3 days. Dillies' voice came from the sensor next to Zhou Shiyun's ear. This notification was a citywide notification, so Zhou Shiyun could naturally hear it. The so-called building of a city trading channel is actually to build a protective channel between the 2 cities, mainly to prevent food from coming into contact with miasma, which is a necessary condition for food spoilage. Since Dillies did not involve himself in the order, Zhou Shiyun did not plan to continue wandering outside. He took a look at the first-generation mecha parts lying in his maintenance space and returned to the 97th floor with contentment. However, the moment Zhou Shiyun pushed open the door, a delicate body suddenly crashed into his arms. Strelitzia, what are you doing? Strelitzia looked a little hurried, as if she had discovered something extraordinary. But the moment she saw Zhou Shiyun, she finally felt at ease. I have something to talk to you about. What's the matter? Zhou Shiyun was confused. On the other hand, Strelitzia looked as if she was unable to speak, with her hands intertwined, looking a little at a loss. Me? What do you mean? Why don't you tell me? Zhou Shiyun was speechless at the sight of Strelitzia Regini, as if he had been abandoned by a heartless person. I am pregnant. When the words, I'm pregnant, came out of Strelitzia's mouth, Zhou Shiyun felt as if his head was hit hard by a hammer, and the world was spinning in an instant. Ah, you are so young. How come you are pregnant? Ignoring Zhou Shiyun's reaction, Strelitzia Regini stretched out her slender hand and spoke while counting on her fingers. Ever since your soul penetrated me last time, I've been feeling unwell these past few days. I even vomited just now. But you also know that there has never been another man in my cockpit. Only you. So, there is only one truth, that is, I am pregnant with your child. Zhou Shiyun finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Strelitzia's decisive analysis. You must have misunderstood, right? How can a soul union lead to pregnancy? Can you give birth to a soul body? After hearing this, Strelitzia was obviously a little unconvinced. Everyone's body constitution is different. I have a body constitution that is easy to conceive. Zhou Shiyun stroked his forehead gently, then slid his hand down to cover his eyes and spread his fingers to reveal a gap. Activate vision, detection target, Strelitzia Regini. Strelitzia. Race, human. Age, 19. Height, 173. Weight, 62. Talent attributes, level 1 light element, level 1 dark element. Source core level, 50. Appearance score, 9 points. Emotional status, still single. Weakness, fear of failure. Friendly reminder, she may have a stomachache, but the main reason is still due to your intimidation. What does this have to do with me? There are also dual-level elemental attributes of light and dark, which is quite powerful. Well, go get 2 stomach strengthening and digestion promoting tablets from Nina later, and the baby in your belly will be gone. What are the consequences of being stared at by Zhou Shiyun? Strelitzia's face flushed, and she was trying hard to suppress the grief in her heart. I'm already pregnant, and you're still treating me like this, and you want to abort our baby. Zhou Shiyun was furious and personally helped Elizia take the stomach strengthening and digestion promoting tablets, and then kicked her into the gym. 10 minutes later, Strelitzia left the gym and said that she smelled a woman's scent from Zhou Shiyun, but she refused to talk about her previous pregnancy. Are you born in the year of the dog? Strelitzia was shocked. How did you know? Did you investigate me? Cough, cough. Zhou Shiyun was almost choked to death by this guy's brain circuit, so he had to cover his chest and cough continuously. We have so many girls living here. It's reasonable for me to smell a little bit, right? Strelitzia shook her head. This is not the smell of us. It belongs to another woman. Actually, I can explain it. Zhou Shiyun wanted to try to defend himself, but Strelitzia did not give him the chance. As long as you agree to my 2 conditions, I will help you keep this secret. How about that? Master Zhou Shiyun? He is definitely a great man who is not afraid of power, corruption, or money. How could he bow his head and accept his fate just because of a few threats? Sister Leah, this dress suits you so well. It should be a new summer style, right? However, the sudden sound of the door opening behind him and Nina's praise of Nellia forced Zhou Shiyun to compromise temporarily. I agree. He glared at Strelitzia fiercely, then walked into the bathroom without looking back. Strelitzia on the side saw this and chuckled, looking very proud. Strelitzia. Ania also came back with Nina and the others. This girl has never left the house since she moved into the 97th floor. In order to change Ania's bad habit of being a loner, Nina forced her to go shopping in the city. After about 10 minutes, Zhou Shiyun finished washing up and walked out of the bathroom. In the huge living room, Ania is the only one left, sitting alone on the sofa watching TV. As for the content on TV, it is an old-fashioned plot that has been repeated for more than 300 years. It seems to be called something like The Mighty Bald Man Makes Trouble in Heaven. As soon as Nina came back, she rushed into the kitchen with the newly bought food to prepare dinner. Nellia felt that her source core level was too low, so she would basically appear in the meditation room whenever she was at home. As for Strelitzia, that girl is probably playing games crazily in the game hall. Seeing that the time had come, Zhou Shiryun pretended to walk past Anya casually and instantly began to observe everything. Detection target, Anya. Anya. Race, dragon. Age, 7. Height, 160. Weight, 50. Talent attribute, level 1 wind element. Source core level, 50. Appearance score, 9 points. Emotional status, still single. Weakness, fear of killing, fear of identity exposure, fear of being disliked by humans, fear of strange looks, and being treated differently. Friendly reminder, please turn the page. Chapter 39, Busy Night. Friendly reminder, Ania is very satisfied with her current life and hopes to continue living as a human being. For this reason, she agreed to the order of Lady Dillies and decided to drive the hurricane to fight for humanity. Note, Ania currently doesn't seem ready to fight the dragon. Maybe you can help her. Under Zhou Shiryun's gaze, although the 7-year-old Anya was a little curious about the abnormality of her body, it was obviously not as exaggerated as Strelitzia and others. At most, she just felt a little comfortable. Zhou Shiryun rubbed Anya's little head with a lot of thoughts in his mind. The source core level of level 1 corresponds to the strength of level 2 creatures. A super dragon lives blatantly in the human world and wants to integrate into the human world, even fighting with its own kind for this purpose. What on earth is Dillies going to do? Little guy, fix the hurricane within 3 days. I have plans. The voice of Dillies was heard from the sensor. Zhou Shiryun did not answer, but just nodded calmly, because he believed that the peeping Tom Dillies must be watching him at this moment. Lord Zhou Shiryun. Anya couldn't understand why Zhou Shiryun suddenly came over and rubbed her head, but the feeling was actually quite comfortable. Do you have anything to ask Anya to do? Zhou Shiryun shook his head, and then spoke in a very gentle tone. How many times have I told you to call me Yun or Brother Yun? Don't call me sir. Naya knows, Master Zhou Shiryun. Anya nodded as if she understood, then focused her attention back on the TV screen. Well, you see, I'm going to the maintenance room first. Dillies' order was to repair the hurricane within 3 days. Although it was 1 day earlier than he expected, it would not be a problem if he worked overtime. As for his own first-generation mecha, he would have to talk about it later. Moreover, the number of parts he had collected so far was still far from enough. Even if all of them were repaired, he could only piece together 1/3 of the whole thing. But even if it was only 1/3, it would have emptied the entire city. The city doesn't have it, so the city should have it, right? Zhou Shiryun suddenly remembered that in 3 days, he would be trading with the city, which was also one of the 7 main human cities. He turned on the sensor and asked Dillies whether he could exchange some first-generation mecha parts with the city through some means. Dillisai said that she could take care of this matter, and Zhou Shiryun didn't need to worry about it at all. Zhou Shiryun was very moved and said that he would be loyal to Dillies for life and work hard for the city until his death. At the same time, his admiration for Dillies was like an endless torrent of water. Then he decisively rejected Dillies' unreasonable request to invite him to the 99th floor for an in-depth exchange. After dinner, Zhou Shiryun went to the window and looked out. The city that was supposed to be shrouded in darkness was now brightly lit. In order to prepare for the monthly trading, all departments were working overtime. This kind of scene is not often seen in the entire wasteland world. Nina, how about we go down together to help? Zhou Shiryun turned around and looked at Nina, who was cleaning the table, and he was ready to make a move. Okay, then you go change your clothes first, and then we'll go downstairs to help when I finish cleaning. Nina would never refuse Zhou Shiryun's request. But when this conversation between the two fell into the ears of several other people, it was not the same thing. Humph, my foolish brother. Aren't you going to invite your respected sister? Nellia had a cold expression on her face. Her eyes kept moving between Zhou Shiryun and Nina. She always felt like she was being cuckolded. Shouldn't your own brother revolve around you? Don't you still need to go to the meditation room to practice? Zhou Shiryun said helplessly. I just went down to hang out and help out, not to play. Nellia snorted again. Practice requires a combination of work and rest. Besides, even if my source core level is low, isn't there still someone at the bottom? After a period of hard training, and with the support of an unlimited supply of dragon crystals, Nellia's source core level has reached level 40. Although there is still some gap compared to Nina, Strelitzia, and Anya, It is at least stronger than Zhou Shiyun, who is only level 30, right? Moreover, the source core level is a hurdle every time it increases by 10 levels, and it is no longer something that can be improved through practice alone. Otherwise, Nina and the others wouldn't have been stuck at level 50 for so long. Zhou Shiyun said he knew exactly what Nellia meant. But should I remind Nellia that I'm just a maintenance technician? Reminder? Or maybe just forget it? The relationship between the siblings has finally been smoothed over. How about we go together? Before Nellia's Thunder Nature came out, Zhou Shiyun had already turned his gaze to the other two. Strelitzia waved her hand, indicating that she had no interest in going downstairs. She might as well go to the game hall and have a fight. Homegirl. As for Ania, she was immersed in the outrageous plot of the bald man making trouble in the heavenly palace, and watched it with relish. Wow, I'm so touched. Bald Chong actually learned the Great Dragon for King Gigi. Zhou Shiyun was sweating profusely and had an urge to beat the screenwriter to death. Come on, let's go down and help. The three of them changed their clothes and took the elevator directly to the ground. Looking at the people coming and going on the street, Zhou Shiyun and the other two had a clear goal and headed straight for the vegetable greenhouse area. Hello, I am. When they arrived at the greenhouse area, before Zhou Shiyun could introduce himself, the staff at the door had already handed him 3 shoulder poles and 6 baskets. You 3 are responsible for the tomatoes in Area 32. Hurry up. Zhou Shiyun was shocked. How did he know that he liked tomatoes? Well, you'll see. Half an hour later, Zhou Shiyun, who had eaten and drunk his fill, was dragged away from greenhouse area number 32 by Dilisai by the ear. It hurts, it hurts. You still feel pain. What did I ask you to do these days? You came here to eat the buffet, right? Dilly's gnashed her teeth and looked at Zhou Shiyun, who looked innocent. She had given him the order to repair the hurricane within 3 days, but this guy actually brought his 2 mistresses here to eat alone. The most important thing is that he didn't even call me. That hurricane will definitely be repaired within 3 days, I promise you. Chapter 40. Top 1 Series Duchess. After glaring at Zhou Shiyun again, Dilly's left with peace of mind. That night, after picking tomatoes for more than 3 hours, Nina and Nellia returned to the 97th floor. Zhou Shiyun, who had already been caught by Dilly's, looked a little embarrassed. That was an accident. Nina, on the other hand, had a delighted expression on her face. Sister Leah has made a breakthrough and is already level 41. Nellia smiled faintly, then looked at Zhou Shiyun. Useless man. Damn it. 3 days passed in a flash. The highest level of the combat command center, looking at the huge monster gradually approaching the city in the distance, and exclaimed in amazement. What a magnificent city! It is worthy of being one of the 7 major cities. Although this is not the first time I have witnessed the city trading day, the view from the ground is far less spectacular than that from a high altitude. Dilisai on the side asked Zhou Shiyun in a testing manner. Little guy, do you know why the city is responsible for growing food, but we are only responsible for growing vegetables? Zhou Shiyun fell in a deep thought after hearing this. It must be said that this was the first time he had considered such a question. Could it be because of strength? Dilisai nodded. Whether it is the city population or the city's combat power, our city is far inferior to the city. Do you know why? Zhou Shiyun naturally didn't understand this kind of problem involving urban planning. Have no idea. Because the survival rule of our city is distribution according to need. People with high talents are given priority, and those with low talents have to wait for the next batch of resources to make progress. But the city is different. Because resources are always limited, good things need to be snatched and fought for. And only the weak will sit and wait for distribution. So, everyone living in the city has a wolf nature. It's a place where the fittest survive and the weak are eliminated. It is also because of this that the combat effectiveness of the entire city is enough to rank among the top 3 among the 7 major human cities. Ordinary destructive level dragons don't dare to take the initiative to provoke the city. What about the city responsible for growing fruits? The size of cities was actually ranked by the plants they planted. This was something Zhou Shiyun had never thought of before. It's the same as our city. Oh well. Seeing the disappointment on Zhou Shiyun's face, Dilly smiled knowingly. But this was all in the past. If it were now, not counting his own golden wing, there are now 4 codenamed mechas in the city, plus Zhou Shiyun, the legendary maintenance technician. Some thoughts that Dilisai had never had before suddenly came to her mind. If I and the Duchess of the city can work together to suppress that guy. What about strategic resources? Do they need to be traded as well? Dillies shook her head. The resource transactions between cities are limited to living resources and production resources. Strategic resources are universal, and there is no need to trade them. Whether it was vibranium or dragon crystal, they were all products from within the miasma, and the amount stored in the city depended on whether the war was won or not. But this time, in order to replace a batch of first-generation mecha parts for Zhou Shiyun, Dilisai was destined to bleed. Codenamed Mecha suddenly appeared in the sky above the city and was flying towards the city's location. Duchess. Level. Series level. One of the 9 top mechas. Owner. City Guardian. India Esli. The white wedding dress on the Duchess is as clean as snow, exuding a sacred and noble atmosphere. The neckline and cuffs are embellished with delicate beads and sparkling rhinestones. The fluttering skirt in the air is embellished with dreamy flowers. The exquisite design on the back shows the woman's sexiness and graceful curves. The crown on her head is inlaid with a blood-red crystal, which adds a bit of mystery to her. Her long snow-white hair is draped over her shoulders, and it seems to be moving under the cover of the veil. Little guy, get ready for battle. Leaving behind a sentence that made Zhou Shiyun somewhat confused, Dillies drove her golden wing towards where the Duchess was. Could it be that this guy Dillies is going to go to war with the Duchess? Why is this? Fortunately, the situation that Zhou Shiyun was worried about did not occur. After meeting the Duchess on the Golden Wing, they simply exchanged a few words and then flew together towards the location of the miasma behind the city. Of course, if Zhou Shiyun could hear the greetings between the two, he might not be so calm. After the 2 superbosses left, Zhou Shiyun also shifted his attention to the transaction channel that was being linked below. Since the current city mecha team has no mechas, the mecha operators can only choose to ride nuclear-powered motorcycles to deliver boxes of fresh vegetables into the city. In response to this, the city's mecha masters did not express any mockery or the like. After all, right in front of this group of nuclear-powered locomotives, there were 4 codenamed mechas. Whether it is the Wu Shuang from the God of War series, or the Bai Haiyu, Qi Yin Wu, and Hurricane from the series, they are all enough to hold up the scene for the city. There are 4 codenamed mechas in the city. What a joke! According to the rules, except for the Guardian, each city is only allocated 2 codenamed mechas. Why does the city have 4? This is unfair. Nina, who was walking in front, couldn't help but smile after hearing the discussion of the city mecha masters. Fair? This world is not fair. If it weren't for the appearance of Zhou Shiyun, how could Qi Yinwu return to the battlefield? How did Strelitzia appear in the city? And the damaged hurricane? Of course, the biggest cheat is Zhou Shiyun, the legendary repairman. Warning! Warning! The concentration of miasma around the city has been detected to be rising, and the current concentration level is level. The concentration of miasma is increasing. A dragon has been detected inside the miasma. Warning! Warning! The concentration of miasma around the city has been detected to be rising, and the current concentration level is level. The concentration of miasma is increasing. A dragon has been detected inside the miasma. Zhou Shiyun, who was originally watching the excitement on the rooftop, felt something was wrong the moment he heard the alarm. The words left by Dilisai before Lenovo. Warning! Warning! Dragon invasion detected. Invasion level. Invasion quantity 1. Repeat warning. Invasion level. Invasion level. Invasion level. What? Destruction level is called Dragon Invasion? How is this possible? Chapter 41. SS level destruction. Dilly's order. At this moment, both the city and the city's mecha masters were all stunned. The destructive level is called Dragon Invasion, which is a level invasion that will only happen in a lifetime, and it will only happen once in 100 years. Normally, dragons of this level would hardly appear outside of miasma. But what happened today? First, the guardians of the 2 cities took the initiative to enter the miasma, and then a destructive level dragon came out from it. Just when everyone was still standing there in a daze, not knowing what to do, who would have thought that the destruction level dragon on the opposite side spoke first? Why are you all looking at me? Just do what you need to do. Super dragon that is about to enter the ceiling of the wasteland world, destruction is not in a good mood. It felt even more uncomfortable when it saw the 2 cities opposite, which were in a state of preparedness for a formidable enemy. You're not a monkey. What are you looking at? You 2 crazy women. Why do you want to fight that guy if you want to? Why are you kicking me out? I hope the battle will end soon. Maybe I can get some benefits from it. The mecha divisions of the 2 cities have gathered together at this moment. Without orders from their superiors, they dare not act rashly, especially before the other party shows strong hostility. A level 1 destructor is called a dragon. I've never seen one in my life. Don't even mention you. I guess even our captain hasn't seen it, right? Mech is in the city, and they are now ready to go into battle at any time. As for their captain, she is a pilot of the Ares series mecha named Anne Hathaway. The codename mecha he was driving was Poseidon. Although Poseidon and Baihayu are both water, attributed mechas, the 4 words God of War series are enough to prove her uniqueness. Like the Wushuang driven by Strelitzia, the Neptune is also a melee mecha with super strong attack capabilities and lightning speed. Everyone must not act rashly. Wait for Lord Esley's order. Before the combat order is issued, continue the resource trade. Hathaway gave the order. She turned her head and looked in the direction of the city, and her gaze finally stopped on Strelitzia, who was also a mecha pilot of the God of War series. I hope you will cooperate. Strelitzia curled her lips upon seeing this, thinking that this girl had quite a lot of authority. She still agreed with Hathaway's approach. The destruction, level dragon on the opposite side obviously had no intention of taking action. Although she didn't know if there was any hidden secret in this, it was best to avoid a fight. After all, their chances of winning are really low if they just call their superiors a dragon. However, what no one expected was that Anya, who was originally directing everyone to transport supplies, suddenly drove the hurricane out of the city's protective barrier and appeared in the wasteland. It's you. Anya was deeply impressed by the destruction that killed nearly half of her tribe. In order to protect her from the miasma, the tribesmen, including the chief and elders of the tribe, died one after another at the hands of destruction. This is already a blood feud to exterminate the entire clan, and there is no end in sight. Now that the enemy is right in front of her, how can she not stand up? The destruction on the opposite side stared blankly at Ania, not far away, with a lot of thoughts in his mind. What does this ant want to do? Isn't she afraid of death? Ant, I advise you not to seek your own death. Back off now. I can give you a chance to live. A deaf ear to the advice of destruction and walked towards destruction with firm steps. In fact, she knew very well in her heart that with her current strength, she was no match for destruction, but she was not without a chance. Because now she is not alone, there is also the hurricane. Ever since she got the hurricane this morning, Ania has had a very strange feeling in her heart. It seems like I was born to drive the codename Mecha. Originally, he could only reach the level of dragon, but with the help of Hurricane, he has vaguely touched the bottleneck of level. In addition, the surprise attack might cause some damage to the destruction, etc. A hint of hurt? As if she had thought of some horrific consequences, Anya's steps froze instantly. She secretly glanced at the expression of destruction, and after finding that the other party did not realize her identity, she turned around and ran towards the city behind her, running so fast. Woo-woo, Guang Tuchong once said, as long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. King Gigi also said that 500 years on the east side of the river, 500 years on the west side of the river. Chief and elders, Nia will avenge you sooner or later. At the same time, at the top floor of the city's combat command center, Zhou Shiyan finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Anya running back in disgrace. 3 minutes ago, at the moment when destruction occurred, Zhou Shiyan had received Dilly's order through the sensor. There are 2 commands in total. Article 1. If Anya loses control after seeing the destruction, Zhou Shiyan will be responsible for issuing the order to clear the house to Strelitzia and others. In fact, Zhou Shiyan was still very resistant to this order, but he said that he would definitely carry it out resolutely. Super Dragon living in the human world is really too dangerous. Plus, it could get out of control at any time, so it's better to nip it in the bud early. On the contrary, the second command is completely different from the first. If Anya hadn't lost control, according to Dilly's, I will join forces with Anya and others to kill and destroy. Yes, that's right. It's to kill and destroy. Zhou Shiyan felt that his head was enlarged. Are they kidding me? Trying to kill a destructive dragon as big as a mountain by relying on just these few kids? And, for some reason, Zhou Shiyan always felt that the voice of this dragon was familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. After thinking it over, Zhou Shiyan decided to discuss it with a few people first, at least until the tactics were determined before taking action. Alan, Sister Leah, Nina, Xiaoya, what I'm going to say next might be a little outrageous, but you have to be mentally prepared in advance. According to Lady Dilly's request, we have to kill this destructive level dragon in the shortest possible time. Do you have any good ideas? Zhou Shiyan's voice rang out in the sensors of the 4 girls, and they immediately expressed 4 completely different emotions. Nina's eyes widened, her delicate face full of shock. Is this a joke? Chapter 42 Me. A motorcycle boy. Facing the SS, level dragon. Let them kill this super dragon in front of them. It seems like they have lived enough. On the other hand, Strelitzia Regini grinned. If that's the case, then I can only rely on my Scarlet Flame Warrior. Nina was furious. It's obviously my Qian Wushuang. Nellia on the side had never seen the so-called red flame, unparalleled. So naturally, she could not appreciate the beauty of the fusion of souls. However, from her frosty expression, it was not difficult to see that she did not believe that she would be a match for the level 1 dragon. Among the 4 women, except Strelitzia, who was eager to try, even Anya, the mortal enemy of destruction, did not agree to take action at this time. As long as there is a slight chance of winning, she will give it her all. But the current situation clearly shows that it is not yet time to start the decisive battle. At least we have to wait until Lady Dillies comes back before we can take any action, right? Then do you think it is possible to ask the city's mecha masters to lend a hand? Or let their Hathaway? Before Zhou Shiyun could finish his words, Hathaway on the other side waved her hand and gave the order to retreat. All mecha technicians in the city, put down your work immediately and retreat back to the city's protective barrier. According to Lord Esley's order, no matter what happens, all the city's mecha divisions are not allowed to take a single step beyond the defense barrier. After giving the order, Hathaway's expression was very serious. She turned her head and looked at the 4 codenamed mecha masters in the opposite city. Although I don't know what you're going to do, I still want to give you some advice. It's good to be confident, but don't be blind. Maybe Hathaway has guessed something, but before it happens, all she can do is give a warning. Captain Hathaway, don't worry about this. We naturally have our own way. Although she said so, in fact, Strelitzia had no idea at all. Although Zhou Shiyun's source core level has been upgraded to level 30, which can greatly prolong the fusion time of the Trinity, Qian Wushuang's combat power seems to be similar to that of a level 3 strategic creature, and the feasibility of killing a level 3 dragon is not high. There is no way Dillies herself is unaware of this, right? But if she knew that, why would she give such an order that seemed to send everyone to their deaths? Zhou Shiyun had the same idea as Strelitzia. He began to carefully observe the dragon in the distance. The huge body stood motionless outside the miasma like a small mountain, and its eyes occasionally passed between the 2 cities. Occasionally, there is a hint of struggle in his eyes. It is impossible that Dillies is not aware of the city's strength, but she still issued an order to kill the dragon. Could it be that? What is there here that you don't know? Time passed by minute. Although there was no urging voice from Dillies from the censor, how short was the so-called shortest time? Zhou Shiyun is still a little undecided. If he is not careful, the entire city's population will face a catastrophe because of his decision. On one side is Dillies' order, and on the other side is everyone's life. How should he choose? This question is too difficult, and he really can't do it. But there is not much time left for him to think about it. Please enter the startup password. 0127. The password is correct. A nuclear-powered locomotive dropped from the sky, speeding at lightning speed accompanied by a deafening roar, leaving a trail of afterimages on the city's roads, and then rushed directly through the protective barrier outside the city and soared into the sky. About 2 kilometers away, when the people in the city saw the figure on the motorcycle clearly, they all widened their eyes and shouted in unison. Ayun, don't! Ayun, come back soon! Master Zhou Shiyun, what are you doing? Especially the 4 women who are responsible for guarding the trading channel. My stupid brother, there's nothing I can do about you. Bye, hi, well, let's go. Nellia's expression was still indifferent. But if you looked closely, you would find that underneath this indifferent face was a feeling of complete relief. Perhaps after this is over, we can properly repair the relationship between us siblings. If you can survive, of course. Although Nina and others on the other side did not say anything, they immediately soared into the sky and flew towards where Zhou Shiyun was. You stinky Ayun, you always like to act alone? Say it, you take me with you? Even if it's in another world. Stared blankly at the scene in front of her. She was a little surprised and turned her gaze to Zhou Shiyun, who was driving the nuclear-powered locomotive on the wasteland. She thought to herself, who is this man? He can move the hearts of everyone in the city, and mecha masters of the same status as him would risk their lives because of his impulsiveness. Could it be that the other party is a top maintenance technician? If that's the case, it makes sense. Don't come over here. Everyone stay where you are and wait for my order. However, the next second when the 4 girls soared into the sky one after another, Zhou Shiyun's voice rang out in the sensors beside their ears at the same time. Listen, I suspect this dragon may not be in its prime, so I need some time to prove it. If it's just me, the other party will probably not do anything. According to Zhou Shiyun's idea, if the other party really did not intend to attack them at the beginning, they would not be too wary of a man like him who could not drive a mecha. But if he guessed wrong, only he would die, and at least the 300,000 humans in the city would not be implicated. But this is exactly the case. Distance to target, 1.5 kilometers. What is this ant doing? Looking at the motorcycle ant gradually approaching him, the first question mark appeared above Destruction's head. Distance to goal, 1 kilometer. Why doesn't he stop? Is he lost? A second question mark appeared above Destruction's head. Distance to target, 500 meters. Ant, you ride a motorcycle well? The third question mark, distance to target, 200 meters. Ant, this road is blocked. Don't even think about asking me to make way for you. There was no more room for question marks, so Destruction said that he was a little angry. Distance to target, 50 meters. Zhou Shiyun stopped the car and looked up at the mountain in front of him. So tall and big. It is estimated that this dragon is about 300 meters tall and weighs about 10 million tons. But it doesn't matter anymore. Activate vision. Detect target. Level 5 dragon. Chapter 43. One strike and the Wushuang is shattered. Bashal. Race dragon. Age. 112. Talent attribute. Level 1 fire element. Source core level. 85. The source core level reaches level 50. Level 50 is level 75 is, and above level 100 is. Level 1 creatures are collectively called strategic level. Level 2 creatures are collectively called destructive level, and level 3 creatures are collectively called world-destroying level. Weakness 1. Soul defense is weak. It seems that there are 2 souls in its body, so its personality has been affected. Find a way to awaken the other soul in its body. Maybe it will help you. Weakness 2. Its overweight body gives it great power, but it also becomes a burden to it. Perhaps you can try to use long-range attacks. Friendly reminder. Find a way to awaken the other soul in Bazel. Be careful not to die. As expected, he knew that Dillies would never let them face an invincible dragon. There must be some hidden story behind this. Listen, I found the opponent's weakness, which means it's not impossible for us to defeat it. Next, follow my instructions. Zhou Shiyun stared at Mihuo while notifying the 4 people behind him to prepare to launch an attack. This action completely confused Basil. What on earth is this ant doing? Why is he staring at me? And he also looks malicious? Fortunately, Basil did not take Zhou Shiyun seriously. After all, he was too weak. Just like an elephant never takes a second look at an ant on the ground. Little did they know that when this seemingly harmless dragon was attacked, the terrifying pressure it brought was enough to make everyone unable to resist in just a moment. By Haiyu, launch a tornado rain attack to attack Bazel's feet and restrict his movements. Who is Bazel? Nellia was a little confused, as if she had never heard of this name. That's the name of the big guy in front of us. Zhou Shiyun briefly explained and continued to command. Red Flame Dance. Use the Blazing Blaze 100 slashes to pierce Bazel's heart. After the strike, retreat immediately regardless of whether you hit the target or not. Wushuang, I only have one request for you. Protect yourself. Strelitzia is a melee mecha pilot, and the Wushuang she controls is also a melee mecha. When launching an attack, she will inevitably be attacked head-on by Basil. So Zhou Shiyun has only one requirement for her, and that is to protect herself. Stop looking down on me. I will smash its head with the Yin-Yang fish in my hand. Although that is what he said, Strelitzia still chose to blend into Basil's shadow as soon as possible. Behind this hill-like dragon, the large shadow will be the safe zone of the Wushuang. Hurricane, open the wind wall. I need you to block Bazel's sight. Even for just 1 second. The 4 girls nodded at the same time. Got it. Intermediate element liberation, water summons, tornado rain strike. High-level elements released, fire awakened, 100 cuts across the prairie. Intermediate elemental liberation, wind dance, wind wall. Wushuang, Yin-Yang Pisces. Faced with such a sudden siege, Basil did not react at all. In his opinion, this is just a way for ants to greet each other. You are a bunch of ants, you are trying to provoke me. I advise you to leave immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. It was not until Zhou Shiyun jumped off his nuclear-powered locomotive and activated the automatic driving and self-destruction devices that the true strength of the level 1 dragon was exposed to the world for the first time. 0127 Go with peace of mind. Everyone will remember your contribution to the fight against Super Dragon. Taking one last look at his vehicle, Zhou Shiyun activated the source nuclear energy and appeared directly in the cockpit of Wushuang. But he was startled by Strelitzia's serious expression. My Yin-Yang Pisces can't even break the opponent's defense. What should we do? Zhou Shiyun was stunned, then turned his gaze to the hill in front of him. Physical attacks are ineffective? This is not going to be easy. Before Zhou Shiyun could finish his words, the unmanned nuclear-powered locomotive finally drove in front of Basel. Under the curious gaze of the other party's big eyes like copper gongs, it exploded. Two of the mechanical fragments happened to pierce into Bazel's pupils. Damn it! How dare you attack me? You despicable humans. You were the first to break your promise, so don't blame me for killing you. With just one stomp of his foot in anger, the entire wasteland was immediately covered by flames rising into the sky, the earth trembled, and a strong wind blew. One after another, bottomless gullies extended outward from Bazel's feet. The scene was extremely terrifying. The Wushuang, which was closest to Basel, was also blown away by the shock wave caused by this kick. Damn it! Is this the strength of a destructive-level creature? What should we do? At this moment, both Zhou Shiyun, who received the kill order, and the four girls driving the codenamed mechas were all stunned. Oh no! Bazel has started attacking again, and his target is the Wushuang. Ania shouted loudly through the sensor, hoping to alert Strelitzia to respond. However, when Basel locked his target on Strelitzia, which was closest to him, his extremely powerful punch directly locked the position of Wushuang. Even if the opponent wanted to dodge, it was too late. Heaven, burning strike, and die under my iron fist. Faced with this fatal blow, Strelitzia Regini knew that she could not dodge it, and subconsciously looked behind her. It might not be bad to die with this guy. It's a pity that we just met. Before she could finish her words, Strelitzia looked back, but she could no longer see Zhou Shiyun. Did this guy run away? Yes, he has the ability to teleport to another mecha cockpit. It's better than dying with him. Snap! Burning Heaven Strike was about to fall. The wind from that truck-like fist had already torn apart the Wushuang's respiratory system, and even shattered the vibranium defense barrier wrapped around the cockpit. At this moment, Strelitzia is so close to death. No! Perhaps it can no longer be said that he is close to death, but that he has been sentenced to death. But she didn't seem to be afraid, and her eyes were full of calmness at the last moment. Chapter 44. Use my life to ignite the fire of hope. I swear by the water, in your name, and with my body I will hide in the mist. At the critical moment, a familiar voice sounded in Strelitzia's ears. It was the voice of the ice beauty Nellia. Next, Strelitzia watched helplessly as Basil's attack penetrated his body and the Wushuang's body, and finally hit the wasteland behind him heavily, but he did not feel the slightest pain. At the same time, Zhou Shiyun's figure appeared again behind Strelitzia Regini, but he seemed a little tired at this moment. Unfaithful man, you left. Why did you come back? Strelitzia shouted angrily at Zhou Shiyun. She had never been so angry even when facing death before. Miss, I am here to save you. The distance between Baihayu and Wushuang is too far. I can only go over and enchant her first. Zhou Shiyun's explanation was impeccable and very reasonable, but Strelitzia was still a little angry. The key point is that the experience of husband and wife being birds of a feather, and the male bird flying away when disaster strikes made her feel very uncomfortable, and she could not get over it for a while. Warning! Warning! The respiratory system is damaged. The respiratory system is damaged. The backup oxygen is being activated. Please leave the wasteland before the backup oxygen runs out. Warning! Warning! The respiratory system is damaged. The respiratory system is damaged. The backup oxygen is being activated. Please leave the wasteland before the backup oxygen runs out. Although Wushuang dodged the fatal attack with the help of Baihayu, its respiratory system, which had been damaged by the shockwave, had already begun to have problems. You know, if you want to move around in this wasteland, apart from the protective barrier outside the city that can isolate the miasma, the only thing you can rely on is the mecha's built-in respiratory system. Now that there are problems with the respiratory system, Strelitzia has only two options. 1. Return to the city immediately before the oxygen supply runs out. 2. Don't worry, leave it to me. Isn't the role of a dedicated repairman to repair the mecha on the battlefield? It's just a respiratory system. It can't be a problem for him. Just after Baihayu and the Wushuang sailed out of Bazel's attack range, the furious Bazel had already shifted his targets to Qi Yinwu and the Hurricane. What was somewhat surprising to everyone was that in the face of Basil's attack, the hurricane, which had always been standing in front of Chi Yinwu, was able to handle it with ease. Even sometimes they can fight back. A series of so-called scars on Basil's body. Wind blade chain. One after another, gusts of wind gushed out from the hands of the hurricane. The powerful killing force rubbed against the space barrier and caused a sharp explosion sound. Is this the gap between us? If I can't kill you, my revenge for genocide will become a joke. Damn it, damn it. The hurricane was like a machine that never knew fatigue, its arms waving faster and faster. Countless gusts of wind gathered into a tornado, sweeping across the entire wasteland like a doomsday storm. Is this the hurricane's own attack system? As soon as Strelitzia had this idea, it was rejected by Zhou Shiyun in a moment. This should be Anya's own ability, not the blessing from the hurricane. As expected, is Long born to be the best mecha master? But, codename Mecha is the work of mechanical heart? Why is it so suitable to be called Dragon? Is there anything here that he doesn't know? Nina, use fire. Light the storm. Looking at Basil, who was almost completely surrounded by the doomsday storm, Zhou Shiyun suddenly had an idea and immediately reminded Nina in midair. If the strong wind alone cannot cause fatal damage to Basil, what about the flames? Got it. Nina looked at Zhou Shiyun deeply. She seemed to have made some kind of decision in her heart. High-level element liberation, fire awakening, extreme fire armor. Compared to igniting the storm, Nina's approach is more exaggerated. She first put on the extreme fire armor for her Chi Yinwu, and then holding a spear, she was like a flaming phoenix and resolutely plunged into the center of the doomsday storm. A super dragon really something they can fight against? Why not be prepared for certain death and create an opportunity for your teammates? An opportunity that can change the situation. A hope. Ayun. Last time you clearly said that you would kiss me when you came back alive. You broke your promise. But I don't blame you. High-level elements released. Fire awakened. 100 cuts across the prairie. Basil, give me your life. Sister Nina, don't. Anya realized that something was wrong and hurriedly tried to retract the wind blade she had shot out, but she had too many wind blades and Nina's movements were too fast. So fast that she had no time to react. Sister Nina Strelitzia stared blankly at Chi Yinwu's figure disappearing in the center of the storm. Nina's figure, her smile, her meticulous care for her, and the scene of them fighting side by side against the monster flashed through her mind. And there is the bond between them, their unparalleled red flame. It turned out that this big sister, who didn't like crowds and didn't talk much, but took good care of everyone on the 97th floor, had unknowingly occupied a very important position in her heart. Strelitzia turned her head sharply and shouted with all her strength. Ayun, help! Boom! The red flame dance ignited the doomsday storm that Ania had created with her wind blades. In an instant, the sky collapsed and the earth collapsed. The deafening roar was almost enough to shatter the city's protective barrier 2 kilometers behind everyone. The earth began to tremble again, accompanied by a roar from deep within the explosion. Even Basil, who weighed tens of millions of tons, had to start moving his body. Even the group of mecha masters guarding the edge of the city almost fell to the ground. Is this the city's true strength? It's really strong. But isn't this price a bit too high? Hathaway couldn't figure it out. She really couldn't figure it out. Why would the people in the city choose to provoke Basil? To provoke a super dragon? But now that things have come to this, even with the orders from her own Lord Esley, Hathaway has decided to take action. All mecha masters, get ready, we are about to attack. But didn't Lord Esley's orders say that we can't take action? One of the members of the mecha team asked in confusion. The situation has changed. The target has been completely enraged. If we don't take action now, once the city's mecha division is defeated, it will be our turn next. Chapter 45, Fusion. Chi Yin Wushuang goes into battle. The city's 2,000 mecha divisions are ready to go, waiting for Hathaway's order, and will appear in the center of the battlefield in the shortest time possible. Hathaway stared at the center of the battlefield nervously, trying hard to see the scene at the center of the explosion clearly. This was related to the way everyone would fight next. Should they beat the man when he was down? Or should they go there knowing there was a tiger? Hope is the first one. Otherwise, I might really have to die here today. At the same time, Nina, who was at the center of the explosion, was at a loss as she looked at the figure who suddenly appeared in front of her and led her to avoid all the aftermath of the explosion. Are you the spirit of Red Flame? Red Flame, Spirit nodded. Although she couldn't speak, she had her own way of expressing herself. She slowly stretched out a finger and gently touched Nina's forehead. A picture appeared directly in Nina's mind. Nina was very familiar with the room that appeared on the screen. It was Zhou Shiyun's maintenance room. You mean you want to sacrifice some of the attack performance in exchange for strong defense capabilities? In the maintenance room, facing the request of the Red Flame Spirit, Zhou Shiyun's expression was extremely complicated. Super strong offensive ability is the hallmark of Qi Yinwu. Let's not talk about whether it is possible to reflect it in defensive ability after giving up some offensive performance. Just wanting to change a single offensive system is not a simple matter. And what the city needs right now is not a defensive strategy, but a risk-taking strategy, so perhaps we can try to modify your Red Flame Spear. Kato's Hand. Ding! Use Kato's Hand to repair and trigger the mecha's evolution ability. Red Flame Spear evolved successfully. Strength increased by 30, sharpness increased by 30, source core energy conversion frequency increased by 30, element attribute conversion frequency increased by 30. Understand fire attribute elemental moves, high-level element liberation, fire awakening, void fire slash. Void fire slash. A stabbing skill that pierces through the void to launch a fire slash, causing a large amount of damage while avoiding damage for a certain distance. During the avoidance period, you will have a short period of invincibility. The screen disappeared, and Nina stared blankly at the red flame spear in her hand, muttering to herself. It turns out that I am the one being taken care of. An inexplicable feeling of being moved filled Nina's heart, but it only lasted for a moment and was buried deep in her heart, because she knows that now is not the time to relax. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you hurt me? You humans are all liars. All liars. Go to hell. Go to hell. Go to hell. Basil was completely furious, waving his arms continuously, and violent energy burst out of his body one after another, smashing towards Nina like falling meteors, instantly blocking all of Nina's escape routes. Meteors and fire fell from the sky, accompanied by thunderous noises and emitting brilliant and dazzling flames. Nina dodged them desperately, and each time she passed a place, she left a huge pit tens of meters deep. However, Bazel's attacks were too intense. Even though Nina used Void Fire Slash again, she still couldn't avoid being hit. Looking at the huge meteorite coming towards her, Nina had no choice but to. Just as she was about to close her eyes, she suddenly heard a voice in her ears that was enough to haunt her. Sister Nina, is it too early to give up now? Ayun. Nina wanted to look back, but she found that her body was gradually fading. Mythical technique, Trinity. Fusion. Come out. Qian Wushuang. Powerful fusion force directly dispersed the ashes produced by the explosion, and the entire battlefield appeared in everyone's sight again. Whether it was the majestic Qi Yin Wushuang, or Bazel, who had been severely injured and had most of his skin ulcerated, Hathaway, who had originally planned to support the battlefield, was horrified. Is this a mecha fusion technique? How is this possible? Mecha fusion technology is only a skill that exists in theory and is a concept that has been mentioned by many deans of mecha academies. But no one has ever been able to actually achieve it. Now that it is happening so blatantly in front of her, one can imagine how Hathaway feels. Lord Hathaway, that super dragon is injured. Should we pursue it? The mecha team have all discovered the injured Basil. If they must fight, now is undoubtedly the best time to go out. Hathaway came to her senses after hearing this, and began to observe Bazel's wound through the mecha's built-in long-sightedness. After just a moment, Bazel's wound had actually begun to heal. We only have one chance, and now is clearly not the right time. Hathaway shook her head and said with a hint of regret, if the strength gap between Zhou Shiyun and others in Basel is too great, perhaps you will choose to take action now. But if the two sides are evenly matched, then it's hard to say. How much time do we have? Driving the scarlet flame Wushuang again and feeling the powerful force coming from within his body, Strelitzia's fighting spirit fully blossomed at this moment. 5 minutes. I'll try to hold on a little longer. At this moment in the soul world, Zhou Shiyun was eating frantically, stuffing dragon crystals into his mouth one by one like swallowing a whole apple. Ayun, you have suffered. Nina felt a little distressed when she saw this scene. After all, there are not many people who can eat shit as unscrupulously as Zhou Shiyun. That's right. Although dragon crystal is a combination of energy, it is also called dragon feces. If it's not eating shit, what else is it? Sister Nina, if you want to laugh, just laugh. Isn't it uncomfortable to hold it in? And your two souls are now intertwined with my soul. Doesn't eating shit mean? Don't say that. the two girls said in unison, causing Zhou Shiyun's next words to be aborted. But he didn't care. While feeling the beauty of the fusion of souls, he forced himself to swallow the unpalatable dragon crystal. Qi and Wushuang on the battlefield had already started fighting with Bezel. Gun intent sweeps fire. Broken Moon has no double strike. Time was running out, and Strelitzia didn't hesitate at all. It aimed directly at the wound on Basil's body and launched its strongest attack. On the other hand, Basil was already in a rage. The wasteland under his feet could not bear the weight, and the collapsed area had spread to the edge of the city 2 kilometers away. Chapter 46. Poseidon, Blue Sea Moon, Fusion. Anya, Wind Blade Attack. Sister Leah, continue to control Basil's feet, and don't let him move. The battle gradually became stalemate. Although Qi Yin Wushuang's attack was strong, it was not enough to threaten Basil's life. On the other hand, the attack frequency of Zhou Shiyun and others has begun to show signs of lack of stamina. Ayun, this is not a solution. Although I am controlling Qi Yin Wushuang now, the power I can use is Sister Nina's fire elemental power, which has the same properties as Basil and cannot cause fatal damage to it at all. Fused mecha can only use one elemental power, which is the disadvantage of the Trinity. Perhaps this disadvantage can be changed in the future with Zhou Shiyun's growth, but for the current situation, it is enough to threaten the lives of several people. Zhou Shiyun's thoughts were racing, and a seemingly extremely reasonable plan instantly appeared in his mind. But, my stupid brother, what are you still hesitating about? As we all know, the so-called elemental attributes are always contained in the 5 elements, and among the 5 elements, only the water attribute can restrain the power of the fire element. Nellia knows this best. But Sister Leah, do you know what soul bonding means? What does soul bonding mean? Nellia was silent. She certainly knew. The so-called soul fusion is a kind of spiritual communication that ordinary people cannot experience. Compared with the pleasure of the flesh, the exploration of the spiritual level is more endless. The feeling is like every nerve ending is carefully caressed. The feeling makes people tremble all over. If you can coordinate the body during the spiritual communication, the effect is unimaginable. Don't ask how Nellia knew it. Just ask that Nina told her. And having spiritual communication with Zhou Shiyun means that from now on her soul will no longer belong to another man, and he can only be him. Nellia was surprised to find that she didn't seem to have any particular resistance to this. Is there anything more important than staying alive? Zhou Shiyun understood, and then took the initiative to terminate the Trinity state with Strelitzia and Nina. Looking at the 3 women gathered around him, Zhou Shiyun had a flash of enlightenment in his mind. Anyway, he must keep them alive. He must. Big brother, take me with you. The energy of the source core in Nina and Strelitzia has been almost consumed. When Zhou Shiyun was still struggling to choose who to fuse with by Haiyue, Ania took the initiative to come over. Knows how to watch TV series and eat on weekdays. Through today's battle, he has completely gained the trust and recognition of Zhou Shiyun and others. Putting aside the fact that the Anya class is called a dragon, the Hurricane is definitely a comrade you can trust on the battlefield. Anya, have you thought about it? Zhou Shiyun was very touched by Ania's initiative to sacrifice himself, but the current problem was, after 2 rounds of doomsday storms, the source nuclear energy in Anya's body has actually been almost consumed. Although it is stronger than the 2 Strelitzia, the difference is not big. But Sister Nina and the others. How about letting me give it a try? Just when Zhou Shiyun was still undecided and in a dilemma, a voice suddenly sounded behind them. Hathaway, driving the Aquaman, has arrived at the scene. Who are you? Hathaway. Hathaway came uninvited because even she discovered Qi Yin Wushuang's weakness. Or maybe it cannot be called a weakness, it should be described as a disadvantage. Facing Basil, who also has the fire attribute, Qi Yin Wushuang's attacks obviously have no effect. As a water elemental mecha master, Hathaway took the initiative to step forward. And Qi Yin Wushuang's power deeply touched her, and the instinctive desire made her want to become a pilot of a fusion mecha. You are from the city, and you will be leaving later. Are you sure you want to sign a contract with me? Sign a contract? I'm sure. Hathaway, who had a comprehensive view of the situation, had already discovered Zhou Shiyun's peculiarity. She also learned from the people in the city that he was a legendary maintenance technician and had the ability to contract with multiple mecha masters at the same time. With such status and talent, it is not a disgrace to his own Neptune. As for the other question Zhou Shiyun asked, Hathaway just smiled mysteriously and did not explain. You'll know later. Since a woman was so frank, there was no reason for Zhou Shiyun to refuse. And even if he wanted to refuse, the current situation did not allow him to refuse. The reason why Basel did not continue to attack was because of Anya's blocking, and another reason was that the opponent was taking the time to recover from his injuries. Although Zhou Shiyun and others' attacks did not cause fatal damage to it, Basel was never on guard against Zhou Shiyun and the other little ants. It was just worried that Dillies and others would appear behind it. And even if Dillies was not there, it had to ensure that it would not be attacked by the dragons from other tribes after returning to the miasma. Zhou Shiyun, nice to meet you. Zhou Shiyun walked out of the cockpit of Strelitzia, stood in the center of the palm of Wu Shuang, and stretched out his hands towards Neptune. Let me introduce myself, and Hathaway, captain of the city's mecha team, God of War series, pilot of the Sea King. Please take care of me from now on. Hathaway also walked out of the cockpit, stretched out her hands, and held Zhou Shiyun's hands, interlocking their fingers, her eyes full of anticipation. A transparent protective barrier made entirely of sky blue enveloped Zhou Shiyun, Hathaway, and Nellia. Zhou Shiyun closed his eyes tightly, and the nuclear energy in his body was running wildly. Mythical technique, Trinity. Fusion. The next second, the protective barrier began to shrink, and the bodies of Zhou Shiyun and the other two, as well as the Baihayu and Poseidon, disappeared at the same time. A ray of colorful light bloomed brilliantly, piercing the sky and soaring into the sky. Even Basel had to close his eyes at this moment. Damn it, what happened? After the light faded, a new and dazzling mecha appeared in front of the monster. Sea King, my foolish brother, since this mecha appeared because of you, why don't you come up with a name for it? Neptune sounds nice. Why not just call it Neptune? I think you want to be the king of the sea. Say the king. Don't say anything. Be civilized, you and me. Chapter 47, Super strong attack, Base, D. Feeling the surging energy surging in her body, Hathaway, who was in charge of driving the Neptune, couldn't help but let out a groan. So powerful. So this is Zhou Shiyun's true strength? The feeling that was enough to fill her whole body in an instant made Hathaway not have the slightest desire to resist. Combined with the special experience brought to her by her keen observation, this moment. The dragon that was originally out of reach in her eyes seemed to have had its solid scales plucked off and appeared naked in front of her eyes like a lamb to be slaughtered. Perhaps now she is qualified to slaughter the destructive creatures that were previously out of her reach. Sword intention. The moon reflected in the cold pond. Hathaway waved the sword of Poseidon in her hand, as if cutting down a bright moon as she passed across the sky. Endless waves surged in and turned into a vast ocean that completely blocked the space around Basel. Damn ants, I've had enough of your endless provocations. Go to hell, everyone. Black flame of hell, burn, devour everything in sight, and imprison all souls in your fear forever. Large amounts of black flames gushed out from Basil's body, spreading in all directions with bared fangs and claws, as if they were going to devour the world. This is a showdown between fire and waves, and it is also the ultimate move that both sides try their best to release. Although the azure blue seawater was turbulent, it still looked overwhelmed when faced with the flames from hell. A large amount of seawater transformed by the power of water elements was constantly evaporating. Even though the fire element is naturally restrained by the water element, the quantitative change is enough to cause a qualitative change. Basel has extremely strong energy support in his body, and his superb strength is fully released in an instant. The ability of Zhou Shiyun and other mecha masters who change their careers halfway through to resist. My stupid brother, can you eat the dragon crystal faster? Facing Nellia's teasing, which was not a joke, Zhou Shiyun's face turned pale, uglier than if he had eaten a fly. Perhaps eating flies is better than eating dragon crystals. It suddenly occurred to me that our souls are now intertwined. Perhaps you could join me in eating? In response to Zhou Shiyun's suggestion, Hathaway, who was in charge of operating the Neptune, narrowed her eyes and pretended not to hear it. On the other hand, Nellia immediately shut her mouth, regretting why she had said so much. But even if she kept her mouth shut, Nellia was still very conflicted. After all, using dragon crystal to practice was enough to make her feel uncomfortable. Now she had to eat. But if she doesn't eat, given the current situation, continuously provide source nuclear energy for the Poseidon with just the dragon crystals. I eat. All mecha divisions in the city, Listen to my orders. At the moment when Nellia made up her mind, Hathaway's voice was as beautiful as the sound of nature, resounding throughout the battlefield. Build a transmission channel and lend me all your strength. Promise. From 2,000 mecha masters broke through the sky, as if turning into a substantial channel, directly connecting to the body of the Sea King. Start source nuclear energy transmission. Start source nuclear energy transmission. Start source nuclear energy transmission. Hathaway received the energy transmission from her teammates. Her body glowed brightly, and she immediately increased the strength in her hands. At the same time, the second move is launched. Sword intention. Return to the sea. The sword decides everything. The boundless ocean instantly swallowed up Basil, who was as tall as a hill. The thunderous tide was like a mighty army, sweeping across the ground and constantly hitting Basil's body with shouts and neighs. The hellfires surrounding Basil's body were gradually extinguished by the washing of the seawater. No, this is impossible. How could my hell-black flame be extinguished? In any case, Basil couldn't believe the scene before him. His body had been covered with wounds from the impact of a large amount of water elements, and his recovery speed could not guarantee that he would not die from such an attack. Am I going to die? It is a dragon, a destructive-level creature, and the most powerful existence under the sky. How could it die? And he died at the hands of a few weak ants. I can clearly reach the pinnacle of this world. I am just a little bit away. Hundreds of years of practice were destroyed in an instant, and the dream it had always had was completely shattered. It was unwilling to accept this. It was unwilling to accept this. Humans, I acknowledge your strength and your potential. It turns out that when people are faced with difficulties, even if they know there is no hope, they must persist to the end and never give up. It turns out that this can really unleash unimaginable power. But I still want to say it. You humans are ultimately a bunch of despicable, shameless, and dishonest ants. You deceived me. You deceived me. Basil is furious. It remembered how it had guarded the transmission channel for these despicable humans for so many years. It also remembered how it was tricked by Dillies into letting out the miasma, and it kindly reminded the other party not to try to provoke that guy. However, after so much time had passed, he did not hear any movement from the wasteland behind him. It turns out that all of this was just a trap carefully designed to get rid of him. Dillies and that woman were not out to deal with that guy at all. They had only one goal, which was to get rid of him. The reason why they did not take action within the miasma was to prevent that guy from going berserk and also to lead themselves out of the miasma and cut off all its escape routes. Cruel. Such a cruel person. Such a cruel heart. Since you all want me to die, then I will just follow your wishes. But if I leave alone, I will feel lonely on the road to the underworld. How about you guys stay with me and die together? Ha 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 ha. Basil let out a long roar towards the sky, and the next second his body suddenly changed and began to swell irregularly. Zhou Shiyin and others were shocked when they saw this. Basil knew that there was no way he would leave here alive today, so he planned to self-destruct and let Zhou Shiyin and others be buried with him. Oh no, it's going to explode. Get out of the way. The Neptune was the first to be hit, so she naturally reacted immediately, but the energy transmission channel behind her made it impossible for her to move. No, I can't move. Chapter 48. Father and son meet, and the truth emerges. Behind Hathaway is the source nuclear energy transmission channel that all the mecha divisions in the city have worked hard to build. The advantage of this approach is that it can provide a steady supply of nuclear energy for the Sea King, but the disadvantages are also obvious. That is, before the transmission channel was cut off, Neptune had no way to move over a large area. On the other hand, Basil's self-destruction was imminent, and it was too late to cut off the energy transmission channel. Nina, Anya, Alan, run, get out of the way. The destruction of the Neptune is a foregone conclusion. Zhou Shiyin will never abandon Nellia and Hathaway. Now he only hopes that Nina, Anya, and Alan can survive. However, how could Nina, who has a strong character and is prepared to die in almost every battle, obey Zhou Shiyin's command at this time? Qi Yanwu was seen holding a gun in both hands, blocking the way of the Sea King. Ayun, leave the Neptune quickly and let Alan take you away. I'll buy you some time. Nina's tone sounded a little desperate. This was the only solution she could think of at the moment. If sacrificing myself can allow Zhou Shiyin to survive, that would be the best. Ayun, do you know? Actually, I knew it when you first saved me from the battlefield. I will never forget you in this life. Those eyes seemed like a messenger sent by God to save her, giving her hope to live and vision for the future. Ayun, I'm sorry. Please forgive my selfishness. This time, I won't back down no matter what. Zhou Shiyun knew Nina well, and seeing that she had no intention of leaving, he stopped trying to persuade her and could only look at Anya with hope. Big brother, Nia is very happy living with you guys during this time. So, Nia doesn't want to see her big brother get into trouble, nor does she want her sisters to die here. The hurricane also arrived, and it was blocking Chi Yinwu's way. Since no one is leaving, I won't leave either, Strelitzia said indifferently, intertwining the yin and yang fish in her hands, as if she was determined to defend to the end, blocking the hurricane. Zhou Shiyun looked at the scene with bloodshot eyes and roared madly in his heart. Why is it like this? Why does everyone have to die here? Why can't you just listen to me? Etc. Why do we have to wait to die? Hathaway, Nellia, Nina, Alan, Anya, we won't defend anymore. We'll fight him. Since you're going to die anyway, why not fight for that glimmer of hope? At the same time, Esley, who was inside the miasma, watched the battle taking place in the wasteland with a worried look on his face. Are we not taking action yet? If Basel really succeeds in self-destructing, the consequences will be disastrous. Even the two cities of Shur and Shur will be destroyed, because the distance between the city and Basel is too close, really too close. Upon hearing this, Dillies remained silent. She looked in the direction of the depths of the miasma with lingering fear, then shook her head with a determined look. I believe him. He will never hurt these children. Who is he? Dillies didn't seem to want to explain Esley's doubts, but a trace of sadness flashed between her brows. Seeing this, Esley smiled thoughtfully. It seems that this is a very complicated story. Dillies remained silent, agreeing with Esley's statement. On the front battlefield, just as Zhou Shiyun was commanding everyone and preparing to launch the strongest attack at the same time, trying desperately to fight for a chance of survival, a voice that sounded extremely familiar to him rang in his ears. Yunner, stop it! The next second after this voice was heard, Basel, who was on the verge of self-explosion and emitting violent energy all over his body, began to gradually stabilize, and even his originally swollen body began to shrink, until finally it completely turned into the size of an adult human. Cloud, there are only two people in this world who can call themselves that. Father, is that you, Father? Zhou Shiyun suppressed his excitement, looked at the figure in the distance, and shouted loudly. Child, you have grown up. The familiar voice came again, and this time Zhou Shiyun was completely sure of the other party's identity. It was his adoptive father Kronos, the man who raised him and began to teach him maintenance knowledge when he was very young, and taught him how to repair mechas step by step. Kronos is the biggest contributor to Zhou Shiyun's current achievements. Father, Zhou Shiyun's eyes instantly filled with tears. He took the initiative to release Trinity, then stumbled out of the cockpit of the Poseidon. The long battle had already exhausted him physically and mentally. The moment he left the cockpit, he felt dizzy and almost fell off the Neptune in midair. Hathaway didn't quite understand what was happening. She immediately lifted Zhou Shiyun's body with both hands and slowly put him on the ground. And, very considerately, he put on a latest type of protective mask for Zhou Shiyun, which could resist the harm of miasma for a short time. After arriving on the ground, Zhou Shiyun looked at the old but extremely familiar figure in front of him, and subconsciously wanted to get closer to the other person. Unexpectedly, he had just raised one foot and fell to the ground the next second. Yunner, if you were tired, take a rest. I know you have many questions in your heart. Before the time comes, if you have any questions, I will tell you everything. Zhou Shiyun was stunned. Just when he wanted to stand up, he fell to the ground again. He had no choice but to sit on the ground and talk to Kronos. Father, why are you in Basil's body? Didn't Lady Dillies say that you had already sacrificed yourself? Although this sentence may sound like a rebellious one when it comes out of Zhou Shiyun's mouth, it is indeed the truth that Zhou Shiyun is eager to know. Kronos nodded after hearing this. Lady Dillies is right, but it is more of a choice than a sacrifice. Choice? What choice? Zhou Shiyun wondered. Kronos explained slowly. That day, Lady Dillies and I went deep into the miasma and met Basil there. Lady Dillies fought with him for a while and found that although she could kill Basil with her strength, it would cost a great price. Moreover, if the dragons of other tribes were alarmed during the battle, the consequences would be unimaginable. So, Basil made a condition. Chapter 49. Yunner, you are the hope of mankind. What conditions? Zhou Shiyin had a hunch that perhaps what his father would say next would reveal an unheard-of secret. Bazel asked for an excellent repairman to stay and help it repair its body. Kronos' tone was very calm, but when Zhou Shiyin heard it, he felt like he was struck by lightning, and he was stunned. Help the dragon repair its body? That's right. Kronos nodded. In fact, I only found out afterwards that the internal structure of the dragon's body is 90% similar to the codenamed mechas that we humans drive. It turns out that their bodies can also be injured and unable to heal themselves, and some of their organs can even fail to function. Bazel took a lot of detours to advance to the destruction level, and there are many hidden injuries left in his body, which are even enough to threaten his life. That's why we need a human repairman to stay and help it repair its body. Zhou Shiyin was surprised, but still asked with some doubt. Then, did Lady Dillies agree? Kronos shook his head. No. Sir Dillies naturally rejected Bazel's request with righteous words, and said that if Bazel insisted on invading humans, she would fight him to the death. But as a father, I know that the consequences of doing so are too risky. If we are not careful, the whole city will be destroyed. Having said that, Chloros raised his head and looked at Zhou Shiyin, speaking earnestly. Yunner, all of this is my father's own choice. You must not hate Lady Dillies because of this. Lord Dillies is a good person, an excellent guardian who always regards protecting humanity as his first priority. Don't be sad about my departure. All this is for humanity. For the remaining human beings on this land, so that humans can stand in the sun without any worries and no longer need to hide behind protective barriers, so that humans can rule this continent again. Sacrificing for the Father is meaningful, glorious, and honorable. Having said that, Kronos changed the subject and spoke in a very kind tone. Yunner, you are already outstanding enough now. You are very good, much better than your father. As a father, I am very pleased, but you must always remember that with great ability comes great responsibility. Since the year 312 of the new calendar, there has never been a mythical maintenance technician, nor has there ever been a precedent for mecha fusion, let alone a maintenance technician being able to sign contracts with multiple codename mecha technicians at the same time. And you possess these extraordinary abilities at the same time. I believe this is God's arrangement and a harbinger of the rise of mankind. You must use this ability well and lead our human race to live on this land again. Hearing this, Zhou Shiyin suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. He wanted to struggle to get up from the ground, but found that his body was simply not under his control. Father, what about you? Kronos shook his head. Father still has very important things to do. Just as Zhou Shiyin was about to continue speaking, Kronos had already turned his head and looked at Nellia, who had walked out of the cockpit of the Baihayu. Child, you've suffered so much over the years. Nellia shook her head, as if she was not going to forgive Kronos just because of his words. If you will come back with me. Before Nellia could finish her words, she saw Kronos opposite her shaking his head with a wry smile on his face. Leah, you are a sensible child, and you are also excellent enough. Although your personality is more like your mother, you have the same blood as me in your bones. When it comes to protecting humanity, you are just like your father, and you will never choose to back down. One day, you will understand what your father did, and one day you will walk the same path as your father. This is our mission. It is a mission that flows in our blood. Nellia remained silent, but tears were already welling up in her eyes. But mother! Before Nellia could finish her words, Chloros on the opposite side had already begun to move towards the location of the miasma behind. Okay, I don't have much time left, so I've explained everything I need to explain. In the coming period, the city will be peaceful for a long time. Children, you must seize this opportunity and improve your strength. By the way, Yunner, I left a gift for you. Look up. Zhou Shiyin didn't understand why, but he still used all his strength and just managed to raise his head. Just as he raised his head, a golden light appeared from Kronos' hand, and in the blink of an eye it merged into Zhou Shiyin's forehead and disappeared. This is the skill that my father learned when he was promoted to level 50. Although it is only an outstanding skill, it is still useful. Use it well. Your father's ability is limited, and he can only help you this much. Zhou Shiyin seemed to have guessed something, and his eyes suddenly became a little dim, but he still nodded heavily, forcing the corners of his mouth to raise a smile. Don't worry, father. I will. Kronos' eyes were full of relief. After taking a last look at his daughter, his body disappeared in the miasma. At the same time, the voice from Kronos sounded in the ears of Zhou, Shiyin, and Nellia at the same time. When you have time, remember to go home and visit your mother. In fact, she has never really blamed you. After an unknown amount of time, the boundless wasteland returned to peace, and the figures of Dillis and Esli appeared from the edge of the miasma. Dillisai looked at Zhou Shiyin and the others with great satisfaction and nodded. Well done. Thank you for your hard work. Facing Dillisai's praise, Zhou Shiyin didn't know what to say for a moment, and his interest was obviously not high. Esli on the side glanced at Hathaway with a teasing look on his face. Girl, are you just going to give yourself to someone else like that? Hathaway blushed when she heard this, lowered her head, and stammered. Hathaway just talked for a long time, but couldn't make a clear statement in the end. Seeing this, Esli stopped teasing her. After laughing a few times, he began to order the city's mecha technicians to come out and help clean up the mess. You have to know that Basel is a super-level dragon, and he has been entrenched here for many years. The dragon crystals and vibranium he has accumulated are innumerable. With only the training mechas currently in the city, it is unknown when he will be able to collect all the dragon crystals and vibranium. In addition, these children on the battlefield seem to have trouble even standing up and walking. Ayun, has father already? Chapter 50. Amazing decision. City fusion. Dead. He died just like that? Maintenance department meeting room. Zhou Shiyin acted calm and composed, not caring at all about Charlotte's impending collapse. Oh my god. That was a destruction-level creature, and you killed it just like that? How on earth did you do it? Zhou Shiyin stood up and patted Charlotte on the shoulder. This is not something you, a maintenance engineer, should ask about. Then he was kicked out of the maintenance department by Charlotte. 3 days passed in a flash. The resource trade between cities has also ended. Although the people of the two cities have not had contact for a long time, they have developed extremely strong feelings for each other due to their isolation from the outside world. After this farewell, I don't know when we will meet again. Yes, my Huangmao's ghost fire is still parked downstairs of your house. Just leave it as a souvenir for your daughter. Get out. Get out now. Take your yellow-haired horse with you and get out as fast as you can. While everyone is still feeling sad about the upcoming separation, the order issued by Dilly shocked everyone in the two cities at the same time. From today on, the two cities will be merged. From now on, we will stand together through thick and thin and advance and retreat together. When these words came out, the 700,000 people in the two cities were all dumbfounded. The next second, roars of joy emanated from it. The fusion of two large main cities was an unprecedented feat in their eyes, and it would bring so many benefits to people. First of all, the integration of the two cities means that people's scope of activities will be expanded, which will also increase the options for future work. More importantly, safe. Absolutely safe. If even a supersized dragon is no match for the city, then what do the people living here have to worry about in the future? The level called dragon? So where did you put Lady Dillies and Lady Esli? Brother, since we are all family now, I have to give you a piece of advice. Children and grandchildren have their own blessings. As adults, it is best for us not to interfere in the affairs of the next generation. Humph. Stop talking nonsense. I'm going to the kitchen to get something. You stay where you are? Ah. At the same time, Esli also announced 3 orders. The Mecha Academies originally built in the centers of the two cities will be integrated, and finally only one Mecha Academy will be retained, but it is equivalent to having twice the teaching staff. Article 2. The original City Combat Command Headquarters and Combat Command Center will all be merged into the City Combat Command Headquarters, and the Combat Command Headquarters left by the original city will all be transformed into Mechanized Division dormitories. The Mecha divisions who originally lived in the city's Combat Command Center must also move there. As for the third order, it was about Esli's appointment of himself. In Esli's words, from today on, the two cities will only retain one name and one guardian. That is the city, Guardian Dillies. Well, in a nutshell, she has worked so hard to protect humanity, and now she finally has the chance to put down this burden and enjoy herself. What's wrong with that? As for herself, she will move into the 98th floor of the Combat Command Center. Her main job on weekdays is to arrange flowers and go fishing. But ever since Zhou Shiyin occasionally saw a few fish baits hanging outside the window of his maintenance room for no apparent reason, he realized that this matter was not as simple as it seemed. Well, it's even more complicated. Actually, Lady Esli is a very complicated person. Sometimes even I can't guess what she's thinking. Today is a special day, because Zhou Shiyin's 97th floor has added a new member, the former captain of the city's mecha team, the driver of the codenamed Mecha Neptune, and Hathaway. In response to Zhou Shiyin's question about whether she had known for a long time that the two cities would be merged, Hathaway had no choice but to put the blame on Lord Esley. Could it be because we defeated Bazel? So that's why Master Esley chose to merge with our city? Addition to Hathaway, there is another mecha master who came to the 97th floor today. However, rather than calling her a mecha master, it is better to say that she's a scapegoat. That is Tanasi, who has the wood element attribute. As for why Tina said she was the scapegoat, it was because after Nina resigned as the captain of the mecha team, the mecha division that originally belonged to Nina had to be under Tina's command. Now that the two cities have merged, Hathaway has also unloaded the burden on her shoulders and handed over all the 2,000 mecha divisions in the original city to Tinas for management. Tinas is now a true captain of the mecha team. He has more than 3,000 mecha divisions and 2,000 mechas under his command, and he is the most powerful one at the moment. Don't rule out this possibility. Zhou Shiyan nodded in agreement. There must be some kind of agreement between Esley and Dillies that allowed the two parties to reach a cooperation in such a short time. This is not only a recognition of the abilities of both parties, but also a trust and strength. In other words, a tiger will not pay attention to the barking of a dog, and a lion will not explain too much about food. It is simply a fantasy to want to achieve integration between the two cities before gaining enough strength to make the other party respect themselves. Otherwise, why are there so many small cities, medium-sized cities, large cities, and even main cities wandering around in this world? Don't they want to cooperate? That's because the more humans gather together, the more tempting they are to the dragons. The greater the crisis you will face. Some people even go to live in small cities in order to live a few more years. However, it would be more appropriate to describe them as moving castles rather than small cities. More than that, I want to ask. Tina's tone was a little nervous, because she knew very well that her next request might be a little excessive. Is there really a wood attribute codenamed Mecha in the city that has been damaged for many years? Hathaway nodded without hesitation. Of course. Then the voice changed. But the damage is quite serious. The mechanical spirit is broken. Zhou Shiyan, who was standing by, was shocked when he heard this. How he wished he were deaf and couldn't hear anything. How nice it would be. Chapter 51 Me. Charlotte, a professional scapegoat. Lord Zhou Shiyan. Looking at the expectant expression on Tina's face, Zhou Shiyan felt like his head was about to explode. Although he had mastered the red flame dance, that was under the premise that the red flame spirit was about to awaken. In addition to the special nature of Kato's hand, when it comes to repairing some lines or systems, no matter whether it is reasonable or not, its existence is reasonable. But your mechanical spirit has been broken by someone. What can he use to repair it? Ayun, if you can, please help her. Among the people present, no one could understand Tinas's feelings better than Nina. As someone who has been through this, Nina sincerely hopes that Tinas can have the opportunity to drive the codenamed Mecha. I'm not saying I won't repair it, but at least you should let me take a look at it first, right? Zhou Shiyan's answer immediately excited everyone in the room, especially Tinas, who jumped directly into Nina's arms and thanked her excitedly. Thank you, Sister Nina. Zhou Shiyan on the side was a little stunned, wondering if there was something wrong with this girl's brain. He was the one who worked hard, so why did he go to thank Nina? Most importantly, why not jump into your own arms? Is it because he is not broad-minded enough? With a hint of suspicion, Zhou Shiyan's eyes swept across Nina's chest. Well, it's definitely not as good as Nina's. It's still bigger. Nina seemed to have guessed what Zhou Shiyan was thinking, and she immediately gave him a loving look, which made Zhou Shiyan feel itchy. I have to say, this girl Nina is really a sensible little devil who makes people feel sorry for her. The only problem is that this girl is quite serious on weekdays, but she becomes a different person when she is on the battlefield. It's not good to always be desperate. Little guy, notify them to come up for the meeting. Just as Zhou Shiyan was about to follow Hathaway and the others to take a look at the wood attribute codenamed Mecha, the voice of Delhi suddenly came from the sensor next to his ear. Okay. 5 minutes later, the Operations Command Center. It can be seen that this meeting was still very formal because in addition to Delhi's Selena, who was in charge of the Strategic Resources Department, as well as Davis, the Director of the Maintenance Department, Cruz, the Director of the Production Department, and Bijil, the Director of the Construction Department, the heads of several important departments were all present. Plus Lord Esley and an unknown young Mecha Master. The main content of this meeting has several issues that need to be resolved. Seeing that everyone was present, Dilisai did not hesitate and went straight to the point. First, the integration of the two cities is extremely complex. It is definitely not something that can be solved by simply connecting a few transportation channels. The construction department must come up with a plan as soon as possible. What I want is complete integration. Vigil, do you understand what I mean? Vigil lowered his head in silence after hearing this. After a long time, he looked up at Dillies and answered. If we want to completely integrate the two main cities, it is impossible for the construction department alone to accomplish this, both in terms of materials and manpower. There are so many things involved and so many issues to consider. For example, how will the city move after the merger? Will it use the city's system or the city's? And how do we solve the problem of the city's defense barrier? Excuse me, this matter. Before Vigil could finish his words, Dillies, who was in the lead, had already waved her hand impatiently. You can take any materials you want. All departments and mecha divisions in the city are at your disposal. Any questions? Vigil was furious. No problem at all. Then he murmured cautiously, can't you just let me finish what I'm saying? In response, Dillies said that even if she heard it, she would pretend not to hear it. Isn't it because he thinks the workload is too heavy and that it's difficult for him and his construction department to complete it alone? Can you just say what you want to say? Dillies is a wealthy family now, with all the people and resources available. How could I miss you this little bit? Then Dillies turned her gaze and looked at Cruz, the director of production, on the other side. You don't need me to remind you about the problems in the production department, right? Cruz nodded, without commenting on what Dillies said. Since the two cities were self-sufficient before the merger, there is no reason for them to starve after the merger. But this doesn't mean Cruz has nothing to do. The integration of the two cities is a foregone conclusion, so the living area and production area must be carefully divided to avoid delaying the harvest. It is no small project to bring all the production areas of the two cities together. But compared to Vigil next to me, I would probably laugh out loud in my dreams at night. Davis, how is the research on the latest mecha going? Davis, who had been holding it in for a long time, couldn't hold it in any longer when the topic finally came to him. It's like this. Regarding the development of the latest mecha, I only have a few issues to report. It may take you 3 days and 3 nights. If you don't have anything else to prepare, then I can get started. Everyone present was stunned when they heard this. What did it mean by a tiny problem? How could it take 3 days and 3 nights? How long have you been silent? With the exception of Esley and the young mecha pilot, everyone present was relatively familiar with Davis's character. Because as long as this guy talked for 3 days and 3 nights, it means that this conversation will last at least 3 days and 3 nights, and there is no upper limit. Dillies frowned and was about to get angry, but hesitated. After all, Davis is the head of the maintenance department here, and the only top maintenance technician besides Zhou Shiyan. If a maintenance technician of this level were placed in other cities, he would probably be treated as a national treasure. Now that the two cities have just merged, Davis will definitely be responsible for unified management in the future for the original city's maintenance department, which does not have top maintenance technicians. If I criticize Davis in front of Esley, wouldn't that be embarrassing him in front of outsiders? But if I really let him continue, how would I have the time to stay here with him? Thinking of this, Dillies looked at Zhou Shiyan with a threatening look, the meaning of which was self-evident. In response, Zhou Shiyan could only agree with a wry smile. After all, he didn't want to sit here and listen to Davis talking endlessly for 3 days and 3 nights. If the people present besides Davis were all maintenance technicians who had just started working, perhaps some would still be willing to listen to his lectures. But at this time, except for himself, everyone else present was completely familiar with Davis's maintenance theory. I know nothing about it. Ahem, Minister Davis, I just saw Charlotte looking for you downstairs. She seemed to be talking about some recent progress in the transformation of the nuclear-powered locomotive into a combat mecha that needed to be reported. My good brother, for now, you have to take the blame. Chapter 52, The Birth of a Motorcycle Girl. After Davis left, Dillies' expression was obviously much more relaxed, but the meeting had to continue. So, she turned her gaze to Zhou Shiyan and said, Little guy, I know you have been involved in the development of new mechas, so why don't you report on the progress? Zhou Shiyan was stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect that in such a high-level meeting, the reports were all made by the ministers of various departments, but he would also be included? But considering that Davis has left, he is the only one among those who remain here who knows about this matter. Regarding the research of the latest mecha, the maintenance department actually currently has 2 plans. Tell me more about it? Zhou Shiyan nodded, then took out a few drawings from his maintenance space. The first one is to maintain the original nuclear-powered locomotive as the main body and then modify it, add a combat mecha that can be transformed into a human form, and then give it super strong offensive capabilities. This plan is a bit difficult to implement, but it is not completely impossible. It just takes some time. This solution has two advantages. The first is that the mecha pilot does not need to put in extra effort to retrain and can master the essentials of driving a mecha in the first place. But to be honest, it is actually no different from the third-generation armor in the series. As for the second advantage, it is that after successful research and development, it can significantly save materials and is more suitable for mass production. Personally, I prefer the second option. Having said that, Zhou Shiyun paused, then picked up the drawings on the table and handed them to the people at the conference table. Keep the original nuclear-powered motorcycles, and all mecha operators will be converted to motorcycle girls. When Zhou Shiyun said this, everyone, including Dilisai, fell silent instantly. After a long while, Dillies was the first to ask, "Tell me what you think." First, the nuclear-powered locomotives currently owned by the city are all the latest models, and there will definitely be no breakthroughs in the short term. This motorcycle also has the ability to travel at high speeds, fly at low altitudes, and have long-lasting endurance. The only thing it lacks is an attack method and a defense system. If we can focus our energy on developing the latest attack methods and defense systems, I believe we can definitely create a group of powerful motorcycle girls in the shortest possible time. Zhou Shiyun's words seemed to open up the conversation among the crowd, and they all began to express their opinions. Motorcycle girl? Sounds pretty good. Strelitzia's eyes lit up, and she seemed to have begun imagining what she would look like driving a motorcycle. However, when she thought about herself driving a motorcycle and suddenly saw Zhou Shiyun behind her, she immediately killed this idea in the bud. Damn, that stinky guy. She's already riding a motorcycle, but he's not going to let her go. Mr. Zhou's idea is not bad, but the problem is also obvious. Cruz looked at the design in his hand, stroked the whiskers on his chin, and muttered, "For a mecha to be successful, it needs to have 4 abilities at the same time." At this point, Cruz looked at Zhou Shiyun a little embarrassedly and said, "I don't know much about the research and development of mechas. Please forgive me if I'm wrong." Zhou Shiyun nodded when he heard this and gestured for the other party to continue. The first is the shield skill, which is also one of the most basic skills of the mecha. It can provide a powerful shield to protect the mecha from direct damage. It can even be used to protect yourself and your teammates, and improve the survivability of the mecha and the mecha operator. The second is firepower skills, which include various weapons and attack methods that can cause fatal damage to the enemy, that is, the dragon. Firepower skills usually have a certain cooldown time, so the mecha master needs to use them at the right time to maximize his combat effectiveness. He can also attack the enemy's different weaknesses to further improve the attack effect. Next is the mobility skill. The mobility skill is one of the most flexible skills of the mecha master. It includes various efficient ways of moving forward, such as leaping, skimming, and sliding. It can help the mecha master quickly cross the battlefield and strike the enemy comprehensively. The mobility skill can also help the mecha master be more flexible when escaping the enemy's pursuit, capture the enemy's weaknesses, and then switch to attack or escape mode. Finally, there are energy skills, which are the highest level skills of the mecha. They include special abilities such as source nuclear energy and energy conversion. They can improve the firepower and other values of the mecha operator, making the mecha more powerful and flexible on the battlefield. So, Mr. Zhou, according to your plan, can the motorcycle girl possess all these abilities at the same time? Zhou Shiyun laughed and looked at Cruz with a puzzled look. Minister Cruz is really a man you can't judge by appearance. He is the director of the production department, but his research on mechas is so thorough. That's right. Minister Cruz's problem is exactly what we are currently working on. For the motorcycle girl concept, we have solved the problems of mobility skills and energy skills, and we have also figured out the shield skills. So, in the next period of time, the maintenance department will focus on solving the problem of attack skills. As soon as this problem is solved, all motorcycle girls can start training immediately and appear on the battlefield against Jialong in a very short time. After hearing this, Dillies no longer planned to continue studying this issue, but waved her hand and directly affirmed Zhou Shiyun's idea. Because the city currently has not only 2,000 nuclear-powered locomotives, but also 2,000 humanoid mechas that originally belonged to the city. Therefore, there is not much demand for humanoid mechas in the city at present. Instead, the city is more interested in the new combat mode of motorcycle girls. In other words, being able to have 2 types of combat teams in a city at the same time is definitely much more advanced than a single combat mode. I have handed over all issues regarding strategic resources to Selena, so we only have 2 things to resolve. Having said that, Dillies' gaze suddenly turned towards Zhou Shiyun's location, which made Zhou Shiyun's heart tighten, and he immediately had a bad feeling in his heart. About a week from now, Selena will go to Sky City to participate in a mecha selection competition. Little guy, you will go with Selena then? Go to Sky City to participate in the mecha selection? Chapter 53, Double Standard Dillies. Why? You don't want to go? Before Delis could speak, Selena's expression changed from nonchalant to threatening. Its meaning is self-evident. Zhou Shiyun had no choice but to compromise with the Minister of Logistics, who was in charge of the lifeline of the city's resources. I didn't say I wouldn't go. It sounds like a good idea to take this opportunity to visit the legendary city in the sky. You're smart. Although she said that, Selena felt relieved in her heart. After all, as Dilly said before, as long as Zhou Shiyun didn't want to do something, no one in the city could force him, not even Selena. Moreover, not only can I not force him, I even have to promise him some benefits. Even though Selena was sure of winning the mecha selection contest, after all, she had never heard of any city with an excellent lightning elemental mecha technician. But if the other party had a top maintenance technician, she would not be so sure. As for Davis from the maintenance department, let's just forget about it. Selena is a quiet person, otherwise she wouldn't have gone to work in the strategic resources department. If she signed an exclusive contract with Davis, she would probably strangle her own maintenance engineer to death just by hearing his mouth. As for the last thing, speaking of the critical moment, Dilly's eyes swept across the crowd and locked on Atinas and another young woman, the mecha master brought by Esley. We currently have a codenamed Wood Attribute mecha in our hands, but we have 2 Wood Attribute mecha masters. So, I decided. Before Dillasai could finish her words, Zhou Shiyun on the other side suddenly interrupted. Lord Dillies, I heard that this Wood Attribute codenamed mecha is severely damaged, and even the mechanical spirit cannot be activated. Wouldn't it be a bit too hasty to decide the ownership now? In fact, there are some things Zhou Shiyun did not say explicitly. After all, he had to save face for Dillasai in front of everyone. This decision is not only hasty, it is simply ridiculous. The 2 cities have just merged, and now is the time when cooperation is needed. If this codenamed mecha is awarded to either side, it will affect unity. Although Zhou Shiyun didn't know what criteria Dillies used to choose the owner of the codenamed mecha, at least he couldn't hurt the feelings of the 2 mecha masters, right? Let's not talk about the woman from Esley's side. The fact that she can appear here today means that her ability has at least been recognized by Esley. Everyone has seen Tinas's efforts. In order to protect the safety of the city, she has worked diligently for so many years and devoted her whole heart to her mecha team. If Dillies did not choose Tinas in the end, wouldn't she be sad? Therefore, it is best for the family to discuss this matter behind closed doors first, and see if there is any way to satisfy both parties before announcing it. That's true. In that case, let's discuss the ownership of the codenamed mecha after Ayun has repaired it. Dillasai naturally understood Zhou Shiyun's concerns, and she herself had her own troubles. Because of Esley's voluntary concession, the entire city is now under her full responsibility. In order to repay Esley's kindness, Delis initially planned to give up this codenamed mecha directly. Everyone present had a clear understanding of this, including Zhou Shiyun. As for why Zhou Shiyun wanted to delay time, it was not entirely because of Tinas. After all, whether it is Tinas or the woman next to Esley, they are all family members from now on. Zhou Shiyun will not ask for any special treatment, nor will he favor Tinas just because he has known Tinas for a long time. It was simply because he had no confidence at all that he could repair the codenamed mecha. But even if he really thought so, it had already caused misunderstanding among everyone in the Combat Command Center. Lord Zhou Shiyun. Tinas looked at Zhou Shiyun's back with a touched face, and she had even thought about where to bury them after their death. Well, I buried it in the tomato greenhouse in the production area. I heard that Mr. Zhou Shiyun likes to eat it. The woman next to Esley felt her heart tighten, and her expression was indescribably embarrassed. In the end, she could only look to Lord Esley beside her for help. If we follow the previous rules of the city, whether it is the selection of ordinary mecha masters or the selection of codename mecha masters, the premise is that the capable will be selected. Esley suddenly spoke, then turned his gaze to the woman next to him. But since I have chosen to step back, I will not interfere in the city's political affairs. It is better for Lady Dillies to make the decision herself. However, as soon as Esley finished speaking, Zhou Shiyun on the opposite side showed an expression of great appreciation and even took the lead in applauding. It's a good idea to give the most capable people the job. I agree with Lord Esley's opinion. Isn't this a way to have the best of both worlds? Not only will it not offend anyone, It can even make one party convinced by the other. Although this goes somewhat against Delis' way of dealing with the world, it is the best solution for the current situation. Well, in that case, the codenamed Mecha through internal fighting, but she also knew that this was the most appropriate way to deal with it at present. The time is set to start after Ayun repairs the codename Mecha. Zhou Shiyan nodded when he heard this, agreeing with Delis' decision, and felt inexplicably emotional. In fact, he has always believed that Lady Delis is quite hypocritical, because in Delis' eyes, both Tinas and the young woman are her own people, and internal strife would hurt their feelings. But if Selena goes to Sky City to participate in the mecha selection competition, she will express her full support. That's because she knows Selena's strength. If she is assisted by Zhou Shiyan, she will be invincible. Don't miss out on the series, Code Mecha, that's been given to you. Okay, today's meeting is over. Everyone go back to work. By the way, Ayun, stay for a while? Dilly said that everyone was busy, but she left Zhou Shiyan and Esli behind. Wasn't it obvious that she was discriminating against them? After everyone left, before Delis and Esli could speak, the woman who had been standing next to Esli but had never spoken came over. Dasha Talon, the deputy captain of the former city's mecha team, greets Lord Zhou Shiyan. Dasha Duran, Chapter 54? Are you fishing? I am too embarrassed to expose you. Dasha Duran, it's a very beautiful name. And not only the name is beautiful, the person is even more beautiful. Zhou Shiyan, I'm just a maintenance technician, not a big shot. Although Zhou Shiyan was well aware of how great his reputation as a legendary maintenance engineer was, the fact was that he really didn't like others calling him sir. He just graduated from the Mecha Academy this year. He's still a kid. Then can I call you Ayun? Because Das Hadelin heard Lady Delis call Zhou Shiyan like this before, he was also prepared to use that name to narrow the distance between the two. Certainly, Zhou Shiyan has never been one to refuse people who take the initiative to show goodwill to him and who have no obvious conflicts with him. Besides, Turan is much older than himself, so there is no problem at all in calling himself Ayun. Then we're friends. Let's play together whenever we have time. After leaving a sentence that made Zhou Shiyan somewhat confused, Das Hadelin took the initiative to leave the combat command center. Want to play together anytime? What are you playing? How do you play? Can you explain it more clearly? I'm afraid I'll misunderstand you. Little guy, come to the 98th floor when you have time to go fishing with me. After Das Hadelin left, Esli also took the initiative to invite Zhou Shiyan, but this invitation, it seems a bit blatant. However, considering the other party's codenamed Mecha Master as identity, Zhou Shiyan could only nod resignedly. Oh, okay, it's just fishing, nothing big. Ahem, Esli, don't scare the kids. Seeing her little man being teased by other women, Dilisai couldn't sit still. Ayun, actually I left you here alone this time because I have two things to tell you. After hearing what Dilly said, Esli, who had originally planned to continue inviting Zhou Shiyan, became serious and took over Dilly's words and continued speaking. It's about Chloros. Zhou Shiyan was stunned when he heard this and subconsciously asked, what happened to father? When Esli mentioned Chloros' name, Dilly's remained silent. Perhaps this was the reason why she chose to leave Esli alone when facing Zhou Shiyan. Because there are some things that she really can't say with her status. As for Esli, who was standing aside, he took a deep breath and said slowly, according to the previous agreement, after Chloros returns to the miasma, he will control Bazel's body and continue to guard the transmission channel behind the city until he dies. Death and disappearance were mentioned. Even Esli, the former city controller, had to sincerely admire Kronos. As an outstanding maintenance technician, he can actually accomplish such a feat. It is truly a blessing for the human race. If it weren't for the fact that Chloros' identity was too special, Esli would have planned to persuade Dillies to erect a statue for him in the city. Back to the topic. Did something unexpected happen? Zhou Shiyan was naturally aware of his adoptive father's choice, and he also respected his adoptive father's decision. Because Chloros left a message in the inheritance left to himself, telling Zhou Shiyan that he could never go back. Being fused with the dragon for a long time, Chloros' current condition is extremely unstable, and it is even difficult for him to maintain his human form for a long time. Most of the time, he could only appear in the form of a dragon, which was the main reason why he returned to the miasma after just saying a few words casually. Moreover, even though Zhou Shiyan and others had almost put Bazel in a desperate situation, Kronos was unable to fully control Bazel's abilities in a short period of time. He could only return to the miasma to suppress Bazel's remaining strength, and finally restore his strength through the miasma. Yes, there was indeed an accident. Esli nodded, confirming Zhou Shiryun's guess. You should know that in this wasteland, besides our human mobile city and the dragon, there is a third force, right? As soon as Esli said this, the name of the third force immediately appeared in Zhou Shiryun's mind. Could it be the rebels? Esli nodded. The rebels are what we call this group of people, and they prefer to call themselves the Evolution Army. Zhou Shiryun was very clear about this. After all, he had learned about this force in class at the Mecha Academy. The so-called Evolution Legion is actually a force composed entirely of humans. These people are basically men who have escaped from the mobile city. They are unwilling to work hard every day, live a boring and tedious life, and are unwilling to live in an era where women are superior and men can only work hard and bear the brunt of the consequences. He even insulted the Mecha Masters who went to the battlefield to protect humanity. The Mecha Masters will adopt the approach of turning a blind eye and a deaf ear to this issue in order to avoid escalation of conflicts. However, there are also some mecha pilots who are unwilling to suffer such humiliation and choose to argue with the other side. After all, becoming a Mecha Master was not their own choice, but the choice of the mechanical heart. Who can be blamed for this? However, due to the rule that Mecha Masters cannot attack ordinary people, they basically return empty-handed every time and are scolded by the group of men whom they have protected with their lives. Over time, as the situation gradually escalated, a repairman who claimed that he could help men evolve completely and give them supreme power stood up. At this point, an evolutionary army that mainly robs and loots attacks small and medium-sized cities and runs away when it sees a dragon has been established. As for the maintenance engineer, it was confirmed later that he had no ability to grant power to others, but he had a unique talent for the research and development of thermal weapons. Basically, all the men in the Evolution Legion are equipped with a complete set of thermal weapons. This group of people also shouted loudly the slogan that men are the masters of this continent, and then pointed their hot weapons at their compatriots who once lived in the same city. In other words, this is a group of scum who bullies the weak and fears the strong. But given the strength of the rebels, it shouldn't be enough to threaten my father, right? It is true that the rebels are hateful, but if you say that they can threaten Chloros, who has super powerful strength, Zhou Shiryun doesn't believe it at all. Don't say things like Chloros was seriously injured and his strength was only 1/10 of what it was. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. Can hot weapons really hurt a dragon? If the rebels really have this kind of strength, why don't they come and provoke large cities and main cities? Instead, they specifically target small and medium-sized cities. Chapter 55. The True Face of the Sky City. Moreover, Zhou Shiryun really couldn't agree with the rebels' actions from the bottom of his heart. What does it mean that women are superior and men can only work hard and never complain? Mecha Masters risk their lives every day roaming the wasteland. Even if they have a superior status, it is only limited to the allocation of strategic resources and combat-related industries. There has never been any conflict between them and ordinary people, right? And don't Mecha Masters get married? The Mecha Masters with great military achievements choose to marry ordinary people in the end, then work with men and raise children? The predecessors of this group of rebels were simply a bunch of lazy scums who enjoyed the peace brought by the battle, but were unwilling to accept that they did not have a superior status. They pointed their weapons at their compatriots. They were no longer worthy of being called human beings. The rebels are no match for Chloros, but what if that monster is added to the mix? Dillies, who had been silent before, blurted out the word monster, and the two words instantly made Zhou Shiryun understand everything. Is it him? Who else can be called a monster, except the maintenance engineer that Zhou Shiryun and others had fought in that abandoned medium-sized city? He's teamed up with the rebels? That's really bad news. Dillies nodded and then shook her head. Maybe it's not just a simple collaboration. Zhou Shiryun understood. With that guy's ability, he might be transforming the rebels at this moment. Compared with a leader who can only make hot weapons, that monster can truly give the rebels the ability to evolve. We have to find it now. This matter cannot be delayed for a moment. The rebels themselves are a force that mainly slaughters humans. If they're transformed by monsters, it won't just be small and medium-sized cities that will be attacked next. Even large cities will be in trouble. Perhaps the 7 major cities are the only ones they dare not provoke in the short term. It's too late. Dillisai shook her head, her brows full of worry. After kidnapping Kronos, that guy led the rebels into complete hiding. He probably guessed that we would deal with him. The existence of Kronos can be regarded as an extremely valuable research target for that monster. In fact, I should have thought of it earlier. The battle a few days ago was too intense. I think the enemy must have been observing everything on the battlefield from a distance at that time. It would have been fine if Bazel had died on the battlefield in the end, but not only did he not die, he also let Kronos take over his body and drag his exhausted body back into the miasma. There was no reason for that monster to let him go. Should we inform other cities of this news? I haven't seen him for a few days. Judging from the speed that guy is growing, he must be close to reaching the next level, right? What would be the consequences of allowing such a monster to walk in the wasteland, followed by a large group of rebels? Zhou Shiyun clenched his fists, feeling unwilling. We have already notified you that all large, medium, and small cities have started gathering. Hopefully, we can make it in time. Zhou Shiyun nodded. If you have any news about that monster, remember to inform me immediately. I want to kill him with my own hands. By the way, let's destroy the rebels. Zhou Shiyun thought to himself. Unexpectedly, the next second, Dilisai righteously rejected Zhou Shiyun's request. Little guy, your current task is not to find that monster, because you have more important things to do. More important? Is there anything more important than this? Zhou Shiyun was a little confused. What? Before Selena's mecha selection competition begins, you must go to the Sky City with me first. Another castle in the sky? From the start of the meeting to now, in just 1 hour, this was the second time Zhou Shiyun heard the name of Sky City from Dilis. What happened to the castle in the sky? As if she saw Zhou Shiyun's confusion, Dilisai explained. In fact, the so-called city in the sky is not a city without smoke and war, but a city full of happiness and endless peace. Moreover, compared to a city, the castle in the sky is more like a fortress. What they are facing is not a dragon, but something even more terrifying, something even scarier. Zhou Shiyun had not yet recovered from the truth about the Sky City when he was almost knocked unconscious by the bombshell news announced by Dilis. There are 12 different dimensions there, and in each of them, there live creatures far more terrifying than dragons. A creature far more terrifying than a dragon? Lord Dilis, please stop talking and let me take my time. Originally, Zhou Shiyun thought that the history he learned in the Mecha Academy was the truth of this world, but he didn't expect that what he knew was just the tip of the iceberg of this world. But the city that originally represented happiness and peace in his heart has now become a war fortress. How could he accept this? What on earth is wrong with this world? Dilisai seemed to know that the shock this news brought to Zhou Shiyun was a bit exaggerated, so she closed her mouth and stopped talking. After a long while, Zhou Shiyun continued to ask, "Is there a problem with the Sky City too?" Dilis nodded. "There is a problem with the alternate dimension guarded by Lord Rat. The general went in once before, but failed to solve the problem. So we have to go up and help too." As if she had thought of something, Dilis looked at Esley on the side and said, "This is also the main reason why Esley agreed to the city merger. The human main city cannot be without a guardian." Now Zhou Shiyun understood everything. Monsters, mecha selections, and maintenance code mechas compared to the problems in the alien space. These were not problems at all. A dragon has already tormented humanity like this. If a second race appears, who knows what the world will become? Wait for us? What Dilisai said just now is that we have to go up and help as well. I didn't mean anything else. I just wanted to confirm it again. You were talking about us? Not yourself? Dilis nodded. Of course. Zhou Shiyun's defense was instantly broken. Big sister, can you please stop joking? This is a battle for the survival of our race. Why would a level 35 maintenance technician like me join in the fun? Chapter 56. I don't allow you to look down on yourself. Dilisai laughed and put her arm around Zhou Shiyun's shoulders. What's wrong with being a maintenance technician? What's wrong with being low level? You are a legend. I won't allow you to look down on yourself like this. Also, Dilisai grabbed Zhou Shiyun's shoulder and exerted a little force. Who are you calling big sister? It hurts, it hurts. I was wrong. I was wrong. Isn't that enough, my dear Lady Dilis? Zhou Shiyun was in so much pain that tears were about to fall. This woman was so cruel. Was she so afraid of being called sister? Seeing that Zhou Shiyun admitted his mistake with a good attitude, Dilisai finally let go of Zhou Shiyun's shoulders and changed her face to a gentle expression. What did you just call me? Lady Dilis? Zhou Shiyun was confused. Not this one. Am I wrong? Zhou Shiyun asked tentatively. Dilisai was furious and put her delicate hand on Zhou Shiyun's shoulder again. You have one more chance. Honey, Zhou Shiyun suddenly realized. Hey, so good. Pack your things. We'll be leaving soon. Seeing Dilis's swaying figure and smug expression as she left, Zhou Shiyun was filled with hatred. You said you were 35 years old. Why are you still like a child? Ayun. The sudden sound behind him gave Zhou Shiryun a bad feeling. But due to the other party's identity, he did not dare to show it. What is it, Master Esli? Esli didn't mean to force Zhou Shiryun, he just stretched out his hands to Zhou Shiryun's chest. It's nothing, just sign a contract. Zhou Shiryun sweated profusely. What do you mean by signing a contract? Nothing happened yet? For a mecha pilot, is there anything more serious than signing an exclusive contract? If I say no, why do my hands suddenly feel itchy? Just as Zhou Shiryun was about to refuse, he saw Esli imitating Dilly's behavior, staring at his body and rubbing his hands, with a malicious look on his face. He immediately changed his words. It is my honor to sign an exclusive contract with Master Esli. An hour later, Zhou Shiryun dragged his exhausted body back to his 97th floor with a look of despair on his face. He never dreamed that he had only signed an ordinary exclusive contract with Esli, but the huge spiritual power in the other party almost devoured him alive. Is the gap in strength between me and the City Guardian really that big? Isn't it just a simple difference of about 60 levels? Why use so much force? I will never sign a contract with the City Guardian, even if I kill myself. Forget it. It's better not to set up something like this, which has no nutritional value. Ayun, what are you doing? Nina, who had been waiting outside the door early, saw Zhou Shiryun's appearance and immediately stepped forward to support him considerately. No, I'm fine means my body is hollowed out. Of course, Zhou Shiryun definitely didn't dare to let Nina hear such words. After all, this girl's brain circuits are somewhat different from those of normal people, and she might misunderstand something. Ayun, you've worked hard. Although she didn't know why Zhou Shiryun was so tired, in Nina's heart, her beloved man must have made a great sacrifice to protect her city. It's okay, don't worry about me. I just need to rest for a while. After returning to the room, Zhou Shiryun identified a direction, broke free from Nina's arms, and walked towards the bathroom without looking back. Because of the overdrawn mental strength, Zhou Shiryun's body was sticky. Now he just wanted to take a quick bath and soak in a hot spring. Only in this way can he wash away the fatigue in his body. Nina, who stayed where she was, looked at the direction Zhou Shiryun left and murmured thoughtfully. If Ayun is just taking a shower, there shouldn't be any problem, right? Should I remind Ayun? Sister Nina, I'm hungry. Just when Nina was still considering whether to remind Zhou Shiryun that there was someone in the hot spring room, Anya in the living room shouted at the top of her voice. The roar of a dragon is loud, even when it transforms into a human form. In just a moment, only 5 words were left repeating in Nina's mind. Anya is hungry. Well, there is one more sentence. She had just eaten, so why was she hungry again? Could it be that my cooking skills have improved? Without thinking, Nina immediately put on an apron and rushed into the kitchen. Little did they know that Hathaway, who was watching TV in the living room with Anya at the moment, also looked thoughtfully at Zhou Shiryun, who walked into the bathroom and subconsciously opened her mouth, but in the end said nothing. I secretly thought in my heart, theoretically speaking, the entire 97th floor now belongs to him, so he can do whatever he wants. Lulala, lulabi, 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 lalala, luala, luala. I love taking a bath and the turtle falls down, yee. Be careful of fleas, there are lots of bubbles, yee. Submarine praying. The hot water of perfect temperature flowed slowly over Zhou Shiryun's body, making him feel like a stream of fresh water naturally surrounding his entire body, flowing down his body, taking away all his fatigue and stress. He felt relaxed and comfortable, as if he had returned to the tranquil source of life. He was in a good mood and even hummed a ballad on his own initiative. Been seen by a pair of eyes next door. When Zhou Shiryun finished his bath and was about to wrap himself in a bath towel and go to the hot spring room next door to soak for a while, he saw a flash of light similar to a camera shutter. I didn't expect you to have such a good figure. Zhou Shiryun was shocked and quickly wrapped himself tightly with a bath towel. Then he glared at Strelitzia, who was lying by the hot spring pool, and felt a little emotional. It's true that you can guard against thieves day and night, but it's hard to guard against thieves. It would be fine if he couldn't protect against the peeping Tom Dillies on the 99th floor, but he even failed to protect his own little piece of land on the 97th floor. Tisk, what's the point of you blocking it? You act like I haven't seen it before. And I not only saw it, I also... Zhou Shiryun looked a little embarrassed when he heard this, but he still tried to explain. Well, the soul and the body are actually 2 different things. Strelitzia was a little confused. Is there any difference? It's time for Zayashian's science popularization. The soul is more exciting. TSK. Boring. I'm bored? Aren't you bored if you just peek at me taking a bath? Strelitzia smiled awkwardly and scratched her head a little embarrassedly. Actually, I want to ask you for a favor. It's about the castle in the sky. Chapter 57. Contract Dillies, your cockpit is actually... Could it be that Strelitzia also knows about the problems in the alternate dimension? Can't you tell that this girl has a high status in the Sky City? You say. Anyway, I've already promised Dillies, and I can also accept a favor from Strelitzia Regini. Why not do it? The more Zhou Shiryun acted like, I have something to ask you. I will definitely help you. The more worried Strelitzia became. After hesitating for a long time, she gritted her teeth and said, I don't want to go back. When you go to the Sky City, can you tell the general for me? What is that place called Sky City? Every day, there's nothing but fighting, and with poor food and sleep, how can it be comfortable to live on the 97th floor? Not only are there people serving 3 meals a day, but there are also hot springs and games to play. For Strelitzia, who grew up in the city in the sky, what is the difference between this and heaven? If Strelitzia were to return to a place like the Sky City again, she would definitely not be able to adapt. On the other hand, Zhou Shiryun's expression at this moment was as if he had eaten a dragon crystal. He was in great pain, fighting with the general of Sky City for people. How many lives do you have to squander? What did you say just now? I didn't hear it clearly. I said, I don't want to go back. When you go to the Sky City, can you tell the general for me? Not this one, but the one before it. Strelitzia was a little confused. After a little thought, she tentatively asked, I would like to ask you for a favor. Zhou Shiryun nodded frantically. That's right, you have to remember it. No matter what you remember, just remember it. Strelitzia suddenly realized, I understand. Although I still don't quite understand it. I understand it. Forget about not helping. Damn scumbag. Damn scumbag. You took someone's soul and blood, and then you turned your back on them. What the hell? Hee, I'll mention it after I see the general. After being stared at by Strelitzia like a resentful woman, Zhou Shiryun had no choice but to bite the bullet and take on the important task of snatching people from the general. By the way, if I can help the general solve the trouble in the other dimension, it shouldn't be too much to ask for a Strelitzia Regini, right? After returning to the room and resting for a while, it was around 7 o'clock in the evening. Zhou Shiryun walked out of the room and prepared to hold a small meeting for the residents on the 97th floor. I might have to be away for a while tomorrow, just in case I'm not there. Big brother, could you please stand aside and block others from seeing King Gigi? Before Zhou Shiryun could finish his words, Anya, who was sitting on the sofa opposite the TV, said with a look of disgust. It's just a trip to the castle in the sky, but you're acting like everyone has been there before. Half lying on the sofa, he was constantly pressing the Strelitzia in his hand and taunted. My stupid brother. I will be staying in the same room with Vivi tonight. Without further ado, let me stop here. Nellia knew that Zhou Shiryun would definitely understand what she meant. If you really don't understand, just look at Nina walking out of the kitchen with a fruit plate in her hand, and you will understand. Sister Leah, what are you talking about? Nina's face flushed red, as if she was thinking of some scene that was not suitable for children. Her hands holding the fruit plate were shaking with joy and nervousness. Then he looked at Zhou Shiryun and explained, Sister Leah didn't mean that. Before Zhou Shiryun could speak, Hathaway, who was playing with 2 dragon cores in her hands, looked at the 2 and said jokingly, The night is short. What's the next sentence? Zhou Shiryun laughed loudly, walked forward quickly, and directly picked up Nina, who was wearing pajamas by the waist. Of course, enjoy life while you can. 1 minute later, Zhou Shiryun, dressed neatly, appeared on the top floor of the Combat Command Center. Besides him, there are Dillies and Selena. Dillisai glanced at Zhou Shiryun, who had a face full of resentment, and coughed lightly with an awkward expression. Ahem, I didn't mean to disturb you, but the higher-ups are pushing me so hard, I can't do anything about it. Zhou Shiryun had a bitter face, thinking that he had finally caught the chance to fulfill his promise and give Nina the kiss he had promised her. But in the end, it was ruined by Dillies. Before he even entered the house, Dillies grabbed his ear and brought him up. Don't ask how she got in, because the property deed was written in Dillies' name. Little guys, you are still young, some things need to be done slowly. Selena straightened her convex lens headlights that looked like mountains from all directions and peaks from all sides, looked at Zhou Shiryun, and spoke earnestly. If you really can't help it, wait until the mecha selection is over. You come to the Strategic Resources Department. There was a bang, and before Selena could finish her words, Dillisai slapped her on the smooth white forehead. Stinky Lily, that's enough. After glaring at Selena fiercely, Dillies raised her hands and stretched them in front of Zhou Shiryun. Let's make a contract. It's time for us to set off. However, Zhou Shiyun's legs went weak when he saw this, and he almost fell to the ground. Perhaps because of her adoptive father, there had always been a gap between her and Dilly's, but now that gap had disappeared, she was still very willing to sign a contract with Dilly's. But the problem is that the feeling of having your spiritual strength drained away is really unpleasant. Don't worry, I prepared 2 Super Dragon Cores for you. Just absorb them on the way up. The fact that Esli and Zhou Shiyun signed a contract did not escape Dilly's eyes. She was of course aware that the level difference between herself and Zhou Shiyun was too great. If she forced them to sign the contract, there would be some problems, but they would be minor problems at most. If Zhou Shiyun meets that guy and signs a contract with him, that would be a big problem. Oh well, riding in the morning or in the evening is riding, so Zhou Shiyun has nothing to resist. However, when Zhou Shiyun, who had completed the contract, appeared in the cockpit of the Golden Wing, he felt terrible. Why is your cockpit so big? From the outside, the size of the Golden Wing looked similar to that of the Qi Yin Wu, and even a little slimmer. But when he came in, he found something else. The entire cockpit is about 10 square meters in size, and there is even a bed in the middle. Wait, bed? After thinking of a possibility, a bold idea suddenly came to Zhou Shiyun's mind. However, this time, Dilly seemed not to have guessed his thoughts, but pointed at the co-pilot seat, which was 2 meters away from the driver's seat. From now on, this is your place. But now you need to go to bed and rest immediately. Chapter 58. The Shocking City in the Sky. Zhou Shiyun was lying on the bed, holding 2 dragon cores in his hands. Looking at Dilly's, who was driving the Golden Wing in front of him, and Selena, who was the co-pilot, he couldn't help feeling a little emotional. The codenamed Mecha in their series, and then look at the Qi Yin Wu in their series. They are simply heaven and earth apart. Although the Gold Wing is currently in an ascending state, the cockpit is not only very stable, but even the feeling of weightlessness has never appeared. Unlike Qi Yin Wu, the shaking was so severe that it almost made him airsick. Wait, why is my mind full of Nina and her Qi Yin Wu? Will this missed kiss become my regret? Sister, dear sister, the Gold Wing will still be flying for a while, and the little guy will definitely be bored in the back. Anyway, the co-pilot won't need me, so why not let me accompany the little guy? Shut up. Before Selena could finish her words, Dilly's raised her hand and prepared to take action. What do you think of my Gold Wing? Huh? Do you think this is it? Little did they know that Selena was really having a hard time. I'm about to participate in the mecha selection competition, but I haven't even started to build a relationship with my maintenance technician. He doesn't even know what I'm good at and what I'm not good at. If you go to the competition without knowing it, you will probably be eliminated within 3 rounds. So she really wanted to take this opportunity to learn from Zhou Shiyun, but Dilly's wouldn't let her. I'm warning you anyway. If you can't get that series of codenamed mechas, it will be the city's loss, not Selena's. I am still the Minister of Strategic Resources. Fine, you won't let me, right? Then I'll just give up. At worst, I'll just pretend I never came. Upon hearing this, Dilysai was speechless. Are you thinking too much? What's the point of participating in the competition or not? Or being selected or not? With your source core level of 80, what does it matter even if there is no maintenance technician? And didn't you see that she brought Zhou Shiyun with her personally? What else could the general do? This basically means that it has already been decided. However, considering Zhou Shiyun's special nature and the fact that Selena would most likely sign a contract with Zhou Shiyun in the future, she decided to give in a little. What if I bite too hard and Zhou Shiyun can't bear it anymore? There's still a week left until the tryouts. I asked you to go up early so that you can prepare. Why are you in such a hurry? When I take the little one to meet that guy, isn't it okay for the little one to belong to you for the time being? Selena suddenly realized, what's this guy and that guy? I don't understand at all. I don't know how long it took, but a gentle female voice woke Zhou Shiyun up from his sleep. Hey little guy, here we are. Is that it? Really fast. Leaving the soft big bed, Zhou Shiyun walked to the front half of the cockpit and looked in the direction of the display screen. A huge floating castle comes into view. Castle in the sky. Is this the city in the sky? What a magnificent floating castle. That mechanical appearance with a strong metallic feel is worthy of being the product of the first generation of mechanical heart. It is impossible to achieve this with only the technology available on the ground. When talking about the first generation of mechanical heart, we have to mention the mechanical heart that Zhou Shiyun and others came into contact with when they awakened at the mechanical college. The general meaning is that in order to help humans gain a foothold in the wasteland, The first generation of mechanical hearts retained its main body in the Sky City while splitting into 7 smaller versions of the mechanical hearts, which appeared in the 7 main cities. That's right, only these 7 main cities are eligible to use the mechanical heart, even a smaller version. This also means that at the end of each year, large, medium, and small cities around the main city will send batches of young people to the main city, hoping to change their destiny through the mechanical heart. Compared to these people, Zhou Shiyun is still lucky. At least he has lived in the city since he was born. I'll take Selena to the military department to sign up for the mecha selection first. You can just look around for now. After entering the Sky City, Dillies left Zhou Shiyun alone on a metal street and left with Selena. Looking at the deserted street in front of him, Zhou Shiyun felt as if he was a dead Buddhist sitting in the mountains, and no one cared about him. He was a country bumpkin who had never seen such a big incense. He looked left and right. It was so lively. Oh my God, isn't this the latest model of multi-element conductor? This artifact, which can divert and combine multiple elements at the same time, is used on Alan's Wushuang. I didn't expect it to be so common in the Sky City. That's not right. This is... Zhou Shiyun picked up the multi-element conductor on the ground, observed it carefully, and immediately found the problem. This is bad. Zhou Shiyun frowned. It's not surprising that a damaged multi-element conductor was thrown on the ground like garbage, but the problem is Super Vibranium Exo Armor, damage level 80, the entire core power system, and it comes from a series of codenamed mechas with a damage level of 90. Nuclear power reactor, element drive sensor, radar detection system, mecha skeleton, etc. They are all broken, and the damage is extremely serious. Even if we let him repair it, it would probably take a long time. Probably the time it takes to repair a red flame dance. Zhou Shiyun changed his mind and wondered why Dillies would leave him here. Could it be that? After thinking of a possibility, Zhou Shiyun immediately became alert. His pair of affectionate eyes, cough cough, kept searching for something among the scattered parts on the street. After a while, he found the target, which was a piece of metal fragment made of ink gold. There really are parts of the first-generation mecha here. This is amazing. Sure enough, Dillies still understands him. Many mecha parts on this street. Zhou Shiyun no longer wants to find out. He just wants to quickly collect enough ink gold and then repair the first-generation mecha lying in the maintenance space, which is the only mecha in the world that can be driven by a man. Man's romance. Little guy, you are so brave to steal things from my territory. Chapter 59, General Altria. Zhou Shiyun looked back when he heard the sound and was stunned. What a beautiful, cool woman. Altria. She was dressed in red, the most beautiful woman in the world. She looked heroic, with slanting eyebrows and narrowed eyes. She was not wearing any makeup, but she was charming, like a beautiful red lotus. General Altria, the top mecha master in the entire continent, with a source core level of up to level 100, controls the entire Sky City. His superb swordsmanship is astonishing. His beauty is beyond compare, and his talent is extraordinary and unmatched. The above is what Zhou Shiyun heard from his instructor in the Mecha Academy class. Now it seems that the mentor's descriptions have been restrained. City maintenance engineer, Zhou Shiyun pays homage to the general. Being able to say something like my territory in the Sky City, Altria's identity, is beyond doubt. What made Zhou Shiyun speechless was that what on earth was this guy Dillies thinking that he actually threw himself in front of the general like this, and he was still picking up trash. What is called social death, right? However, Altria on the other side did not seem to notice Zhou Shiyun's embarrassment, and her majestic eyes were full of scrutiny. So you are Zhou Shiyun. Weaker than I thought. Zhou Shiyun was furious. This is somewhat insulting. It's only been a short time since I awakened. It's already pretty good to be able to reach level 35. Besides, I'm a maintenance technician. A maintenance technician. Why do these mecha technicians always like to compete with a maintenance technician like me in terms of levels? In the city, on the 97th floor of the Combat Command Center, Nellia, who was meditating in the meditation room, suddenly sneezed twice. She always felt that someone was saying bad things about her behind her back. I don't know what happened to my stupid brother, but don't be fooled by the beauty of the general. Do you know where this place is? In response to Altria's question, Zhou Shiyun answered without hesitation. Castle in the sky. Altria frowned slightly. I'm asking about the street under your feet. Zhou Shiyun suddenly realized. The streets of the Sky City. Altria subconsciously clenched the blood sword in her hand, resisting the urge to kill Zhou Shiyun with one sword. After taking a short breath, she began to explain. This street is the recycling channel for the mechanical heart. Zhou Shiyin was a little surprised when he heard this. If this street was the recycling channel of the mechanical heart, then wouldn't the first-generation mechanical heart be under his feet? He really didn't expect this. No wonder. Mecha parts on this street, and they are all damaged. Does that mean that these parts are waiting for the mechanical heart to repair them? Altria did not directly answer Zhou Shiyin's question, but asked meaningfully, "If I ask you to repair this batch of parts, how long will it take to complete it? Fix this batch of parts? Not just one?" Zhou Shiyin looked at the scattered parts on the street very carefully, and suddenly felt overwhelmed. "About half a year?" Zhou Shiyin answered uncertainly. In his opinion, it would take at least 6 months to repair such a large number of parts without affecting his normal life. Of course, this is just theory, and it may not take that long in practice. And did not seem surprised that Zhou Shiyin could repair so many mecha parts within half a year. Then, do you know how long these damaged mecha parts have been left here? Have no idea. Zhou Shiyin did not make a blind guess. With such a large number of mecha parts, who knows how long it took to accumulate? 3 days. What? 3 days? How is this possible? Although Zhou Shiyin did not carefully count the number of parts on this street, at a glance, there were at least hundreds of them. How could there be only 3 days to accumulate such a large number of parts? Are the people in the Sky City fighting every day? As if she had guessed Zhou Shiyin's thoughts, Altria left after leaving a few words. "Grow up quickly, castle in the sky. I can't hold out much longer." Zhou Shiyin was silent. If these parts on the street really appeared within 3 days, then the Sky City will not last long. Perhaps Toalia appeared here on purpose and left these words to Zhou Shiyin on purpose. But none of this matters anymore. What a troubled time. At the beginning, Zhou Shiyin still wanted to just lie down and live his life, but he didn't understand until he went to the battlefield. Wanting to lie down in this era is not only a luxury, but perhaps even a joke. However, after he repaired the Red Flame Dance and raised the safety level of the entire city to a higher level, he discovered that the enemies from the Wasteland were more than just the Dragon Clan. Next up are the Hurricane, the Peerless, the Neptune, and even the Duchess and the Goldwing. Just when Zhou Shiyin naively thought that from now on, even if there really was a real-level dragon invading the city, I could still sleep on the 97th floor, but suddenly I was told, there are 12 more existences similar to the Dragon Clan. Although these 12 different dimensions are still under the control and surveillance of the General and the 12 Zodiac Guardian Gods of War, what am I here for this time? There is still a problem after all. Thinking of this, Zhou Shiyin no longer had the mood to continue shopping. He simply pocketed all the parts containing ink gold, then sat there and waited for the peeping Tom to come back and pick him up. Who knew that this wait would last a whole night? The next morning, the sun rose, and the sunlight felt a little itchy on Zhou Shiyin's face. "Nina, stop making trouble and let me sleep a little longer." Zhou Shiyin did not open his eyes and thought he was on the bed on the 97th floor, enjoying the wake-up service from Nina. He turned over lazily, and then, with a thud, the whole person fell from the roof on the side of the street. Oh my gosh! The damn peeping Tom actually dared to leave her cute, excellent, handsome, and affectionate repairman on the recycling channel of the mechanical heart for a whole night. Isn't she worried that she will be recycled as garbage by the mechanical heart? You must be Zhou Shiyin, if you are awake. Come with me. Looking at the strange woman in front of him whom he had never seen before, Zhou Shiyin suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. Can I not go? Chapter 60. Chief Instructor, Dial Jima. What do you think? 10 minutes later, Zhou Shiyin came to a warehouse under the guidance of the woman. The items displayed on the warehouse shelves were dazzling, with everything you could want, which really opened Zhou Shiyin's eyes. Exoskeleton armor, laser sword, low-grade thrusters from the last century. There are also Chinese Chongsams from 312 years ago. Oh my god, is this a warehouse? If no one had told him, he would have thought it was an antique exhibition hall. Why are all of them old guys from decades, or even hundreds of years ago? May I ask why you brought me here, beautiful lady? Zhou Shiyin thought about his identity as a maintenance engineer, but after thinking about it, it didn't seem to fit in with the things here. I am a maintenance technician, not a scientist. Is it possible to upgrade this batch of equipment? Didn't the general tell you? The woman who led the way looked at Zhou Shiyin with a strange expression, and then explained. Some problems have occurred in the giant world guarded by Lord Rat. The general wanted to go there to solve it himself, but the source core power in Lord Rat's body is too strong. After just a short stay in it, the giant world could not bear it. The entire alien space was almost destroyed. So, for this mission, you can only enter it by equipping some less powerful equipment from the last century. As for what to do after you enter, I'm sure Master Rat will tell you later, etc. Why did he feel that there was something wrong with what this woman said? As you mean? Dialjima nodded and raised a finger. That's right. Go by yourself. Zhou Shiryun suddenly realized. The general can't get in, but Dillies can? This is obviously a trap. But if that's the case... Ahem, I don't mean anything else. I just want to ask. Since the creatures in the alternate dimension are enemies rather than friends, why doesn't the general just destroy the entire giant world? Dialjima shook his head upon hearing this. If we destroy the entire alien dimension directly, all the creatures in the alien dimension will be teleported directly to our world. So the only way to manage the alien space is to monitor and control it. Zhou Shiryun was a little unconvinced. Isn't this simply a fallacy? What if we kill all the creatures in the alien dimension first, and then destroy the alien dimension? Dialjima nodded in agreement with Zhou Shiryun's proposal. Then do your best. I'm adding your sister. Zhou Shiryun collapsed. Did this guy hear what he said clearly? No, what I mean is, can we send someone into the Sky City? Dialjima shook his head. If the general takes action, the entire alien space will collapse before all the creatures in the giant world die. Then why not send some lower-level mecha warriors in? Then do your best. Imamaintanan sa technician. Cease. Are you kidding me? Dialjima suddenly realized, and after taking a closer look at Zhou Shiryun, he spoke. I will spend the next 3 days training you. The main purpose is to cultivate your combat awareness. As for how much you can comprehend, it depends on your ability. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. Sky City, Chief Instructor of the Reclamation Corps, Dialjima. From the moment he woke up until now, Zhou Shiryun felt that his mind was in a mess, and for a moment he didn't know how to face Dialjima in front of him. That's what happened, Instructor Nima. Let me explain it to you. This is what happened. I'm a maintenance technician, and I am here this time. It's because Lady Dillies said that the Sky City is in trouble, and she wants to come up and solve it herself. And me, as a maintenance technician with a core level of only 35, I am just here to make a cameo appearance. Do you know what soy sauce is? It's that black liquid in a glass bottle. Dialjima waved his hand to stop Zhou Shiryun from continuing. The world of giants cannot be destroyed, because the source of giants will be produced every once in a while. The Sky City will send some mecha masters with outstanding talents into it. The source of giants? It was the first time that Zhou Shiryun heard of such a thing, and the puzzled expression on his face was enough to prove it. Yes, it is a rare resource that can enlarge ordinary humans, thus gaining powerful strength and super physique. It is very useful for mecha masters. Make ordinary humans gigantic, so as to gain powerful strength and super physique? Thinking of this, a picture appeared in Zhou Shiryun's mind. In the picture, he was 300 meters tall, and Jiao Chan was happily hanging on his waist. Wait, can I still be considered a human being? Ahem, I think this thing is actually... As if he had guessed Zhou Shiryun's idea long ago, Dialjima smiled slightly. Mecha can also be used. Zhou Shiryun suddenly realized. I think the giant's origin is really good. When do we leave? Upon hearing this, Dialjima looked at Zhou Shiryun carefully again, especially after noticing his affectionate eyes, his brows slightly furrowed. Hit me. Hit you. Zhou Shiryun was stunned. That's right. Use all your strength and attack me. Dialjima said seriously, indicating that he was not joking. But even if she was serious, Zhou Shiryun couldn't hit her. Who is Dialjima? How about the chief instructor of the pioneering army? Do I, a weak maintenance engineer, have to fight with others? Well, even though I look like a good fighter, I have never fought since I was a child, let alone beaten a woman. So I really can't do it. Dior smiled slightly. Did you just call me Nima? No, absolutely not. You must have heard it wrong. Zhou Shiryun shook his head frantically and denied it immediately. But Dior didn't buy his trick at all. Okay, then I'll just assume I heard it wrong. Dial raised his hand and glanced at the time on his watch. I'll give you 3 minutes to prepare. During these 3 minutes, you can choose from all the equipment in the warehouse. After you've made your selection, you can attack me at any time. Preview of the next episode. Zhou Shiryun's debut. Chapter 61 Me. Zhou Shiryun flying. 3 minutes? Zhou Shiryun looked up and down at Dial's slender figure. Then he made up his mind, gritted his teeth, turned around, and ran to the shelves to choose equipment. Pick the armor first. For someone like me who has no fighting ability, strong defensive ability is the key to saving life. Bone King armor, Flame Dragon armor, Shura armor. Eclipse, Shining Star, Thunder, Wind, Red Flame, Dragon Roar. Cut off oneself and kill soul, Moonlight and Sky Mist, Dark Moon and Desolate, Divine Power and Heavenly Roar. Hell is armed and haunted by evil spirits. Zhou Shiyin was dumbfounded by the variety of armors. He couldn't help but think of the scene hundreds of years ago when the mechanical heart had not yet been born and mecha masters had not yet become popular. What a dazzling era that was. Then Zhou Shiyin turned his attention to the weapons shelf next to him. Wang Quan, Changhong, Wentian, Mo Yuan. Black Blade Knight, Kiriganya, Tesega, Aosha Gong. Tenshuo Zengetsu, Black Blade Qiushui, Demon Blade Murasame, Zinzana, Primal Fire, Separation Star. Time passed, and when Zhou Shiyin opened the last sword box, there were only 30 seconds left for him by Diur. However, when the last sword box was opened, it was empty. Where's the sword in here? Diur thought for a moment, as if he had thought of something, and then explained. It originally contained a holy sword called the Sword of Contracted Victory. It is now in the hands of the general. I think you should choose another weapon. Zhou Shiyin was shocked. A weapon that was favored by the general must be extremely powerful. That's such a pity. Fortunately, the quality of other equipment was also quite good. Zhou Shiyin no longer hesitated and finally picked out the Hell armor and the King's sword. However, he still cheated in front of Diur very naturally and threw two Kato's hands directly at him. Using Kato's hand to repair, the equipment has been tested and found to be not damaged. No need for repair. Trigger Weapon Evolution Ability. The Royal Sword evolves into the Azure Dragon Sword. Strength increased by 30. Sharpness increased by 30. User strength increased by 30. Understanding the Dragon Power Sword intention. When attacking, a phantom of a dragon will appear. No matter how many evil spirits there are, I will kill them with one sword. Using Kato's hand to repair, the equipment has been tested and found to be not damaged. No need for repair. Trigger the armor's evolution ability. Hell Arms evolves into Death Arms. Toughness increased by 30. Damage reduction increased by 30. User's physique increased by 30. Understanding the power of death. The wearer can obtain all attribute bonuses, including strength, physique, toughness, agility, and has the Death Shadow skill, which greatly increases their own speed and has an afterimage effect. So strong. Is this the power from a distant era? It's even comparable to the strength of a codename mecha. Readers of this book, at the cost of 2 Super Dragon cores, the King's Sword and Hell Arms successfully evolved. Especially when he put on both pieces of equipment. Powerful energy instantly filled his limbs and bones, giving him a vague illusion that he was the only one in the world. However, after hearing what Zhou Shiyin said, Diur on the other side frowned. Did you misunderstand something? This is a strategic resource warehouse. Not all the equipment and props inside are left over from the last century. Diur's words calmed Zhou Shiyin, who was still in an excited state, down quickly. He asked with a puzzled look on his face. Where did all this equipment come from? Of course, it's the spoils obtained from the 12 different dimensions. The spoils obtained from the other dimension, etc. If so, who is the invader? As if seeing the confusion on Zhou Shiyun's face, Diur explained very considerately. You are right. To the weak, we are the aggressors. And to the powerful, we are victims. Do you feel conflicted? Zhou Shiyun was silent. This was a question he had never considered before, and the answer to this question was, it's not that it's unacceptable. Look, a plane. Dragon Power Sword intention. No matter how many evil spirits you are, I will kill them with one sword. Zhou Shiyin thrust out with the sword in one hand, like a flying goose passing through white clouds. A giant blue dragon appeared above the sword shadow, and the sky and the earth changed color in an instant. Anyway, Dial said it himself. As long as he chose the right equipment, he could attack her at any time. Although Zhou Shiyin thinks that he is already very strong now, considering that his opponent is the chief instructor of the Sky City and the Pioneering Army, it is definitely right to be cautious. A crisp ding-dang sound was heard. Facing Zhou Shiyun's powerful sneak attack, Dial's action was very simple. He just stretched out a finger. A faint red light emerged from Dial's fingertips, and he steadily caught Zhou Shiyun's full-strength attack. That's it. Legendary maintenance engineer, who is the only one in the world. How could Zhou Shiyin swallow his anger when faced with the provocation of a little girl like Diur? He immediately became furious. I'm not feeling well today. Can we wait another day? There was a bang, And before Zhou Shiyun could finish his words, Diyuer's feet flashed. And the next second, he went behind Zhou Shiyun and kicked him hard at his butt. Along with the sound of the ceiling collapsing, Zhou Shiyun, who was already 10,000 meters in the air, took off for the second time. The following is my first lesson for you about the use of the source nuclear energy in the body. Oh, I forgot to tell you that I have already controlled the energy of my core to level 50, so it's not like I'm bullying you. Zhou Shiyun, who was still in midair for the second time, was obviously a little furious at this moment. I'm only level 35, and you still say that's not bullying me? Diyuer behind him laughed, raised his foot, and kicked Zhou Shiyun on the butt again, and took off successfully for the third time. The equipment you have is enough to make your combat power surpass level 1 and reach level 2. What else are you dissatisfied with? How about this, you take off your equipment, and then I adjust the source core level in your body to level 35. Regarding Dyer's proposal, Zhou Shiyun said that even if he heard it, he would pretend not to hear it. What a joke! If I choose to take off my equipment and fight against Diyuer, who is level 35, then I would be a fool. The next second, there was a loud bang. Diyuer, who had not waited for Zhou Shiyun's reply for a long time, raised his foot again and kicked Zhou Shiyun on the butt. Looking at the city in the sky getting farther and farther away from him, Zhou Shiyun completely collapsed. What are you doing? Ouch! Chapter 62, Sword Inheritance, Green Lotus Sword Song. At 9 o'clock in the morning, after countless flights in the air, Zhou Shiyun finally landed. He was 100% sure that his butt must be swollen at this moment. He secretly glanced at Diyuer beside him and was extremely glad that he did not choose to take off his death armor. Isn't this guy too strong? Zhou Shiyun could see that what the other party was wearing was definitely the most basic exoskeleton armor, which would not increase her strength much. But even so, the opponent relied solely on his own strength to arbitrarily ravage this super boss who was comparable to the codename Mecha and the only one in the world, which was incredible. Is this still human? As expected, he is the chief instructor of the Pioneering Corps. Diurnama. The energy in the mecha pilot's body can not only be used to control the mecha, but after special training, it can even be used on the pilot's body. At this point, Dial shook his head helplessly. Unfortunately, not everyone can obtain this ability. Apart from the 12 Zodiac Guardian gods, few people can comprehend how to use the source nuclear energy. At this point, a figure flashed through Dial's mind inadvertently. It was a girl with long pink hair, and she always wore a pair of pointed headbands on her head. He used to be her most promising student, but unfortunately, he was also a lazy idiot. About mechas? Only when you are strong yourself can you be truly strong. We must find some time to bring that guy back and give him a good supervision. The hot spring room on the 97th floor of the city's combat command center was startled. She always felt as if something bad was about to happen. This feeling even made her spine cold. Is it possible that the water temperature has dropped? Sister Nina, add water. Nina, who was preparing lunch in the kitchen, had a look of helplessness on her face when she heard this. I'm not afraid of soaking myself in a bladder. Sister Nina, hurry up. Here it comes, here it comes. There's really nothing I can do with you. Soak for another 5 minutes, or I'll change the water to cold. I know. So, you're going to teach me how to use the source nuclear energy? Zhou Shiyun suddenly realized and felt an inexplicable expectation in his heart. Upon hearing this, Diyuer stared at Zhou Shiyun with a strange expression and sized him up. What made you feel that I was going to train you? Was he being ridiculed again? The corners of Zhou Shiyun's mouth twitched slightly, and he said unwillingly, Weren't you training me just now? Isn't a fight of that intensity enough to prove something? But Diyuer shook his head very seriously. Actually, I was just testing your ability to withstand blows so that I could arrange a series of special training for you. Also withstand beatings within 3 days. Otherwise, with Zhou Shiyun's identity as a legendary maintenance engineer, even the general would not easily let him enter the giant world. Of course, Dial would definitely not tell Zhou Shiyun such words on his own initiative. If he told him and made him understand his importance, it would probably be difficult to carry out the subsequent special training. Oh well. Although Zhou Shiyun was still a little unconvinced in his heart, facing Dial's absolute crushing strength, he inexplicably developed a desire to become stronger in his heart. Although he repeatedly reminded himself that he was just a maintenance technician, a staff member who was supposed to hide behind the battlefield, or even hide in the cockpit of a codenamed mecha, and was only an auxiliary staff member who only needed to watch the mecha technician fight. But the battles he had experienced before kept flashing through his mind like slides. Nina's tears, Nellia's tears, Alan's determination, and Anya's unwillingness were like daggers piercing his heart. If he had the power to overcome everything, would he be able to protect himself and the people he cared about from getting hurt? As if sensing Zhou Shiyun's desire to protect everything, the originally dim dragon power sword suddenly shone brightly. The azure blue light shot up into the sky, and like a sudden enlightenment, it slammed heavily towards Zhou Shiyun, who was holding the dragon power sword. The azure dragon power sword, the royal power sword, is originally a guardian sword. This is the swordsmanship inheritance from the azure dragon sword. Immediately afterwards, a supreme sword technique called Green Lotus Sword Song instantly poured into the depths of Zhou Shiyun's spiritual sea of consciousness, and every move displayed infinite power. Zhou Shiyun closed his eyes, and his whole body began to move involuntarily. The azure dragon sword in his hand rose up without wind. First move, Blue Lotus Solitary Beauty. To take action is to attack, and between advancing and retreating, the enemy who attacks will die, and the enemy who strikes will be rescued. Second move, One Lotus Withers. The clever use of strength. Using the enemy's strength to attack back will keep you in an invincible position. Third style, Infinite Lotus Ring. The sword energy forms a circle, interconnected, repeating endlessly back and forth, forming a formation by itself, which can be used to attack when advancing or to defend when retreating. The fourth move, 10,000 Lotus Flowers. When one lotus blooms, thousands of lotuses blossom. Once this move is used, life and death, rise and fall, everything is under your control. After comprehending all four styles of the Green Lotus Sword Song, Zhou Shiyun opened his eyes and looked confidently at Diel opposite him. Please enlighten me. Then with a thud, the whole person fell to the ground. The master's demeanor is completely gone. Damn, I'm drained again. It's just 4 sword moves. Is the consumption so great? However, when Diel saw this scene, a rare hint of relief appeared on her usually stern face. As for teaching you, let's wait until you recover before we discuss this. Watching the dragon crystal in Diel's hand gradually approaching, Zhou Shiyun suddenly missed the days when the peeping Tom was guarding him. At least I don't have to eat this stuff, right? Holding on to a glimmer of hope, Zhou Shiyun protested in a very resentful tone. I usually use a dragon core, and they are at least level 1. Upon hearing this, Diel nodded very understandingly, and then stuffed all the dragon crystals in his hand into Zhou Shiyun's mouth. Eat it, there's more! Zhou Shiyun's defense was completely broken, his head tilted, and he fainted. Chapter 63, Dilly's Fighting Form. I don't know how long it took. Zhou Shiyun only knew that when he woke up, his stomach was growling with hunger. After eating so much dragon crystal, you're still hungry? Diel's voice came from Zhou Shiyun's side, making his already weak body even more uncomfortable and even a little nauseous. What the hell is this sin? I absorbed it all, although he didn't want to admit it. But today should be the time when he has broken the most defenses. Why? Suddenly I miss my good brother. Now that you're awake, follow me. Diel didn't give Zhou Shiyun much time to think. He just stood up and walked out the door. Zhou Shiyun wanted to pretend that he didn't hear it, but Diel's next sentence forced him to be extremely alert and follow with difficulty. Only when you feel tired do you have the opportunity to break through your limits. If you want to have the power to protect everything instead of just hiding behind women, then follow me. I believe that any man cannot endure such humiliation. Of course, this doesn't mean that Zhou Shiyun doesn't like hiding behind a woman. After all, who cannot love the co-pilot of codename Mecha? 3 days passed in a flash. No one knows what Zhou Shiyun has experienced in these 3 days, but if someone familiar sees Zhou Shiyun at this moment, they will definitely find out. His affectionate eyes actually became somewhat firm at this moment. Dear Lord Diel, next time we meet, I will definitely push you to the ground and rub you. I said, even Altria can't stop me. Zhou Shiyun gritted his teeth and said that he would never forget the tragic experience of these 3 days, and he would definitely take revenge one day. On the other hand, Diel acted as if he didn't care and even raised his hand to scratch his itchy hair. Then do your best. On Ganema. With a bang, Diel successfully knocked Zhou Shiyun away from an angle that left him nowhere to hide. It left an arc as it passed through the sky, with afterimages flying behind it. She even waved to Zhou Shiyun in the air very cordially. Master Rat is waiting for you at the martial arts arena. Just wait for me. I will definitely come back. The scene changed, and Zhou Shiyun, who had just landed from a 360-degree Thomas spin in the air, came to the audience seats of the martial arts arena and saw Dillies in the center of the martial arts arena. However, Dillies looked a little strange at this time. She was always fully armed and seemed to be waiting for someone. "Are you Zhou Shiyin?" Just as Zhou Shiyin was about to go up to say hello to Dillies and complain about her bad behavior of leaving his lovely, excellent, sensible, and handsome maintenance technician to dial, a woman's voice suddenly came from the seat next to him. Zhou Shiyin heard the sound and looked over. It turned out to be a giant rat about 1 meter tall. It was sitting in the audience seats. It was cracking melon seeds with its 2 claws as big as human hands and its 2 big front teeth. Wow, what a beautiful big rat. Zhou Shiyin asked himself that he had never seen such a big rat since he was a child, so he not only did not feel the slightest bit of fear, he even thought the rat was a little cute. He couldn't help but put his hand on the big rat's head. "Ah, let go, no, let go of your mouth, let go quickly." The big rat naturally didn't tolerate him and bit Zhou Shiyun's hand directly, even making it bleed. "Don't blame me for being rude if you don't let go," Zhou Shiyin asked himself. He is also a man with the strength of codename Mecha, and he has also passed Diur's special training. So how could he take a big rat seriously? It was not until the big rat turned into Rat, the guardian of the 12 zodiac animals, under his horrified gaze that he realized that there are always mountains beyond mountains and rats beyond people. "Master Rat, give me a chance. I can explain." "I don't want to listen. I don't want to listen." Even after Zishu transformed from a big rat into a human form, her height was only about 1.5 meters, and when she stood up straight, her height was almost as high as Zhou Shiyun's chest. And at this moment, perhaps because Zhou Shiyin touched his head, the little rat's cute and shy face was as bright as a sunset cloud, and his little head with mouse ears was shaking like a rattle. Master Weiyang once said that if someone dares to touch my head, he must be punished, otherwise he will dare to touch my breasts next time. Similar to that of a nuclear source condensed in Zishu's hand and quickly hit the symbolic part of Zhou Shiyun's masculinity. Zhou Shiyin was completely shocked. Fortunately, I activated the Death Shadow at the critical moment and managed to avoid this fatal blow. "Are you serious?" Rat nodded. Master Moang said that when punishing a man, you should focus on hitting him there. Not only is it efficient, but it will also be effective quickly. Looking at the expression on Zishu's face that said, "I'm so easy to fool. I'll believe whatever Lord Moang says," Zhou Shiyin felt worse than when he had eaten the dragon crystal. Aren't mice said to be very smart? How could they be fooled by sheep? But the last sheep can cheat. Why can't I cheat? You are wrong to think this way. How can you believe what Lady Moang says? She has eaten humans before. When Zhou Shiyin said this, Zishu was stunned for a moment. How could Lady Moang eat people? She obviously eats grass. Oh, this isn't stupid, is it? Think about it. If she dares to eat grass today, will she dare to eat people tomorrow? Is that so? Rat tilted his little head and looked at Zhou Shiyin, his big eyes full of confusion. Of course, is this true? You little brat, I'm not kidding you. Let's see if you dare to catch my kung's attention again. If you don't believe it, why don't you go and ask Lord Moang yourself, and you will know. But before that, you have to take me to the entrance to the other dimension of the giant world, and tell me what to do after I get in. The rat wanted to immediately run to the sheep to ask him if he had ever eaten a human being, what human flesh tasted like, whether it was delicious, whether rats could eat it, etc. But considering that the general had personally instructed her to help Zhou Shiyin enter the giant world within the specified time, she couldn't delay. Okay, let's go now. Chapter 64. Top 1 Series. War God. Little guy, come here. Zhou Shiyin was about to follow the rat to leave when Dilisai in the center of the martial arts arena suddenly spoke. What are you doing? Zhou Shiyin also has a temper and currently has no intention of forgiving Dilisai. Unexpectedly, Dilizi not only didn't care about Zhou Shiyin's attitude towards her, but even took the initiative to smile and said, "Come here, it's good for you." Hearing the words benefits, Zhou Shiyin's heart was somewhat moved, but thinking about everything he had experienced in the past few days, he still felt a little unhappy. Am I Zhou Shiyin the kind of person who would compromise for a little profit? I'm telling you, you misjudged me. As soon as Zhou Shiyin finished speaking, before Dillies on the other side could reply, an extremely cold voice sounded from behind. You should go. Although this voice sounded extremely cold, it did not seem to have any malice, but more like a habit. After all, Zhou Shiyin has a stupid sister at home, and she usually speaks in this tone. Looking back, series, the first of the 9 mechas, the War God. With a swish, Zhou Shiryun instantly appeared in the co-pilot seat of the Golden Wing. The Wuxin? Dilisai laughed. Why are you scared? Zhou Shiryun shook his head. Rather than fear, it was more like respect, right? Wuxin, series, level, the first of the 9 top mechas. General Altria's exclusive mecha is also the strongest symbol of the entire wasteland world. He once single-handedly challenged 3 super dragons, killing 1 and injuring 2. He even went deep into the miasma several times, making the dragon clan groan in pain. He even made a promise. As long as the series of mechas do not take action, they will stay obediently in the miasma. Of course, practice later proved that not all dragons would keep their promises. But even if Long breached the contract, the General's Wuxin would have no chance to come and settle the debt, because he really couldn't leave the Sky City. Faced with this level of existence, Zhou Shiryun, a small 35th level maintenance technician, was naturally a little scared. What about the favor you promised me? Giving Dillies a cold look, Zhou Shiryun stretched out his hand with an expression that said, think about it carefully. I won't forgive you if you give me less. No, it's for you. A dragon core from her arms, and put it into Zhou Shiryun's hand. On the other hand, when Zhou Shiryun saw this long-lost dragon core, his eyes were full of affection and he was about to cry. Woo-woo. Finally see you again. My level is called Dragon Core. Thinking about the amount of dragon crystals he had swallowed in the past 3 days, it almost filled up a small warehouse. This also led to Zhou Shiryun recalling some unspeakable experiences whenever he saw Duer. Now that he finally saw the dragon core he had been longing for, how could he remain indifferent? Of course, this is not to say that Zhou Shiryun is ungrateful or ungrateful. After all, not everyone can use dragon crystals, let alone there are so many of them in one warehouse. But absorbing the energy inside the dragon crystal through practice and eating the dragon crystal directly are 2 completely different things. Zhou Shiryun actually thought about finding a meditation room to absorb it slowly, but Duer wouldn't give him that chance at all. Okay, little guy, I know I've wronged you, I promise you. I will try my best to avoid this from happening again. Although Dilisai felt sorry for Zhou Shiryun, there was nothing she could do about it. Because Zhou Shiryun's talent is so high, he is the only legendary maintenance engineer since the year 312 of the new calendar. In some ways, he even has the same status as a general. But the more this is the case, the more Dillies must ensure Zhou Shiryun's safety, right? Although Dillies has enough confidence that as long as Zhou Shiryun always stays within her protection, he can live a worry-free life. But what if something happens to me? So she had no choice but to agree to the general's decision. Feeling the warm hand on his head, Zhou Shiryun's originally bad mood eased a little. But he realized at the next second, what does try your best mean? Does this mean that special training like this will appear again in the future? Ahem, that. It's just what you think. Dillies, who was in tune with Zhou Shiryun, would never let him down. She could already guess what he was thinking just by looking at the look of sudden understanding on his face. No, boss. Are you still asleep? I'm a maintenance technician, right? Can we let Nina and the others do this kind of thing next time? I just want to sit next to Zishu and eat melon seeds with him. Dilisai smiled bitterly and had no intention of continuing this topic. Because even if he told Zhou Shiryun that Dial was withdrawn from the front line specifically for him and had no time to train the mecha technicians on weekdays, what would it matter? This little guy will definitely not appreciate it. I'm going to go out with the general in a while. Is there anything you want to tell me? Dilisai's tone was so gentle that it even gave Zhou Shiryun the illusion of being bathed in a spring breeze. And it is not difficult to find that Dillies' expression at this moment is quite expectant. Where are you going? It's easy to guess that a problem that could alarm Dillies and the general at the same time and require them to deal with it is not a small one. As Dilisai's exclusive maintenance technician, it would be a lie for Zhou Shiryun to say that he doesn't care about Dilisai's safety at all. He even had the thought of giving up going to the giant world and accompanying Dillies. There's no problem with Chun Long. Dillies simply explained and immediately brought the topic back to the topic. Why? Don't you have anything you want to say to me? Zhou Shiryun raised his hand. Activate the god-level enchantment and bless the Golden Wing with the ability Enchantment. Blessing successful. Target Golden Wing. Core power increased by 5%. Element conversion speed increased by 5%. Mecha coordination efficiency increased by 5%. Only half a fifth. Is the gap really too big? Originally, he wanted to stay by Dillies' side and help, but reality slapped Zhou Shiryun hard in the face. Well, don't be discouraged. You are already great. Dilisai rubbed Zhou Shiryun's head again. I always believe that our little guy will become a great man in the future. Okay, I'm leaving now, and you should be careful too. Chapter 65. Chun Long is dead. I'll be careful, you. You too. Must be careful. Nothing must happen to you. The city needs you. After Zhou Shiyun stammered these words, he fled from the cockpit of the Golden Wing. However, when he passed by the martial god, he couldn't help but stop and said, General, the elemental conductor on the right palm of the martial god seems to be unstable. If possible, no need. Before Zhou Shiyun could finish his words, Talia had already passed him and appeared above the Golden Wing. It's time to go. The Golden Wing nodded, took one last look at Zhou Shiyun behind it, and then flew away with the martial god without looking back. Zhou Shiyun was left alone. No, there was also a big rat left there. What a cold guy. The rat on the side tilted his head, as if he had thought of something. Actually, the general wasn't like this before. Oh, feeling a strong smell of gossip coming towards him, Zhou Shiyun suddenly became interested. Master Rat, could you elaborate on this? Hearing this, Rat tilted his head to the other side again. Oh, Sister Muang said that we can't talk about the general behind his back. Then he skipped ahead and led the way. We should go now. After sending you to the giant world, I have to go play with Sister Muang. It's the last sheep again, damn it. At the same time, Dillies and Altria, who had already left the Sky City, came to the end of a space transmission channel. What are you thinking about? Why are you smiling so happily? Altria looked at Dillies with a puzzled look and asked. Haha, nothing. Dillies naturally couldn't tell Talia that she was so happy because of Zhou Shiyun's concern. Otherwise, you will definitely be laughed at by the other party. By the way, have you arranged everything for the giant world? There won't be any accidents, right? Talia nodded. Don't worry, everything has been arranged. It's just a low-dimensional world, and after Zhou Shiyun comes back, there will be no need for the giant world to continue to exist. You mean? As if she had thought of some possibility, Dilly's mood suddenly became a little complicated. That's right, Talia nodded. If you want a person to grow up quickly, killing and cruelty are both necessary experiences. We don't have time to wait for him to grow up on his own. Dillisai couldn't bear it. But he is still a child. Bartolia turned to look at Dillies beside her and said word by word. If I remember correctly, when you took over the Golden Wings from the previous guardian of the city, you were only 17 years old, right? You, a woman, can take on the responsibility of protecting the entire city at the age of 17. Why can't Zhou Shiyun, a man, do the same? Talia's reason really made Dillies unable to refute. At the same time, she also knew that she was only feeling confused because the other party was Zhou Shiyun. Then aren't you afraid that once he knows that you arranged all this, he will hate you for it? Talia smiled mysteriously. No, I have my own arrangements. Dillies also laughed when she saw this. This guy's character was indeed so bad. I guess you refused Ayun's help in repairing the war god because you were worried about consuming his source core energy, right? Talia didn't answer, but just nodded casually. With her and the Wuxian's strength, even if they just repaired a small elemental conductor, they could almost drain most of Zhou Shiyun's core energy. This was not a good thing for Zhou Shiyun, who was about to enter the giant world. Then why didn't you tell him that the core was actually called the Dragon Core? And it was you who asked me to give it to him? City, level Dragon Core, which is the one that Dillies snatched from Basel. It has long been delivered to Zhou Shiyun. Moreover, unlike people like Dillies and Talia from the Sky City, her main job is to protect the city, not to fight external wars. Therefore, for her, high-quality Dragon Cores have always been a scarce commodity. But Talia is different. Her daily life was either fighting or on the way to fight. Some trophies that were rare on the ground were just ordinary things to her. No need. Before he fully grows up, I'll try my best to avoid getting too involved with him. Otherwise, it will not only not help him, but will hurt him instead. Okay, that's enough about Zhou Shiyun today. Next, I want to talk about the upcoming alien outbreak. When the words exotic outbreak were mentioned, the expression on Talia's face became particularly serious. Dillies on the opposite side also immediately restrained the smile on her face. As a high-dimensional world, the alien world will expand outward every year when there is a large outbreak of aliens and the transmission channels are the most stable. The last time, which was around this time of the year, a mythical alien appeared in the enemy's tribe. Chun Long and I teamed up to fight it for 3 days and 3 nights, and only then did we barely repel it. At this point, Talia subconsciously glanced at her right hand, because the elemental conductor on the right palm of the war god had problems during that battle. You and Qianlong can't kill each other even if you join forces? Dillies was a little surprised. Putting aside the strength of Talia, just the guardian of the Zodiac, Qianlong could exert destructive power with just a set of exoskeleton armor, even without a mecha. Such a combination was only barely repelled? That's right. That's why I specially asked you to come up this time. And our goal this time is not to kill that guy by force. We just need to stop him on the other side of the transmission channel for 3 days. After 3 days, the transmission channel between the two worlds will become extremely fragile. If that guy insists on breaking into the transmission channel, it will only take a moment for the transmission channel to be broken, and then he will be exiled into the endless void. 3 days? That doesn't sound difficult. With my own and Talia as strength, plus Qianlong's words, etc. Qianlong, where is she? Dead. Dead? What happened? Do you guys like the style of painting? If you like it, give one. If you don't like it, just keep it in the comic style. Chapter 66. Arriving at the world of giants, the giant tree with a human face. Of course I know what I'm talking about. Talia glanced at Dillies unhappily. That expression seemed to be saying, who would joke about something like this? How did she die? Dillies' face looked a little ugly. If we only talk about strength, although she is better than Qianlong with the blessing of the Golden Wing, she is far from being able to crush the opponent. If Qianlong died at the hands of an alien, then, when Qianlong was fighting against the alien species, he sacrificed himself and died together with the enemy at the last second before the space transmission channel was closed and stayed in the alien world forever. If nothing unexpected happens, I'm dead. After all, it has been a year since the last alien outbreak. Although Qianlong is quite powerful, it is impossible for him to challenge the entire alien world alone. So in Talia's opinion, Qianlong was 100% dead in the alien world. But it doesn't matter. I will soon enter the alien world to avenge Qianlong. Even if I can't kill that guy, I will turn the alien world upside down. Why? Upon hearing this, Dilly sighed deeply, feeling indescribable sadness in her heart. What is wrong with this world? Don't worry. I will protect you when the time comes. As if she had seen through Dilly's thoughts, Talia patted her chest and assured confidently. As for whether Dillies believes it or not, it is hard to say. Rather than protecting me, you should protect yourself first. Thinking of Talia as fighting style, Dillies couldn't help but feel a little overwhelmed. At the same time, Zhou Shiyun, led by Zishu, came to the door of another space transmission channel. Go through this passage, and you'll find a world of giants behind. Zishu tilted his little head and looked at Zhou Shiyun and said, then handed him a communication watch. This is a special communicator for the other dimension. If you encounter any problems, please contact me immediately, although I may not be able to hear you. After taking the communication watch, Zhou Shiyun finally couldn't help but speak. Master Rat, you should at least tell me what I should do after I go in, right? You guys keep saying that there's a problem in the world of giants. I'm about to go in, so you should tell me what the problem is, right? On the other hand, after hearing Zhou Shiyun's question, the rat froze in place, giving people a cute feeling. I forgot. How about you go in first, and then I'll go ask Sister Moyang and tell you. Zhou Shiyun's defense was instantly broken. He stared into Zishu's eyes, gnashed his teeth, and said, well done. Then he walked into the transmission channel without looking back. A dazzling light flashed, and Zhou Shiyun felt that his body seemed to be squeezed by the force of space, and he soon lost consciousness. I don't know how long it had been, but when the dazzling sunlight came into Zhou Shiyun's eyes again, the surrounding environment had turned into a lush, ancient jungle. The surrounding area is full of huge trees that require dozens of people to hug. Not only are they extremely thick, but they are also hundreds of meters tall. He also saw several human faces on the trunk of the tree, and it felt like the people inside the tree wanted to get out. As expected of a world of giants, even a tree has such unique features. After carefully examining the faces on the tree trunks, Zhou Shiyun discovered that these faces did not seem to be naturally formed carvings, but more like real people imprisoned in the tree trunks. If all the people here are real people, that would be too cruel, right? Seeing this, Zhou Shiyun suddenly felt a little uneasy and quickly quickened his pace to leave here. At least he had to find a place with a wide view and observe the surrounding geographical environment. However, before he could walk out of the jungle, a very strange-looking face suddenly blocked his way. Is this sculpture a bit rough? The statue seemed to understand Zhou Shiyun's words. The expression on its face changed from confusion to anger, and it turned and left. This scene scared Zhou Shiyun a lot. Fuck, it's alive! Wait a minute, brother, don't go! Realizing that he finally saw a living person, Zhou Shiyun hurriedly chased after him and stopped him. Humph! What are you going to do? This person looked at Zhou Shiyun with caution, and his hand subconsciously reached behind him, as if he would take action immediately if Zhou Shiyun showed any hostility. That was actually a misunderstanding. I came from outside and got trapped here by accident. Can you take me out? Zhou Shiyun tried his best to appear innocent and well-intentioned, hoping to gain the other party's sympathy. The rough-looking man opposite also showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. No wonder you don't look like a local in your attire. It turns out you were lost. In that case, then come with me, and I'll take you out. Seeing that the other party believed him so easily, Zhou Shiyun felt a little guilty, but fortunately this emotion did not last long. Brother, what place is this? Why are there huge trees with statues carved on them everywhere? When the man leading the way heard the word statue, his expression was obviously a little strange, but because of the angle, Zhou Shiyun, who was following behind him, did not notice this. These statues were just scribbled by children in the tribe. There's nothing special about them. The man tried his best to make his tone sound calmer to avoid Zhou Shiyun behind him noticing anything. As for where this place is? Outsider. You should have heard of the giant forest, right? At this point, Zhou Shiyun should have nodded in agreement, but he was not from this world at all, let alone the giant forest. Actually, I come from a very far place. No one in our place knows about the giant forest. Zhou Shiyun originally thought that the other party would doubt his identity after hearing his explanation, but he did not doubt it. Even saw a hint of excitement on the other person's face. That's great. We haven't seen anyone from the outside world in a long time. We are very curious about the outside world. Can you tell us about it? Zhou Shiyun was suddenly speechless. It turns out you have never seen the world. How can you believe this? Sure. I love telling stories, and the stories I tell sound like real stories. Chapter 67, Moyang, you deserve to die. Half an hour later, Zhou Shiyun finally left the ancient giant forest under the guidance of the man. What comes into view is a series of mountain ranges, and at the end of the mountains there seems to be an endless green grassland, which looks extremely beautiful. The man's tribe, however, was located in a valley at the foot of a mountain range, and was temporarily built around a stream formed by spring water. Surrounded by mountains and rivers with picturesque scenery, it is not an exaggeration to call this place a paradise compared to the wasteland world where I live. Endless yellow sand, a wasteland filled with miasma. Our Ayurti tribe is a nomadic tribe. We migrate frequently, so the tribe is somewhat simple. At this point, an embarrassed look flashed across the man's face. Is it simple? I think it's pretty good. In response, Zhou Shiyun said that his hometown is far inferior to what he sees now. Following the man's footsteps into the tribe, Zhou Shiyun finally saw the so-called natives of this giant world. But what made him curious was why these people looked a little strange. It gave him a feeling that he was still trapped in the giant forest by the giant tree. The people surrounding me are still the statues on the trees. Wow. Kansta, is this the prey you brought back? Why does it look like a human? Yes, this prey looks so good. It must taste good. Woo-woo. But he looks a bit like a human, doesn't he? It seemed that the people in the tribe saw prey with Zhou Shiyun's appearance for the first time. They gathered around him curiously and discussed the matter at once. Seeing that the veins on both sides of Zhou Shiyun's forehead were already showing signs of congestion, Kansta hurriedly stopped his people from continuing to talk, and then began to explain. This is our guest from far away. At this point, Kansta remembered that he didn't know the name of Zhou Shiyun's hometown, so he had to look at Zhou Shiyun inquiringly. Zhou Shiyun understood what he meant and said directly, "My name is Zhou Shiyun, and I come from a distant country. Because of the war in the country, I was separated from my family and was trapped in the giant forest by mistake. Thanks to the help of Brother Kansta, I was able to get out of the predicament. It is a sudden arrival at your place today. I hope you can forgive me." When the people in the tribe saw that Zhou Shiyun spoke eloquently and logically, they immediately admired him very much. It turns out that Brother Zhou is a refugee. Wow, so pitiful. Yes, the countries on this continent start wars every day, and we migrated here to escape the disaster. Brother Zhou, your clothes are so special, they look a bit weird. Speaking of clothes, everyone turned their attention to Zhou Shiyun's death armor. After all, it is rare to see equipment with such gorgeous appearance. Even the great generals on the battlefield only wear armor like this, right? Oh, you mean clothes? Actually, I picked this up from the giant forest. I don't know who was so careless. Fortunately, Zhou Shiyun put away the Azure Dragon Sword before entering the world of giants. Otherwise, he would not be able to explain it even if he had 8 mouths. Upon hearing this, the people in the tribe did not continue to ask about the origin of Zhou Shiyun's clothes because, in their opinion, it was not strange to pick up anything in the giant forest. In the following time, Zhou Shiyun, surrounded by the little guys in the tribe, told 7 or 8 stories about what had happened in the outside world. It was not until he felt dry mouth and was on the verge of collapse that he was rescued from the sea of suffering by Kansta. Afterwards, under Kansta's arrangement, he stayed in a small wooden house built with branches. However, rather than being called a small wooden house, it was actually a place about the size of a doghouse. After Zhou Shiyun entered, he could only lie down. Hey, this damn rat, he can't even speak clearly. Zhou Shiyun lay on the ground with a look of despair on his face. His good mood from seeing the pleasant scenery was completely gone. It's so hard for me. The data is getting worse day by day. In fact, he didn't want to stay in a strange tribe like this, but the problem is, what exactly is your mission? Could it be that you were telling the children in the tribe the story of Calabash brothers saving their grandfather and sending them away one by one? Bite! Just when Zhou Shiyun was still complaining about the unreliable girl's issue, the communicator on his wrist finally received a message. Task release. Task 1. Kill the Titan with power and obtain the source of Titan. Mission 2. Kill the Mother of Giants and obtain the essence of the Mother of Giants. Mission 3. Find the source of the world and completely destroy it, wiping out all humans and giants. Task Issuer. The Last Sheep. Executor. Zhou Shiyun. Penalty for mission failure. If the executor fails to complete the mission, Lord Last Sheep will personally descend upon the giant world and destroy it. Wait, what on earth is going on? He could understand the first 2 tasks. After all, he came here for the origin of giants, but what about the 3rd task? What on earth does this sheep want to do? Before Zhou Shiyun could figure out what was going on, another message came through the communicator. Giant Ability Introduction. Warhammer Titan possesses the ability to create hardened objects at will. After killing it, you can obtain the Titan source that allows you to create hardened objects. Beast Titan possesses overwhelming power. After killing it, you can obtain the Titan source to enhance your strength. Armor Titan possesses super strong defensive power. After killing it, you can obtain the Titan source for enhanced defense. Jaw Titan has extreme speed. After killing it, you can obtain the Titan source to enhance your speed. Cart Titan possessing infinite physique. After killing it, you can obtain the Titan source used to enhance your physique. Mother of Giants possesses all the abilities of giants. After killing a giant, you can obtain the essence of the Mother of Giants, which can be used to fuse the abilities of giants. Note: after the fused essence is swallowed by humans, it will not change their body shape. Turning off the communicator, Zhou Shiyun was still filled with hatred towards Moyang. How much the Last Sheep asked of himself, he could accept killing the giant. But what is the point of killing humans and destroying the world? After counting the wasteland world outside, the total number of humans still alive in the world only barely reaches 10 million. After finally meeting his own kind again in another world, how could Zhou Shiyun bear to kill them? No, I absolutely cannot watch the Last Sheep destroy this world and kill all humans. Absolutely not. Chapter 68. You guys deserve to die. If humans want to save this world, they must first have the strength to fight against the Last Sheep. According to Zhou Shiyun's understanding, although the 12 Zodiac Guardians do not have mechas, they have the strength to compete with super creatures, and their source core level is probably around level 75. In other words, if Zhou Shiyun wants to stop the Last Sheep, he must have a strength of at least level 75. But currently, after possessing the Azure Dragon Sword and the God of Death armor, Zhou Shiyun's strength level is about level 51. Which means he has just broken through the level limit and has initially entered the ranks of level 51. The gap between him and the Last Sheep is obvious at a glance. Basically, he doesn't fight back when he's hit or when he's scolded. Therefore, whether Zhou Shiyun is willing or not, he will set his sights on that group of giants and improve his own strength by collecting the essence of the source of giants and the Mother of Giants. As the evening approached, the people of the ALD tribe were preparing dinner, which was basically cooking pot after pot of yellowish, sticky, unknown substance in stream water. The substance was accompanied by an indescribable smell and was bubbling under the cooking fire. Zhou Shiyun's scalp was tingling when he saw it. After all, for someone who often takes dragon crystals orally, the shiny dragon crystals are already his bottom line. Eating shit directly is definitely not an option. Kansta, who was standing by, seemed to see what Zhou Shiyun was thinking, and quickly called on his tribesmen to bring over the wild fruits they had picked outside. Brother Zhou, you are a foreigner and may not be used to the food here. Why don't you just eat some fruit to fill your stomach? Yes, Brother Zhou, these fruits are delicious. I usually don't want to eat them. The children in the tribe looked at the wild fruits brought to Zhou Shiyun, and their saliva slid down the corners of their mouths, which made Zhou Shiyun feel uncomfortable. But even so, he would never choose to eat that thing. As for these fruits, Brother Can, I'm not hungry at all. How about sharing these fruits with the children? Technician or mecha master who has reached a certain level, it doesn't matter if he doesn't eat for a short period of time. After all, he has the active nuclear energy in his body to support him. Moreover, if you have dragon crystal to supplement, it is not impossible to go without food for a long time. Brother Zhou, you don't have to worry about them. These little guys are very smart. Who doesn't have a few fruits in their pocket? Kansta looked at the group of children, laughed, and said meaningfully. The children grinned when they heard that, took out fruits from their pockets and showed them off to Zhou, Shiyun, and the others, then fled in all directions. Seeing this, Zhou Shiyun began to eat the fruit in front of him with peace of mind. Well, how should I put it? It tastes a bit sour and has a subtle sweetness. It's probably like tomato. With a thud, Zhou Shiyun, who had eaten the fruit, fell headfirst to the ground. He felt his body weak, dizzy, and his consciousness gradually became blurred. He immediately realized a problem. This damn tomato is poisonous. Then he heard hurried footsteps and quarrels around him. Is he dead? Do you want to wait a little longer? If Zhou Shiyun remembered correctly, the above voice should have come from one of the children in the tribe. No need to wait any longer. Go get my knife. This is the voice of Kansta. Uncle Kansta is awesome. I haven't eaten human flesh for a long time. I am starving. Everyone restrain yourself for a while. You can eat meat, but you can't damage any of your important organs. Do you understand? Got it, got it. After hearing this, Zhou Shiyun finally understood what was going on. Did I really get tricked into a cannibalistic tribe? But, thinking about what I saw and heard today, those natural and innocent smiles, and Kansta's generous and heroic character, were they all pretended? But why do they pretend to be so real? For Zhou Shiyun, who has grown up in an environment where everyone is united against foreign enemies and has never had any internal strife, it is actually difficult for him to doubt whether a person is good or bad without any basis. This also makes it easy for Zhou Shiyun to trust people who have the same appearance and characteristics as him. At least he doesn't look at anyone with tinted glasses. But the reality is, this group of his own kind, whom he treated as his own, were sharpening the blades in their hands, preparing to share his body. I'm just a passerby who has lost his way, and I have no grudges against this group of people. Purification activated. The purification technique was successfully activated, and the purification target is Zhou Shiyun. Purification completed. Poisoning status lifted. The maintenance technician's exclusive skill, purification, is inherited from his adoptive father Kronos. A skill that was originally designed to purify negative states for mechas, but now Zhou Shiyun has developed a new use for it. It is also possible to help people detoxify. Seeing Zhou Shiyun, who had fallen into a coma, stand up again, a look of astonishment flashed across the faces of the people around him. Fortunately, Kansta had also seen and eaten it before, and his greedy expression instantly turned into worry. Brother Zhou, are you okay? What happened to you just now? Why did you suddenly fall asleep? As he spoke, Kansta winked at a little girl on Zhou Shiyun's right. The little girl was holding a sharp blade in her hand, but she had hidden it behind her. The little girl was naturally very smart. Just from the look in Kansta's eyes, she already understood the other party's purpose. She immediately took the initiative to move closer to Zhou Shiyun and asked with concern, "Big brother, are you okay?" Zhou Shiyun looked down at the little girl whose height was not even as long as his legs, and a glimmer of hope flashed through his mind, because he really needed a bit of kindness to prove that he was right. Humans, they should be a united race. With a clang sound, the blade that was deflected by the death armor completely shattered Zhou Shiyun's innocence and his last bit of hope. You are just a child. You are obviously just a child. Why are you doing this? Zhou Shiyun raised his foot and kicked the little girl who stabbed him with a knife away. Seeing this, Kansta stopped pretending and directly called on everyone in the tribe to join in. Kill him. Be careful not to destroy his organs. Just cut his neck. There are probably more than 200 people in the entire Aeldai tribe, including men, women, young and old. The youngest child is only 2 years old, and he actually rushed towards Zhou Shiyun with a dagger in his hand. You guys deserve to die. Chapter 69. Zhou Shiyun versus Warhammer Titan. 3 minutes later, except for Kanstei, all the more than 200 humans in the tribe died, including the 2-year-old child. How is this possible? This is impossible. Kansta stared at Zhou Shiyun, who was walking towards him in amazement, his ferocious face full of shock. Why do you have to hurt me? I don't think I have ever offended you. The entire LD tribe doesn't look like they are starving, so there is no need for them to do anything to themselves. Zhou Shiyun really couldn't understand this. To the victor go the spoils. Since you won, I have nothing to explain, but I want to tell you this. This is the rule of survival in this world. Sooner or later, you will become like us. Ha! 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 Before Kansta could finish his words, the dragon power sword in Zhou Shiyun's hand had already pierced his chest. If the rules of this world are like this, then I will change the rules of this world. As soon as the words fell, the entire mountain range began to tremble instantly. Bursts of loud noises came from the direction of the giant forest, and countless huge rocks rolled down from the mountain due to the vibrations from the ground. The next second, a huge human face appeared in Zhou Shiyun's sight through the gap between the mountains. Fresh blood food, perfect work of art. Thanks for the gift of nature. Warhammer Titan. Race giants. Age unknown. Talent. The ability to create hardened objects at will. Comprehensive combat power. 3 stars, equivalent to source core level 50. Weakness. The crystal on the back of the neck of the Warhammer giant is extremely fragile. Perhaps you could try to break it. Friendly reminder. The giants love art, and embedding human heads on tree trunks is one of their hobbies. Maybe you can try to irritate it. Zhou Shiyun was very observant. Looking at the huge Warhammer giant opposite him, which was 300 meters tall, he couldn't help feeling a little scared. The Warhammer Titan's strength was not high, basically the same as him, but the problem was that the opponent's abilities were a bit tricky, and its huge size made it quite troublesome to deal with. Although with the help of Minkakimi, Zhou Shiyun has figured out the opponent's weakness. The problem is that he can't fly. Oh, if only that guy Dior was here. She probably only needed 1 kick to send herself up. When he came to his senses, the Warhammer giant had stretched out 2 arms that were nearly 100 meters long, crossing the mountains on both sides and groping towards the residents of the LD tribe. Seeing this, Zhou Shiyun quickly hid in the shadow of one of the mountains, hiding his entire body tightly. Chance it's bending. In Zhou Shiyun's sight, the 2 big hands of the Warhammer giant were carefully tidying up the corpses on the ground. It carefully took the human head off the body and placed it neatly on the flat ground. The human head is the most perfect work of art in the world. Zhou Shiyun nodded in approval of this. Damn it, what are you thinking about? After the Warhammer giant had sorted out everyone's heads, he began to sort out the remaining corpses. I saw it carefully tearing open the corpse on the ground and taking out the human heart, spleen, lungs, kidneys, and other organs, and throwing them into its mouth one by one like a whale eating peanuts. Delicious, so delicious. As he was enjoying the food, the Warhammer giant actually sat down directly, causing the surrounding area to shake violently like an earthquake. His hands' movements also became more careful. At this time, Zhou Shiyun, who was hiding in the shadow of the mountains, was finally ready to take action. He first put the dragon power sword back into the maintenance space, then slightly bent his body as if jumping, his eyes fixed on one of the arms of the Warhammer giant. Just when the Warhammer giant picked up a fresh heart and was about to raise his hand to put it into his mouth, Zhou Shiyun kicked his feet hard and jumped directly onto the Warhammer giant's arm. Then, while the Warhammer giant had not noticed him yet, he used all his strength to run at the fastest speed of his life. Qingli Dushio, break it for me! Zhou Shiyun shouted loudly, took out the dragon power sword, and swung it out. A blue dragon phantom appeared from the sword and rushed towards the neck of the Warhammer giant with its fangs and claws bared. On the other hand, the Warhammer giant seemed not to see Zhou Shiyun and was still eating peanuts. It was not until the dragon-shaped sword energy released by Zhou Shiyun was about to hit its neck that the Warhammer giant turned its mouth towards Zhou Shiyun and blew out a breath sharply. Disperse! In an instant, the dragon-shaped sword energy shattered into pieces like fireworks that were exiled to the sky. Moreover, after shattering the dragon-shaped sword energy, this breath did not lose its momentum and rushed directly towards Zhou Shiyun's location. At first, Zhou Shiyun didn't take it too seriously. He simply raised the sword horizontally to block his chest. His legs were still in a charging state, trying to get closer to the Warhammer giant. But the next second, the breath exhaled by the Warhammer giant turned directly into a huge iron hammer, smashing heavily on Zhou Shiyun. With a whoosh, a figure slammed heavily into the mountain behind him at a speed of 100 meters per second, stirring up a cloud of dust. Damn, even the breath can be hardened. Climbing out of the deep pit on the ground and rubbing his sore shoulders, Zhou Shiyun felt that his arm holding the dragon power sword was trembling. What an amazing power! If even the Warhammer Titan can possess such powerful strength, how powerful would the Beast Titan, which is known for its absolutely overwhelming strength, be? Unfortunately, the Warhammer Titan is powerful, but its lethality is not that high. Perhaps the defensive capabilities of the Death Arms alone are enough to make him invincible. Big guy, how long have you not brushed your teeth? Your breath stinks. Since the sneak attack failed, Zhou Shiyun decided not to continue to be the sixth one and would just confront the Warhammer Titan head-on. And in Dial's words, the easiest way to defeat an enemy of similar strength head-on is to irritate him. Because no matter what kind of creature it is, once it becomes angry, its whole body will be full of flaws. What an interesting human being. You're not afraid of me? The Warhammer Titan showed great interest in Zhou Shiyun's provocation, perhaps because since its birth, no human has ever dared to actively provoke it. Chapter 70. Chunlong suddenly appears. Afraid? Why should I be afraid? Your strength is just SOSO in my opinion. Not even as good as a woman. No, not one, but a group. At first, only the figure of Dial flashed through Zhou Shiyun's mind. It is no exaggeration to say that with the strength currently shown by Dial, he is enough to defeat the Warhammer Titan. But soon after, Dillies, Esli, and Altrio appeared one after another. Even the Sea King and Qian Wushuang came to join in the fun. Any one of them is enough to crush the Warhammer giant in front of them. Well, except for this little maintenance guy. Ant, you are just a mere blood meal, yet you dare to look down on the great giants. You deserve to die. The Warhammer giant roared, and endless pressure swept over like a mountain torrent. The worst thing is that when these pressures are hardened through objects and become physical, the attacks they bring are absolutely fatal. Compared with the Warhammer giant that was like a small mountain, Zhou Shiyun, who kept dodging between the mountains, now looked like an ant on the ground. But this ant has the power to kill an elephant. Death Shadow. One after another, the afterimages were shattered by the Warhammer giant, and deep pits were smashed one after another on the ground, getting deeper and deeper. Ant, I wonder how long you can hide. The Warhammer giant uprooted the giant tree behind him and hardened it into a steel hammer that flashed with cold light. He waved his two arms continuously and smashed toward Zhou Shiyun, who was fleeing frantically, while making deafening noises from his mouth. D. All ants should die. Zhou Shiyun on the ground was also feeling a bit miserable at the moment. This thing is so big that if someone just waves his arm, I have to run far away to avoid it. Moreover, although the Warhammer giant looks rough, it is actually delicate. As long as Zhou Shiyun shows the intention of getting close to it, it will immediately blow out a breath of bad air and directly use biological weapons to repel Zhou Shiyun. Long-range attack. You must use long-range attack. Zhou Shiyun recalls what Doer taught him. Well, in addition to training yourself to dodge and take a beating, you also need to persist. Persistence without a bottom line. Yes, that's it. Grind it to death. Damn do. I'll rub you sooner or later. Sooner or later. Dragon core that Dillies gave him and prepared. Wait a minute. Taking the dragon core back to the repair space, Zhou Shiyun took out a few dragon crystals and put them in his mouth. At the Warhammer Titan with a look of grief and indignation, and shouted in a voice that sounded like it came from hell. This is such a great humiliation. Today it's either you die or I live. Although the Warhammer giant on the opposite side didn't know why Zhou Shiyun suddenly became so angry, it agreed very much with Zhou Shiyun's declaration. You are just an ant of the human race, yet you dare to challenge the great giants in this way. One of you must die today for such a great shame. At the same time, the space transmission channel belonging to the alien world was finally opened. In order to prevent the supersized alien leader from invading the wasteland world, Dillies, led by Talia, rushed into the space transmission channel as soon as possible. However, when they appeared on the other side of the space transmission channel, the scene before them made them open their eyes wide involuntarily. You are Chunlong? What appeared before the two was not a swarm of alien species, but a golden female warrior wearing armor. The dragon, one of the patron saints of the Chinese zodiac. General, long time no see. The armor on Chunlong's body had already been torn to pieces, and even the Chunlong sword, which he had always regarded as a treasure, was damaged beyond recognition. But even so, it is still difficult to conceal the tremendous momentum emanating from Chunlong from the inside out. Chunlong, what's going on? Talia did not ask about the whereabouts of the alien species separately, but directly pointed all the questions at Chunlong, because she knew that Chunlong would definitely give her an explanation, a reasonable explanation. As you can see, the alien world has been destroyed, and it is completely destroyed. Chunlong spread his hands, looking neither happy nor sad on the surface, but deep in his eyes flashed traces of fatigue that were difficult to hide. Later, through Chunlong's narration, Talia and the others gradually understood the truth of the matter. It turned out that in the last battle, the alien leader had been severely injured by the joint attack of Talia and Chunlong, and was almost at the point of running out of energy. In order to avoid the counterattack of the alien leader, Chunlong resolutely chose to stay in the alien world at the last second before the transmission channel was closed. He was determined to completely kill this creature that exceeded the level limit of the wasteland world. Everything that happened after that went as Chunlong had expected, and went very smoothly. Not only did she successfully cut off the head of the alien leader with the Chunlong sword, but she also wiped out all the creatures in the entire alien world within nearly a year. Even if there were some fish that slipped through the net, they would probably not cause any big waves in the next few decades. This news is like timely help for the current Sky City, and it is a great blessing. This is really great. You are worthy of it, Lord Chunlong. Dilisai sighed sincerely. Now that the problem with the alien world has been solved, most of the problems currently faced by the Sky City have been solved. If nothing unexpected happens, Chunlong and the General will appear on another battlefield soon and join forces with the other Zodiac Guardians to completely solve all problems. At last, the mecha divisions of the Wasteland world will attack in full force to counterattack the Dragon Clan is just around the corner. Chunlong, take me to the core of the world. I want to destroy this space. Talia's attitude was somewhat unpredictable, and the degree of doubt in her heart far exceeded Deli's optimism. She was very clear about Chunlong's strength. Even if the super alien leader was seriously injured, it was impossible for him to die so easily under Chunlong's sword. But she couldn't ask such questions directly, otherwise it would hurt Chunlong's feelings. After much thought, she decided to destroy the world beneath her feet first. By then, even if the alien leader had great abilities, he would never be able to turn the tables. Sir, please follow me. Chunlong on the opposite side nodded when she heard this. As for the world core of this world, she had actually wanted to destroy it a long time ago. Unfortunately, she was not strong enough, so she could only place her hopes on Talia. Fortunately, the other party arrived as expected. At the same time, out of everyone's sight, a chubby little tail suddenly jumped up from the ground, went directly into the gap of the gold wing's right foot armor, and then disappeared. Chapter 71. The Little Hero Living in the Doghouse. About an hour later, the mountain range where Zhou Shiyun was located had almost turned into a plain. Apart from the large and small deep pits on the ground, there was only a lonely cabin still standing. Yes, it's the doghouse where Zhou Shiyun lived before. The panting Warhammer giant lowered his huge arms helplessly after seeing Zhou Shiyun, who was still jumping around like a monkey. Aunt, you were lucky. I will let you live today. Zhou Shiyun on the opposite side also noticed the fatigue of the Warhammer giant and was preparing to launch a counterattack, but suddenly he heard the bad news that the opponent wanted to escape, and he suddenly became extremely excited. With a look as if he was the mortal enemy of his father's murder, he stared into the Warhammer giant's eyes, which were as big as a round table, and shouted angrily, "Let your mother go! I ate 30 dragon crystals to kill you. That's 30 whole crystals. You said you don't want to fight me, so I won't fight you. Who do you think I am? Die for me!" Zhou Shiyun was furious. He bent his legs slightly and kicked hard, using all his strength. He flew into the air and stood firmly on the arm of the Warhammer giant. Taking out the Azure Dragon Sword again, Zhou Shiyun did not rush to launch an attack. Instead, he ran quickly along the arm of the Warhammer giant and rushed to the opponent's shoulder in a blink of an eye. Upon seeing this, the Warhammer Titan immediately began to inhale, but before he could start to exhale, a glittering crystal instantly hit the uvula deep in its throat, commonly known as the little flesh above the throat, interrupting the biochemical attack that the Warhammer Titan was about to launch. Eat shit! The third move of the Green Lotus Sword Song. Infinite Lotus Rings. One after another, Azure Dragon-shaped phantoms rushed forward, circled the neck of the Warhammer giant, and hit the diamond-shaped crystal accurately. The next second, a painful wail came from the mouth of the Warhammer giant. The unwilling giant eyeballs stared at Zhou Shiyun's figure, wishing they could eat him alive. Damned ant. The Lord will definitely avenge me. You're dead. Seeing the Warhammer giant's body slowly falling backwards, Zhou Shiyun wiped the sweat from his forehead and grinned. I don't know whether I will die or not, but you will definitely not see it. After saying that, Zhou Shiyun jumped up a few steps, went around the back of the Warhammer giant's neck, and before it fell to the ground, he used the dragon power sword in his hand to snatch the crystal, and then put it into the maintenance space. The source of the Warhammer Titan is in my hands. As the Warhammer giant's body fell to the ground beneath his feet shook violently, and even the giant tree behind him began to tremble. I don't know if it's because of excitement or fear. Looking at the human faces carved on the tree trunk, Zhou Shiyun was extremely certain of his goal. He must save the human beings in this world and completely eliminate all the giants. But before that, I'm so tired, my body feels hollowed out. Between the options of resting where he was and continuing to swallow dragon crystals to restore his energy, Zhou Shiyun chose the former without hesitation. Back in the wooden house where he could only lie down to rest, Zhou Shiyun fell into a deep sleep. I don't know how long it took, but when the earth shook again, Zhou Shiyun was awakened by a noisy sound of footsteps. The sun had not set yet. Zhou Shiyun rubbed his sleepy eyes and forced his tired body to walk out of the wooden house. General, we have already investigated the surrounding situation. The only thing left to search is this wooden house. Several men dressed like soldiers were standing beside the corpse of the Warhammer Titan, reporting the search results with serious expressions. The leader was a mighty general wearing armor and holding a huge sword. There was a scar on his face extending from the left forehead to the right corner of his mouth. He looked extremely scary, but gave people a feeling of righteousness. Why not search the cabin then? The general's tone was calm, and it was hard to tell whether he was happy or sad. However, as his subordinates, several soldiers were frightened. General, I believe that a hero who has the strength to kill the Warhammer Titan will definitely not live in a doghouse. Before the soldier could finish his words, Zhou Shiyun, with a strange look on his face, had already crawled out of the so-called doghouse. What doghouse? Where is this doghouse? Upon seeing this, the general hurriedly scolded his subordinates, then put on a sincere smile on his face and ran over to greet Zhou Shiyun. I guess you are the little hero who killed the Warhammer Titan. Although Zhou Shiyun still didn't know how the other party guessed that he was the one who killed the Warhammer giant, he probably could only attribute it to his majestic appearance and dress, right? Thinking of this, Zhou Shiyun's face showed a proud expression. Of course, who else but me? The general's smile widened upon hearing this, and he clapped his hands and shouted, That's great. This Warhammer giant often came to our country to harm the people and killed countless people. Today he was finally killed and died at the hands of the little hero. It can be said that the heavens have opened their eyes. Since the little hero has such strength, I wonder if he can go back with me and serve the country. Zhou Shiyun did not immediately agree to the general's suggestion. At least, he no longer trusted anyone before he knew the other party's identity. I wonder if the little hero has any concerns? As if noticing Zhou Shiyun's hesitation, the general immediately explained. To be honest, my country, the Palenque Empire, is at the end of this plain. It is attacked by the Beast Titan every now and then. Now! At this point, the general suddenly became a little choked up, and combined with his horrifically ugly face, the scene was simply beautiful. Now that I see that the little hero has the strength to kill the Warhammer Titan alone, I am really excited. If there is anything I have not considered carefully, I hope the little hero will forgive me. Beast Titan? Thinking of his purpose, Zhou Shiyun nodded. I can go back with you, but I won't stay in the Park Empire for too long. After I finish my business, I will definitely leave. The general laughed when he heard this and held Zhou Shiyun's hands tightly with both hands. This is really great. The Parque Empire will definitely welcome the little hero with the highest etiquette. After saying this, the general quickly winked at one of the soldiers behind him. Why don't you hurry back and report to the king and make preparations to welcome the little hero? The soldier felt as if he had been pardoned upon hearing this, and disappeared from everyone's sight in a flash. Chapter 72. State Welcome. 3 miles of red carpet. Nightfall. The moon in the giant world is different from the moon in the wasteland world. It seems that the moon here is closer to the sun. The warm moonlight shining on the body seems to be able to sweep away all fatigue. Under the guidance of this ugly general of the Park Empire, Zhou Shiyun finally saw the so-called empire. The entire city is surrounded by tall and thick city walls, and the entrance below the wall is brightly lit and crowded with people. Zhou Shiyun, who had excellent eyesight, even saw a red carpet at the entrance of the city. People on both sides of the red carpet were holding various fruit baskets in their hands. Is this too grand? Zhou Shiyun suddenly felt a little embarrassed. After all, from childhood to adulthood, except for the time when he lived on the 97th floor, he had never been taken seriously by so many people. Grand, the ugly general laughed. Even uglier. If it weren't for the fact that our country was attacked by the Beast Titan some time ago, with your status as a little hero, you would have at least rolled out the red carpet 10 miles outside the city to welcome us. It's only 3 miles now. Zhou Shiyun was so happy to hear this, but he still waved his hands and said, "That's not necessary. Mobilizing so many people is already very difficult for a city that has just been attacked." The ugly general's face changed. "It's the Park Empire." Zhou Shiyun was very embarrassed when he heard this and agreed. "Yes, it is the Park Empire." The ugly general then turned his head with satisfaction. After entering the city, Zhou Shiyun was almost overwhelmed by the enthusiasm of the people in the city. His arms were already full of fruit baskets, and he was holding several large bags in his arms. They were all filled with fruits that Zhou Shiyun could not name, including the poisonous fruit he had eaten in the LD tribe. Zhou Shiyun didn't think much about this. He just thought that the other party didn't know the effect of eating this fruit. After all, only a mentally ill person would think that he could poison himself in this situation, right? Long live the little hero. Long live the little hero. We in the Parquet Empire now have a little hero. From now on, we no longer have to worry about being attacked by giants. You look young, little hero. I wonder if you were married. I have a daughter who is still unmarried. As long as you agree, little hero, please marry her. Zhou Shiyun was tired of hearing such praises, and it took him a lot of effort to finally enter a manor under the guidance of General Cho. "General, this manor is the palace. It's the palace where the great Lord of Park lives." At first, Zhou Shiyun thought that the manor in front of him was the residence prepared for him by the Park Empire. Then, after General Cho emphasized many times, he accepted the fact that the so-called manor was actually the Imperial Palace. This palace is really quite unique. After General Cho sent someone into the palace to report, Zhou Shiyun finally met the so-called King of Park. He is about 1.5 meters tall, with a pair of small and narrow eyes that make him look extremely unpleasant. Perhaps he also feels a little uncomfortable when he looks at others. Anyway, what can I say? Then the ugly general, but not much better. "Little hero, please stand up quickly and let the Lord have a good look at us." Zhou Shiyun had just stepped into the so-called palace when he heard the king's voice coming from the opposite side, which almost made him fall to the ground. "Damn it, which eye of yours saw me kneeling?" Zhou Shiyun wanted to get angry, but considering the other party's identity and the fact that he was still in the other party's territory, he had to give the other party some face and could only shake his head helplessly. "I am here only for the Beast Titan. Please tell me the location of the Beast Titan." King Park's eyes gleamed when he heard this, but because his eyes were too small, outsiders could not detect it at all. As expected of a little hero who can defeat the Warhammer Titan, he is truly brave and invincible. But it's getting late now. Even if the little hero goes there now, he may not be able to find the Beast Titan. In my opinion, it would be better to wait until tomorrow morning. How about sending someone to escort the little hero to find the Beast Titan? Although Zhou Shiyun didn't want to stay in park for too long, he also understood that what the other party said did make sense. Oh well, in the end, he could only nod and agree to King Park's proposal. "Someone prepare a feast. Let us wish the little hero in advance for killing the Beast Titan, becoming bigger and stronger, and creating more glory." King Park warmly invited Zhou Shiyun to sit next to him. Zhou Shiyun didn't want to offend the other party, so he had to bite the bullet and sit down on the right side of King Park and simply picked a few foods and swallowed them. One is big, the other is small. One is handsome, the other is ugly. If you observe them separately, you won't see anything. But when a handsome guy like Zhou Shiyun and an ugly guy like King Park sat together, the eyes of everyone in the palace began to look at the two of them as if something was wrong. On the other hand, King Park seemed not to notice anything and continued to eat delicious food and drink fine wine. He would chat with Zhou Shiyun from time to time, making Zhou Shiyun feel uncomfortable. Moreover, because he had been plotted against and eaten a poisonous fruit before, Zhou Shiyun was extremely cautious at this time. Every time he took a bite of food on the table or drank a sip of juice that he didn't know what it was made of, he would silently recite the mantra of purification in his heart, ready to detoxify himself at any time. Fortunately, the whole banquet was harmonious and no accidents occurred. Zhou Shiyin also moved into a single-family house with an area of about 150 square meters arranged by the ugly general who brought him back. In the words of General Cho, this is a palace that only high-ranking officials above the third rank in their park empire are qualified to live in. It's really hard to put it into words. After General Cho left, Zhou Shiyin briefly checked the internal facilities of the villa and did not find anything wrong. Only then did he lie down on the bed in the room with peace of mind, ready to have a good rest. Both the battle with the Warhammer giant and the subsequent journey across the plains had left Zhou Shiyin physically and mentally exhausted. At this moment, he just wanted to lie on the bed, close his eyes, and have a good rest. It would be nice if Sister Nina was here. How Nina would put her head on her legs and gently massage her temples every time she came out of the maintenance room. Wait, what's that loud noise? Kill him. Kill him. He who dares to kill the great giant race must not be allowed to live. Chapter 73. Zhou Shiyin massacres the city. Zhou Shiyin opened his eyes and found that he was not lying on the bed at the moment, but appeared in the sky above the park empire. What's even more outrageous is that even the moon in the sky suddenly turned into the sun without anyone knowing how. How is this possible? When did he fall asleep? Why didn't he have any recollection of it? Zhou Shiyin tried to move his body, but found that his limbs had already been fixed to the cross behind him, just like Jesus who was about to be executed. There were constant curses from men, women, and even children. Looking at those familiar, yet unfamiliar faces, Zhou Shiyin felt like he was probably still in a dream and hadn't woken up yet. Just yesterday, I was still the little hero in the eyes of this group of people, a little hero who defeated the Warhammer Titan alone and made outstanding contributions to mankind. But in just one night, I became a devil and a bad guy in everyone's eyes. Kill him. He killed the Warhammer Titan. The Mother of Giants will definitely bring other Titans to seek revenge. Only by killing him can the anger of the Mother of Giants be appeased. That's right. For those fools who dare to challenge the majesty of the giants, death is the best fate. Shoot his body with an arrow, then burn him to ashes with a raging fire. Send his ashes to the Mother of Giants. Now is the chance for our Parquet Empire to rise. King Park below waved his hand for everyone to be quiet, then looked at Zhou Shiyin, who had already woken up, and said, "Little hero, it is your honor to sacrifice for the Park Empire. It is the will of our entire human race. You should feel infinitely honored, because your presence has brought hope of revival to our country. Out of respect for you, our country has decided. I will personally shoot the first arrow and grant you the highest honor." King Park took the bow and arrow from his subordinates. The bow was nearly 1 meter long, and looking down from a high vantage point, it seemed almost bigger than King Park himself. Seeing that the other party had used almost all his strength, but was only able to pull the longbow in his hand into an oval, Zhou Shiyin's mouth clearly flashed with disdain. "I came here to help you fight the Beast Titan, but you guys have already given up before the battle even started?" Zhou Shiyin tried to awaken everyone's conscience through words, but was ridiculed by everyone the next second. "Foolish! How can a tiny human like you defeat the giants? You have no idea of the strength of the giants. You are nothing but a clown in front of them. You even dare to challenge the majesty of the giants. I'm afraid you won't even know how you died. If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. That's right. Only by killing him can we appease the wrath of the giant mother and prove the value of our existence as the Parquet people." Clang sound. King Park finally shot the arrow in his hand, sounding the signal for execution. The opportunity to become famous is right before our eyes. Fellow countrymen, follow our master and kill him. For glory! For glory! Arrows flying in the sky were like a swarm of locusts, rushing towards Zhou Shiyin. Zhou Shiyin closed his eyes in pain, a self-deprecating smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Fellow countrymen? Glory? That's really funny. A race that doesn't dare to point bows and arrows at the enemy actually has the nerve to shout slogans about fighting for glory. This is true for the LD tribe and the Parquet Empire. At this moment, Zhou Shiyin suddenly realized. No wonder Lord Muang made the decision to destroy the world. It turns out that the human beings living in this world are rotten from the root and rotten to the bones. Since you were so ruthless first, don't blame me, Zhou, for being disloyal. The second test of the Green Lotus Sword song. 1 Lotus withers. A huge azure dragon shadow instantly appeared behind Zhou Shiyun. Facing the impending rain of arrows, the dragon simply flicked its tail gently, not only stopping all the arrows in midair, but also giving them the power of a core, causing them to fly rapidly in the opposite direction. Ilian Ku Du, a clever use of strength, borrowing the enemy's strength to attack back at the enemy, while keeping oneself firmly in an invincible position. The arrows carrying the power of the source core not only surpassed the speed of sound and speed, but also had their power magnified countless times. With every arrow that fell, it was undoubtedly a disaster for ordinary people on the ground. The roar of explosions was incessant, constantly claiming the lives of the park people. The wailing and crying merged into one, playing a chant of sadness and despair. Zhou Shiyun in midair broke free from the ropes on his body with a little effort, fell from a height of dozens of meters, and finally landed steadily on the execution platform. Looking around, all I could see were bloody fragments, and even broken limbs were rare. I didn't mean to do that. I really didn't mean it. Seeing this scene that was like hell, the string that had been stretched in Zhou Shiyun's heart suddenly broke. He fell to the ground and cried bitterly. Why are you pushing me? Why are you pushing me? I came to save you. I clearly came to save you. Why did you treat me like this? Zhou Shiyun didn't want to kill anyone. He really didn't want to kill anyone, but if he didn't kill these people, they would kill him. Even though this group of people had no ability to kill him, when his anger accumulated to a certain level, his mind was completely controlled by anger. Faced with the rain of arrows and the verbal abuse from the crowd, Zhou Shiyun was a human, not a god, and he had no way of calming himself down. But when he killed everyone in a rage and regained his composure, he began to feel extreme regret. If he could kill all the giants, would the Parquets treat themselves differently? Help! Just as Zhou Shiyun was still repenting his actions, a faint cry for help suddenly came from behind him. Zhou Shiyun turned around when he heard the voice. When he found that King Park was not dead yet, he became extremely excited, as if he had seen a life-saving straw, and immediately ran to King Park. Save me! The lower body of King Park disappeared in the explosion. Even if he is still breathing, he is probably dying. I know you're in a hurry, but wait, I have a question for you. Chapter 74. Smart as a mouse, docile as a sheep. Zhou Shiyun didn't even give him a chance to ask for help again, but instead took the initiative and asked, If I killed all the giants, would you still kill me? As Zhou Shiyun was anxiously expecting, King Park finally answered his question. Of course I will. Why? You are so strong. I can't let you live. At this moment, Zhou Shiyun was completely relieved. It seems that in your eyes, I have never been a match for the giants. Is Zhou Shiyun strong? Being able to kill all the parks with just one move, his strength is naturally unquestionable. But even so, in the eyes of King Park, his strength is still not as strong as that of the giants. Because when faced with the choices made by the giants, they always surrender. But when facing Zhou Shiyun, he only thought of killing. I feel like I'm being underestimated. Help! Puff sound. And before King Park could utter the last word, Zhou Shiyun ended his life with a sword. Because he had seen that the hand of the King of Park, which was pressed under his body, was tightly holding an arrow. As for the purpose of the arrow, there is no need to delve into it. I'm sorry. I can only repair mechas, not humans. Zhou Shiyun turned on the communicator on his wrist and began to contact Zishu. Click, click. As soon as the communicator was connected, the sound of rat cracking melon seeds was heard from the other end. What's wrong, Xiao Yunyun? Is there something wrong with you? Small cloud. Hearing Zishu calling him that, Zhou Shiyun's mouth twitched slightly. I don't want to stay here any longer. Come over here and destroy this world. Oh, by the way, remember to help me collect a full set of giant sources and the essence of the mother of giants. On the other end of the communicator suddenly stopped. After 3 minutes of silence, the voice of Rat Z was heard again. When did you find out? Zhou Shiyun laughed. Actually, it can't be said that I discovered it. I can only say that you acted too deliberately. Oh, then tell me, how did I do that on purpose? Rat suddenly became interested and asked expectantly. Everyone says you are as smart as a mouse and as docile as a sheep, but you deliberately act stupid and point all the blame at the last sheep. If I can't guess it, then I am too stupid, right? Zhou Shiyun said meaningfully. But based on these two idioms, you can guess that all this was my idea. I don't believe it. Zishu thought that he was still very smart. Even if he couldn't deceive Zhou Shiyun, it was impossible for him to reveal so many flaws. These two idioms are only secondary. The most important thing is, the world of giants is the world you, Rat-sama, are responsible for protecting. I believe no one knows it better than you, the Guardian. But before I entered the world of giants, you said that you had no idea what was going on inside. If you said that to a child, it might be fine, but I'm not a child anymore. Although he had guessed that Rat was the culprit who made him kill humans, Zhou Shiyun did not blame her at all. Because the Rat is teaching him a lesson with facts. And it is a lesson that is so impressive that he will never forget it in his life. Understand human nature. Be cautious in facing everything around you. Don't trust anyone easily, kill decisively, and don't have a woman's heart. The final winner is the king, and the loser is the bandit. Wait, this isn't right. He is just a maintenance technician. Why should he know all this? Instead of myself, shouldn't an outstanding mecha master be sent to go through all this? Well, since you've already guessed it, there's no need for me to hide it. Originally, Ra was going to put all the blame on Sheep, since that guy always disagreed with him going to the world she was in charge of. They also say that mice should stay on land and not go to the sea. But the rat clearly wants to eat fish. And it's a mermaid. In today's wasteland world, where are the fish? Back to the topic, Zishu's voice came again from the communicator. Xiao Yinyun, now I give you two choices. First, you must wipe out the giants yourself, and then return to the city in the sky. Although it is difficult to do this with your strength, it is not completely impossible. What about the second one? Zhou Shiyun didn't even consider the first option and rejected it immediately. Are you kidding me? Just fighting against a Warhammer giant has already cost him 30 dragon crystals. If he continues to fight, the picture is so beautiful that I dare not even think about it. And this is only the case when facing one of the giants. If the mother of giants leads the remaining giants to surround him, even if he will not die under the protection of the death arms, he will probably suffer physical pain. Well, it is likely that I was repeatedly rubbed by a group of giants, fainted, woke up, fainted again, and woke up again. The kind where you can't live and can't die, right? As for the second one, I will personally destroy this world and help you collect a full set of giant sources. But what's the price? Instructor Diur hasn't left Sky City yet. You need to return to her and continue your training. Hearing this, Zhou Shiyun's eyes suddenly lit up, and he even felt a little bit of anticipation in his heart. Well, I just want to ask one question. Can I get the fused Titan source first, and then go to Diur for training? On the other side, seemed to have guessed Zhou Shiyun's thoughts and answered without hesitation. Sure, but I want to remind you that, even if you really merged with the source of the giant, I'm afraid you will be unable to face Diul. Then don't worry about it. Zhou Shiyun interrupted Zishu, who was about to continue speaking. He could no longer suppress the urge in his heart. Instructor Diul, it's finally my turn this time. At the same time, a shrill alarm suddenly sounded in the sky above the city, and everyone living on the 97th floor instantly entered a state of combat readiness. Warning! Warning! The concentration of miasma around the city has been detected to be rising, and the current concentration level is level 1. A dragon has been detected inside the miasma. Warning! Warning! Dragon invasion detected. Invasion level. Invasion quantity 1. Reporting to the headquarters, Mecha Master Nellia, requesting to go into battle. Chapter 75. Nellia is instructed by a dragon. Ready to fight. Esley was in charge of the combat command center and immediately agreed to Nylia's request to go into battle. The target was just a supersized dragon, and it seemed to have escaped from the miasma that originally belonged to the rear of the city. Compared to the dragon-calling tribe living in the miasma on this side of the city, the dragon-calling tribe on that side of the city is relatively mild. At least there are no dragons of that level. Sister Leah, do you really not need help? Anya, who was dressed neatly, looked at Nellia seriously and asked, as long as she received the order from the other party, she would appear in the cockpit of the Hurricane in the shortest time possible. Of course! Nellia reached out and rubbed Anya's little head. I will call you when the time comes. Aha! If the entire 97th floor is ranked according to strength, Anya should be ranked first. The source core level of up to level 50, coupled with the perfect fit between the dragon and the mecha, allows her to exert her strength to the fullest. This is a natural advantage and an inevitable result. As for the second strongest candidate, it should be between Strelitzia and Hathaway. Both of them are pilots of the Ares series, codenamed Mechas, and their source core levels have reached level 50, so the difference in strength is not that big. Although Strelitzia is a dual-attribute elemental mecha master, Hathaway does not seem to have only a single attribute. The next one is naturally Nina's Red Flame Dance. Although Nina's combat experience is not that good, she has made a breakthrough. Mecha Master, who wears an apron and plays with fire in the kitchen every day, can actually break through because of cooking and directly enter the super realm. Is there anything more outrageous than this in the world? Anyway, no matter how you calculate it, as Zhou Shiryun's half-sister, Nellia's strength has successfully ranked last in the entire 97th floor. This was really hard for Nellia, who had been strong all her life, to accept. So, no matter who her opponent is this time, she must take the initiative to stand up and strive to find an opportunity for a breakthrough in the battle. Of course, although Nellia is strong, she is not stupid. If she really can't win, she will definitely ask for help. TSK. Where is the city's Neptune? Why is there a smaller version? Stop talking nonsense. My Haiyu is enough to deal with you. Intermediate element liberation, water summons, tornado rain strike. On the viewing stand at the edge of the city, Hathaway looked a little unnatural. Wei, what's wrong with you? As the big sister of the entire 97th floor, Nina is most concerned about everyone's emotions. When she saw Hathaway's face was not right, she immediately went over to her. Nothing, just... Hathaway took a deep breath, calmed herself down a bit, then looked at the super dragon in the wasteland battlefield and said, "This is a mean dragon. Stegosaurus? How many swords does it have?" Nina was confused. "So shameless," Hathaway said, gritting her teeth. Strelitzia on the side couldn't stand it any longer. "Sister Wei, you know I love gossip the most." Anya also nodded cutely, and seemed to be very interested in the new species called dragon from other tribes. After all, even she, the little princess called Dragon, didn't know what a stegosaurus was. Why? Hathaway continued to sigh. This dragon is currently at the peak of the level 1, only half a step away from level 2. It has invaded the city 72 times before. Well, about once every 2 weeks. Once every 2 weeks, a total of 72 times, doesn't this mean 3 years? Hathaway nodded. That's right. When this bastard dragon first appeared, it was just a peak-level dragon, but now, then why not kill it? Strelitzia was puzzled. Is there anything more painful than watching a dragon grow up? Hathaway shakes her head. I want to kill it more than anyone else. But once it finds itself at a disadvantage, it will immediately run back to the miasma. After I figured out the time when the other party would appear, I also set a trap outside the miasma. However, when this evil dragon appeared, it would stick its head out of the miasma and immediately run away when it saw someone. In fact, there is another sentence Hathaway did not say, that is, this evil dragon appears. Apart from setting off alarms over the city, no one in the entire city pays any attention to it. It never actively attacks a city, but just wanders around outside the miasma, and sometimes even moves behind the city and along with it. To sum up, it is probably, if you can beat me, I will fight you. If you can't, I will run away. If you don't want to fight me, I will just walk away. No one knows the purpose of this evil dragon. We only know that it has no intention of invading the city. Of course, it is also possible that it knows it cannot beat Hathaway, so it simply chooses to give up. But now, I have an idea. Hathaway smiled mysteriously, then pressed the sensor beside her ear and kept saying something. At the same time, on the front battlefield, are you a new Mecha Master? Your elemental attributes are actually the same as that idiot Hathaway. Are you her successor? Primary elements released, water summoned, torrent. TSK. He is worthy of being the successor of that idiot Hathaway. He is so young, and all he knows is fighting and killing. It's boring. Intermediate element liberation, water summons, tornado rain strike. The dragon smashed the water dragon shot by Nellia with one claw, and the corners of his mouth were raised without a moment of calm. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll give you some pointers. The strength of your mecha is quite good. The speed of extracting elemental attributes is also good, and the cohesion is not low, but it is too weak. The advantage of using water elements as a means of attack has not been fully utilized. As he spoke, the dragon used his tail to disperse the torrent that Nellia had gathered. When one person throws a basin of water on another person, the most he can do is get the other person wet, that's all. Having said that, Ji Jialong paused again, and then looked at Bai Haiwa seriously. Next, I'll say, remember it if you can't do it, just take a notebook. Nellia was furious. I'll remember your grandmother's legs. Intermediate element liberation, water summons, tornado rain strike. The super dragon also became angry, flapped its wings, and directly rolled back the water dragon shot by Nellia. Don't splash it. I already took a bath before coming here. Chapter 76. H City's new instructor, Sandbag Lucas. Now Nellia was even angrier, but she had no way to deal with the guy in front of her. Her water attribute attacks could not hurt him at all. I said, you remember, the evil dragon was furious. The water element's attack method is never to collide or crush, but to penetrate. Do you understand penetration? Penetration? Use water to penetrate instead of ramming? When Nellia mentioned the word infiltration, she suddenly thought of the feeling she had after being infiltrated by Zhou Shiyan. It really gave her a thrilling feeling that penetrated her body and reached her soul. It turns out that my way of attack has always been wrong, but none of this matters anymore. I swear by the water, in your name, and with my body, I will hide in the mist. The Jinlong on the opposite side saw that Nellia suddenly changed her attack method and immediately said with great satisfaction, not bad. The young man is teachable. Although I still haven't used water elements to perform penetration attacks, I was able to use atomization to move and dodge attacks, which can be considered a fairly advanced operation. Passing through the body of the dragon, Nellia appeared behind him and grinned. It's not over yet. Primary elements released, water summoned, absolute barrier. A water barrier with a thickness of about 3 meters appeared, and Jinlong's relieved expression disappeared instantly. Hey, what's the point? Isn't it still the same? You really disappoint me. Nellia looked at Jinlong and raised her chin. That's not necessarily true. Why don't you look behind you? The dragon felt a chill down his spine and seemed to realize something. Before Nellia could react, its entire body did a 360-degree turn and fell to the ground with a thud. I surrender. The Poseidon, Hurricane, and Wushuang, which had already appeared behind Jinlong and completely blocked all of his escape routes, looked at each other and finally gave the right to deal with Jinlong to Hathaway. Hathaway was silent for a long time. Take it back and give it to Lord Esley first. Nina nodded, then looked at Jinlong. Do you want to go by yourself, or should I take you? Jinlong was about to say that he was leaving when he heard Nellia behind him gritting her teeth and saying, I'll take him away. Puff. The spear formed by Nellia's water element pierced directly into the body of the defenseless dragon. Ouch! This young man is teachable, isn't he? Ah! Infiltration, right? I'll remember that. This doesn't belong to me. 10 minutes later, at the city's combat command center, Esley personally put a metal collar on the dragon. The one who can make Lord Esley do it himself is called a dragon, and you are the lowest level. How about it? Are you touched? Hathaway joked on the side. The evil dragon lowered its head and said nothing. It asked Esley, who was over level 90, to do it personally. Do you think it dares to move? I really don't dare to move. What's your name? Lucas. Just call me Lucas. Esley nodded. Lucas, from today on, you are no longer a dragon, but an instructor. And your main task is to train the 2,000 mecha masters and 1,000 motorcycle girls in the entire city. Is that clear? Although Esley did not appear on the battlefield outside the city, he had been observing the battle situation through the monitoring system and was quite impressed with Lucas' abilities, especially when she saw that the other party was proficient in the use of attribute elements. She became even more attracted to his talent. Of course, Lucas' situation was a special case after all. Although the other party had been invading his city, it had not caused any damage to the city and had not even harmed a human being. That's why Esley gave it a chance to survive. But I will give the order to have all the mecha divisions go all out during the training, and you must not harm them, not even their mechas. Do you understand? Was stunned when he heard this. Is this the instructor? This is clearly a sandbag, and he is the type who doesn't fight back when beaten or scolded. Considering the extent of human hatred for dragons, Lucas suddenly regretted his decision to surrender. But considering the collar on Bo's neck, Master Esley, I think it would be difficult to improve the combat capabilities of the Mecha Masters if they only defend and don't attack. It has to be said that Lucas' words make a lot of sense. Both Hathaway and Strelitzia agree with each other's ideas. That's right. Although this won't improve the Mecha Masters' combat capabilities, it will allow them to vent their anger. By the way, do you understand what venting anger means? Esley smiled slightly. His tone was extremely gentle, but to Lucas' ears, it sounded like a devil. To vent your anger? It's better to die. Yes, that's right, but you don't have to worry too much. After they have fully unleashed their anger, I will grant you the authority of an instructor. Esley naturally knew that sandbags could not improve the combat capabilities of the mecha technicians, but at least they could reduce their resistance to Lucas's identity as a dragon. So after listening to Esley's explanation, Lucas immediately agreed with the other party's decision. By the way, I'm going to give the method of controlling the self-exposure collar to everyone living on the 97th floor, so you have to take on the responsibility of monitoring Lucas. We're clearly not interested in the task assigned by Esley, but Hathaway knew that Esley was their immediate superior, so they naturally would not refuse. Only Nellia showed a very interested look and said that she would keep a close eye on Lucas. If he showed any signs of losing control, she would activate the self-exposure collar. In this regard, Lucas also said that only villains and women are difficult to raise, and he deeply regretted his previous action of instructing Nellia on the battlefield. Okay, Lucas's problem has been perfectly solved. You can go back and rest. Esley drove everyone away and then returned to the 98th floor. However, just as Esley closed the door, a woman's voice came from her room, which was supposed to be empty. One of the 9 top battle armors in the series, Esley, codenamed Duchess. Nice to meet you. Esley remained calm and turned his gaze behind him. If I'm not mistaken, you should be the previous guardian of the city, Savannah Brad? The city's new guardian, Savannah Brad. Savannah Brad wants a wave of rewards, it's what she said. Chapter 77, Damaged Mechanical Heart. Wow, I'm so pissed. Deal. You have no martial ethics. Castle in the Sky, Martial Arts Arena. Zhou Shiyun, whose neck was locked by 2 slender legs, shouted with a look of grief and anger. Not bad. It has forced me to use 30% of my strength. It seems that this trip to the giant was not in vain. Diauer moved his legs with ease, and even stretched lazily in front of Zhou Shiyun without any restraint. The graceful figure looked restless against the backdrop of the training uniform, but Zhou Shiyun was in no mood to appreciate it. You agreed to use only level 50 source nuclear energy. Why don't you keep your word? With Zhou Shiyun going all out and activating the source of giant, his overall strength has almost reached level 60, which is more than half of his level. In theory, it should be enough to defeat Dial, who is level 50. But who could have thought that Dial had no moral principles and directly used all his strength? His level reached 80, and he successfully entered the destruction level. He pinned Zhou Shiyun to the ground and beat him up in minutes. After he was done, he still had the audacity to say that he only used 30% of his strength. Is he shameless? Hee, I'm just your instructor, not your contracted mecha master. Why should I give in to you? Since your strength has improved, I must also unlock some of my strength accordingly. Dyer's answer was so perfect that Zhou Shiyun couldn't even find any fault with it. But he just wouldn't accept it. Mecha master, right? Come on, tell me what your attributes are, and I'll build one for you in a minute. Diul's eyes lit up when he heard this. Really? Of course. Zhou Shiyun was about to nod, but then he heard Diuer on the other side say, then I want a mecha with the 5 elements, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Of course it's fake. The 5 elements? Are you kidding me? Is this a mecha that can be built by humans? Oh, never mind. Visible disappointment emerged on Dial's face, but she quickly hid it well. Drive a mecha because she possessed 5 elements at the same time. In fact, she should have given up hope long ago. But who made Zhou Shiyun a legendary mecha master that only appears once in a century? At least I'm not qualified now, but in the future, maybe. Although Dial quickly hid his lost mood, he was still noticed by the sharp-eyed Zhou Shiyun. Of course, he also suddenly realized that sometimes a joke he made casually might not just be a joke to some people. Well, good luck to you. As soon as he finished speaking, Dial lightly stepped on the ground, and the whole person flew into the air, completely disappearing above the martial arts field. Zhou Shiyun was amazed by this scene. With such strength, what difference does it make whether there is a mecha or not? Just as Zhou Shiyun was about to leave, the sky above his head was suddenly covered by a dark cloud. Everything around the martial arts arena disappeared in an instant, and it was pitch dark. Is this happening again? You have to know that the location of the Sky City is tens of thousands of meters above the sky. Ordinary clouds are not qualified to cover it, unless... it's finally solved. Now I can take my maintenance engineer back to the 99th floor and have a good sleep. Don't leave in a hurry. While you and Qinlong are here, let's go and solve the problem in the other dimension. 3 figures walked out from under the dark clouds. They were Altria, Dillies, and Qinlong. The alien world was so large that it took the 3 of them nearly 4 days to completely destroy it. Among them, Talia, who was responsible for the main output, was at full firepower, with the source nuclear energy of level 100 bombarding in turns, coupled with the space cutting of the war god, which stunned Dillies and Qinlong. Especially Dilly's, who has reached level 93, even began to doubt the authenticity of her own source core level. In her own words, is this 7 levels? Are you sure it's not 17 levels? What a joke! At the same time, Talia, who had excellent eyesight, also noticed Zhou Shiyun below, and then said thoughtfully, "It looks like Zishu has finished his work too, so we can go over there together." However, before she could start calling the rat, the entire Sky City suddenly began to tremble irregularly. Warning, warning, the mechanical heart is under attack. The current damage level is 40. Warning, warning, the mechanical heart is under attack. If the damage reaches 50, it will lose its ability to float. The sudden alarm immediately made Talia and the others nervous. What on earth is going on? The city in the sky has stood for hundreds of years and has never been attacked from outside, let alone damaged. Damn it, who on earth is it? How dare they attack the mechanical heart? Talia's eyes were fixed on the position of the mechanical heart, trying to lock onto the enemy's position. Dillies and Chun Long also looked around with vigilance, trying to find any traces of the enemy. If the damage to the Sky City reaches 50, it will completely lose its ability to float and fall directly from a height of 10,000 meters. The consequences can be imagined. This is something Talia can never allow. Don't be nervous. Actually, there are no enemies at all. Zhou Shiyun in the martial arts arena looked up at the 3 big guys in the air who were facing a formidable enemy and said with an expression that it should be like this. Ion, what do you mean? Dilisai didn't understand, but she still chose to believe Zhou Shiyun at this time, which shows that she is still very generous. At worst, when the Sky City falls, I can just wear Zhou Shiyun and run away. In fact, after Lord Rat destroyed the giant world yesterday, the mechanical heart was also damaged, but the degree of damage was relatively low, only 5. Oh, yes, and the dark cloud that just appeared. From the moment dark clouds covered the Sky City, Zhou Shiyun guessed that Dillies and the others should have finished their business. Although he is still unclear about the relationship between the mechanical heart and the alien dimension, he can at least judge one thing. That means we can't fight any further. At least, before the mechanical heart completes its self-repair, Talia must not continue to launch attacks on other dimensions. Of course, maybe he could increase the repair speed of the mechanical heart appropriately, but the effect might not be too high. You mean to say that destroying the alien dimension will damage the mechanical heart? Chapter 78. The source of SR, level core power. How smart is Talia? With just a few words from Zhou Shiyun, he was able to analyze the main reason for the damage to the mechanical heart. If that's the case then, Dillies on the side shook her head, the meaning of which was self-evident. Talia also thought about it for a long time and finally had to give up the idea of continuing to attack other dimensions. Although such an opportunity is rare at the moment, compared with the importance of the mechanical heart, it would not be a bad idea to slow down the pace of attacking the alternate dimension. But no matter how slow the process is, we still need to make the necessary preparations in advance. Chun Long, go find Rat and tell her to go to the alternate dimension guarded by Snake to help before the mechanical heart is repaired. As for you, go to Rooster. I understand, but Chun Long nodded in response, but the expression on his face was quite strange. What's wrong? Talia asked in confusion. Chun Long laughed. It's nothing, it's just that the rat and the snake have never gotten along well. Talia suddenly realized. Then you switch with her and go to Sif's side? Chun Long shook his head. I don't get along well with that guy, so let Zishu go. Dragons do not live with snakes. This has been a truth since ancient times. Of course, mice are even worse. However, rather than making himself feel uncomfortable, Chun Long chooses to let Rat bear it all. After Chun Long left, Talia and Dillies landed from the air and stood steadily in the center of the training ground. Ayun, I'm back. Looking at Zhou Shiyun, who was gradually approaching her from a distance, Dillies felt an indescribable sense of relief in her heart. If Zhou Shiyun used to be a young, ignorant boy who was curious and sympathetic about everything, he is now a sharp swordsman. This is a good signal, indicating that the giant world has brought great changes to Zhou Shiyun. At least, Talia's efforts were not in vain. Talia on the other side also noticed Zhou Shiyun's change, and then nodded to Dillies silently, indicating that she was ready to leave and leave the space to Dillies and Zhou Shiyun. However, just as she was about to move, she heard Zhou Shiyun on the opposite side suddenly make a strange sound. Hey, what is this? Hearing the voice, Talia stopped and moved her gaze to focus on Zhou Shiyun. But Zhou Shiyun was seen jumping towards where Dillies was. Then he stretched out two slender fingers and inserted them directly into the gap of the Golden Wing's foot armor. This action made delis in the cockpit blush. What a fool Ayun is! Didn't he notice that there were outsiders present? Why are you so impatient? If there is anything you can't do, you can't wait until you get home and close the door before you do it. Just as Dillies was about to speak up to stop Zhou Shiyun's next move, she saw Zhou Shiyun use two fingers to pinch something out from the gap in the foot armor of the Golden Wing. A soft-bodied creature, similar to a tentacle? This is... Talia's eyes focused, as if she had discovered something extraordinary. However, the tentacle that was discovered at this moment was unusually active, twisting between Zhou Shiyun's fingers. Turn on the keen observation. Nameless. Race. Alien. Quality. Age. Freshman. Attribute. No attribute. Talent. Endless life. Infinite reproduction. Source nuclear level. Level 5. Weakness. It is now full of weaknesses. Even you can easily kill it. Introduction. Wuming was once a powerful dominant leader who could create hundreds of thousands of alien armies by himself. Unfortunately, when the alien resources on which he depended for survival were completely exhausted, he has been unable to break through to the next realm, until by chance, it discovered that there was a whole new world at the other end of the space transmission channel. However, because a woman named Altria had been preventing it from entering the new world, Wuming chose to start over in anger and deliberately died in battle at the hands of Qinlong. Wuming always believed that with his powerful innate ability, as long as he could get into the new world, it would only be a matter of time before he could unify the world. Friendly reminder. I heard someone is repairing a first-generation mecha. Maybe this thing could be used. What a great way to fish in troubled waters and sneak into Chinsong. An alien creature of level 1 quality, with strong vitality and the ability to reproduce infinitely. If this creature is allowed to mix into the wasteland world, especially after it follows the Golden Wing back to the city inhabited by humans, what will happen? Zhou Shiyun, how did you find this thing? Dillies may not know what this thing is, but for Talia, who has been fighting with alien leaders for many years, she knows too well the power of this thing. After all, there is an old saying that the person who knows you best may not be your friend, but may very likely be your enemy. When that mentioned this matter, Zhou Shiyun felt a little embarrassed. After all, you guys want to fight, so I wanted to check if my mecha pilot was injured, so I used my clairvoyance to take a look. Dillisai was deeply moved by Zhou Shiyun's words, but at the same time, she felt a little embarrassed. After all, Talia beside him was the main force in the battle, and he was just a bystander. Xiao Yunyun is such a fool. How can she say such things in front of a mecha master like Talia, who doesn't have a maintenance technician? What if she gets jealous? Ahem. Talia coughed a few times, trying to cover up her embarrassment. Fortunately, Zhou Shiyun's attention was always on the alien, and he didn't notice her. In that case, I'm sure you know how dangerous this thing is, so for your own safety, just let me handle it. How can that be possible? Zhou Shiyun rejected Talia's proposal without even thinking about it. Mingcha Qiuhao said that this thing can be used to repair the first generation of mecha, and he can use it. Think about it, the codename Mecha driven by Zhou Shiyun. The core of the mecha is a level alien species, with super talents of endless vitality. It can also reproduce infinitely and split into many smaller versions of Zhou Shiyun. It is simply invincible, okay? A large amount of ink gold has been stored in his maintenance space, and the only missing core power source has also been found. The successful repair of the first generation mecha is just around the corner. We can't let Talia destroy this little thing. Chapter 79. You could have just done it, but you still had to discuss it with me. Talia raised her arm, and the space cutting was ready to go. This scene scared Zhou Shiyun, and he subconsciously protected the super alien behind himself. This thing really can't be killed. I'm useful. Seeing this, Dilly stood between the two of them and looked at Talia nervously. I believe in Ayun. Since he said he couldn't kill him, he must have his reasons. Talia looked at the two people, one big and one small, standing in front of her, and finally she could only lower her arms helplessly. It's not that I don't believe him, but you don't know how terrible this thing is. The alien world was not much smaller than our wasteland world, but this alien was able to create an army of hundreds of thousands by itself. You can imagine how dangerous it is. Zhou Shiyun nodded. I know his ability, but I am confident that I can control it. Although Talia was helpless, she could only choose to believe Zhou Shiyun in the face of the two people's obstruction. In that case, I'll leave this thing with you for now. Even though the abilities of the super species are very powerful, This process still takes time. At least with its current situation of only one tentacle left, it would take at least several decades before it could start unlimited reproduction. Unless Zhou Shiryun deliberately feeds it with dragon crystal. Hey, this little guy actually eats dragon crystals. Talia, damn it. With the mentality of out of sight, out of mind, Talia turned and left the training ground, leaving Dillies alone looking at the little thing in Zhou Shiryun's hand with curiosity. What do you want this for? Zhou Shiryun smiled mysteriously. Of course it is useful. Dillies didn't delve into it further, but told Zhou Shiryun not to forget to look for Selena later, because the mecha selection competition would officially start tomorrow. Oh, by the way, there is only one mecha master who is qualified to compete with Selena this time. She is Susanna, the vice president of the Mecha Academy in one of the 7 main cities. She is a lightning attribute mecha master with a source core level of 75. Also, the other party brought a top maintenance technician this time. Our advantage is not yet enough to crush them. You have to prepare for this in advance. Zhou Shiryun nodded thoughtfully after hearing this. So, what exactly is the content of this selection? The content of the selection? Dillies lowered her head in thought, and then spoke. The selections in the past few days were all about assessing the personal abilities of the mecha pilots. You don't need to worry about that. As for the next selection, the maintenance engineers will have to modify and upgrade the training mechas that the mecha divisions will use in the finals, thereby increasing the combat effectiveness of the participating mecha divisions. Hearing the words mecha transformation, Zhou Shiryun's eyes lit up. When it comes to transformation, who can compare to myself with Kato's hands? Okay, then I'll report to Lady Selena in a moment. Dillies shook her head. Forget it. I'll just take you to the maintenance room to rest. As for the training mecha, I'll send it to you later. Considering how much Selena desired the mecha, it was impossible for Dillies to give Selena a chance to be alone with Zhou Shiryun. Zhou Shiryun had no objection to this. Of course, even if he has an opinion, it's useless. That night, Zhou Shiryun had already obtained the training mecha that Selena would need to drive in the competition in a few days. It was also a very basic new mecha. The abilities included assist systems, propulsion systems, exo-armor, vibranium weapons, and core power systems. Since these are not codenamed mechas, the mecha operators who drive the training mechas cannot use the power of attribute elements, so these systems do not include elemental conduction systems. After Zhou Shiryun got the training mecha, he thought about it for about 10 seconds and decided to comprehensively upgrade the entire training mecha. Although this is just a basic training mecha, there is no need to spend too much time on it. However, considering that Selena's opponent is not only a mecha pilot with a source core level of 75, but also a top maintenance technician, it is necessary to let Selena win in the end. It is obviously unrealistic to just make a simple transformation on it, starting with the simplest vibranium weapon. Selena's weapon is a whip? When Zhou Shiryun discovered that Selena's weapon was somewhat special, a very bold idea suddenly appeared in his mind. The next morning, Master Zhou, who had been busy all night, let out a strange laugh and looked at the vibranium weapon in his hand with great satisfaction. Bite! Use Kato's hand to repair and trigger the mecha's evolution ability. The vibranium whip has evolved successfully. Blue-silver whip. Strength increased by 30. Sharpness increased by 30. Defense penetration increased by 30. Source core energy conversion frequency increased by 30. Obtained characteristics: infinite extension, splitting, binding, creeping. Equipped with non-attribute moves, control skills, blue-silver coil. It stands to reason that Zhou Shiryun's Kato's hand alone would not be able to give an ordinary vibranium equipment special features. However, the little tentacle he adopted was unwilling to be lonely and kept making trouble when he was working and pestering him for dragon crystals. At first, Zhou Shiryun could still patiently feed it shit, but after a long time, there would always be times when he could not take care of it. When the little tentacle saw that Zhou Shiryun ignored it, it immediately became very angry and started attacking Zhou Shiryun. But it's just a tentacle monster, and it's so small, how can it attack? So when it tried to drill into a certain part of Zhou Shiryun's body to launch an attack, it was almost directly whipped in half by the vibranium whip in Zhou Shiryun's hand. At this moment, the vibranium whip that was contaminated by the small tentacle was also given the ability to extend infinitely and split. I'll give you the dragon crystal, and you'll let me fuck you with my exo armor again, okay? Zhou Shiryun put down the blue-silver whip, held the small tentacle in his palm, and discussed with the small tentacle in a tone that he thought was gentle. The little tentacle was a little conflicted. On one side was the delicious and energy-rich dragon crystal, and on the other side it was going to be fucked by Zhou Shiyin. This made it difficult to make a decision for a moment. However, before it could make a decision, Zhou Shiyin had already lost his patience and simply picked it up and slapped it at the training mecha next to it. Since you don't say anything, I'll take it as your agreement. Well, if it could speak, it would definitely say. You could have just done it, but you still had to discuss it with me. I am so touched. Chapter 80. Transformation. A training mecha comparable to the codename Mecha. Bite. Use Kato's hand to repair and trigger the mecha's evolution ability. External armor evolved successfully. Strength increased by 30, toughness increased by 30, abnormal resistance increased by 30, source core energy conversion frequency increased by 30. Gain features. Automatic repair, regeneration, evasion, damage rebound. Equipped with non-attribute moves, status-based skills. Clone technique. Taking a look at the small tentacle that had shrunk by half, Zhou Shiyin couldn't help but shed tears from the corners of his mouth. As expected of a super creature, its talent is indeed powerful. Taking his eyes away from the small tentacle, Zhou Shiyin looked at the power assistance system, propulsion system, and core power system that had not yet been upgraded. Little guy, let's work hard together and fight for our ideals. Tentacle monster. What the hell am I doing? Pa! Pa! Bite. Use Kato's hand to repair and trigger the mecha's evolution ability. Help the system evolve successfully. Strength increased by 30, physical strength increased by 30, source core energy conversion frequency increased by 30, mecha cooperation efficiency increased by 30. Obtain features. All attributes enhanced by 20. Equipped with non-attribute moves, survival skills. Last light. Bite. Use Kato's hand to repair and trigger the mecha's evolution ability. Propulsion system evolution successful. Speed increased by 30, impact force increased by 30, hovering ability enhanced, source core energy conversion frequency increased by 30. Obtain feature. Long-lasting battery life. Equipped with non-attribute moves, speed skills, agile, and swift. Currently, the core power system has not yet been modified and upgraded, but the state of the small tentacles is obviously a bit wrong, and the characteristics added to the training mecha are getting weaker and weaker. Of course, Zhou Shiyin himself was exhausted. The energy of his core had been completely drained. Even the dragon core that Dillies had given him had been consumed by more than half. Zhou Shiyin really put a lot of thought into Selena's victory. But even so, compared to a series of codenamed mechas, a mere dragon core is nothing. But the problem is that the selection finals are just around the corner, and he doesn't have much time left. Little guy, can you hold on a little longer? Little tentacle, why don't you just kill me? The little tentacle acted as if it had lost all desire to live and was seeking death. Its entire body slid directly on the ground, hoping that at a moment when Zhou Shiyin didn't notice it, it could slide away from the maintenance room where the demon existed. However, when Zhou Shiyin saw this scene, his spirits were instantly lifted. It can still move. Since even you haven't given up, how can I back down at this time? The last small piece of the dragon core into his mouth and clenched his fists. Come on, let us fight for our ideals together. Bang! Bite! Use Kato's hand to repair and trigger the mecha's evolution ability. The core power system has evolved successfully. The core power reserve limit has been increased by 30. The core power conversion speed has been increased by 30. The core power operation route has been optimized, and the power has been increased by 30. Obtained characteristic. Immortality. Equipped with non-attribute moves, offensive skills. Energy bombing. Perfect. This is absolutely perfect. Looking at the brand new training mecha in front of him, Zhou Shiyin sighed sincerely. Except for the inability to use elemental powers, this training mecha has surpassed the ordinary series of code mechas in all aspects. If Selena wears this thing on the field, no matter who is on the opposite side, no matter how high the maintenance technician or mecha technician is, she can pin him to the ground and beat him to death in minutes. This mecha looks pretty good. Why not let me try it out? The maintenance room was pushed open from the outside, and Dior immediately fell in love with the training mecha that had been modified by Zhou Shiyin. That Zhou Shiyin wanted to refuse, but after observing those eyes that said, "If you don't let me try, I'll beat you up," he decided to take a step back. It's not impossible, but you have to be gentle. After all, Lady Selena will use it to participate in the finals. Dior nodded, then went directly into the cockpit of the training mecha. The starry purple training mecha soars into the sky. The maintenance room shattered. Hey, we agreed to be gentle. About half an hour later, Dial, who was driving the training mecha, finally returned to the maintenance room and looked at Zhou Shiryun with excitement. So a mecha without attributes can be this strong? How did you do it? Zhou Shiryun laughed and said in a serious tone, I am not talented, but just a legendary maintenance technician. It's just a small matter of modifying a mecha. Isn't it easy to succeed? Little tentacle. Dior walked out of the cockpit of the training mecha and approached Zhou Shiryun with a serious face. Give it to me, and I can promise you 3 things. How about that? Zhou Shiryun was stunned at first when he heard this, but then he quickly realized that Dial was moved. But think about it, for someone like Dial who can display the strength of a top boss just by relying on exoskeleton armor, a suitable mecha is something that is hard to come by. The training mecha that was modified by Zhou Shiryun has completely satisfied all of Dial's fantasies about his own mecha. Both the characteristics of the mecha and its built-in assembly skills. It's not impossible to give you this mecha, but the problem is, Lady Selena will use it to participate in the competition in a few days. I think we should wait for the game. Before Zhou Shiryun could finish his words, Dior on the opposite side suddenly interrupted him. Leave this to me. I'm the referee for the finals. Now I declare that the winner is City Selena. Seeing that Dior was talking nonsense seriously about a mecha, Zhou Shiryun couldn't help but interrupt her. First of all, I'm not saying I don't believe you. Secondly, the game hasn't even started yet. What are you announcing? An hour later, Zhou Shiryun appeared in the cockpit of the Golden Wing. Looking at Selena, who was holding a metal box in a daze, he felt as if he was still in a dream. Is it really Dior who has the final say? Chapter 81. It's okay to have a fake match, but don't be too outrageous. Actually, not entirely. Dillies gave an explanation to Zhou Shiryun's doubts. There are actually 2 reasons why the final was cancelled. First, having said that, Dillies subconsciously shifted her gaze to the woman who was holding the metal box and grinning. I have to say, in the individual selection round, this guy is always ranked first. As for the second point, Dior showed the training mecha you gave her to Susanna in the city and the top maintenance technician, and the other party voluntarily admitted defeat after taking a look at it. Besides, that top maintenance engineer said that he would come to ask for advice in person during the next city trading day. He wanted to see what kind of maintenance engineer was able to transform a training mecha into one comparable to a codename mecha. Zhou Shiryun was quite shy when he said the last sentence. Oh, it's nothing. I'm just a maintenance technician. At best, I look okay. Anyway, if I have to describe him, the word handsome is enough. Dillies also acknowledged this and nodded in agreement. That's right. You must always remember your identity as a maintenance engineer. Even though you now have extraordinary strength, when facing the enemy, you only need to hide behind us obediently. Hiding behind a group of women? This feeling is actually quite refreshing when you think about it. By the way, after you use the Source of Giants, will your body really not grow bigger? As if she had thought of something terrible, Dillies' eyes widened, and she kept looking at Zhou Shiryun's Kuin. Hey, what's that look in your eyes? Zhou Shiryun covered his Kuin with both hands, looking alert. Nothing. Judging from Zhou Shiryun's reaction, it can grow bigger as expected, which makes Dillies a little melancholy. How about letting Selena try first? As if she had sensed some kind of ominous premonition, Selena, who was holding the metal box and smiling foolishly, suddenly stopped laughing. She looked up at Dillies, who was staring at her, with a confused expression on her face. What do you want to do? At the same time, Esley, who was drinking tea face-to-face with Savannah Brad on the 98th floor, suddenly looked up at the ceiling with an inexplicable smile on his face. Finally back. Brad on the other side also smiled slightly. Then you can go fishing again, right? Esley nodded. Of course, whoever wants to be a guardian can do it. Anyway, I've had enough. From anyone else, it would be fine, but coming from Esley, the former guardian of the city, it was somewhat irresponsible. But in fact, during the time that Esley was guarding the city's development was quite good, and there had never been a situation where the city was attacked by a dragon. Remember the agreement between us? After Lucas advances to the realm of the first level, you must lend him to me for some time for research. Brad's purpose of appearing on the 98th floor was to call Long Lucas. As for how she could appear here without making any noise, it can only be said that her name was written on the property certificate of the 98th floor a long time ago. Naturally, but at least we have to wait until the biker girls have completed the first 2 stages of training. When it comes to the first phase of training for the biker girls, Esley himself is quite satisfied. At least when facing the top-level player named Dragon Lucas, he was able to defeat him without any injuries. Of course, the premise is that Lucas only defends and does not attack. Moreover, Esley strongly suspected that every time Lucas admitted defeat, he might not have suffered too many injuries, but simply did not want to continue to be beaten. It seems that it is time to start the second phase of training. No problem. My tavern is closed anyway. I have plenty of time to wait. Brad smiled slightly, agreeing to Esley's terms. The scene changed to the top floor of the Combat Command Center. Zhou Shiyin walked out of the cockpit of the Golden Wing and was eager to go home. He wanted to run back to his own floor 97 immediately to see what those women had been doing behind his back while he was away. Well, more importantly, he wanted to know if there was anyone who couldn't sleep because of what he was thinking about. If there's nothing else, I'll go back first. Dilisai waved her hand and ignored Zhou Shiyin in a bad mood. She didn't know how she should get along with Zhou Shiyin in the future. To say that she doesn't want it would be a lie for her, as she has been single since birth. But if I say I want it, it's very difficult. On the other hand, Selena was still hugging her metal box and grinning. Ha ha, I also have a mecha. It's the God of War series, a thunder attribute mecha. It's amazing. It's like a dream. I'll see if anyone dares to call herself a lesbian in the future. I'll tear her mouth apart. With a bang, Dillies raised her foot and kicked Selena directly on the butt, and then watched her fall from the top of the 100th floor. A level 80 piece of trash. Who gave you the confidence? Thinking of the strength that Talia had shown in the alien world before, Dillies shook her head in self-mockery. It turns out that I'm just a level 93 piece of trash. Practice. You must practice now. Dillies, who has always been strong, is not weak to others. Arriving at the door of the 97th floor, Zhou Shiyin first sorted out his death armor, then took out the Azure Dragon Sword, and his whole body exuded the powerful aura of a peerless, strong man. Preparation is complete. With a bang, the door on the 97th floor was pushed open from the inside out by a huge force, causing Zhou Shiyin to be embedded in the wall outside the door in a big letter shape. I've told you many times that if you don't take it seriously, I'm going to activate the self-exposure collar. Looking at Lucas, who was kicked away by her, Nellia said that she was really angry. To fix a match, but can you please not go too far? On the other hand, Lucas also has his own troubles. He is so miserable. He is beaten by motorcycle girls during the day and has to play house games with the ladies on the 97th floor at night. It would be better for him to die. Called Long? Take my sword. Qingyin's Solitary Beauty. Chapter 82. Defeat me and get a reward. 10 minutes later, the severely injured Lucas looked ready to be slaughtered and sat slumped in a corner of a room on the 97th floor, feeling hopeless. On the other hand, Zhou Shiyin gradually figured out the truth with the help of Nellia and others. So, you're training with Lucas? Then why don't you use mechas? What on earth were these idiots thinking, using their mortal bodies to fight against a top-level dragon, a level 50 dragon? That's actually what happened. At the critical moment, Nina, the leader of the 97th floor, took the initiative to explain. The codenamed Mecha, Nellia, and the others were unable to bring themselves to train with the motorcycle girls, not to mention that their target was Lucas, who never fought back or cursed back. So, after dinner, the girls on the 97th floor discussed it and decided to call Lucas to the 97th floor to train them individually. But because of the limited environment, and Lucas also said that it would not be glorious for a level 50 mecha pilot to participate in training in a codenamed mecha even if he won. So Nina and the others decided to give up the idea of driving a mecha to participate in the training. But who could have thought that Lucas didn't want to train them at all? He was letting them off from the very beginning and still acted as if he wouldn't fight back or retaliate. This made Nellia and the others feel helpless. Oh, so that's how it is? Zhou Shiyin, who understood everything, shifted his gaze away from Lucas and looked at Nellia and others. In fact, you're already very strong. If you want to improve your strength, there is no need to rush. When saying this, Zhou Shiyin's expression was still quite serious. After all, considering that the age of Nellia and others was no more than 25 years old, the source core level of 50 was not low. It has even surpassed 90% of the Mecha Masters. Is there anything else you are not satisfied with? Yeah, actually I thought so at the beginning. Even 10 minutes ago, I still thought I was very strong. I asked Lucas to come up just to enrich our spare time. But now, at this point, Strelitzia subconsciously glanced at the fully armed Zhou Shiyin and recalled the battle 10 minutes ago. Couldn't even survive one move from Zhou Shiyin. If Nina and the others hadn't explained it quickly, Lucas would have been a corpse by now. Moreover, it must be mentioned that Strelitzia seemed to see the shadow of that person in Zhou Shiyin. Is he really still a maintenance technician? Could he be secretly doing a side job behind their backs? Zhou Shiyin, I want to challenge you. Strelitzia was not the only one who was provoked by Zhou Shiyun. The one who suffered the greatest blow was definitely Nellia. If before this she could still be lazy by using the excuse that Zhou Shiyun was at the bottom of the 97th floor, now there is no one to cover for her. Isn't this bad? Zhou Shiyun smiled awkwardly, thinking it was a bit inappropriate. After all, with his current strength, let alone just a Nellia, what about the Poseidon? Just press it to the ground and slap it. There's nothing wrong with that. If you can beat me, I'll let you sleep with Nina tonight. Is it a deal? A liar is a puppy. Okay, let's go to the training ground now. Looking at the two people with indignant expressions, Nina felt as if her face was about to be burned by flames. A short separation is better than a new marriage. Sister Nina, do you want to take a shower first? Hathaway added in time. What the hell are you talking about? Who do you think I am? Nina ran into the bathroom as if she was escaping. On the other side, Anya stared blankly at Lucas, who was curled up in a corner, and said with a distressed look on her face, "What a pitiful dragon, being captured by humans. What's the point of living? How about I help you get rid of it?" Lucas stood up immediately upon hearing that, and then ran out of the door on the 97th floor without looking back. Damn, what kind of people live on the 97th floor? They look so cute, but as soon as they open their mouths, they become like devils. Free your sister. If I want to be free, why should I surrender? If I couldn't stand the miasma anymore, how could I have deliberately let Baihiwa block my way? To be honest, with Lucas's old-fashioned personality, if he really wanted to run away, there was no way a mere water barrier could stop him. Hey, I don't know what's going on with the tribe. Will they be killed by that guy? After thinking of some terrible ending, Lucas became more determined to survive, because only by surviving would he have the opportunity to avenge his tribe. At the same time, Zhou Shiyun and Nellia left the combat command center and walked side by side on the streets of the city. Aren't we going to the training ground? Zhou Shiyun looked at Nellia teasingly. On the other hand, Nellia shook her head expressionlessly. No point. Judging from Zhou Shiyun's ability to kill Lucas in seconds with ease, she would not be Zhou Shiyun's opponent even if she broke through level 50. She also knew that given her status, even if Zhou Shiyun could really beat her, he would definitely save her face. So fighting or not fighting is completely meaningless to Nellia. So where are we going? Zhou Shiyun also roughly guessed what Nellia was thinking, and understood that she must have something to say when she called him out, otherwise she would not have chosen to avoid Nina and the others. Do you remember what your father said last time? What did your father say? Zhou Shiyun pondered for a moment, then looked at the inexplicably familiar street under his feet, and instantly thought of a possibility. You mean to see your mother? Nellia nodded. Originally, after the last battle, I wanted to take you back with me, but then you received the mission to go to the Sky City, so this matter has been delayed. Now that you're back, it's time to go meet her. Although Nellia looked relaxed when she said this, Zhou Shiyun actually understood that Nellia was more nervous than anyone else at the moment, at least much more nervous than him. After all, he is just his mother's adopted son, but Nellia is her biological daughter. Sister, are you a little nervous? Oh, my stupid brother. How could I be nervous? I'm your sister. Why are your legs shaking if you're not nervous? Put away your keen observation. You are a disgrace to the maintenance community. Chapter 83. Zhou Shiyun's adoptive mother, Nebeka. In Shernan District, in front of a two-story duplex building with a courtyard covering an area of about 80 square meters. Nellia raised her hand and knocked on the door, then stepped back and stood behind Zhou Shiyun, leaving only half of her head exposed. Look how scared you are. You are such a loser. Zhou Shiyun grinned, his eyes full of sarcasm. Nellia did not refute, but just snorted coldly, and then continued to hide her figure. Snap, snap, snap. Along with crisp footsteps, a pleasant female voice came from the courtyard behind the gate. Here it comes, here it comes. Zhou Shiyun, who was originally full of confidence, turned around and appeared behind Nellia after hearing the woman's voice. His shoes were as if greased. He pushed his dear sister over. Humph! I am an unrivaled strong man. There was a creaking sound, and the gate of the courtyard was pushed open from the inside. A woman in home clothes appeared in front of them. Nebeka has bright eyes, white teeth, delicate eyebrows, hands as soft as catkins, a face as beautiful as manhwa, and long pink hair draped over her snow-white shoulders. She looks like a fairy walking out of a painting. It was Zhou Shiyun's adoptive mother, Nellia's biological mother, Chloros' wife Nebeka, a former codenamed mecha pilot. When she saw clearly the appearance of the two people outside the door, her originally calm expression instantly became complicated. It's you guys. Zhou Shiyin and the other two just nodded but didn't reply. Don't stand outside, come in. Nebeka spoke calmly, then turned and walked to a small square table in the center of the courtyard. By the way, you came here so late. Have you eaten yet? Zhou Shiyin chuckled, took the initiative to hug Nebeka's shoulders and said coquettishly, I just came back from the Sky City, and my stomach is growling with hunger. Nebeka did not treat Zhou Shiyun's coquettish behavior well. Instead, she pulled her arm away with extreme disgust. You were hiding quite far away just now. How dare you say you're hungry now? Zhou Shiyun smiled awkwardly. How can there be a child? Isn't this just to make room for Sister Leah? Nebeka curled her lips non-committally. Okay, I heard that you were successful now, and all the mecha masters in the city are following you. What's going on? What brings you to my lonely little courtyard? Hearing this, Zhou Shiyun's expression became extremely embarrassed, especially when he thought about his decision when he left this courtyard. He was a little afraid to face this woman. Mother, Okay, stop talking. I don't want to hear it either. Having said that, Nebeka stopped paying attention to Zhou Shiyun and instead looked at Nellia, who had been standing at the door. If you don't plan to come in, go back. After all, it's getting late. Having said this, even though Nellia was reluctant, she had to move her feet and walk to the opposite side of Nebeka. However, before Nellia could finish her words, Nebeka raised her hand again and interrupted her. He's just a dead man. I don't want to hear it, and you don't have to mention it. If you two siblings came here today to plead for him, then you can leave now. How can that be possible? Zhou Shiyun saw Nebeka starting to chase people away and immediately put on a smile and acted coquettishly. My son and sister Leah have come here specially to take you to live with us. When Zhou Shiyun said this, before Nebeka could react, Nellia beside him was completely stunned. Although she knew that Zhou Shiyun was always very courageous, she never expected him to be so brave. Bringing Nebeka over to live with him? Is he crazy? Had the same idea as Nellia. She stared at Zhou Shiyun with her bright and lively eyes, waiting for his next words. Actually, Sister Leah really knows she was wrong, and she knows that everything you did was for her own good. But you also know, this city really can't do without Sister Leah. She is a natural warrior. Her battlefield is the wasteland outside the city, not a greenhouse, a factory, or even a shopping mall. At least now she's already a very good codename mecha pilot, isn't she? Nebeka reached out to stop Zhou Shiyun from continuing. If that's all you want to say, don't stay here to eat. As a former codenamed mecha pilot, Nebeka doesn't need Zhou Shiyun to do work for her at all. She knew better than anyone whether Nellia was a natural warrior. If Chloros hadn't instilled that kind of thinking in her since she was a child, how could such an innocent girl become so cold and cruel now? In order to prevent Nellia from following her old path, she even tied Nellia up at home on the first day of the Mecha Academy. As a result, no one expected that Zhou Shiyun, his godson who always listened to him the most, actually untied the rope on Nellia behind his back under the guidance of Kronos. And since then, Zhou Shiyun went to the Mecha Academy to learn mecha maintenance, and Nellia went to the Mecha Academy to learn how to drive mechas. The brother and sister never returned to this home again. That bastard Kronos really played his cards well. Even his former codenamed mecha pilot was tricked by him. You deserve to die on the battlefield. Mother, what I want to say is, I've got a solution for your legs. When Zhou Shiyun said this, the two women in the courtyard were stunned at the same time. Nebeka's legs were lost forever on the battlefield more than a decade ago, and she officially announced her retirement since then. Her legs now are completely a pair of mechanical prostheses. Although they look the same as real ones and do not affect her life, losing her legs will always be a permanent pain in her heart. Zhou Shiyun said that Nellia is already very outstanding now. But can she be better than herself more than 10 years ago? At that time, because she possessed the element of fire, she had experienced dozens of battles on the battlefield while piloting the Scarlet Flame Dance. The number of people who died at her hands was almost countless. Even encountered a super-level dragon. So the more this happened, the more she understood how terrifying a dragon was. Especially when this terror turned into fear as she retired. She became more concerned about Kronos' arrangements for the two children, determined to prevent her children from embarking on this path of no return. But these two children have always been against her. Chapter 84. Mother, please move in and live with your son. In fact, when Nebeka heard that her godson, Zhou Shiyun, had become a legendary repairman, she also dreamed of whether her legs could be restored. But just as Zhou Shiryun said to King Park in the World of Giants, he was just a maintenance technician who could repair mechas, not people. So after Nebeka waited at home for 3 days and Zhou Shiryun didn't come to her house on his own initiative, she knew that Zhou Shiryun couldn't do it. But now he says there's a way to treat his legs? So, is this treatment literal? Or use his hands, which belong to the legendary repairman, to build himself a pair of more advanced and realistic mechanical prostheses? You know what this means to me. Nebeka stared at Zhou Shiryun's eyes very seriously and said, her tone was calm. There is no expectation, no disappointment, no anxiety, only seriousness. She is not a child anymore and can withstand any blow. You can give it a try, Zhou Shiryun answered very seriously. He didn't say directly that he was 100% sure, but after he learned about the magical abilities of the little tentacles, he was actually 90% sure that he could help Nebeka regenerate her severed limbs. As for the remaining 10%, it depends on whether the little tentacles cooperate. If it really doesn't work, he can only go to the library to learn about torture and forced confession. Little tentacle, I hope you can ask me first instead of torturing me directly. Thank you. In fact, over the years, Dad has been working hard for your legs. Purification is actually the best proof. The exclusive skill comprehension of a maintenance technician is actually closely related to his own obsession. Zhou Shiryun has reason to believe that. In fact, my adoptive father's obsession must be healing skills, but unfortunately, he only realized auxiliary skills such as purification in the end. But for disinfection, it is much more effective than alcohol. Okay, let's eat first, and we'll talk about anything else after we finish eating. Nebeka turned and walked towards the kitchen, leaving only Zhou Shiryun and Nellia at the small square table. Are you really sure you can cure mother's legs? Nellia said in disbelief. Zhou Shiryun nodded. About the same. Not making final statements is the basic rule for a maintenance technician. Just like when someone asks him if he can repair the mecha, he never tells the other person directly that he can definitely fix it. Instead, tell others that you will try your best to. In this way, even if he fails to fix it in the end, others will not point the finger at him. That's great. Nellia couldn't describe her feelings at all. The tears in the corners of her eyes were like a flood with the valve opened, sliding down her beautiful and cold face. If Nebeka's legs could be restored, then the gap between herself and her mother would definitely be eliminated, definitely. For Nellia, who left home early and lost the care of her father and mother, a simple and pure family love has always been what she longed for. Although Nebeka has ignored her all these years, Nellia has always been grateful to her mother. Because she knew very well that Nebeka did not hate her, she just cared too much about herself and was afraid that she would die on the battlefield one day. But just as Zhou Shiryun said, Nellia was unwilling to see her future spent doing nothing in places like greenhouses, factories, and shopping malls. Chloros once said that the greater the power, the greater the responsibility. What does a mere death for humanity matter? Only the warriors who died on the battlefield are worthy of being called the daughter of Chloros. Okay, stop crying. This is a good thing. It's something we should be happy about, isn't it? Zhou Shiryun hugged Nellia with some heartache and let her put her head on his shoulder to vent. Compared to myself, Nellia is actually the most pitiful little girl. Ayun, do you think my mother will support me after her leg heals? Zhou Shiryun gave a bitter smile when he heard this. Judging from his adoptive mother's temper, she probably wouldn't be very supportive. But don't worry, I'm here. I will prove to Mother that we have the power to protect humans and ourselves. He, Zhou Shiryun, is an unrivaled expert. Well, I believe you. Nellia stopped crying and then took the initiative to leave Zhou Shiryun's arms. But have you really decided to take your mother to live with you? Nellia expressed her incomprehension of Zhou Shiryun's decision. It's not that she didn't want to invite Nebeka to live with her, but there were just too many girls living on the 97th floor, and it would be inconvenient. Of course, if I don't take my mother over, how can I treat her? Ability of the small tentacles to heal Nebeka's legs is currently just an idea of his. As to whether it will be successful in the end, it requires continuous experimentation. Of course, there is another reason. Before confirming the news about Chloros, Zhou Shiryun was a little worried about Nebeka living alone. What if she knew that her adoptive father was not only alive, but had even transformed himself into a dragon for his so-called ideals, with her temper? Who knows if she would do something to sacrifice her own family for the sake of justice? Besides, the entire 97th floor is so huge, let alone a few girls living there. What would it matter even if a reinforced platoon of soldiers lived there? There was no shortage of space for just 100 people, and it didn't feel crowded at all. Okay, I'll do as you say. Rebecca was cooking in the kitchen while thinking about Zhou Shiyun's words. She knew that Zhou Shiyun was not a child who liked to brag. Since he said he could cure his legs, he must be very confident. But move there. Rebecca is not a stay-at-home girl who never goes out and knows nothing. Several times when Nellia and others were fighting outside the city, she was actually hiding in the distance and watching her children through a telescope. Whenever they were in danger, Rebecca felt as if her heart was being strangled, and it hurt so much that she couldn't breathe. It was precisely because of this that she hated Kronos even more, hating the executioner who sent her 2 children to the battlefield with his own hands. At the same time, she also knew that there were several girls living on the 97th floor where Zhou Shiyun was, and even the Guardian was a frequent visitor to the 97th floor. If she went there rashly, it's somewhat inappropriate. But if she didn't go, she was afraid of hurting the children's feelings. After thinking for a long time, Rebecca finally made up her mind. Go and have a look first. If it doesn't work, just come back. Chapter 85. Intercepted by Esley. Stir-fried pork with minced garlic, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and pickled cabbage are all my favorites. Zhou Shiyun happily picked up a piece of egg and put it into his mouth, with a satisfied expression on his face. At the same time, he did not forget to pick up a piece of cabbage for his sister with chopsticks. Nellia was stunned by this scene. My goodness! Has he forgotten that one of the reasons he decided to escape from this home was because the food Rebecca cooked was so unpalatable? It's only been a few days since we last met. How come this idiot's acting skills have become so perfect? Sister, don't you want to eat? Looking at Zhou Shiyun's threatening gaze, Nellia gritted her teeth and put the cabbage in her mouth, chewing it gently. It's still that familiar taste. It hasn't changed at all. Dear brother, you just came back from the Sky City. You must be hungry. Eat more? How can that be possible? We are siblings. We should share the happiness together. You eat too. You eat first. I'll let you eat. The sumptuous dinner ended happily and quickly with the mutual help between Zhou Shiyun and Nellia. Mother, let's go. After Nellia cleaned up the dishes, Zhou Shiyun invited Rebecca again. Because of her determination to treat her legs, Rebecca did not reject Zhou Shiyun's kindness. After simply packing a few clothes, she left the duplex where she had lived for more than 20 years. Operations Headquarters, 97th floor. Nina and others who received the news in advance were in a state of emergency. They all dressed neatly and sat on the sofa in the center of the hall. I heard that Ayun's mother was once a pilot of the codenamed Mecha. This time she came here. Could it be? Having said that, Strelitzia's gaze turned and finally stopped on Nina. The meaning was self-evident. Shouldn't I? Hathaway looked a little puzzled. A codename Mecha in a certain period. Since the Qi Yinwu is now driven by Nina, according to the rules, Rebecca will not have the opportunity to get her hands on the Qi Yinwu before Nina retires. Oh, you think too much. Nina shook her head and then explained. Although I don't know what Ayun's purpose is, it's definitely not because of Qi Yinwu. The driver of the predecessor Qi Yinwu, Nina, is naturally familiar with Rebecca. So she knew very well that Rebecca had retired due to injury, and there was no reason for her to set her sights on Qi Yinwu. The reason why she was as nervous as the other girls was because she didn't know how she should get along with Rebecca, senior or elder. This is very important. Anyway, among all the people present, only Anya showed an indifferent expression. She stared at the TV on the wall. She happened to see the scene where King Gigi was suppressed by Fahai under the yellow crane tower, and a trace of pity flashed through her heart. Lucas, as a dragon, must have a hard time being imprisoned in the human world otherwise. Should we find a chance to kill it? Naya, who do you want to deal with? Just tell me, and I'll do it with you. Although Strelitzia at the side only heard the last few words, her character of wanting to create chaos in the world made her immediately get out of the nervous mood of preparing to welcome her future mother-in-law. No, nothing. Anya quickly shut up. She must not let Strelitzia and the others know that she was doing this for Lucas's own good. Otherwise, people would probably think that he and Lucas were in cahoots. After all, the great dragon clan would rather die in glory than live in disgrace. Parentheses. Not including myself. I am a human being. At 10 o'clock that night, Nina and the others, who had been waiting for more than 2 hours, felt a little sleepy, especially Strelitzia, who had even started complaining about Zhou Shiyun. This bastard said he would be there in a moment, but it's already been 2 hours. He should have crawled back anyway. Hearing this, Nina glared at her and signaled her not to talk nonsense. After all, it was Rebecca's legs that were injured. If her future mother-in-law heard the word crawl, Would the relationship between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law still be good? It's getting late. Everyone should go back to the room and rest. As the big sister on the 97th floor, Nina's orders were still very effective. Except for Anya, who still planned to stay in the living room and watch TV, Hathaway and Strelitzia rushed back to their rooms in less than 20 seconds. Anya, you go to bed too? Sister Nina, can you please let me watch it for a while longer? The preview for the next episode says that Bald Chong will appear and flood the Yellow Crane Tower to save King Gigi. Anya pleaded pitifully, but unfortunately Nina didn't buy it at all. Tomorrow's breakfast portion is reduced. No, I'm going back to my room now. Nina grinned. Don't you want to watch the Yellow Crane Tower flooded? We'll see tomorrow. Anyway, it's just a replay. I have plenty of time. 10:30. The door of the first floor was open from the outside, and Zhou Shiyun and Nellia appeared outside the door. You're back. Nina, who had been waiting in the living room, stood up to greet them and subconsciously glanced behind the two of them, but did not see any trace of the third person. That's Senior. Zhou Shiyun walked in and said with a wry smile, Master Esley took me to the 98th floor to live. Originally, Lady Dilly's was going to take my mother to the 99th floor, but there seemed to be some rift between my mother and Lady Dilly's, so she ended up living on the 98th floor. Nellia added, The reason I came back so late is because Ayun checked my mother's health. Hearing this, a trace of helplessness gradually emerged on Zhou Shiyun's face. Nebeka's condition was more serious than he had imagined. But it is not incurable, but it needs to be observed for the time being. At least we have to wait for the small tentacles to recover a little or grow for a while. That's right, whether Nebeka's legs can heal depends on the little tentacles. So when Zhou Shiyun left Esley, he made a special trip to the 99th floor and applied for a large amount of dragon crystals from Dilly's. He only needed to wait until tomorrow morning to go to the Strategic Resources Department to pick up the goods. Ayun, it's getting late. I'm going to sleep first. You guys, go to bed early. Nellia glanced at Nina in her pajamas, pretended nothing had happened, and walked into an uninhabited room alone. Chapter 86. Diul's Two Conditions. Master Bedroom. Sister Nina, this shot of mine took me 18 years to master. Do you dare to give it a try? Facing Zhou Shiyun's provocation, Nina smiled slightly. I have a door that no one has opened for 25 years. I'd like to give it a try. At this moment, Zhou Shiyun dropped all his defenses, even throwing aside the Death God armor that he always carried with him. If there is really an absolutely safe place in this world, it is the bedroom right under your feet. How dare you? Take my bullet. Zhou Shiyun's spear skills were vigorous, and he rose from the ground, with the force of his spear soaring into the sky, and his momentum was heroic. Nina was beaten so hard that she cried out in pain, but she was unwilling to give up. She just wanted to find a flaw in Zhou Shiyun so that she could make him suffer the consequences. However, who would have thought that Zhou Shiyun's spear skills were not only unrestrained and uninhibited, but could also be controlled freely, with both bravery and gentleness coexisting, and even possessing the ability to change in a myriad of ways, showing the power of the Source of Giants to the fullest. Fortunately, although Zhou Shiyun's mind was in a state of distraction, at least he knew how to restrain himself and did not make any serious mistakes. Sister Nina, why don't you try to merge your soul and body? Nina's eyes were blurred. Next time, okay? This time I lost. I admit defeat. Zhou Shiyun took the time to check the time. It was 12 o'clock in the morning. It's still early. Let's try to finish the battle before 6 o'clock. Wow, I really give up. If it doesn't work out, you can go to Alan. Hathaway is also fine. They all live in a room by themselves. No, something will happen. Dilly's, who had been watching all this secretly, finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay. It doesn't look like a big problem. The next morning, Zhou Shiyun, in high spirits, appeared at the dining table in the living room, enjoying a loving breakfast from Nina. Strelitzia and others on the side surrounded Nina and asked her all kinds of questions with a teasing look on their faces. Nina, who was already unable to straighten her back, almost hid under the table. Ahem, I have two things to announce next. Please take your seats first. As the person in charge of the entire 97th floor, Zhou Shiyun's words can still play a certain role. Big brother, you speak. Anya is listening. Looking at Anya, who kept stuffing fried dough sticks in her mouth and forced her eyes to shift from the dining table to herself, Zhou Shiyun felt so touched. It's none of your business, eat. Okay. Anya felt relieved and started to target the breakfast on the table again. Ahem, I'll say it again. I have something to announce. This time, Zhou Shiyun coughed louder, which finally attracted the attention of Nellia and Hathaway. Nina, who had already hidden under the dining table, wanted to hear what Zhou Shiyin had to say, but she couldn't raise her head because of the constant teasing from Strelitzia. Sister Nina, please tell me, what is the difference between doing that and soul fusion? Nina's defeat. Actually, they are similar, but if we really compare, soul fusion is easier. After all, Zhou Shiyun's soul body does not have the ability to change at will, so she would not suffer so much. Of course, this was in the past. It might not be the same now, but if we just talk about the body, it's actually pretty good. It feels like before Nina could finish her words, Strelitzia, who was half bent over, was picked up by a big hand. Hey, who pulled my ear? It hurts so much. I said I have two things to announce, one of which is about you, and you're still asking. If you really want to know, why don't you try it sometime? Zhou Shiyin was furious and had no intention of showing any mercy to the beautiful woman. He even pulled Strelitzia's ears until they turned red. Oh, I'm just curious. Besides, I'm not ready yet. For Strelitzia, who can mistake a bad appetite for pregnancy, it is okay to just talk nonsense. When I went to the castle in the sky, do you still remember what you asked me to do? Zhou Shiyin released the hand that was grabbing Strelitzia's ear and asked mysteriously. Of course I remember. Strelitzia also reacted immediately. Judging from Zhou Shiyun's reaction, if nothing unexpected happened, the matter should have a result, right? Does the general agree? Zhou Shiyin shook his head. He had barely met the general many times, and every time they met, the two sides did not seem to be very pleasant. When Strelitzia on the opposite side saw Zhou Shiyin shaking his head, her mood suddenly became bad. Woo, no way. Did the general tell me when I can go back? The remote and poor place like the Sky City, where metal machines were everywhere. Who told you to go back? Zhou Shiyin laughed and deliberately kept it a secret. Then what do you mean? You'll die if you say it all at once. Strelitzia Regini said this with a look of grief and indignation, revealing two small fangs in her mouth, as if as long as Zhou Shiyun's answer could not satisfy her, she would immediately use these fangs to attack Zhou Shiyin. Ahem. Although I didn't meet the general, I met Diur, and she promised to help me do 3 things. The first thing is to help you stay in the city. Did the instructor agree? Under Strelitzia's expectant gaze, Zhou Shiyin said firmly, she agreed. Yeah, Diur's status in Sky City is very special. Basically, as long as she says it's okay, then there will definitely be no problem. Didn't you say there was a second thing? What was it? After solving the problem of whether to stay or leave, Strelitzia was obviously in a much better mood than before. As for the second thing, it's actually not a big deal. It's just, I used the second condition to ask Instructor Diol to give you a month of special training. Compared to training with Lucas, a veteran who never fights back or talks back when being beaten, Dial is the most suitable candidate, right? However, who would have thought that when Zhou Shiyin said this, Strelitzia, which was originally excited, suddenly showed an expression as if she was about to cry. Can I apply for it? I really want to go back to the castle in the sky. Chapter 87. The Power of Overload. Haha, don't even think about it. Unlike Strelitzia and the others, Nina and the others were actually very interested in the instructor Zhou Shiyin mentioned. If I train with you, can I learn your swordsmanship? In fact, Nellia also used a sword at the beginning, but by Haiwa was a long-range attack mecha, and her swordsmanship was completely useless. Of course, even if it works, that's it. So when she saw Zhou Shiyin almost kill Lucas with just one sword, she could no longer suppress the urge to use the sword. It's not just about swordsmanship. Duer is proficient in all kinds of martial arts. Strelitzia whispered. Zhou Shiyin smiled and said, Don't worry, I haven't even mentioned the third condition yet. Blinked her eyes in despair and motioned Zhou Shiyin to continue. When she heard that Duer was going to train them for a month, her heart had already sank. Who would have thought that even after coming to the city, he still couldn't escape from Diol's clutches? Damn Zhou Shiyin. Do you know what overloading means? Zhou Shiyin swept his eyes across everyone's faces. He saw their expressions change from confusion to shock, and then to eager eyes before he spoke. Yes, it's the kind of loader that can surpass the capabilities of the mecha. Zhou Shiyin held up 3 fingers and said, The third condition that Instructor Diur agreed to is to give me the Sky City's unique super limit load. And it's 5 sets. Speaking of overloading, it has a serious background. Dragons can produce dragon crystals and dragon cores, which are source nuclear energy crystals. Creatures from other dimensions naturally also have corresponding resources, but most of the resources from other worlds are not as easily absorbed by the human body as dragon crystals. However, the maintenance team of Sky City is no pushover. They have found a new way and developed more advanced uses. For example, overloading, a small power device installed on the power core of the mecha. When turned on, the mecha can gain capabilities beyond its limits. It can make ordinary mecha exceed the limit by 500, mecha by about 300, and mecha by about 100. As for mechas above that, it is ineffective. Although this thing causes great damage to mechas and its effect only lasts for a very short time, its ability to exceed limits still makes it in short supply in the Sky City. Strelitzia's eyes widened into stars. Ayun, look at that, she said, pulling the corner of Zhou Shiryun's clothes. Although she was originally from the Sky City, she was still very envious of such important strategic materials as overlimit loading. Seeing this, the other women also stepped forward, surrounded Zhou Shiryun, and began to squeeze him with their huge balls, making the space where Zhou Shiryun was located smaller and smaller, until there was no gap at all. Zhou Shiryun struggled hard. Okay. Didn't I say there are 5 sets? Everyone has one. Everyone has one. Besides, I had already installed it for you when I came back yesterday. After saying that, the girls left at the speed of light, without any reluctance to leave, which made Zhou Shiryun scold them for being snobbish. Hey, how about it I didn't return empty-handed from my trip to the Sky City this time, right? Let me tell you. Warning! The concentration of miasma around the city has been detected to be rising. The current concentration level is level 1. A dragon has been detected inside the miasma. Warning! A dragon invasion has been detected. The invasion level is... The number of level 1 dragons is 8. The number of level 2 dragons is 17. A shrill alarm sounded, and everyone stopped talking and began to summon their own codenamed mechas. 8 level dragons? Oh my god, what is going on? Why are there so many dragons? Could it be that because of the fusion of cities, the transmission channels have also been merged? Until Dilly's voice resounded throughout the sky. Don't panic. Just follow the normal procedures. Order all codenamed mechas to go into battle. Increase the wartime authority of maintenance engineer Zhou Shiryun. Zhou Shiryun will be in charge of the overall command of this battle. Triumphant. Zhou Shiryun's eyes wandered. Dillasai had made it so clear. Of course, he knew that Dillasai did it on purpose in order to improve her reputation in the city. Qi Yinwu, go to battle. Wu Shuang, go to battle. The hurricane of the Sea King. Shouts echoed. A hurricane was flying above the heads of the citizens of the city, and mechas with cold light soared into the sky. Operations Headquarters 100th floor. The door of the Combat Command Center was pushed open from the outside, and Nebeka walked in. Why let him go? He's just a kid, a maintenance technician. Ms. Nebeka, this is war. Deli's eyes were fixed on the battle scene outside the city, as if she didn't see Nebeka. His father died in battle because of what you called war, didn't he? Deli's was silent, for a moment not knowing whether she should tell Nebeka that Chloros was still alive, but his whereabouts were unknown. But Nebeka didn't know what she was thinking. Please leave a way for our family to survive. Nebeka, you are also a mecha master, and you were once a codenamed mecha pilot. So many years have passed. Could you please not be so naive all the time? Center of the battlefield. Zhou Shiryun has appeared in Qi Yinwu as cockpit and is giving orders through the sensor at his ear. I have good news for you. This legendary maintenance engineer can handle the side effects and sequelae of overloading. So let's go all out without leaving any room for maneuver. Zhou Shiryun pushed his lower body forward. Nina, who received the signal, blushed slightly. She glanced at Zhou Shiryun behind her unhappily, but she was still the first to start the overlimit loading. Overload start successful. Warning! The power core has reached its limit. The source nuclear converter is overloaded. The thruster temperature is exceeding the limit. The mecha is about to disintegrate. Please remove the overload within 3 minutes. The warning sound from inside the mecha made Nina a little overwhelmed, but fortunately Zhou Shiryun behind her took action in time. Purification activated. Kato's hand activated. Remove the negative status of Red Flame Dance and increase the mecha's self-healing ability by 20. Element transformation ability increased by 20. Qi Yinwu's body and waves of heat surged around him. The red metal became faintly hideous under the sunlight. Call out. In the flashing red light, Qi Yinwu was like a beast out of a cage, piercing the neck of a supersized dragon with a gun. High-level elements released, fire awakened, 100 cuts across the prairie. The battlefield was instantly engulfed in flames, and Jiaolong couldn't help but scream in pain. Seeing the powerful Qi Yinwu, the other girls couldn't suppress their inner restlessness and started over-limit loading one after another. Seeing this, Zhou Shiyun could only swallow the dragon crystal while teleporting to the cockpits of several other codenamed mechas and cast out the purification spell and Kato's hand respectively. When Zhou Shiyun felt dizzy and his lips were blistered from eating dragon crystals, he finally treated them equally. He returned to Qi Yinwu's cockpit and shook it a few times at Nina. However, looking at their heroic figures, accompanied by the dragon screams that sounded like beautiful music, Zhou Shiyun still felt very gratified. God of War, unparalleled slash. Strelitzia cut off the head of the last dragon in front of him with one sword, then shook the handle of the sword and took it back. Success! The Guardians have once again fought off the shouting dragon. Too strong. Those are 8 level 1 dragons. Have Lady Nellia and the others grown to this level? Chapter 88. Contract Selena, let me check. The citizens didn't know that under the overload installed by Zhou Shiyun, the women who were not inferior to Ji Jialong were like chopping melons and vegetables when facing Ji Jialong. The group returned to the 97th floor. Zhou Shiyun said hello to Nina and the others, showed Anya the movie of Hututu's 3 defeats of the White Bone Demon, and then left. On the way to the 98th floor, Zhou Shiyun was bored and sucking on the dragon core in his mouth, while stuffing dragon crystals into the small tentacles. The dragon core is actually absorbed in a similar way to the dragon crystal. You can absorb it in your hand or feed it into your mouth. The only difference is that the dragon crystal will be directly transformed into source core energy when it reaches your mouth, and you can't taste it at all. Besides, no one likes to feed this thing into their mouth every day. But the dragon core is different. As the core of a dragon, only one dragon can produce one. The energy solidification makes it very hard. I heard that there are stores on the market that sell dragon nuts with different flavors, such as durian, barbecue, and even canned herring flavor. I don't know which genius came up with this. When we arrived at the 98th floor, Esley was not there. We didn't know where he had gone fishing. We waited for a while, but the foster mother didn't open the door. Zhou Shiyun, who was about to go home, turned around and saw his adoptive mother in the corridor behind him. Zhou Shiyun walked quickly forward and pushed the wheelchair. Through the bright white light above his head, he could vaguely see tears in the corners of his mother's eyes. Mother, you... Zhou Shiyun wanted to ask, but Nebeka signaled him with her eyes not to ask. Pushing Nebeka back to the room, Zhou Shiyun obediently brought tissues and warm water to his mother, but he had no intention of leaving. He wanted to figure out what was going on. Nebeka drank some warm water, held the paper cup with both hands, and murmured while looking at the water at the bottom of the cup. Seeing you and your sister going to the battlefield, I thought of your father. Never mind, let's not talk about him. Now that I see you and Nellia are so powerful, I feel relieved. Nebeka forced a smile. It's a pity that as a mother, I still need the protection of my own children. As a mother, I am really... Zhou Shiyun hugged Nebeka and interrupted her. Mother, what are you talking about? Without your support since the day when father got into trouble, how could Sister Leah and I be where we are today? Zhou Shiyun grabbed Nebeka's hand and squeezed it, saying, Don't worry, mother. It will only take 5 days at most. I will definitely be able to heal your leg. After chatting with Nebeka for a long time, Zhou Shiyun respectfully helped his mother close the door and left the 98th floor. After what happened just now, Zhou Shiyun felt very anxious. After all, as a son, it was really unpleasant to see his mother crying. Zhou Shiyun, who didn't want to go home, wandered around the combat command center and happened to run into Selena, who was passing by. Hey, where are you going, handsome boy? Do you want to come to my house and sit for a while? Selena said with a smile. Is this sitting position of yours serious? I won't go if it's serious. This sentence made Selena giggle. Her body trembled, and the combat uniform that was tight on her chest also began to tremble, attracting Zhou Shiyun's attention. You kid still looking? Selena walked up to Zhou Shiyun, hugged his head and rubbed it hard, leaving Zhou Shiyun stunned for a moment. Okay, I won't mess with you anymore. I'm going to try out my codename Mecha. Selena kicked the metal box at her feet. Zhou Shiyun happened to have nothing to do, so he simply followed Selena. On the training ground, Selena yelled with a frown on her face. Zhou Shiyun, you little bastard. You said you were coming to see my new mecha. Why are you hanging out with that little girl? Hearing this, Zhou Shiyun, who was laughing and joking with a dozen motorcycle girls, suddenly stiffened and said embarrassedly, I'm doing a routine inspection. Haha. Yes, I'm checking their motorcycles. Selena was too lazy to say anything more and threw the box into the sky. The black box quickly disintegrated and metal particles burst out. Ding ding ding, the pleasant sound of mechanical assembly rang out. I saw this mecha, with purple and white colors intersecting all over its body, two symmetrical metal ears standing upright on its head, and a fierce aura emanating from its two huge claws. There was a beautiful and elegant silver-white wolf head engraved on the chest of the mecha. The mecha moved. The sounds of metal friction actually faintly merged into the howls of a wolf. God of War series, Beastman Mecha, Thunder Wolf. After Selena finished speaking, she jumped onto the top of the mecha and saw the mecha quickly change and reorganize into a huge wolf king shining with silver light. Seeing the beast form of the Thunder Wolf, even Zhou Shiyun, who had seen many mechas, couldn't help but exclaim, "This is so cool." Zhou Shiyun trotted over and touched the giant wolf's tail and its paw. It felt like metal to the touch, but to the naked eye, the fur and the fierce look made it look like a real wolf. Cool, right? Come on, handsome boy. Let me take you for a ride. Selena controlled the giant wolf to lift Zhou Shiyun onto its back and started running. Zhou Shiyun was caught off guard and bumped heavily into Selena, his hands starting to touch everywhere because he was not used to it. After touching for a while, Zhou Shiyun opened his eyes, carefully felt the soft and elastic touch on his hand, and suddenly let go. Just as he was about to explain, he saw that Selena was already breathing rapidly. Her head was covered with blood, and she even had her own finger in her mouth. "Oh, make a contract with me. Have you thought about it?" Selena put down her fingers, turned around, and stuck close to Zhou Shiyun regardless of how the giant wolf ran. "Have I thought it through? Your Kuan has already started practicing, and you're still asking me if I've thought it through? I think you should ask yourself if you have thought it through." Zhou Shiyun was a little embarrassed by what he said because the giant wolf was running, and Selena was so beautiful, shaking, so it was inevitable that Kuan would have some reaction. At this point, Zhou Shiyun didn't say anything more and immediately completed the contract with Selena. Just when Zhou Shiyun wanted to conduct further research on the Thunder Wolf, Selena curled her lips and disarmed the mecha. "It's in public here. Maybe that old woman Dillies is spying on us." Zhou Shiyun whispered in Selena's ear. "It's not okay in public, but it's okay in private, right? You are such a bad little thing." Feeling itchy from the wind blown by Zhou Shiyun, Selena quickly ran away, covering her little face as she ran. Remember to come find me at night," Zhou Shiyun said loudly. "You have just obtained the Thunder Wolf, and you are not clear about the performance and capabilities of the mecha. Come to my room at night, and I will check it carefully for you." Chapter 89, D-Word's Training. Watching Selena jumping away, Zhou Shiyun found it hard to believe that this woman was already in her 30s. How does the saying go? A young woman with a sense of contrast is the killer of all young men. For a young guy like Zhou Shiyun, it is too difficult to control the gun. There is no other way. It seems that he can only fight Sister Nina again. Humming a cheerful tune, Zhou Shiyun walked towards home. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Anya sticking her little head into the TV. "Anya, move away from the TV. Why are you standing so close to it?" Anya waved her hands excitedly, staring at the screen intently, and said, "Brother Ayun, come and see. This Grandpa Nyo is so mean. Hututu killed the monster to save him. He even wants to drive Hututu back to the Fondo Garden. I tell you, Grandpa Nyo is old and confused. He couldn't see through the disguise of the white bone demon, so he drove Hututu away." Zhou Shiyun picked up Anya, put her on the sofa, and took some fruit to eat. "Where are your Sister Nina and Sister Lan?" When Zhou Shiyun came back, he saw that only Anya was left in the room, and the other girls were not at home. Anya replied, "It seems that Instructor Diul has arrived. They should go to training. As for me, it seems that I don't need to participate in the initial physical training, and I can follow the training later." Zhou Shiyun nodded. Speaking of the Combat Command Center, except for those two guys, no one dared to say that their physique was as strong as Anya's without wearing a mecha. He was also in a bad situation. After all, she is a super dragon, so the physical training methods used by ordinary humans may be just a joke to her. He rubbed Anya's hair until she bared her little fangs and was ready to bite him. Zhou Shiyun then laughed and let go of the little lowly-s head. "Okay, I'll go see how their training is going. There are some vegetables in the refrigerator. If you're hungry, you can heat them up and eat them yourself." Indoor training ground. Zhou Shiyun leaned against the door with his hands in his pockets and looked for a while. In the center of the training ground, a transparent semicircular glass cover covered the entire runway and the center of the runway. On the track, Strelitzia was leading the way, followed by Hathaway. Nellia knew she couldn't compete with the two in front, so she kept pace with Nina. Dial, the chief instructor, was standing next to Zhou Shiyun at this time, also watching with his hands folded, and the two were chatting. Mr. Diol, is the gravity device you mentioned really that magical? Dior was wearing a tight combat suit, and his curvy figure formed by long-term exercise was tightly wrapped by the tights. The most annoying thing is that no one knows who designed this combat uniform. It is all black, but there are two streamlined white cross logos from the collar to the abdomen, which is particularly eye-catching. Dior glanced at Zhou Shiyun, who was almost burying his head in his chest, and said unhappily, "Of course the things in the Sky City are amazing." Diol suddenly shouted, "Strelitzia, swing your arms wider. Move your legs wider. Who are you hesitating for?" Strelitzia Regini quickly adjusted her posture and hummed something. This thing can change the gravity of the surrounding magnetic field. It can be regarded as an amateur use of thrusters. Our training grounds are all equipped with this. Diol patiently explained, their physical fitness is better than that of ordinary people. Normal running is of little use. Only heavy pressure can effectively train them. Zhou Shiyun looked at the extraordinary-looking gravity glass cover and said, "Why didn't I have this when I was in the Sky City? I wanted to use it, but you have the death armor, so this gravity shield is useless to you." After that, Dior shouted again, "Strelitzia, what are you doing? I'm coming in to kick your ass. Run with all your heart, and don't stop until your legs are broken. If you get overtaken, I'll make you pay." Strelitzia rolled her eyes, ran forward, and overtook Hathaway, who had just exerted her strength. Hathaway was no pushover either. Seeing that she was easily surpassed, she quickened her pace and caught up. "Beautiful Ms. Diol, when can I go to the warehouse of Sky City again? Or when can we train alone again, so that I can become powerful as soon as possible?" Seeing Zhou Shiyun's sudden sincerity, Dior smiled and said, "You? Come on." Zhou Shiyun wanted to take out the dragon power sword and strike Dial. This woman had such a bad temper. Time passed quickly while chatting with Dial. Nina and Nellia in the gravity glass cover were already shaky and looked like they would fall if they were not careful. Hathaway, who was running in front, no longer had the energy to compete with Strelitzia Regini. She followed behind Strelitzia Regini, panting and running bit by bit. Dior snapped his fingers, causing Strelitzia and Hathaway to stagger, and the gravity on their bodies was increased again. "Keep running? Strelitzia, keep your back straight." As the recognized demon instructor of Sky City, Dial finally showed her fangs at this moment. Strelitzia, who was in the gravity shield, felt as if a heavy weight was tied to her legs, and she was carrying a huge volcano on her back, which was hot and heavy. In her eyes, she could no longer tell where the runway was or where to turn, but she was still persisting with only a burst of energy. "All right, rest for 20 minutes, and then we'll move on to the next item." A sound like the sound of nature rang out, and the four of them collapsed to the ground one after another, their chests heaving violently. Seeing that Dior was unmoved, Zhou Shiyun walked forward with a few bottles of energy drinks. As soon as he walked in, he saw a beautiful scene. The four of them lay flat on the ground, their clothes stuck to their bodies due to sweat. Their chests shook constantly due to their heavy breathing, and the sweat stains made their long legs look extremely tender. And there were four such beautiful scenes. Zhou Shiyun smiled and helped the four girls up one by one. He fed Nina some water and massaged Hathaway's legs. In short, with only 20 minutes of rest time, Zhou Shiyun was so busy that he was sweating profusely and his hands were sore. Well, for the record, Nina's legs are more fleshy, while Nellia's legs are very smooth, but unfortunately they are too thin. Strelitzia's leg muscles are very developed and feel good, but her legs are a bit rough and should be taken care of. After the round, what surprised Zhou Shiyun the most was Hathaway's long legs. A pair of long legs are white and tender with a hint of pink. The skin is smooth and delicate, as if water could be pinched out of it. The leg muscles are evenly distributed, and the touch is so soothing that one will never forget the past. Legs play here. Have you rested enough? Get up and follow me. Strelitzia, I'm talking to you. Get up now. Chapter 90. Shocked to hear our tongue? Several girls got up from the ground with red faces. Everyone looked a little strange. Nina even looked at Zhou Shiyun a little embarrassedly. And Hathaway even stepped on Zhou Shiyun hard when passing by him, which made Zhou Shiyun a little confused. What's the matter? I just felt that her legs felt good when I touched them, so I touched them a little too much. At worst, I can just let her touch me back next time. But next time I'd better not be so blatant and lift up her shorts and touch her thighs. It makes me feel guilty. Following behind Hathaway, Zhou Shiyun took advantage of no one's attention and ran up to slap Hathaway on the butt. then ran away, so quickly that only his back was left. Hathaway quickly covered her, but and looked at everyone's eyes, a strange emotion rising from the bottom of her heart. This feeling. Hathaway bit her lip and said coquettishly, "Zhou Shiyun, just wait for me. I will make you pay." "What? You still want to be spanked by me?" "Ha ha ha." Zhou Shiyun's words made Hathaway stomp her feet in anger again. Zhou Shiyun had a lot of fun playing with it like a child who got a new toy, and he secretly patted Hathaway's butt twice along the way. The latter's cheeks turned red, and her legs trembled and bent slightly inward. The other three girls should have been united in fighting against Zhou Shiyun's evil clutches, but they had just finished training, so how could they have the strength to resist Zhou Shiyun? It was good enough that they were not bullied. So seeing Hathaway covering her buttocks for fear of being attacked, the other girls had to try to hide to the side to reduce their presence, for fear of being noticed by the bad guy Zhou Shiyun. After playing and fooling around all the way, they finally arrived at the training place. Hathaway quickly moved closer to do her, fearing that she would be spanked again. After our physical fitness is improved, we need reaction speed. People with quick reaction speed can always make the most correct and effective actions in the shortest time when facing different dangers. As Diol spoke, he opened the door of the room, inside which stood 6 oval-shaped enclosed instruments. When your muscles are sore to the limit, the subconscious reaction is the most correct response given by the human body's danger warning. Now I want your muscles to remember how to deal with danger. Diol introduced. These instruments will shoot rubber bullets or swing wooden swords from all directions. Be careful to avoid them. Okay, go in, half an hour each time. Strelitzia Regini will add 10 minutes. Strelitzia nodded with a bitter face. She thought she had escaped from the teacher's clutches, but she was caught after all. Time passed quickly, and it was 4 days later. Zhou Shiyun was controlling the direction of the rubber bullet to bully Strelitzia Regini at the operating table, when he suddenly put down the joystick. He raised his head and looked around. An inexplicable palpitation came from the depths of his soul, causing Zhou Shiyun's hair to stand on end. An unspeakable fear quickly invaded Zhou Shiyun's brain. Without staying any longer, Zhou Shiyun ran away, rushed to the 99th floor at the fastest speed, and knocked on Dilly's door. But after knocking twice, Zhou Shiyun felt his eyes go dark, and his body slowly slid down the door. In the last moment before closing my eyes, I saw Dilly's anxious eyes. All I see is distortion. All I see is abstraction. All I see is darkness. Bizarre metals formed various twisted creatures. A humanoid creature with terrifying claws was swallowed by a silver metal flower. A metal crow that fell on a tree suddenly stretched out its neck and opened its mouth to bite off the head of a giant metal tiger. The land on the continent is flying. The rivers are flowing backwards, and all kinds of metal creatures are engaging in intrigue and killing. Right in the center of sight, a dark brown tentacle emerged from the ground, covered with thorn-like metallic hairs, and at the very top of the tentacle was a small ball. In the following time, Zhou Shiyun saw this tentacle swallowing various metal monsters step by step and fighting with various things. It also began to evolve upward from a small tentacle, until its tentacles and body were intertwined, and it waved its hands to create hundreds of thousands of alien armies, invading other universes in a terrifying posture. Until he met a girl holding a huge golden sword and a golden and domineering mecha. The whole world disappeared, just like the TV was turned off. How about this? Am I awesome? Are you scared? Hurry up and contribute your source nuclear energy, and I will accept you as my subordinate. When Zhou Shiyun turned his head, he saw the tentacle that had swallowed the sky and the earth and spanned multiple universes, now looking up and threatening him with a sinister look on its face. The small orb on top of his head was now showing human features. Silence. In the long silence, the tentacle shouted, "How dare you underestimate me, you bastard? Watch out!" The tentacle jumped up, closed its tentacles, and kicked Zhou Shiyun's boots. Yes, this little tentacle is now not even as tall as Zhou Shiyun's boots when it stands up. Zhou Shiyun bent down and grabbed the small tentacle, starting to observe everything clearly. Nameless, essential universe, quality, age, young awakening. Attributes, all attributes affinity, innate skills, endless reproduction, infinite reproduction, devouring spirits, parasitic coexistence. Source nuclear level. When the weak points of the roots and the small ball on the head are attacked, skills cannot be used. Introduction. Wuming has passed the rebirth period, awakened his innate skills, recovered his memory, and is returning to his peak. Attention, this creature is extremely harmful to the world. Please deal with it properly. Friendly reminder. The body that has grown again after swallowing the dragon crystal seems to have a different evolutionary path. Zhou Shiyun studied Wuming carefully and figured out the function of his new talent skill. When the devouring spirit is activated, it can devour all kinds of energy to evolve, including soil and tree trunks. In short, it is not picky about food and is easy to feed. Parasitic coexistence is amazing. This skill can actually possess a mecha or himself. It improves the element conversion ability and element affinity of the host. The cost is the host's source core energy. Zhou Shiyun waved his hand to shatter the spiritual space constructed by nameless memories and opened his eyes. Looking at the warm lights on the ceiling, the light yellow attire around him, and smelling the pleasant fragrance, Zhou Shiyun came to a shocking conclusion in his heart. This is Dillasai's bedroom. He is lying on Dillasai's bed. When he turned around, he saw Dilly sleeping next to his head with her hands under her head. As soon as he turned his head, Dilly's woke up. Their eyes met, their noses touching. Zhou Shiyun could clearly feel the hot breath exhaled by Dilly's. Just when Dilly's was at a loss and her brain was confused, a wet, slippery foreign object passed between her lips. Zhou Shiyun stuck out his tongue for some unknown reason. Chapter 91. Regeneration of Broken Limbs. No, listen to my explanation. This is force majeure, force majeure. Zhou Shiyun hugged the quilt and huddled in a corner of the bed. Facing Dilly's livid face, he was very panicked. Question licked Dilly's. What to do when blocked in bed? Waiting online, very urgent. Hey, don't do it, Lady Dilly's. I told you I was just impulsive, and I just sobered up and couldn't react. Dillasai wiped her lips with the back of her hand and said coldly, Zhou Shiyun, get out right now. Walked out of Dilly's room in 2 steps at a time and headed towards the 98th floor. Dillasai, who was standing behind, saw that Zhou Shiyun was fine, so she slammed the door. Dilly's behind the door looked at the back of her hand, unable to come back to her senses for a long time. Strangeness. Layer. Zhou Shiyun wrapped Wuming's small tentacle around his wrist again, leaving only the small ball on top of his head exposed. Your name is Zhou Shiyun, right? Zhou Shiyun, let me go immediately and hand over the dragon crystal and the dragon core in your hand. Otherwise, I will let you know how powerful I am. Wuming hit the back of Zhou Shiyun's hand with the small ball and shouted, Did you hear me? Bastard, let me go. Zhou Shiyun couldn't stand the noise anymore, so he reached out and grabbed Wuming's little head and squeezed it gently. Let me go. It hurts so much, you bastard. Let me go, let's fight fair. Let me go. I will kill you. Zhou Shiyun did not answer, but suddenly increased the strength of his hands, squeezing the nameless little ball's head together. Let me go, it's exploding. My head is exploding. Brother Zhou, Master Zhou, I was wrong. I was really wrong. I won't scream or make any more noise. Just let me go. Holding Wuming in his hand, Zhou Shiyun spoke word by word. Wuming, I don't care how powerful you were before. I was the one who saved you from Dilly's, and I fed you dragon crystals during your freshman period. Without me, you would have turned into metal parts and been studied by others. So, I don't ask you to submit to me right now. What I want is for you to work for me. I will provide you with dragon crystal and a place to live. Okay, Brother Zhou. I agree. Seeing that he really didn't dare to say anything more, Zhou Shiyun let go of his hand, shook off Wuming, and knocked on Esley's door. The door opened, and after saying hello to Esley, Zhou Shiyun hurriedly walked past Esley and walked towards his mother, who was sitting on the sofa. Mother, come quickly. I can heal your leg. Nebeka was also delighted and said, Really? If it doesn't work, son, don't force yourself. Zhou Shiyun waved his hand and said, Don't worry, mother, just watch out. After saying that, Zhou Shiyun raised his hand and tapped Wuming. Wuming stuck his head out from his sleeves and glanced at Nebeka, then said, It's okay to heal the legs. 10 dragon crystals at a time. Seeing this little thing coming out of Zhou Shiyun's sleeve and being able to speak, Nebeka and Esley looked at each other with confusion in their eyes. Wait, he's a little disobedient. Zhou Shiyun raised his hand to pinch him. No, Brother Zhou, it's just a leg treatment. How dare I ask for dragon crystal? I'm just joking, just watch. You deserve to be punished. Zhou Shiyun pointed his left hand at Nebeka's broken leg. Eternal life. As Wuming shouted, Nebeka's shriveled trouser legs slowly became fuller. At this moment, Nebeka could clearly feel the sensation in her lower limbs and could feel the discomfort of her tender flesh rubbing against her pants. Esley's eyes widened in shock. This ability is too powerful. It's simply a magical skill. Even though Esley was a man with a lot of experience, he had never seen a skill that could make broken legs grow back. The bones of the feet slowly stretched out from the trouser legs and were soon covered with blood vessels and fascia, and finally tender skin and flesh grew out. Okay, I'm going to sleep. Dragon Crystal is calling me. Wuming hung his head. He was very tired this time. Nebeka stretched her legs in disbelief, feeling the sensation in her legs that had been missing for many years regaining, and she slowly stood up. Puff! Nebeka staggered and almost fell to the ground, but was supported by Zhou Shiyun. Thank you, son. Thank you. Nebeka choked up and didn't know what to say for a moment. Ever since Zhou Shiyun could remember, his mother had been confined to a mechanical prosthesis and a wheelchair all day long, and she had to adjust the height of the wheelchair and the position of the mechanical prosthesis from time to time. Although he didn't say it, every time Zhou Shiyun saw his mother struggling to adjust, he felt as if his heart was being strangled and he felt indescribable pain. But it all ends today. It's okay, mother. I finally cured your leg. Zhou Shiyun shouted happily. His voice was so loud that it shook away Zhou Shiyun's discomfort and dispelled the haze that had shrouded Nebeka for many years. Mom, your legs are just fine, but your body is not used to it yet. Let's take it slow. Remember not to do strenuous exercise. Zhou Shiyun supported Nebeka and walked for a while, and the discomfort in Nebeka's legs gradually disappeared. She pushed away Zhou Shiyun's supporting hand and took a difficult but determined step forward. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. When I turned around, Nebeka had already walked from the sofa to the balcony. Prosperous city outside, Nebeka smiled from the bottom of her heart. After saying something to Esley, Zhou Shiyun took Nebeka back to his 97th floor. As soon as Zhou Shiyun entered the room, he saw that the girls who had been training had finished their training and were now lying on the sofa with their arms and legs spread out. Seeing Zhou Shiyun coming back, the girls could only raise their hands to greet him. Only Anya threw herself into Zhou Shiyun's arms. Holding Anya, Zhou Shiyun opened the door. A woman with pink hair walked in from behind the door. She looked dignified, and although she had been eroded by time, her charm had not diminished at all. Instead, she had become more majestic. Even though she was dressed simply and her walking posture was extremely strange, the women did not dare to be negligent and quickly stood up. Strelitzia tidied up the coffee table. Hathaway pulled at the messy sofa cover. Nina went into the kitchen at a loss to make tea, and Nellia hurried forward to support her. Mother, is your leg okay? Please sit down. After walking around Nebeka, Nellia quickly helped Nebeka sit on the sofa. You please have some tea. Nina held the tea bowl and handed it over respectfully. Annie, have some fruit. Strelitzia handed over the fruit on the coffee table. Hathaway looked around and saw nothing suitable, so she quickly walked behind Nebeka and said, Annie, let me massage your shoulders. Looking at the women around her, who looked nervous and as if they were facing a great enemy, Nebeka twitched her lips. You're a man who has hidden so many beauties. You're so lucky. Chapter 92, Red Killer God. Zhou Shiyun wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his face and quickly changed the subject. Well, it's because we need to learn together. I'm their contracted maintenance engineer, so of course we need to learn how to cooperate with each other frequently. Oh, really? You really don't have any other thoughts? Nebeka didn't believe Zhou Shiyun's words and asked. Of course. Oh, by the way, Mother, this is Chi Yimwe's current driver. Zhou Shiyun pulled Nina, who was still looking down in a daze, over and laughed. Nina's body trembled, and she was shyly shrinking her head like a frightened little rabbit. In fact, she was very nervous. Facing a senior who had driven the same mecha before, Nina didn't know what to do. She could only pull the corners of her mouth and said reluctantly, Annie, hello? I am Nina, the pilot of Chi Yinwu. My source core level is 51. I am good at using spears and swords. My height is... Nebeka pulled Nina's hand and touched the rough skin at the base of her thumb due to long-term training, feeling a little distressed. Nina, right? You don't have to be nervous. Since the Red Flame Spirit has chosen you, you are the pilot of the Red Flame Dance. No one dares to say otherwise. Raise your head and introduce yourself openly. Nina looked up at Zhou Shiyun, swallowed her saliva, took a deep breath, and said confidently, Nina, the captain of the Yuan City Mecha Combat Team, the pilot of the modern Mecha Chi Yinwu. Well, it's still a bit awkward after all. Zhou Shiyun secretly complained in his heart. After Nina's behavior, the remaining girls didn't know what happened. They seemed to be shocked, as if they were daughters-in-law meeting their mother-in-law for the first time. They nervously but boldly introduced themselves. Even Anya timidly said, I am Aliyah. I bit my tongue out of nervousness, which made everyone laugh and also alleviated the nervousness of the first meeting. When Zhou Shiyun came out of the toilet, he saw Rebecca with Anya sitting on her lap, holding 2 children in each of her left and right hands, and 2 more sitting on a small stool in front of her, chatting happily. Really? Ayun wet his pants when he was 6 years old. Yes. He wet his pants and got up in the middle of the night to blow dry his pants, which burned 2 holes in the bedding. Ha. Zhou Shiyun heard these words at the bathroom door, which made him feel a little embarrassed. Hey mom, is it really okay to talk about your son's dark history in front of so many people? Seeing Rebecca and the others laughing so hard that they couldn't stop, especially Strelitzia, who was swaying with laughter, hanging on Zhou Shiyun and giggling in Zhou Shiyun's ear. You like to laugh, don't you? Zhou Shiyun stretched out his evil hands, grabbed Strelitzia with one hand, and scratched the soft flesh on her waist with the other. Stop. I won't laugh anymore. Stop tickling me. Everyone was playing and laughing, and Rebecca even cooked the meal herself, making everyone exclaim that the food was delicious. After dinner, Dior called, and Strelitzia stretched helplessly. After a few days of training, my physical strength has increased day by day. I can feel myself getting stronger day by day, and I am naturally very happy. However, what followed was a rapid increase in training intensity, especially for Strelitzia Regini, which was the focus of attention. It was extremely painful. After dinner, so Zhou Shiyun simply took Rebecca to watch their training. Inside the training ground, the glass cover was gleaming brightly, and the small door opposite the entrance was lifted up, and the gas under heavy pressure burst out. Several people walked in. Zhou Shiyun was sure that if he didn't have the death suit on, he would be grinning like Nellia at this moment. Outside the glass cover, Diol looked at Rebecca for a long time, unable to come back to his senses. You are Red Killer God from back then? Rebecca nodded and said, It's been so long. You still remember me? Of course. I remember you were in the same group as the General and Dillies. Dior poked Rebecca's leg happily and exclaimed, Your leg is healed? Rebecca's expression flickered as she recalled the past. She was once the youngest codenamed mecha pilot in the city. She led the younger generation in both personal ability and mecha combat. At the age of 18, he independently led a combat team to kill a super dragon. He guarded one side. He even took Dillies to participate in the selection of Sky City, making the city famous for being at the bottom of the 7 main cities in terms of strength. However, he performed poorly in the finals and did not get a new codename Mecha, while Dillies was favored by the guardians of the previous generation of the city, and the general was even noticed by the big shots of the Sky City. But even if she only used the red flame dance, Rebecca made a name for herself on the battlefield. Memories are killing me. Until Rebecca smiled and said, Yes, it's cured. What are you practicing? Dior did not put on airs and introduced. Today we are going to strengthen their battlefield killer moves and eliminate their unnecessary movements. Rebecca nodded, signaling Dior to ignore her and let her continue. Dior stepped into the gravity shield and distributed the weapons in his hands. He picked up a long black metal stick for teaching. Fighting on the battlefield is not like ordinary sparring. If you make the slightest mistake, you will die. With a reaction speed that's no less powerful than a dragon, we must use it in actual combat. The transmission of mecha movements takes time, so we must make the best solution within the reaction time. Diol pointed at Strelitzia, who was holding a dagger. Come on, Xiaolan, attack me. Strelitzia acted decisively and attacked forward with a dagger in hand. One hand reaches out, while the other hand presses down to block. Bite! Sparks flew between the long stick and the dagger in the air. When Strelitzia withdrew her hand, Dare shook her wrist, and the tip of the long stick hit Strelitzia's hand. Immediately, the long stick, like a snake on the tarsal bone, stuck to Strelitzia's arm and hit Strelitzia's neck. What are you doing with your left hand? Don't you know how to raise it to block? Dial raised his long stick high and smashed it down. Come again! Diol shouted and continued his attack, forcing Strelitzia to move further and further back and barely resist. Left shoulder, chest, thigh. Outside the glass cover, Rebecca couldn't bear to watch it anymore and gave a hint. As the former red killing god, even though he has not been on the battlefield for many years, his vision has not disappeared. At some point, Rebecca's warning stopped, but the attacks on the field did not stop. Strelitzia was breathing heavily. She had no time to think about anything else at the moment. Her eyes were only on Dial opposite her and the long stick in her hand. Two daggers broke through the air, hooked horizontally, stabbed straight, and pulled up. Stop! Dayar shouted and stopped the attack, and Strelitzia dropped her hands helplessly. Chapter 93. Ignition Parasitic Coexistence. Time passed quickly, and everyone, including Zhou Shiyun, went through the combat training with Dial. And Dial acquiesced to Nebeka's suggestion, which enabled everyone to at least survive the initial stage of the attack and find their own way of attack. Because Nebeka was there, Zhou Shiyun trained obediently today. He was too embarrassed to bully these girls in front of his mother. When I turned around, I saw Dial whispering something to Nebeka. It seemed that Dial was asking something and was surprised when he got the answer. Later, then Nebeka came over and said loudly, "Hello. Next, I will teach you a forbidden technique. However, I hope you will never use it. Watch carefully. Watch the path of the source core in my body." After Nebeka finished speaking, the source nuclear energy in her body surged, and the source nuclear energy flowed back from her lower abdomen to the top of her head, causing the tendons and veins to bulge out in the areas not covered by Dial's combat suit. It was visible to the naked eye that the scattered source nuclear energy was dancing around Nebeka, faintly forming a circle. Dial explained, "This is a life-threatening forbidden technique used by ordinary mecha pilots a long time ago. You choose how much source core to burn to form a self-circulating source core energy ball. The mechanic in mecha at the center will absorb all external source core energy in the next 5 minutes. That is to say, once the burning source technique is activated, there will be no shortage of source nuclear energy for at least 5 minutes. This forbidden technique cannot be obtained normally. Even in the Sky City, it has to be exchanged for merits. If the energy of the burning source core is sufficient, the duration can be increased. However, I do not recommend that you do this. It would be bad if you damage the source." Dior changed the subject and said, "But once this forbidden technique is used, you will fall into a 3-day forced weakness period. It is a life-threatening method. You must ensure that the battle can be resolved within 10 minutes. Otherwise, you will die. Miss Nebeka taught you this top-level forbidden technique. I hope you won't bury the burning source technique." Hearing this, everyone quickly put away their fatigue and focused on studying. Humph, this kind of low-level forbidden technique is only regarded as a treasure by you humans. But humans are just like that. They don't have much knowledge. Back then, I was deceived by a piece of low-level source core crystal. Zhou Shiyun put his hands behind his back and pinched Wu Ming's mouth tightly, making him unable to make any sound. "Shut up. I'll settle the score with you when we get back." 10 minutes passed quickly. The source core circle around Nebeka disappeared, and she became much more listless. Zhou Shiyun hurried forward and cast a purification spell to clear away Nebeka's fatigue. But since she was in a weak period, he couldn't do anything. None of them were without understanding, so even if they only performed it once, everyone would remember it. So, 10 minutes later, Zhou Shiyun, despite being tired and weak, performed the purification spell one by one. The exhausted source core energy was squeezed out again, and Zhou Shiyun felt really uncomfortable. Fortunately, the source core energy required for the purification technique was not much. After a bullet was fired at himself, Zhou Shiyun felt better and caught up with the main force. Hey, you heartless people. I used the purification technique on you when I was weak. Why don't you wait for me?" When he returned to the 97th floor, Zhou Shiyun sat down and buried his whole body in the sofa. Only then did I remember the nameless thing in my hand. Raising his hand, Zhou Shiyun shook his head and said, "Can't you just be quiet for a day? Can't you just swallow your dragon crystals? Why do you have to jump out and show your presence?" Wu Ming shook his little head slightly. "Oh, it's just a low-level forbidden technique, just a rough use of the source nuclear energy, and you're not allowed to talk about it. Then teach me the advanced forbidden technique," Zhou Shiyun said angrily. "Haha, I never bother to use those forbidden techniques. I always rely on myself. Hey, brother Zhou, don't pinch me. I was just joking." Zhou Shiyun curled his lips and said, "You are a little jerk who knows nothing, and you are trying to act like a big brother? What use are you to? I'm useless. Just watch out, kid." Wu Ming swung his body and his roots pierced into Zhou Shiyun's wrist. This made Zhou Shiyun scream, but he didn't feel the same way. Parasitic coexistence start. Host transfers the negative effects of the whole body. Reversible. Host element affinity reaches the current source core level. The source core energy absorption speed reaches the current source core level. Host strength, agility, and endurance increased by 300. Activate twins. Damage automatically halved. Mecha not detected. Current parasitic coexistence time, remaining minutes. A long list of reminders flashed through Zhou Shiyun's mind, and he almost jumped up from the sofa. The feeling of weakness disappeared, replaced by a strength that came from within. I felt as if I had no lack of strength all over my body, and there was energy everywhere waiting to be absorbed, and I inexplicably found many more ways to use the elements. However, all this came to an abrupt end when Wuming got out of Zhou Shiyun's wrist. Your parasitic coexistence is simply, can you use it on others? Wuming raised his head, then immediately lowered it again, and Zhou Shiyun couldn't bear to shout at him. Okay, then remember to let me know when you can use it. Putting Wuming on his wrist, Zhou Shiyun stood up and used a round of purification magic on Nebeka and others. However, forcing the use of purification during a period of weakness is useless. Ayun, is this the alien species you mentioned? It's pretty cute. Nina boldly poked Wuming, causing the latter to shout, "Don't touch me, stupid woman." Although this guy can't accept being touched by others, he can play with Anya. It even broke away from Zhou Shiyun's wrist and jumped onto Anya's head. Zhou Shiyun felt strange and listened closely. He heard Wuming mutter, "It's just barely strong enough to be a temporary mount." Zhou Shiyun didn't care much about it. Since Anya liked it and Wuming didn't have the ability to hurt Anya, he just let them go. "Mother, were you famous in the past?" Instructor Dio seemed to respect you. Dior smiled and said, "She was a household name in the city back then. There were few people who didn't know her. The big shots in Sky City liked her very much." "Really? Instructor Dior, please introduce him to us." Next, everyone sat around the sofa and listened carefully to Dior's stories from the past. Although Nebeka felt a little embarrassed, she did not say anything to stop it. When she heard something wrong, Nebeka would smile and explain. Zhou Shiyun himself did not expect that the mother who looked so haggard on the hospital bed, the mother who looked so fragile in the wheelchair, had once been so strong. Chapter 94. Emergency Rescue. Ling City was attacked. It was getting late, so everyone smacked their lips and ended today's topic. Zhou Shiyun lost interest, as he hadn't heard enough. Over the next few days, everyone continued to be tortured by Dior. Without Nebeka's guidance and tips, they were forced to defend themselves relying only on their own combat experience, and had no chance to attack at all. However, even so, over the past few days, the strength and fighting skills of several people have become more and more advanced. Compared with before when they could only be beaten unilaterally by Dior, it has been a great improvement. This night, Nebeka volunteered to carry the small vegetable basket and walk towards the kitchen, which scared Zhou Shiyun and Nellia so much that they hurried forward to stop her. "Mom, you are so tired after a day, let us cook the meal." After saying that, Zhou Shiyun took the small basket of vegetables from Nebeka's hand. "I just rest all day and watch you guys train. Why should I be tired?" Nebeka was a little puzzled. "You guys don't think my cooking is bad, do you?" "How could that be, Annie? Come and try some of our newly grown fruits and vegetables." Nina stepped forward to smooth things over. "Drip, drip, drip. All codename mecha pilots, please go to the training ground. All codename mecha pilots, please go to the training ground." A shrill alarm sounded, and several people hurriedly put down what they were doing and rushed out. "Ayun, look after your sister." Nebeka followed anxiously behind her. "Come back safely. I'll prepare a meal for you." Hearing this, Zhou Shiyun couldn't help but quicken his pace. "Well, now that we're back, let's go out to eat." Below the Combat Command Center, there is a huge training ground. Gathered all the code-named mecha pilots. Dilisai appeared on the high platform above, glanced at Zhou Shiyun and others and said, "Just now, we received an emergency distress signal from Ling City. They claimed that they were attacked by a group of humanoid metal monsters. Their desire for destruction is very strong, and their strength is also extremely strong. The most important thing is that they are invincible. At present, the only code-named mecha pilot in Ling City has also disappeared in the battle, leaving only a few ministers struggling to hold on." Dilisai shouted, "Zhou Shiyun, Selena, Strelitzia, Nina, Nellia, Hathaway, Anya. Your mission is to rescue Lingshire with all your strength and search for the trace of the driver. And find that monster and kill him." Zhou Shiyun and the others stepped forward, pounding their chests with their right hands and saying in unison, "Got it." As Zhou Shiyun and the others set off, Dilisai retreated to the shadow of the platform and said, "You go follow them and protect their safety." "Why? You doubt?" "Well, according to the information we received recently, The monster has grown to an unpredictable level. Esley's eyes sparkled, and he turned and left without asking any more questions. The dragons are restless, the other dimension is unstable, and now even the human race is experiencing changes. It's a troubled time. I should make some preparations. Dilly's pinched her nose bridge, and her originally tired eyes slowly became firm, as if she had made a choice. On the way, Selena explained to everyone. Ling City is more like a small refuge than a city. The population is only about 20,000 people. It is not self-sufficient in resources, so we have to travel around the wasteland frequently to obtain resources and trade with other cities. Strelitzia thought for a moment and said, "The guardian of Ling City seems to be that evildoer. He is extremely talented, but he is only willing to guard his own little piece of land. He even rejected the invitation from Sky City." Yes, that's her. The God King series, heavy artillery. It is also known as a war fortress that can rival the world-destroying level. Selena said. Zhou Shiyun said in disbelief. Is it the mecha that was rated as the 10th best by outsiders? How could she come to our rescue when she is guarding the place? Selena shook her head. She didn't know either. Zhou Shiyun swallowed his saliva. The danger of this trip was like a hammer hitting his heart. Everyone was silent and moved forward at a very fast speed. The atmosphere in the air was tense and solemn. 70 kilometers away. From a distance, you can see the black smoke coming from over there and the battle between mechas and monsters over Ling City. No, just calling them monsters is not enough to describe what is before our eyes. On the huge, humanoid metal body, human arms, thighs, and heads stretched out from the body in all directions, and pieces of a dragon's corpse were also embedded on the surface of the skin. It's like throwing humans, dragons, and various metals into a blender, stirring them for dozens of minutes, and then taking them out and forcibly putting them together. Just watching from a distance made me feel uncomfortable. Kill, 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 eat, eat, eat. Sharp and crazy sounds came from the heads of those monsters. They had gone mad. Zhou Shiyun stuffed dragon crystals into his mouth frantically with one hand and applied a layer of god-level enchantment to the 6 mechas with the other hand. Hathaway, Nellia are in one group, Nina and Anya are in one group. Don't be too far away from me. Activate overload and combustion techniques when necessary. Don't be afraid of the sequelae. I'm here. Let the battle begin. Zhou Shiyun gave an order, and everyone controlled the mecha, took out their weapons, and flew forward. Zhou Shiyun himself entered Selena's Thunderwolf. God of War, super speed, thunder explosion. A column of purple lightning shot out from the chest of the Thunderwolf and pierced through the chest of a monster. But in just a moment, the big hole in the chest that was pierced by lightning quickly recovered as before, and the monster bit it. Zhou Shiyun frowned. This thing was not very strong, but it was just like a cockroach that could not be killed. If there were a large number of them, they could be dragged to death. A keen eye for detail. Alien monster. Characteristics. Super strong self-healing ability. Super strong evolution ability. Strong desire for destruction. Weakness. The brain has been invaded and has lost the ability to think independently. The source core in the brain is the weakness. Attack the monster's head. If it has no head, search its body and smash any exposed heads. Wolf King, Dimensional Wave. Selena controlled the Thunder Wolf to use dimensional waves, and sound waves that disrupted the space were emitted, all aimed at the head on the monster's skin. As the attack stopped, the monster slowly fell down, and the dragon and human corpses disintegrated and split into dark brown blood. Only then did a male figure with a smashed head fall to the ground. Sisters, city support is here. Hold on. Aim at the heads of these monsters. Above Ling City, more than a dozen blood-stained mechas once again exerted their remaining strength, trying to break through the encirclement of monsters and rush towards Zhou Shiyun. Sister Lan, you're fast. Leave the monsters over here to us. You break in and help them. Chapter 95. Heavy Artillery. Estessa. Strelitzia nodded, and the yin-yang fish flew over quickly, smashing the head of the monster in front of it, increased the horsepower of the thrusters, and rushed into the encirclement. With the addition of Strelitzia, the pressure on pilots operating in Ling City was greatly reduced. Everyone, be careful. We're not sure if there are any other monsters in the city. The monsters in the air have been cleared, Zhou Shiyun said as he treated the injured Qi Yinwu. Don't worry, the heavy artillery guardians have already wiped out all the monsters in the city. The ones in the air just now were the last batch of monsters. I just don't know if there will be more monsters attacking next. Zhou Shiyan nodded and looked at the miserable situation in Ling City. Then you guys should go to rescue them quickly. Where is the heavy artillery? A lady who was the leader of the dozen or so pilots who stayed behind said, Thank you. Heroes from all the cities. Ling City is indebted to you this time. If there is more, we will tell you slowly when we return triumphantly. The heavy artillery lady is chasing that monster over there. She pointed in the direction of the north. At that moment, there was a raging miasma over there, as if there were ferocious beasts galloping. Zhou Shiyan, Nellia, Nina, Hathaway, the three of you go to Ling City to rescue and guard. If we don't come back today, notify Dilisai. Even though they were a little reluctant and worried about Zhou Shiyan facing unknown dangers, at this critical moment, Nellia and others did not say much. Really, mecha pilots like Selena, their strength is relatively weaker. Be careful. Zhou Shiyan and others rushed all the way north from Ling City, and they could see the corpses of various monsters on the road. Wait, Strelitzia, be careful. D. A sharp claw swept past. Wushuang raised his hand to block, but before he could open the shield, 3 hideous claw marks appeared on his arm. It was a close call. If it weren't for Master Dio's teaching, I would have been exposed. Strelitzia shook her hands and slashed out with her 2-handed daggers, beheading the monster. Kato's hand. Both of you be careful. Safety comes first. This is not a training ground. Zhou Shiyan was also a little scared. It was really thrilling just now. 10 minutes later, there is a nuclear energy fluctuation ahead. It should be the heavy artillery. Be alert. Zhou Shiyan shouted, reminding the 2 girls. Break through the miasma. What came into view was a military green mecha with 2 towering gun barrels on the back, a pair of giant brass knuckles on one hand, and a huge rifle in one hand. The connection between the chest and lower waist did not have the streamlined and light setting of a normal mecha, but instead had extremely thick armor. Heavy artillery. Estesh's lower limbs are extremely thick, and if you look closely, you can see that there are countless tiny nails deeply rooted in the ground at the soles of her feet. This mecha looks much heavier than the God of War series of Strelitzia and others, and feels quite bloated. But the cold and huge hot fire rifle will make anyone who dares to defy it pay the price. When Zhou Shiyan and others arrived, they saw that the heavy artillery was using brass knuckles to press against the monster's chest, while the huge rifle in the other hand was spitting out flames at the monster's head. When everyone got closer to take a look, they saw that what came out of the rifle were not ordinary bullets, but powerful fire elemental bullets with penetrating function. Estisa, be careful. That monster has more than 2 claws. Clang. Sparks flew, and the monster grew another claw on its body and smashed it hard into the heavy artillery's chest. Oh, that's powerful. Disgusting monster, try this. The heavy artillery's arm changed, and the original brass knuckles turned into a thick gun barrel, which suddenly pierced into the monster's body. Advanced element awakening. Fire reflection, sky-blasting fire cannon. Fierce flames spewed out of the barrel, as if a fire dragon had reappeared in the world. However, in a moment, the monster had no chance to resist before its head was pierced. You endangered Ling City and made me chase you for so long. Die now. The monster's body drooped limply, the heavy artillery finally retracting its combat form. The 2 huge gun barrels on the back retracted into the body, and the rifle iron in the hand and the mecha behind the body, the chest shield and the mecha on the feet were all retracted inward, returning to normal form. Something is wrong. The bodies of the previous monsters would disintegrate when they died, but this monster is wrong. Zhou Shiyan's reminder instantly opened up his keen observation. The beginning of monsters. The characteristics of the dragon, humans, and mechas are combined, and the ability to split and heal is achieved. As long as there is a little tissue left, it can be restored. After recovery, the strength is simultaneously enhanced. Weakness destroys all bodies at the same time. Hint: he seems to hate all humans in his heart, and the one he hates the most is Zhou Shiyan. This is complete bullshit. If all tissues were completely wiped out, what would survive? Doesn't this mean there are no weaknesses? Besides, what's the matter with that hint? Didn't I just beat this guy up? Is he still holding a grudge? At the spot, the monster's body twitched slightly, and its muscles instantly bounced up, directly flying dozens of meters away. As the muscles twitched, a terrifying huge human head quickly stretched out the broken flesh on its neck and grew out. You are? Kill. I'm going to kill you. How pathetic. Is this what you wish for? You might as well be dead if you look like a ghost. You are not even sane. Zhou Shiryun looked at him with disdain and asked, "Where did you take Basil? Tell me, and I can make your death easier." Being strong is a wish. Basil ate it. Eat it. Ha ha. You have to eat it too. Foul-smelling, saliva flowed from the monster's mouth. At this moment, it had lost its judgment of danger and only had the desire to kill in its mind. Eat it. You tell me you ate him? You dare to eat him? Zhou Shiryun took the azure dragon sword in his hand, jumped out of Selena's cockpit, and shot onto the monster at a high speed. Don't go. I'm afraid his strength has already reached level 5. Esdisa controlled the heavy artillery and stopped Zhou Shiryun. Zhou Shiryun took 2 deep breaths and suppressed his anxiety. When he heard the news just now, he couldn't control his emotions for a moment. Let go. Zhou Shiryun's eyes were calm, and he looked at the monster as if he was looking at a corpse. Appearing in the cockpit of the Thunderwolf again, Selena Brick looked over and saw that Zhou Shiryun had a cold expression on his face and murderous intent in his eyes. Esdisa, full power output. Selena, use thunderclouds to block its movement. Sister Lawn, don't let any of her tissue escape. I'm going to cut open its belly and see if Basil is inside. Everyone had no objection to Zhou Shiryun's order, and Esdisa had no objection either. Everyone found the appropriate output position and surrounded the monster. For this kind of disgusting monster that can't be killed, surrounding and killing it is the most effective way of attack. Chapter 96. First meeting with Esdisa. Ha! They're all eaten. Eaten. The monster's muscles twitched as its twisted and irregular claws broke through its body and stretched out. Above those claws, there was a disgusting mouth with fangs showing. Like a hedgehog, it has claws with mouths all over its body. Its saliva can corrode metal. Put up your shields. Call me if anything goes wrong. Zhou Shiryun pressed the co-cockpit of the Thunderwolf with one hand, and a steady stream of nuclear energy came out of his hand. Selena also activated the over-limit loading and combustion source techniques at the same time. The Thunderwolf like crazy, covering the monster's body. No matter how it tried to dodge, the lightning still hit its body hard. Strelitzia stood outside the lightning, aiming at the monster's broken body. Any metal tissue bursting out would be scanned and cleared by the Wushuang. The heavy artillery was like a solid wall, with its footsteps deeply rooted in the ground. It managed to withstand the attacks of the monsters and the impact of the lightning from the Thunderwolf without retreating even a single step. At this moment, the heavy artillery was rooted to the ground, with a breastplate erected and both hands equipped with brass knuckles. Face the monster's attack head-on, swapping claws for punches. The fight is to see who falls first. Forbidden technique, breastplate of proudness, super rebound. Following Esdisa's loud shout, a beam of white light swept across the heavy artillery's entire body from its breastplate, making the heavy artillery look like it was covered with a layer of film. This is heavy artillery's famous forbidden technique, which she developed and improved herself. It is only applicable to heavy artillery's own forbidden technique. Strelitzia continued to explain, when the heavy artillery uses this forbidden technique, it will completely transform into a standing position to output. The enemy's attack will be largely absorbed and converted into kinetic energy of the mecha. It can be said that as long as the heavy artillery uses this, it will not retreat a single step until it dies. The heavy artillery controlled by Esdisa's eyes turned bloodshot the moment it used the forbidden technique. The way they stopped the monster and fought back surprised Zhou, Shiryun, and the others. This is too fierce. Prepare to destroy it completely. Don't give it a chance to counterattack. A cold and domineering voice of a charming queen came from the communication channel. I saw the heavy artillery that was firing at the monster, with the 2 huge gun barrels on its back slowly extending out, flashing a cold light. High-level element liberation, reflection of fire. Red shines brightly. The barrel of the heavy artillery was raised, and it fired at the monster in front of it, firing energy beams that had been contained in the 2 huge cannons for a long time. The red beam of light was like a hot knife cutting through butter, easily piercing through the monster and sweeping towards the rest of its body. You all will die. The disgusting arms on the monster stretched out and rushed to block the barrels of the heavy artillery, trying to stop the bombardment of the 2 huge cannons. It's useless. As long as I still have energy, you can't stop my Yaosher cannon. The heavy artillery punch was like a sharp sword, smashing the arms that grew out of the monster. Selena! After hearing Zhou Shiryun's reminder, Selena came back to her senses and took a deep breath. Advanced elements awaken. Thunder breaks the world, the wrath of heaven. Boom boom. Pillars of lightning fell, burying the site of the battle between the heavy artillery and the monster. When the gray smoke cleared, it was seen that the heavy artillery had been corroded beyond recognition by the monsters, and the breastplate had been completely shattered. The monster in front of her had disappeared. Seeing the monster being destroyed, heavy artillery's upright body suddenly shook, and he fell to half kneel, supporting the ground with one hand. From the damaged part of the heavy artillery's breastplate, two long white legs fell out because the cockpit was blown apart. Zhou Shiyin quickly quit the co-pilot seat of the Thunder Wolf and teleported over to pick up Esdisa. At this moment, Esdisa narrowed her eyes, frowned, and fell into a semi-coma. Zhou Shiyin hugged Esdisa with one hand and performed purification magic with the other. Only then did he have time to appreciate this person. To be honest, it was the first time that Zhou Shiyin saw Esdisa in person. Before that, he had only heard others talk about her. Western supermodel in history that Zhou Shiyin had seen in textbooks. The black leather jacket and super short combat pants highlighted Esdisa's figure, and the word dominant sister was deeply engraved in Zhou Shiyin's mind. Your hands are touching me. I'm going to kill you. The cold words awakened Zhou Shiyin's mind. Looking closely, Zhou Shiyin found that his hands had begun to unbutton Esdisa's leather jacket and reached into the ravine without him knowing it. Oh, this is difficult to treat because of the leather clothes. Okay, get off me. Esdisa kicked her long legs, got up from the ground, and straightened her leather jacket. You were from the city, right? How is Lingshire? The news just received said that there are no more monster activities in the city, and various facilities are being rebuilt. It's all this damn monster's fault. It wasted my time. Thank you this time, Zhou Shiyin. Esdisa's voice was like an enchanting song, which made Zhou Shiyin feel itchy. Do you know me? Zhou Shiyin said. Of course, the city's darling, dill-sized little man, the legendary maintenance engineer Zhou Shiyin. I've heard of you for a long time. When I saw you today, I found that you were just like the rumors lovable. Why don't you follow me? Narrowed her eyes slightly as she spoke, and in a teasing manner she stroked her hand from Zhou Shiyin's cheek to his neck. Well, let me repair the heavy artillery. Zhou Shiyin swore that this was the first time in his life that a woman had left him speechless. Goosebumps spread from his neck to his body. You were so arrogant, right? Wait until my silver spear is waxed, and I will fight you, the female demon. Zhou Shiyin turned around and showed Esdisa his back, then used Kato's hand on the heavy artillery. As green and tone intersected, Zhou Shiyin calmed down and thought. Strange, why is there no trace of Bazel? Zhou Shiyin looked towards the place where the monster had just died and observed everything. The beginning of monsters incomplete. Features. As a monster with top self-healing ability, even blood donations from underground can be used as a medium for resurrection, and there is no energy from other life in its body. Weakness. It is waiting for an opportunity to revive. Please eliminate it immediately. Zhou Shiyin's expression changed, and he shouted anxiously, Retreat quickly! Thunder Wolf use. Buzz! Foreign invasion detected, building a resistance wall. Resistance value. 40. Zhou Shiyin, what should I do? My control over the heavy artillery is being invaded. Esdisa said in great shock that she had never encountered such a thing before. Chapter 97. Contract. Asuden danger. In theory, the driving authority of a mecha is bound to the soul of the mecha pilot. Without the permission of the mecha pilot, ordinary people cannot obtain driving authority even if they dismantle the entire mecha. This kind of direct invasion of driving authority and even affecting Esdisa's abilities would have been simply a fantasy in the past. But now it is actually happening. It really is haunting us. Zhou Shiyin frowned. Because Basil was not here, suddenly became tense again. This monster is not very strong, but it is immortal and its abilities are very disgusting. I finally got a new body. I originally wanted to use that idiot Basil's body, but now I have a better one. A new life. Ha 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 ha. This is a man's new life. This is an important step for a man in mecha driving. I will succeed. I will succeed. From the heavy artillery came the voice of the monster. The mecha that was originally repaired by Zhou Shiyin Kato turned out to be its wedding dress. Give me back the heavy artillery. Esdisa jumped onto the body of the heavy artillery and forced her way inside. A keen eye for detail. Heavy artillery. Feature operation permissions are being snatched away. The degree of chaotic will invasion. Tip. If the heavy artillery is completely invaded, it will turn into a world-destroying monster. Zhou Shiyun frowned. At this moment, there was a fierce fight for the driving authority inside the heavy artillery, and the external shape of the heavy artillery was also changing. The molten metal attached to the heavy artillery, distorting its shape. Disgusting limbs and heads once again vaguely appeared on the surface of the heavy artillery. Enough! Open your eyes and take a look. Is this what you call rebirth? It just swallowed the heavy artillery and turned into a monster again. Zhou Shiyun shouted. A trick, this is a trick. Wait for me. Wait until I have a heavy artillery. Then no one can laugh at me. No one dares to bully me. As long as I have a heavy artillery, the whole world will be mine. The monster roared at the top of its lungs, and dark metal wrapped around the heavy artillery. A frog in a well. Ridiculous. Zhou Shiyun was too lazy to argue with this monster anymore. What it understood was too one-sided. Not to mention the general and the 12 guardian gods. Dillies alone is enough to give it a hard time. Zhou Shiyun, sign a contract with me quickly, and squeeze it out together. Esdisa was no longer as calm as before. She controlled the heavy artillery and stuffed Zhou Shiyun into the co-pilot's cabin. Hey, why did you call me? Besides, we are not familiar with each other. Do you want to make a contract or not? Looking at the main driver's seat, Esdisa turned her head and bit her red lips, looking a little angry. Zhou Shiyun had no words to refuse and immediately agreed to the contract. A powerful mental force pierced into Zhou Shiyun's soul domineeringly, just like an ancient robber who took advantage of the girl and turned around and left. Something's wrong. It shouldn't be me who eats everything. I'm on top. Asshole, it's already this time. What are you still thinking about? Esdisa's voice sounded from the bottom of his heart, and Zhou Shiyun then remembered that he was in a soul connection state, and Esdisa knew what he was thinking. What a misunderstanding. By the way, let's try together to see if we can drive it out. Zhou Shiyun shook off all the distracting thoughts in his mind and fought with Esdisa for control of the heavy artillery again. No, I don't know what superb skills this monster used to disrupt our soul binding mark. If it continues like this, we will be thrown out by heavy artillery. Zhou Shiyun was very observant and saw the problem at a glance. Tisk, it's just a stupid little devouring trick. What kind of advanced skills are you talking about? That's why I say that you humans really don't know much about the universe. I don't know how those two guys are so strong. Haha. Wuming yawned and said lazily. Yes, Wuming. Wuming, do you have any ideas? Zhou Shiyun thought of Wuming, this guy from the past. He must have a way. A solution? There must be a solution, but this dragon crystal. Snap. Zhou Shiyun's brain exploded, and he immediately made arrangements for Wuming. I've been very kind to you, right? Now you want my dragon crystal? I'm telling you, even if I die, I'll throw you out before I die. See if it has any thoughts about you. Tisk. Wuming smacked his lips. This was exactly what Zhou Shiyun said. If he was thrown out, the monster would be able to sense his extraordinariness with just a little bit of perception. Then it will be a lot of fun. Okay, let's coexist with parasites. Wuming shouted loudly and dived into the heavy artillery. Don't fight with me, you two. In the spiritual space, Wuming said to the monster in front of him. How dare you pull off a trick like this? Waves of pressure were shot out wrapped in nameless mental power. No matter how hard the monster struggled, it was pushed out of the heavy artillery by Wuming, and Wuming himself drooped his head again. The heretics have been cleared, and the mecha driving rights are locked to Esdisa and Zhou Shiyun. The heavy artillery roared, and the driving rights returned to Esdisa. Kill. Why did you force me to do this? You. The monsters regrouped in the air, and their strength was surprisingly much stronger than before. It's broken. It didn't gain control of the heavy artillery, but it swallowed all of the heavy artillery's reserve nuclear energy. Esdisa said anxiously. Its strength is now fully restored, and we are running out of energy. Zhou Shiyun frowned and used Kato's hand and god-level enchantment on the heavy artillery, then turned to Strelitzia and Selena and said, Hurry up, both of you. Go back and inform Dillies that we can't let it grow any further. Strelitzia was about to say no, but was grabbed by the Thunder Wolf and flown towards the city. What? Are you willing to let him stay here? Strelitzia Regini asked. Then what can we do here? This is wartime. Selena shouted angrily. You, none of you, are allowed to leave. The monster roared, and the metal on its surface turned into a giant black arrow and shot towards them at a high speed. Bang! A muffled groan came from the heavy artillery, and the heavy artillery, which had barely recovered a little, blocked the attack. Go! Zhou Shiyan shouted. He had no time to talk, and his mouth was full of dragon crystal. At this time, Zhou Shiyan had already activated the burning source technique, but his own source core level was not enough to sustain SSS's full-strength attack, so he had to devour the dragon crystal desperately. D, stay and die. The monster went crazy. The metal on its body was pulled out, and it split into densely packed humanoid monsters. I saw the split humanoid monsters getting on all fours and rushing towards the heavy artillery quickly. After hugging the heavy artillery, he would not let go even if his hands were broken, but opened his mouth and bit it desperately. Seeing the heavy artillery becoming increasingly powerless in the distance, tears welled up in Strelitzia's eyes. Chapter 98. The Interweaving of Blood and Guns. Hey, Esdisa, cheer up. Its source core energy has increased again. Zhou Shiyan's eyes glowed with light blue light, and he was able to see everything clearly. Zhou Shiyan knew all the movements of the monsters clearly. Attack the tentacle-covered claw on the right. Block its energy transmission. Needless to say, the heavy artillery stepped forward, raised his elbow, and with a horizontal elbow, he immediately tore pieces of flesh and blood from the monster. A huge metal blood vessel fell from the right side of the monster, causing the monster's body to shake and the source core energy to drop. Zhou Shiyan, give me energy. Give it a big one. Zhou Shiyan's lips trembled slightly. This woman only said nice things, but she really didn't know what burning out meant. Although he was thinking this in his mind, Zhou Shiyan did not stop his actions. Waves of pure source nuclear energy flowed into the heavy artillery and gathered in the barrel behind it. Try this. Esdisa roared coldly, with a look of fighting spirit and madness on her face. Zhou Shiyan was also stunned. This woman is really a battle maniac. Even at this point, the heavy artillery is still actively attacking. He retracted the heavy artillery knuckles, put one hand into the monster's wound, and wrapped the other hand around the monster. No matter how the monster bit him, he still stood up the gun barrel. Squeak! The barrel fired out a beam of hot light, piercing through the monster's body and emitting a burning smell. It hurts! Kill you, kill you! The monster opened its mouth and roared, sticking to the heavy artillery like a dog's skin plaster. It exuded a foul stench all over its body. It growled and bit the heavy artillery, waving its claws wildly. She failed to dodge in time, and the sharp claws pierced into the cockpit from the lower part of the heavy artillery and brushed past Esdisa's thigh. Zhou Shiyan was terrified as blood gushed out. The purification technique in his hand emerged and temporarily stopped the bleeding. The other hand did not even have time to stop, controlling the heavy artillery to cut off the claw, and then immediately use Kato's hand. My aunt, if it doesn't work, let's retreat. Looking at Esdisa, whose face was flushed and whose fighting spirit was rising, Zhou Shiyan felt a little panicked. If the claw was a little more crooked, Zhou Shiyan didn't think his small body could withstand the attack from the monster. But Esdisa is not someone who will suffer any loss. In fact, the word retreat does not even exist in her life. The heavy artillery's leg armor changed with a click, and tiny spikes stretched out and pierced into the ground. Come on, let me see who's harder. Buzz! A white light flashed in the center of the battle, and the rumbling sound wave spread, causing the monster to lose consciousness temporarily, and Zhou Shiyan's head also buzzed. Shaking his head, feeling the sound of wind in his ears, Zhou Shiyan felt a little confused. Huh? The sound of wind? When his vision returned, he saw himself sitting in a nuclear rescue vehicle. He was ejected from the cockpit by Esdisa. Run back! The fierce battle left Esdisa no time to say anything, and she was thrown into the fierce battle again. Only then did Zhou Shiyan have time to take a look at the heavy artillery with his keen insight. Heavy artillery remains. The remaining energy of the source core has fallen out of the safe value. The thigh thruster is damaged. The synchronization rate continues to decrease. The weapon accessories are damaged by 68, and the outer armor of the mecha is damaged by 57. Semi-autonomous driving activated. Driver suspected to be unconscious. Self-destruction program activated. Countdown 60, 59, 58. Fuck. I hate this kind of stubborn woman the most. Rely on me more, you bastard. Zhou Shiyan untied his seatbelt and teleported back to the cockpit. Esdisa was seen holding the control panel with one hand. Her face was frighteningly pale, and the synchronization chain on her body had cracked. Zhou Shiyan raised his hand and pushed Esdisa, causing her to slide down to the control panel like a deflated balloon. Zhou Shiyan lifted her up and saw that there was a huge wound on her abdomen, which was still gushing out blood. Zhou Shiryun took a deep breath, used purification magic to stop the bleeding, lifted Esdisa out of the main cockpit, and placed her in the co-pilot cabin. He himself got into the main cockpit of the heavy artillery. After putting on the synchronization chain, the vision of the heavy artillery was synchronized in Zhou Shiryun's mind. At the same time, there was also the pain of the fire spirit in the heavy cannon, the feeling of powerlessness all over the heavy cannon, and the huge controlling veins that were pulling on Zhou Shiryun's soul like a pair of pliers. Wooming! Zhou Shiryun's veins popped up. If you don't take action now, we'll both die together. What an unlucky boy. Nothing good has ever happened to me since I followed you. Wooming forced himself to cheer up. Parasitic coexistence. Endless life. The shadow of a huge tentacle flashed and enveloped the heavy artillery. The roar of machinery and the sound of metal friction were like pleasant music. All the negative states of the heavy artillery were transferred by Wooming, and the endless cycle also allowed the damage to the heavy artillery to slowly recover. Boy, you really screwed me this time. Make sure you get enough dragon crystals when you get back. Wooming retracted Zhou Shiryun's wrist and stopped moving. Strong pulling sensation came out of his soul. Zhou Shiryun controlled the heavy artillery to take off the rifle on his back and retracted the armor on his chest and the spikes rooted in his legs. He held the shield on his chest in one hand and the rifle in the other. I told you that this isn't the way to play with a gun. The heavy artillery's thrusters were turned on and it retreated at high speed, while the rifle spewed out flames. If I hadn't repaired Unit 01 yet, you wouldn't have the chance to be so arrogant. Zhou Shiryun controlled the heavy artillery to dodge left and right, and kept shooting at the monsters with a rifle, occasionally firing a laser. From the beginning of the battle, Zhou Shiryun never thought about fighting head-on. Perhaps only Esdesha could face off against a monster with full self-healing ability. What he had to do was very simple, which was to delay the monster's escape until Delis arrived. Oh no! Zhou Shiryun shouted loudly and waved his hand to sweep away the humanoid monster on the heavy artillery's feet. These little monsters had no strength at all, but their extremely strong corrosiveness caused Zhou Shiryun to suffer a great loss at this moment. The corrosive saliva penetrated the foot armor of the heavy artillery, and the heavy artillery that was as nimble as a rabbit just now had to slow down, pulling the monster. Tear! Sparks flew, and the monster found the right opportunity and tore open a huge cannon on the heavy artillery's back with one claw. A strong stench penetrated the cockpit, and heavy artillery fired wildly at the monster. However, the humanoid monster had quickly climbed onto the back of the heavy artillery through its feet. Now, when Zhou Shiryun looked up, he could see those monsters gnawing frantically at the mechanical parts above his head, trying desperately to squeeze their arms in. It was obvious that they had also seen Zhou Shiryun. Haha, it turns out that even if you become a legendary mechanic, you can still die. But when it comes to this, I'm not afraid anymore. As the beeping self-destruct program was activated, Zhou Shiryun fell into the cockpit. I have to say, dying together with a great beauty like Esdisa would be a beautiful story to tell. Chapter 99. Esley's backup plan. You are a shame. Countdown to self-destruction. 5, 4, 3. Zhou Shiryun closed his eyes, his fingertips slightly dancing, playing out beautiful music, as if he was enjoying this final tranquility. Zhou Shiryun, that's enough. Your mission is now successfully completed. A pair of white and powerful hands grabbed the heavy artillery. Zhou Shiryun shuddered and immediately turned off the self-destruct program. Someone come. It was Isley and her Duchess. If I really let you die here, Delis would probably climb onto my bed in the middle of the night and hang me up and beat me. The Duchess's pure white wedding dress gradually disappeared, replaced by protruding white spikes, and the ruby in the center of the crown on her head flashed a strange red light. Be careful. Its strength is no weaker than level 1, and its self-healing ability. The Duchess smiled and said softly, Boy, not everything can be called first class. It's just a facade. Zhou Shiryun nodded, calmed down his anxious heart, and lay safely in the cockpit. If Esley can't keep him safe, then no place in this world is safe. You filthy thing, you can become stronger by any path you want. No one will stop you. But why do you have to endanger humanity and become a traitor to humanity? The Duchess said in a cold voice. At a time when humanity is in danger of extinction, you are killing your compatriots like this, which is equivalent to destroying the future of mankind. I will never allow you to do this. After saying this, the crown on the Duchess's head slowly floated into the air, and the Duchess transformed into a combat form, Super element liberation, God's secret, king of the netherworld. A gentle breeze is blowing. The battlefield scene at the original location suddenly shattered like a broken mirror, and hidden inside was a blue flame like hell, burning the monsters inch by inch and scorching the entire earth. The Duchess is in the center, holding a black flag in her hand. Behind her, a black shadow with a crown appears faintly, summoning the darkness of the world. The dark blue underworld fire burns the monster. Even if it struggles to break free or grows new skin, it will still face the 360-degree dark underworld. No one will ever stop you because you want to become stronger, and no one will drive you away because you blaze a new trail. The Duchess waved the flag in her hand, and bursts of flames surged like barbed wire, tearing the monster's flesh and blood. The blood, flesh, and tissue splattered onto the ground and were instantly burned to ashes by the underworld fire. No matter what you do, there will always be people who understand and support you. But you should never, ever attack humans. You are a disgrace to humanity. Esli didn't hold back, and he wasn't merciful with his words. Kill, kill, kill. Hello. You don't have the right to speak. I'll kill you. The monster roared and rushed towards the Duchess. For Zhou Shiyin and others, this monster's abnormal self-healing ability makes it an immortal and disgusting existence. The Duchess's ability completely enveloped the monster, rendering his self-healing ability useless. Humph, eternal sinner. Don't worry. Even after you die, we will dig deep into the ground to find your information and nail you to the pillar of shame forever. From now on, every time a new student enters the Mecha Academy, your filthy name will be mentioned in the textbooks. Disgusting monster. Esli was merciless, burning its body while attacking its mind. As the monster's roar gradually subsided, the underworld fire became more and more intense. The Duchess completed the final cleanup and slowly took back the flag in her hand. The shadow behind her also dissipated, returning to her normal appearance. If Zhou Shiyin hadn't seen it with his own eyes, who would have believed that the Duchess, who looked as holy as a lotus, would be in such a state when fighting? This guy is really hard to kill. Zhou Shiyin came over holding Esdisa. Esdisa's injuries had recovered by now, and she was just asleep. Hey kid, you came out and brought back a beauty? Can your little place still accommodate her? Zhou Shiyin paused and said, Master Esli, you are making fun of me again. But Master Esli, this time it's all thanks to you. Ha, that's enough. I know you're a lucky guy. Pack up and go back. Zhou Shiyin nodded, and seeing that Esdisa had not woken up yet, he simply took her back to the heavy artillery again. The two of them headed back towards Ling City, not noticing that in the distance of the battlefield, a humanoid monster was desperately fleeing. Ling City. He's back. The heavy artillery master is back. That's the Duchess. It's her. Ha, God bless Ling City. Everyone shouted and greeted the heavy artillery and the Duchess. Why is the heavy artillery being carried by a man? That man is still touching Master Heavies, but don't think I didn't see it. Stretcher, stretcher. The heavy artillery master is injured. Zhou Shiyin said, All right, no need for a stretcher. Your heavy artillery master just fell asleep because he was too tired. There's nothing serious. Zhou Shiyin thought for a moment and said, Where is Esdessa's bedroom? I'll go put her there. Someone pointed in a direction. Zhou Shiyin looked around but didn't see Nellia and the others, so he was too lazy to look for them now. After putting Esdisa on the bed and seeing that she showed no sign of waking up, Zhou Shiyin helped her take off her combat boots. Under the slender white legs is the white instep, and the blue blood vessels on the instep are faintly visible. The soles of the slender feet were a little red due to the long-term combat, and they looked pink and tender, like tempting ice cream cones, quite attractive. The distinct, small, and round toes on the feet are like chocolate beans on an ice cream cone, making people want to play with them. Esdisa found it very strange. She remembered that before she lost consciousness, she was about to blow herself up and die with the monster, so how come she was still conscious now? Only was there a dull pain in my lower abdomen, but my feet also felt weird. She opened her eyes. You little pervert, is my foot fun? Oh, you're awake. I was just about to call you. The ministers from your Ling City are looking for you. They said they have something to discuss with you. Seeing Zhou Shiyin shaking his hands and pretending nothing happened to change the subject, Esdisa couldn't help but become playful. He propped himself up, stepped on Zhou Shiyun's chest with his bare feet, and then slowly slid down. Was so scared that he retreated to the foot of the bed. You little pervert. You have the will, but not the guts. If you want to play, just be bold. As Esdisa spoke, she actually turned her ankle and hooked the hem of Zhou Shiyun's shirt with her bare feet. Don't run, you little pervert. If you take advantage of my weakness to bully me, just wait and see how I'll deal with you. As she spoke, she actually came closer. Chapter 100. Robbed and made the man the leader of the group. Hey, now listen to my explanation. There is a reason for this. Hey. Selena, I wouldn't have said anything to you if you were wearing a black leather jacket, but why are you holding a whip? Zhou Shiyun felt like crying, but had no tears. He stepped forward and quickly took away Selena's whip. If he didn't let her take it away, the whip might hit him. Oh my, I've told you clearly there's nothing wrong between Esdisa and me. Just now we were. You big bad guy, you're speechless. What are you two doing? Strelitzia put her hands on her hips. Zhou Shiyun shrank his neck. In fact, he himself had no idea what he had just done with Esdisa. I just felt a ball of anger rising from my lower abdomen, breaking through my clothes, my pants, and my reason. It was about to be a wonderful and unforgettable night when several women led by Selena opened the door. God knows how they found Zhou Shiyun's location. In short, Zhou Shiyun appeared in front of the women in an extremely embarrassing and aggrieved posture. Okay, I won't talk to you about this anymore. We're not here to catch you in adultery. Hurry up and get it done. Master Esley is coming over. You don't want to be seen naked by Master Esley, do you? After all, Nellia is Zhou Shiyun's sister, so she reminded him. He's simply a pervert. Anya, stop playing with this pervert brother. Hathaway blocked Anya's eyes, causing her to twist her body and desperately look at Zhou Shiyun. Brother, do you like this kind of long-legged woman? Anya can also be like this. Anya can also change. Can you come to Anya next time? Anya blinked her starry eyes. Surrounded by several pairs of eyes, Zhou Shiyun was too embarrassed to say anything and hurriedly put on his clothes. And Esdisa, the instigator of all this, just sat at the head of the bed, covering her mouth and laughing softly. Now she no longer had the expression she had just now. She leaned calmly on her pillow and looked at Zhou Shiyun teasingly. A succubus at all. You are such a fool, Esdesha. You are still laughing at me now. All right. I will go get the money from the kitchen for you. After putting on his clothes, Zhou Shiyun grabbed Esdesa's little feet and started pinching them in front of the girls without any hesitation. Esdisa covered her mouth and looked at Zhou Shiyun in disbelief. She didn't expect that under such circumstances, Zhou Shiyun would dare to sneak attack her. Selena bit her lip when seeing this scene, and she almost went up to fight with Zhou Shiyun. Amid the noise, Esley pushed open the unlocked door and came in. When they saw Esley, everyone started to find a place to sit down obediently, just like students meeting their teacher or recruits meeting their instructor. Well, I have informed Dillies. The situation here will be synchronized with the city in real time. We will increase the purchase price of materials in Ling City by 2 points. So, Ms. Heavy Artillery, will the transaction with us go on as scheduled? Esdisa narrowed her eyes slightly, thinking about the gains and losses, including some details. At this moment, she is less charming and more dignified. Well, if that's what Lady Dillies thinks, I think there's nothing wrong with our Ling City. However, the mobile core of Ling City seems to have been damaged by that monster. It may take a few days to repair it. Esdesha said calmly, since I'm fine and the monster has been destroyed, there's no need to rush. How about Master Esley staying and joining us for the celebration banquet? Esley shook his head. My top-quality dragon carp will die if no one feeds it. Zhou Shiyun, you can stay here for a few days and come back with Ling Shi. Zhou Shiyun secretly felt relieved and glanced at Esdisa. Seeing that the latter did not have any other ideas, he did not say anything. Okay, I'll go back first. Esley came and left quickly, and he was so decisive. I really didn't know if it was due to his personality or for the sake of his dragon carp, or both. Have you heard? The man next to Lady Esdisa is the city's biggest pervert. I heard he's pursuing our Lady Esdisa. Your information is outdated. That Zhou Shiyun is so daring. I heard he even secretly kissed Lady Esdisa's butt. But look at him. He's so handsome. I heard he's a legendary repairman, and he's a perfect match for our Lady Esdesha. What a pity. I heard that he is the treasure of the city. I wonder what Lady Esdesha thinks of him. If you ask me, if you really like him, just snatch him away and make him your man. After all, our Ling City's wealth was snatched from Long. Listening to the teasing sounds around him, Zhou Shiyun couldn't help but frown. Who on earth is spreading rumors? When I turned around, I saw Selena with a smirk on her face and Strelitzia whistling. Zhou Shiyun snorted unhappily. It had to be said that Ling Shi's style was much wilder than Shi's. As I walked along, I saw many women simply wearing a bra and hugging one or two men, and some even whistled at Zhou Shiyun. Who is Zhou Shiyun? He is a legendary maintenance engineer and a city bully, but he was actually whistled at and teased by a few women. As soon as everyone sat down, the atmosphere of the celebration banquet was pushed to its peak. As a person who doesn't like drinking and doesn't like this kind of formalism, Zhou Shiyun simply ate a few bites of meat and stopped, watching Estisa and Selena drinking. I don't know what happened to these two people. They were comrades who had experienced life and death together on the battlefield, but ever since Zhou Shiyun was caught cheating in bed that day, the two of them have been at odds with each other. Girl, you've only drunk 2 bottles? I've already drunk 3 bottles. What's wrong? Are you tired? Can't you keep up with me? Estisa wiped her mouth and said, Old sister, don't be impatient. You have to taste the wine slowly. You won't last long if you drink so fast. Haha, let's do it again. Zhou Shiyun saw these two people drinking with several ministers of Ling City, and they drank from night to morning. Anyway, in the end, one of them was leaning on the table and vomiting, and the other fell to the ground and fell asleep, so there was no winner. But it was a good thing for Zhou Shiyun. He carried one on each hand. It was too late, and he was too lazy to look for their rooms, so he simply carried them all back to his own room. Looking at the two beautiful ladies lying on the bed, Zhou Shiyun felt a little emotional. Back on impulse, and now I'm really ready to do something, but I feel it's not a good idea to take advantage of someone in distress. Of these two, Selena is the strong woman with a queen-like aura, which makes people feel the desire to conquer her. Estisa is that kind of intellectual woman with a maximum charm value, and she has so many tricks that people can't control themselves if they are not careful.